cave was so beautiful, it was beyond Zhao Hai's expectation. If he didn't see the situation outside, he would have thought that he had arrived at the hotel. Xin Piyu brought Zhao Hai and Marjorie to the bar counter. Behind the counter stood a robot. Xin Piyu said to the robot, "Bring me the room card for the Keeg Ascension Academy." The robot responded and took out 2 door cards for SIMPUS. SIMPUS looked at the 2 door cards and passed them to Marjorie. "Quat teacher Ma Ji, this is the room prepared for your academy. You can go and tidy it up. Quat." As soon as they arrived at the elevator, the door opened. 7 people walked out of the elevator. They were all wearing magic robes, and there were old and young people. The one at the front was a middle-aged man. He was very thin and had a mouse-like mustache, which made him look very awkward. He was dressed in a magnificent golden magician's robe. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the magician's robe. The magician was a rare metal magician. Metal magic was not common in the lower realm. Only those who were born and raised in the field of arrays would learn metal magic. Metal magic was also recognized as the most difficult magic to deal with. It was more difficult to deal with than other magic. Of course, this didn't mean that the other element's magic was inferior to metal magic. It mainly depended on the person who used the magic. Even if you gave a peerless sword to an idiot, it would be impossible to exert its power. It was the same for magic. It was just that metal mages were rarer than the other element's mages. In addition, metal magic's offensive and defensive abilities were very strong, so it was considered the most difficult magic. These days, Zhao Hai had been studying metal magic in the array world. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing special about the metal magic in the array world. It was the same as any other magic. It was just that people with metal-type physiques were rare, so this kind of magic was very rare. In fact, one could also learn metal magic in the lower realm, as long as one had the physique of metal magic and learned how to cultivate metal magic. In the lower realm, there were some people who were extremely strong in metal element. Although they did not know how to practice, they slowly learned how to control metal because their metal element was too strong. These people were called sorcerers on the Ark continent. Unfortunately, there was no way to practice metal magic in the lower realm. Otherwise, there would be more metal mages in the telephone array realm. There were 6 mages behind the metal element mage. They were of different ages. The oldest had white hair, and the youngest was nearly 30 years old. The expressions on their faces were different. The white-haired mages had gray expressions, as if they had lost interest in everything. This expression was similar to Odin's and the others. The young magicians, on the other hand, had expressions of pride on their faces. Frey, whom Zhao Hai had met, had the same expression. One look at their expressions, and Zhao Hai knew what they had encountered. It seemed that this wasn't just happening in the Keeg Ascension Academy. It was the same for the other academies. However, Zhao Hai did not say anything. He had no intention of interacting with these people. He was no saint. If not for the fact that he wanted to develop his own power in the academy, he would not even care about Odin and the others. In a completely unfamiliar environment like this, it was extremely unwise to meddle in other people's affairs. It would not bring you any benefits, but only put you in danger. Zhao Hai did not intend to make contact with the other party, but he did not expect the other party to stop as soon as they got out of the elevator. Then, the skinny mage who was leading the group looked at Margaret and Zhao Hai with his bright eyes. It was obvious that he was up to no good. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but sink. When Simple had told Margaret the names of the other 2 academies, Zhao Hai had noticed that Margaret's expression had changed. Now, looking at the thin mage's expression, Zhao Hai knew that they had met their match. The thin metal elemental mage looked at Marjorie and suddenly laughed. "Margaret, I didn't expect that your Keeg Magic Academy would actually send someone out for a trial. It's rare for cowards like you to come out for a trial." Margaret glanced at the man and said coldly, "Jin Changji, your mouth is still as foul as ever. What's wrong? Do you still want me to teach you a lesson?" Kim Changji was clearly very afraid of Maji. He looked at Maji fearfully and snorted. "Maji, don't forget where you are. This isn't your Keeg Ascension Academy. If you dare to make a move here, I'm afraid that I don't need to do anything. Your Keeg Academy is really getting worse and worse. This time, only one person came to train. How embarrassing." Margaret snorted coldly and ignored him. She turned around and entered the elevator. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and followed Margaret into the elevator. Jin Changji also snorted coldly and led the mages out when he saw that Margaret had ignored him. The Simp Keeg Ascension Academy arranged 2 rooms on the 8th floor. After Margaret settled down in her room, she went to Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai invited Ma Ji to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. He then sat down across from Ma Ji. He knew that Ma Ji had something to say to him. He was waiting. As expected, Margaret glanced at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Quite, you should have heard what Siapu said just now. In this trial, apart from our Keeg Ascension Academy, there are also the Adam Ascension Academy and the Wilderness Ascension Academy. Among them, the Wilderness Ascension Academy is an Ascension Academy that mainly focuses on warriors. They have no conflict of interest with us. The Bai family behind the Wilderness Ascension Academy has some friendship with the Ashley family behind us, so you don't have to worry about them. Quat." Zhao Hai nodded. He was still not very clear about the relationship between the major forces in the array world. Although he could check it on the internet, he couldn't fully trust the things on the internet. In addition, the true relationship between the major forces might not necessarily be revealed on the internet. Margaret continued, "Quat, however, you have to be careful of the Adams Ascension Academy. The Adams family is behind the Adams Ascension Academy. Adams family has a feud with our Ashley family. That's why our two academies have always been at odds with each other. No matter which family's Ascension Academy produces an extraordinary genius, as long as it's confirmed that he has entered the other family will find a way to kill him. Jin Jingji has done this many times. This time, I brought you here for the trial. Kim Changji will definitely guess that you have joined the Ashley family at the same time, so he will definitely deal with you. They have 6 people for this trial, but you are alone. During the trial, they will definitely make a move on you, so you must be careful." "Yes, don't worry, teacher," Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret sighed and said, "Originally, I didn't want to let you come out so early to train, but your strength has already reached this level, and it's no longer useful for you to learn those basic things. Although our bone camp doesn't adopt an elimination system, this kind of examination is inevitable in the academy. You can only truly enter the bone camp if you can pass these few examinations. It's the people who are participating in the trial with you. They might attack you at any time, so during the trial, don't easily trust anyone. If necessary, you can kill first, understand?" "Yes, I understand," Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret nodded and said calmly, "Quat, take a good rest. Tomorrow morning, Sigpu will tell you about the details of the trial and the time for you to go there. You'd better make some preparations. By the way, you can go out and take a look, or buy some things you need here. The money in your identity card can be used here. Quat." Zhao Hai nodded and Margaret turned around and left. As soon as Margaret left, Zhao Hai immediately took out the anti-surveillance camera and checked the room to see if there was any surveillance equipment. Needless to say, he really did find some surveillance equipment in the room. However, it seemed to have been placed there at the time and not installed in advance. This made Zhao Hai a little curious. However, he still removed the surveillance equipment. Then he took a good look at the room. It was not very big. There were 2 rooms in total, a living room, a small hotel bar, and a bathroom. Zhao Hai knew Margaret was in the room next door. He found that the soundproofing in this room was not very good, so he didn't dare to let them out. Instead, he returned to the bedroom alone, closed the curtain, and flashed into his medium. After returning to the origin space, Zhao Hai immediately began his cultivation. He realized that this trial was more dangerous than he had imagined, so he had to familiarize himself with his power as soon as possible so that he could use 100 of his power in battle. Zhao Hai was extremely busy as he continuously tried to form and combine the magic arrays. At the same time, he also wanted to test the sword aura. Although Laura and the others felt heartache for Zhao Hai, they did not stop him. They knew that the harder it was for Zhao Hai now, the better his life would be in the array world. They were just trying their best to help Zhao Hai do what they could. They wanted Zhao Hai to eat the best food and rest the best so that he could be in his best condition at all times. After cultivating for a few hours, Zhao Hai went to rest. He still had to understand the contents of the trial the next day. He might even set off before that. Zhao Hai did not want to tire himself out now, as it would affect his condition for the next day. The academy's reception area was similar to a commercial hotel. Other than accommodation, there were also places for people to train in martial arts and magic, as well as a few conference rooms. This conference room was not the kind of conference room that was like a round table that most people imagined. It was a conference room like a classroom. A teacher stood at the front, while the others sat below like the students of the academy. Right now, Simu was standing at the front, while Zhao Hai and the others were sitting at the bottom. Other than Zhao Hai and Margaret, Jin Jingji had also brought the people from the Wilderness Ascension Academy. Other than the 7 of them, there was another group of 5. These 5 people were all dressed as martial warriors, and they were from the Wilderness Ascension Academy. Just as Margaret had said, the people from the Wilderness Ascension Academy were very polite to them. When they entered the meeting room, the leading instructor of the Wilderness Ascension Academy even greeted Margaret and chatted with her. After they all sat down, he pointed at the wall behind him. A map appeared on the wall. The map was filled with dense tunnels, making one dizzy. But fortunately, there was a green line running through the cobweb-like tunnel. There was a large mine hole in the tunnel, but it was displayed by a red dot. Siapu pointed at the red line. This display shows an old mining tunnel of Artyra Stars Quenk number 9. Malicious ghosts have appeared in this old mine tunnel before, so we will send people in to check it out from time to time. If there are any more malicious ghosts, we will immediately inform the academies and have them send people to eliminate them. At this point, he pointed to the mine with the red dot and said, "Quat, this mine is also a place where specters and various creatures often appear. We don't know what's going on there, but we do know that specters and undead creatures often appear there. Sometimes there are also mutated magical beasts. This time there were 5 specters and no less than 100 undead creatures. We didn't find anything else, but we can't rule out other dangers. Quat. Margaret frowned slightly and said, Mr. Siapu, how often do you go to the mine to take a look? Why are there so many malicious ghosts there? Quat, we go there once a month, Simple said immediately. Quat, not all the specters are produced there. Some of them are produced in other mines and then went there. The mine is huge and the dark energy is dense. It's very suitable for undead creatures to live in. I think that's why the specters often appear there. Quat. So we're going to be in a team for this trial. Margaret nodded. NBSB Siapu shook his head. This isn't under my control. It depends on what your schools want. If you want to train as a team, you can do it. If you don't, you can go alone. Quat. Margaret frowned and said, aren't those ghosts still in the mine? I'm afraid we can't skip the team trial, right? Simple laughed bitterly. Quat, teacher Margaret, I think you've misunderstood. The mining cave is very large, no smaller than a mining cave city. It was originally intended to be built into a mining cave city, so there are a lot of small mining caves there. Some of the small mining caves may be connected to other mining caves, and it can be said that they extend in all directions like a maze. When you go to the trial, the first thing you have to do is to find those malicious ghosts. If you go in groups, the possibility of finding them will be much lower, but it will be safer. The chances of finding a baleful ghost in a solo trial are not that high, but it will be more dangerous. Hearing Siapu's words, Margaret and the others understood what he meant. Whether it was Siapu or Margaret, they were all very clear that once one entered the mine, their enemies would not only be the malicious ghosts, but also the other trial takers, so the danger would be greatly increased. At this moment, Jinjinji snorted coldly and said, some people see that they are alone and want to use others to pass this trial. How can there be such a good thing? There are 6 people in our Adam's Ascension Academy. We can form our own small team and enter the trial. No one else can come in. Quat. Anger flashed in Margaret's eyes, but she did not flare up on the spot. She had asked that question because she had the intention of forming a team. The team trial was different from the individual trial. One could not attack their teammates at will in the team trial. Margaret did not know Zhao Hai's current strength, but in her opinion, Zhao Hai's strength was at most the level of a LV1 mage. It was already an amazing achievement for him to be able to use the 5 overlapping arrays in such a short time. With such strength, it would be too dangerous to enter the mine without forming a team. Now that Jinjinji had said so, it was impossible for her to form a team. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Zhao Hai was the most talented genius that the Bone Battalion had discovered in so many years. She really did not want Zhao Hai to die because of this. Margaret sighed to herself. She even wanted to stop Zhao Hai from taking part in this trial, but that was impossible. Once a student took part in a trial between the various academies, he couldn't withdraw. Even if he admitted defeat, it was impossible. Margaret was also secretly blaming herself for not being thorough enough. She had not investigated which academy had come for the trial this time. She had not expected to run into Adam Academy, her enemy. This time, Zhao Hai was probably in deep trouble. However, things had already developed to this point, and she couldn't back down. Margaret snorted coldly and stood up. She walked over to the Wilderness Ascension Academy and said to the mentor leading the team, Quat, hello, Mr. Dan. I wonder what you think about our 2 departments forming a joint team. The teacher from the Wilderness Ascension Academy was taken aback by Margaret's words. He then glanced at Kim Changji. If it were any other time, he would have agreed. After all, the people accompanying him this time were all warriors, and the cooperation between warriors and magicians would allow them to display greater power. But this time, there was the Adam Academy. The Adam Academy had sent 6 people this time, while their 2 academies added together only had 5 people. Moreover, the Adam Academy and the Wangu Academy had a grudge. If they were to ally with the Wangu Academy, it might attract the Adam Academy's attack. If that happened, the danger to their students would greatly increase, so he was a little hesitant. M.A. Gray's heart sank when she saw Teacher Shan's expression. She immediately understood what Teacher Shan was thinking, and she really couldn't hate him. She nodded and said, Teacher Dan, it's fine if you're making things difficult for me. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back, causing Kim Changji to laugh at him again. Zhao Hai glanced at Kim Changji, then turned to Margaret and said in a low voice, Teacher, if too many people die in that mine, will there be trouble? Margaret was stunned when she heard Zhao Hai's words. She turned to look at Zhao Hai and found that he was smiling without any change. Margaret's heart turned cold. As soon as Zhao Hai said those words, Margaret knew that he had the intention to kill. However, Zhao Hai did not show any killing intent at all. It was as if they were just friends chatting. This was enough to show that Zhao Hai was a guy who killed people like they were numb. Killing wasn't a matter of killing more people. If you killed 1 person, you would have a strong killing intent. If you killed 100 people, you would have a strong killing intent. Ordinary people would be frightened by your killing intent at first sight. However, if you killed 10,000 people, you would learn how to hide your killing intent. Even when you were killing people, you wouldn't let your killing intent carry any bit. It could be said that if a person could hide his killing intent very well, he could definitely be called a butcher-level figure and a 10,000-man butcher. Although Margaret had seen a lot of ruthless characters who had ascended from the lower worlds, and these people were also people who had killed people like flies, they were far from the level of 10,000 slaughterers, so it was impossible for them to hide their murderous aura. The only 10,000 slaughterers that Margaret had seen was a core member of the Ashley family. He had gone to the Six-Realm battlefield for many years and returned with great strength. Even so, when he was angry, he would still say it was impossible for him to be like Zhao Hai, who had completely hidden his killing intent. This meant that Zhao Hai had killed more than 10,000 people. This number was too terrifying. One person killing 10,000 people. What kind of concept was that? An ordinary person would have become a bloodthirsty madman, but Zhao Hai was living like a normal person. He even gave people the feeling that he was a sunny person. This kind of person was really too scary. He was a completely abnormal person. Zhao Hai did not expect that a casual question he asked would make Margaret label him as a pervert. If he had known that Margaret had such thoughts, he wondered if he would have asked that question. Margaret's mind raced, but she still said softly, "No, even if you kill them all, there won't be any trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, Simpler also looked at Marjorie with sympathy, then turned to the others and said, "There are more than a dozen routes to this mine. Are you all going together or separately?" Although Margaret knew that Zhao Hai had killed a lot of people, she was still worried about his strength. She spoke first, "We'll go alone." Simple nodded and looked at Adam Academy and Wilderness Academy. The two academies had also chosen to go alone. Simple nodded his head. "Quite all right, please get ready and bring some food. I'll arrange 3 automatic cars for you. The cars will take you down and you can come back up after you finish the trial. Although we can't see what's happening down there, the scouts have set up an alarm. As long as you get rid of the ghosts and undead creatures, the alarm will stop. Quite, you have 3 hours to prepare. After 3 hours, please return here and I will send you down." Zhao Hai sat alone in the flying car. The car had been modified and the armor had been thickened. However, there were not many changes in the car. The seats in the car could be laid flat so that people could lie down and rest. There was also a tea machine in the car, which provided people with tea. Zhao Hai sipped his tea calmly in the flying car. He was using his psychic powers to observe the situation outside. He was very familiar with this method of using his psychic powers as eyes in the underworld, so he was not at all used to it. He didn't release the flying needle because he didn't know if there was anyone watching this trial. If there was really a master watching, then his flying needle would be exposed once he released it. In such an unfamiliar environment, it was better to have more trump cards than anything else. The flying car was extremely fast and agile, but even so, it still flew for over 3 hours before entering the tunnel that Simpu had mentioned. Zhao Hai's brows twitched as soon as he entered the tunnel. The tunnel contained a large amount of dark energy. The dark energy was extremely powerful. Although it was not as strong as the underworld, it was still strange for it to appear on a planet with such thin spiritual energy. The hovercar was still moving forward, not slowing down at all. However, the lights on the hovercar seemed to be getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai knew that it was not because the hovercar's lights were running out of energy, but because the dark energy in the tunnel was too strong. It was affecting the distance of the light. Zhao Hai quietly sensed the dark energy. He soon realized the difference between the dark energy in the mine and the underworld. The dark energy in the underworld was just dark energy, a type of energy. However, the dark energy in the mine was different. The dark energy in the mine contained a violent aura like an angry magical beast. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows slightly. He knew very well that there was such an aura in the dark energy. The dark creatures that were cultivated by this aura must be warlike guys. No wonder there were malicious ghosts here. It was because of this. Zhao Hai might have been worried about dealing with other things, but he wasn't worried about the dark creatures. He had come into contact with too many dark creatures, so he was very familiar with them. Although the dark energy here was strange, it didn't affect Zhao Hai. After another hour, the flying car stopped. Zhao Hai scanned the area with his psyche and found that they had arrived in a huge space. It was a huge mine that was not smaller than the mining city they came from. Zhao Hai did not stop. He got down from the car and floated into the mine. At the same time, he secretly released his mental power. He wanted to see how big the mine was. With Zhao Hai's power of the will, this was not a difficult task. His power of the will had been fully developed when he was in the underworld. He could now extend it to a distance of 10,000 miles. Back when he was competing with Edison, his power of the will could be extended to a considerable distance. This was one of the characteristics of all the dark creatures in the underworld. They had strong mental strength because they couldn't see anything in the underworld. Therefore, they had to constantly release their mental strength and use it as their eyes. This was very important for training one's mental strength. Zhao Hai had been in the underworld for a long time, and his mental power was already very strong. After the training in the underworld, his mental power had become even stronger. If an ordinary magician were to compete with Zhao Hai in terms of spiritual power, they would be at a disadvantage. Zhao Hai's current level of spiritual power had already reached the level of a fourth-rank magician in the field of arrays. He was a small expert. Soon, Zhao Hai's psychic energy had covered the entire mine. The cave was huge, similar to the mine city that Zhao Hai had come from. There were countless mine caves of all sizes. Zhao Hai also noticed that the people from the other two academies had also entered the mine. Zhao Hai used his spirit power to scan the group of people. The 4 warriors from Wilderness Ascension Academy had already taken out their weapons. The 4 of them gathered together and advanced carefully. They even held fluorescent lamps in their hands. Zhao Hai didn't think there was anything wrong with what they did. After all, they were warriors with weak spiritual power, so it was normal for them to do so. When Zhao Hai's psychic energy swept across Adam's Ascension Academy, he couldn't help but smile. Although there were 6 people from Adam's Ascension Academy, they were not united. They were far away from each other and were also holding fluorescent lamps. If a magician were to use a fluorescent lamp in such a dark environment, wouldn't he be a target for others? Warriors did not have high mental powers, so they could not use it to explore their surroundings. Hence, they held fluorescent lamps. However, warriors had strong bodies. Even if someone got close to them, they could react in an instant and fight. Mages could not do this. Mages were good at long-range attacks. In addition, their bodies were too weak and they were holding fluorescent lamps. Learning it was no different from courting death. Fortunately, these mages were smart enough to set up several layers of magic shields around themselves. However, this made their target even more obvious. This was because the general magic shields could emit light, which would not be a problem in ordinary environments. However, in such a dark environment, the glowing magic shields were undoubtedly as conspicuous as a lighthouse. Zhao Hai didn't plan to attack those people right now because he had already found the location of the specters and undead creatures. In addition to the specters and undead creatures, Zhao Hai also found a few demon beasts lying in a few small mines. However, what made Zhao Hai a little depressed was that the demonic beasts and specters were very close to the people from Adam's Ascension Academy, but they were a little far from him. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that this was actually a special arrangement that Margaret had asked Simpu to make. Of course, Margaret and Simpu didn't know where the specters and demonic beasts were. However, when Simpu had arranged the route for Zhao Hai and the others, he had made some adjustments. Margaret had asked Simpu to arrange for Zhao Hai to be a little further away from the Wudang Ascension Academy, which was why this situation had occurred. Zhao Hai arrived at the place where the specters were in a few flashes through the medium. However, he didn't touch the specters immediately. He was waiting for an opportunity. Zhao Hai had calculated that if the people from Adam's Ascension Academy continued to move forward, it wouldn't be long before they entered the territory of the specters. It would be a good time for the specters to fight with them, to see how good they were and how strong the specters were. It would save him a lot of trouble if the guys from Adam Academy were killed by the malicious ghosts. When he asked Margaret that question, he already had the intention to kill them. Although these people had ascended from the lower realm like him, and strictly speaking, there was no enmity between them, Zhao Hai believed that when these people entered the mine, Jin Changji must have told them to deal with him. Zhao Hai was no saint. As long as it was his enemy, he would kill them. He had to destroy it. Zhao Hai's entire body was now covered in dark energy. He had already fused with his surroundings. Even the specters wouldn't be able to detect him, let alone the magicians of Adam's Ascension Academy. Zhao Hai had learned this trick from the Lick. The Lick had the ability to transform the energy in its body into dark energy and merge it with the underworld's black mist. In reality, their bodies were still there. They had just adjusted the energy in their bodies. Zhao Hai had learned this trick as well, and it was perfect for this situation. Very quickly, the magicians from Adam's Ascension Academy entered the territory of a baleful specter. Zhao Hai had done a quick calculation. There were not just 5 baleful specters in the mine, but 7. However, these 7 baleful specters had their own territories and did not form much of an alliance with one another. Each malicious ghost had a few undead creatures as their subordinates. Among those undead creatures, there were human-shaped and demonic beast-shaped zombies. As soon as the magicians entered the ghost's territory, the ghost immediately discovered them. It immediately floated out of the mine cave it was hiding in and let out a shrill cry. The cry was very sharp and unpleasant. It really lived up to the saying, ghost wailing and wolf howling. Zhao Hai frowned when he heard the scream. He realized that the scream contained a hint of magic attack. Although these malicious ghosts looked like liches, they did not have a physical body. However, they were much uglier than liches. Their faces looked extremely ferocious, and their hands had long nails. They seemed to be able to attack with physical objects, which was somewhat unexpected to Zhao Hai. As the specter shrieked, the undead creatures under its command moved and sneaked toward the mages. In addition to them, a few other malicious ghosts had also brought their subordinates here. Even the demonic beasts that Zhao Hai had noticed had come. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these things, he didn't want to use his help. He wanted to see the strength of the people from Adam's Ascension Academy. Naturally, the 6 magicians from Adam's Ascension Academy had also heard the cry of the baleful specter. They all stopped in their tracks and gathered together, but there was still some distance between them. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. They were already at death's door, but they still doubted each other. It would be hard for them not to die. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, and in the end, he entered the dimensional city in a flash. The specters were extremely sensitive to dark energy. He did not want to be discovered by the specters and be a burden to Adam and his men. As soon as he entered the realm, he saw Laura and the others looking at a screen. The screen was showing the situation of the specters and the magic casters from Adam's Ascension Academy. The women were all sitting there with nervous expressions. Zhao Hai knew that they weren't really worried about the magicians from Adam Academy. They were simply treating this as a horror film. Zhao Hai coughed slightly, scaring the girls so much that they jumped up at once. At the sight of them, Zhao Hai burst out into laughter. At the sight of Zhao Hai, the girls pouted. After quite a while, they sat down with the others. Watching the screen, they all sat beside Zhao Hai. Although the 6 people from Adam's Ascension Academy were some distance away, they could still see each other. At this time, an old mage raised the magic staff in his hand and gently waved it. A magic array suddenly appeared. An array of light was emitted from the magic array. The light immediately turned into a huge ball of light, lighting up the area within 1,000 meters as bright as day. Zhao Hai nodded his head. This was a light element spell. It seemed that this old magician was actually a light element magician. Moreover, he could already use the formation spell. This was an impressive achievement. The younger magicians beside him saw the old magician's actions and quickly moved. However, they weren't all light magicians. They had all kinds of magicians, and they also used formation magic. Zhao Hai nodded his head lightly. The mine was filled with dark energy, and only light energy could counter dark energy. Although the Formation Devil's spell was more powerful than ordinary spells, it was not a wise choice to use the light element spell that could counter dark energy instead of the spell that he was not very familiar with. For mages like Zhao Hai who could ascend, if they were to use magic from the lower realm, they could use almost all elements. Even if they were not very familiar with it, they could still use some low-level magic from other elements. This was not a difficult thing to do. At this time, knowing that his opponent was a malicious ghost, a dark creature, the best choice was not to use the spell formation that he was not familiar with, but to use the light magic from the lower realm. This was the only way to ensure his safety. The baleful specter realized the effects of light magic, but it did not move forward. It remained hidden in the darkness, but it continued to scream. Other than launching a mental attack, it was also ordering its subordinates to charge forward. The subordinates of the malicious ghost were also undead creatures. They had a natural fear of light magic, but they couldn't resist the urging of the malicious ghost and slowly moved forward. As soon as the undead creatures entered the range of the light magic, black gas was emitted from their bodies, and they screamed in pain as their bodies slowly melted. The magicians from the Adam Academy heaved a sigh of relief. They cast their spells in the direction where the undead creatures came from, but they didn't hit the baleful specter. The baleful specter had already floated to its base and was staring at the 6 magicians like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. At this time, the other specters also made their way over, but they made the same choice as the previous specter. They had their subordinates attack the mages, but they had hidden themselves. The undead controlled by the specters weren't very strong, but their numbers were far from the 100 that Simpu had mentioned. There were nearly 1,000 of them. Although the magicians were powerful, they were already under a lot of pressure in this environment. Moreover, the undead creatures didn't go into the range of the light magic after they realized that it was too effective. Instead, they picked up rocks from the outer range and threw them at the magicians. These low-level zombies didn't move fast, and their defense wasn't very strong, but they were famous for their strength. The stones they threw were very powerful. Fortunately, the mages had cast a layer of defensive magic on themselves, so the rocks did not pose much of a threat to them. The mages were not stupid. They immediately shot magic at the undead. The zombies were slow and could not escape. The mages shot out by the mages were enhanced by magic arrays, so they were very powerful. Hence, the 1,000 undead creatures were exterminated by the mages in no time. However, even though the mages had destroyed the undead creatures, they didn't manage to hurt their target, the vengeful spirits. Not only were the malicious ghosts unharmed, but if the mages made a big move, they would also attract the monstrous beasts. It was strange. The monstrous beasts seemed to be able to sense the presence of the malicious ghosts, but they lived in peace. They did not attack each other, but instead targeted the mages. NBSB, these demonic beasts were not simple. When Zhao Hai used his mental power to observe them, he had already noticed that they had some reaction. This was what Zhao Hai was most surprised about. Zhao Hai's psychic energy could be hidden very well, but the demon beasts and the specters could sense it. From this, Zhao Hai could confirm that the demon beasts and specters were at least close to king tier. With such strength, they would be considered experts even in the underworld. Although they were no match for the magicians, if they were to fight, the magicians might not be their match. Although the magic array was extremely powerful, it also required a lot of mental strength. These mages had just ascended not long ago, and the magic staves they were holding were the ones they used in the lower realm, not the array staves in the mechanical array realm. Therefore, the attack just now had already wasted a lot of mental strength. If those demon beasts and malicious ghosts were to attack them, they would have been killed. It would be very difficult for them to stop him. Zhao Hai sat in his interspace, quietly looking at the screen. The specters and monsters had surrounded the 6 magicians, ready to attack at any moment. However, the magicians did not seem to realize that they were surrounded. They were still moving forward carefully. Zhao Hai had long since noticed that the environment in the mine was similar to the underworld. Not only was there an abundance of dark energy, but there was also a slight spiritual suppression. It would suppress one's spiritual power to a certain extent. However, Zhao Hai had already gotten used to the suppression in the underworld. Coupled with his strong spiritual power, it did not affect him much. Zhao Hai knew that the magicians were not far away. The baleful specters and the demon beast were very sensitive. They still felt that the magicians could fight, so they did not attack them. However, once they felt that the magicians could no longer pose a fatal threat to them, they would not hold back. However, Zhao Hai did not look happy at all. Even his expression of enjoying the show had disappeared. The behavior of these malicious ghosts and demonic beasts was too unusual. They were too smart and knew how to work together. This was not something that ordinary wild malicious ghosts and demonic beasts could do. Of course, this didn't mean that these malicious ghosts and demonic beasts were controlled by someone. The possibility of this was very low. Moreover, those cultivators wouldn't come to this planet for no reason. There was nothing on this planet that was worth their attention. Even this mine with a lot of yin qi had about the same spiritual qi as the underworld. It was far worse than the other places in the cultivation world. All these signs indicated that these malicious ghosts and demon beasts were not under the control of humans. However, they gathered in this cave as if they were guarding something. What were they guarding? Could it be that there was something like the heart of the underworld in this cave that was worth their protection? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's brows furrowed even more. However, Laura and the others didn't have the time to care about Zhao Hai. They were all staring at their boss's screen. They were watching this battle like it was a horror movie. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and a small projection appeared in front of him. The projection showed the 4 warriors from the Wilderness College. They had clearly heard the sounds of the mages fighting the undead and were rushing over. Zhao Hai did not stop them, and he would not stop them. Although the Ashley family and the Bei family had some friendship, Zhao Hai could see that it was not a deep friendship. Otherwise, they would not have refused Marjorie's invitation to form a team with him. Zhao Hai divided people into several types. The first type was family, like Laura. He could do anything for his family, and anyone who dared to touch his family would have to die. The second type of people were friends like Odin and the others. When Odin and the others were in trouble, Zhao Hai would help them, but he would not treat them like he would his family. However, when Zhao Hai was in trouble, if Odin and the others could help but not, then they would no longer be friends. The third type were the passers-by. These people had nothing to do with him. He didn't care about their lives because they had nothing to do with him. He wasn't a saint. The fourth type was the enemy. Needless to say, all the enemies must be eliminated. As for the people from the Wilderness College, they were just passers-by in Zhao Hai's eyes. Their life and death had nothing to do with Zhao Hai, so he wouldn't take the initiative to kill them. However, if they wanted to die, Zhao Hai wouldn't stop them. Before the Wilderness Academy's warriors could reach the Adam Academy's mages, the dark magic beasts started attacking them, but the specters didn't move. However, the dark magical beasts alone were enough to make the magicians suffer. There were a total of 12 of them, and their strength was comparable to the king-tier powerhouses of the underworld. Most importantly, although they were dark creatures, they weren't undead creatures. In other words, the energy in their bodies belonged to the dark element, and they were real living creatures. Ordinary light magic wouldn't be able to do much damage to them. Out of the 12 dark creatures, 10 of them looked like wolves. However, they didn't have fur on their bodies. Instead, they had scales on their bodies, making them look extremely ferocious. The remaining 2 were snake-shaped dark creatures. They were black all over, and their scales were black as well. They could completely merge with the darkness. These snakes didn't look thick, and normal people could grab them in their hands. However, they were very long. The first snake was nearly 20 meters long. When Zhao Hai was looking up information on planet Tyrone, he had seen the introduction of this snake. This snake was very famous on planet Tyrone. They were close relatives of the iron thread snake, called the poisonous dragon iron thread. The poisonous dragon iron wire was a kind of venomous snake native to the peaceful star. Their bodies were as hard as steel, and the most important thing was that they were very poisonous. Even their scales were poisonous, let alone their venomous fangs. If one was bitten by this kind of snake, even a grade 4 warrior would not be able to withstand it. Those wolf-like demonic beasts were not so simple. They were called poison scale wolves, and they lived in groups. Each group was composed of about 5 to 10 adult poison scale wolves. They were not very strong, but their whole body was poisonous and they could spray venom from their mouths. This venom could corrode people's Zhen Qi and magic. If it touched a person, they would turn into a pool of black water in an instant. It was very powerful. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't find this information himself. It was Laura and the others who helped him. After knowing that Zhao Hai was going to Planet Tyrone, they began to search for information. Planet Tyrone was very famous in the field of arrays. Thus, they found information about Planet Tyrone. The venomous scaled wolf and the venomous dragon iron thread snake were the most dangerous demonic beasts on Planet Tyrone. The poison scale wolves slowly walked out of the shadows and were exposed to light magic. The range of the old mage's light magic was not as wide as before, which showed that his mental power was being consumed very quickly. The mages' faces changed when they saw the poison scale wolves. They had come to eliminate specters, but they did not expect to encounter the poison scale wolves. They were not stupid. They had done some research on Tyruo Star, so they knew how powerful the poison scale wolves were. A young mage could not help but shout when he saw the poison scale wolf. Poison scale wolf. How could there be such a thing here? Aren't there only malicious ghosts? No one answered him, and the mages' faces did not look good. However, at this time, the poison scale wolves had already launched an attack on them. Only a few poison scale wolves jumped up to attack them, but the two iron snakes did not appear under the light magic, but climbed up along the mine hole on the side. Zhao Hai frowned when he saw the poison scale wolves' attacks. Although the wolves were strong, they did not seem to be able to fly. This was strange. If they were in the lower realm, magical beasts at the level of the poison scale wolf could fly. Why couldn't they? This was a little abnormal. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the venomous scales had already engaged the 6 magicians. The venomous dragon metal mother snake and the 7 specters were like assassins lying in ambush, ready to deal the 6 magicians a fatal blow at any time. A poison-scaled wolf pounced on a mage. Although the wolf could not fly, it could jump very high. It actually jumped 100 meters high. The mage did not expect the poison-scaled wolf to be able to jump so high. He was not prepared for it, and the poison-scaled wolf crashed into his protective shield. Boom! The magician's protective shield shook violently, and he was sent flying by the poison-scale wolf. While he was flying, his protective shield was broken. Mage's expression changed drastically. His shield had been enhanced by a magic array. It was a shield created by the magic array. Although it was only a shield, it was much stronger than the shield he had created with his own magic. However, such a shield was broken by the poison scale wolf in one hit. However, the poison scale wolf that had hit him had also used up all its strength and fell from the air. However, the poison scale wolf turned over in the air and gently landed on the ground like a leaf. The magician heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to cast another protective barrier around himself, he suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up. He was shocked and flew forward. However, it was too late. Just as he was about to fly forward, he felt a cold sensation on his neck, followed by a violent sensation on his arm. Then he lost all consciousness. The other magicians did not notice him, but Zhao Hai did. A poisonous dragon iron thread snake was wrapped around his neck. It was the snake that had wrapped around his neck and bit his arm. With the power of the poisonous dragon iron wire snake, it could have killed him, but he didn't fall. The female iron snake around his neck straightened its body like a bowstring and hit the magician's neck. The magician was sent flying into the darkness outside the light spell, while the female iron snake used the force of the hit to hit another magician. The magician who had been thrown into the darkness by the snake did not fall to the ground. Malicious spirit pounced on the man's corpse like a bolt of lightning. Then the malicious spirit's body slowly dissolved into the man's body. The eyes of the magician, who had already stopped breathing, suddenly widened. However, this time a black light flashed in his eyes, which was then replaced by a crazy killing intent. The magician floated back into the range of the light spell. However, as soon as he floated in, his body emitted a black aura. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes, but he did not make a sound. Instead, he slowly floated towards another magician. This magician was the old magician who had used the light spell. Zhao Hai looked on calmly. When the venomous dragon steel thread snake flicked the magician into the dark shadow, Zhao Hai knew that there must be a backup plan. He thought that the specters would turn the magician into an undead creature, but he didn't expect that the specter would possess him. Possession, also known as ghostly possession, was a widely spread ability of ghosts on Earth. However, Zhao Hai had never seen any undead creatures with such an ability, be it on the Ark continent or in the underworld. He didn't expect to see one here on planet Tyruo. The possessed magician had already reached the side of the old magician. Although the magicians from the Adam Academy weren't united, they weren't stupid. They knew very well that the old magician was the only light magician among them. If the old magician were to die, it would be even more difficult for them to deal with the malicious ghosts and the dark beasts. So they slowly surrounded the old mage and protected him. But at this time, they didn't see the appearance of the poisonous dragon iron wire snake biting the mage, so when the mage appeared, they didn't suspect anything. The possessed mage came to the old mage very smoothly. The malicious spirit had been pretending to resist the poison scale wolves, and it was slowly approaching the old mage. Soon it was only 5 meters away from the old mage. Although the old mage had noticed him, he did not attack him. The range of the old mage's light magic was even smaller now. Moreover, because there were mages around him for protection, even the protective shield on his body was made with magic from the lower realm, not the magic of the formation demon. Zhao Hai knew that the old man's mental strength was about to be exhausted. With the old man's strength, his mental strength should not have been exhausted so quickly. However, he was not very familiar with the formation devil's technique, so his mental strength was being consumed very quickly. Another reason was that they had underestimated the enemy. These mages must have seen undead creatures in the lower realm, but they didn't take them seriously this time. That was why they didn't pay attention to strategy and attacked directly. As a result, they consumed their mental strength too quickly, but they couldn't kill the specter. Just as the old magician was distracted, the possessed magician pounced on him. At the same time, he reached out his hands. They were no longer the hands of the old magician. They had long black nails and looked disgusting. The old mage was not on guard against him at all. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. The speed of the malicious spirit was extremely fast. Before the old mage could react, the malicious spirit had already pounced on him. A pair of sharp nails had already cut through the old mage's throat. The old magician made a gurgling sound as he looked at the vengeful ghost in horror. Then the power in his body slowly disappeared, and the light spell in his hand disappeared as well. After the death of the old mage and the disappearance of the light element magic, the rest of the malicious ghosts immediately screamed and pounced on the 4 remaining mages. The few poison-scaled wolves and poison dragon iron wire snakes also pounced on the 4 mages. The 4 magicians panicked. They didn't expect the old magician to die just like that. He was their last resort. As long as the old magician was still alive, even if they couldn't kill the ghosts, they could still escape safely. Now that the old magician was dead, they didn't even have a chance to escape. The 4 magicians' panic gave the specters an opportunity. They screamed and pounced on the 4 magicians. With the cooperation of the demon beasts, the 4 magicians were killed by the specters and demon beasts in less than 10 minutes. After the magicians had died, the malicious ghosts immediately flew into their bodies and possessed them. At the same time, the demon beasts also went into hiding, because they could feel that someone had entered their territory. This time, it was the 4 warriors from the Wilderness College who entered their territory. They held fluorescent lights in their hands as they quickly flew over. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 of them and sighed. If they had come a few minutes earlier, they might have been able to team up with the magicians. Even if they couldn't kill all the specters, they could have escaped unscathed. But they've only arrived now, and it's too late. They don't have a chance. Laura and the others nodded. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, aren't you going to make a move now? There's no rush. If I were to make a move now, wouldn't I be telling everyone that I've been watching from the side? At the very least, I'll wait for them to suffer casualties before I make my move." Laura nodded her head and did not say anything. She and the others had experienced as much as Zhao Hai. They were also very clear about the dark side of human nature. Moreover, after being with Zhao Hai for a long time, they would not be polite to their enemies. Soon, the warriors from the Wilderness Academy started fighting with the ghosts. Although the ghosts had completed their possession, they couldn't use the mages' magic. In addition, the warriors were very cautious, so the ghosts didn't have a chance to sneak attack. They could only attack. These warriors were cooperating with each other. It was obvious that the Academy had given them instructions. Therefore, even though they were under the attack of 7 malicious ghosts and 12 demon beasts, they were still able to hold on. However, their expressions were not very good. They had already discovered that the 6 magicians were all dead, and there were 4 malicious ghosts that attacked them instead of 5. Among the 7 malicious ghosts, 6 had already possessed the 6 magicians, and only 1 had not. With the addition of the 12 high-level demon beasts, they could not win against such a combination. Retreating was their only choice. One of the 4 warriors said in a deep voice, "Wu Quan, Lanjiang, you 2 hold them off for a while. Finny and I will release our sword chi to attack them. It would be best if we can kill the 2 of them. Then we will immediately retreat. The situation here is more serious than what teacher said. We are not their match." The other 3 warriors responded, and 2 of them waved their swords even more urgently, blocking the attacks of the magical beasts and malicious ghosts for the other 2. The other 2 held their swords and regulated their breathing, preparing to attack with their sword chi. Their auras grew stronger and stronger. Finally, even the swords in their hands lit up. Then they shouted at the same time and waved their swords forward. A sword chi slashed at the 2 poison-scaled wolves. The 2 poison-scale wolves were still attacking, and they were still in the air, so they had nowhere to hide. They were hit by the sword chi, which cut through their bodies like paper. The 2 poison-scale wolves were cut into 4 halves, and they fell to the ground with a scream. Their internal organs were scattered on the ground, and they twitched twice before they died. That was not all. They continued to wave out a few more sword cheese, killing 2 more poison scale wolves, 2 malicious ghosts, and a poisoned dragon iron thread snake. Their attacks finally made the remaining malicious ghosts and demonic beasts feel a trace of fear. They all stopped attacking and slowly retreated into the darkness, no longer making any sound. The warriors were not naive enough to think that the ghosts and demonic beasts would stop attacking them. On the contrary, the ghosts and demonic beasts would be more dangerous in the dark. The faces of the 2 warriors who had released the sword auras earlier were now a little pale. It was obvious that they had overused themselves and would need some time to slowly recover. "Quat, retreat immediately," the man who had spoken earlier said in a deep voice. "Quat, the magicians from the Adam Academy are all dead, and the number of magical beasts is much greater than we had imagined. There are also demon beasts helping us. We're no match for them. We'll go back and find our teacher." The other 3 people immediately responded, and the 2 people who didn't release sword chi protected the 2 people who released sword chi as they slowly retreated. Zhao Hai saw that it was about time. He stood up and turned to Laura. "Quat, all right, it's almost time. It's my turn. My dear wives, watch my performance. Quat." Laura and the others joined in the fun and gave him a warm round of applause. Zhao Hai laughed heartily as he flashed out of the medium and arrived at the mine. The place where he appeared was still some distance away from the place where the warriors and the specters were fighting. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to appear on the battlefield directly. If he did, it would immediately make people think that he had been watching the show from the side. Therefore, he moved away and pretended to have just arrived. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared in the mine, he immediately cast a light spell. This light spell was cast using the magic formation spell, and it was not a large-scale attack. The light from the spell was extremely concentrated. The light from the spell was like the lamp of a searchlight, emitting a strong light. Zhao Hai let out a loud roar and flew towards the battlefield. He was extremely fast, and a blood lotus staff had already appeared in his hand. He held the staff horizontally, and the blood lotus on the staff was pointed forward. The light magic array was in front of the staff, and it was like a sharp sword, piercing through the darkness. Zhao Hai did this to let the warriors see him. He hoped that the warriors would stop and fight with him. That way he would not be suspected at all. If the warriors left, Adam's men might suspect him. Zhao Hai had caused such a huge commotion that it was impossible for the warriors not to notice. The moment the warriors saw the white light shooting towards them at a high speed, they knew who it was. This time, a total of 3 academies had come here to train. The Adam Academy's 6 people had already been completely wiped out, while the one from the Wriggling Ancient Academy had never appeared. The person who had appeared now was naturally that person from the Wriggling Ancient Academy. At the thought of this, the few warriors could not help but hesitate. One of them said, "Campo, what do we do now?" "Do you still want to retreat?" Campo glanced at the light and said, "Quat, that's a light spell, which is effective against undead creatures. Let's stop and fight with him. If we retreat now, we will fail this trial. Quat." Rest of them nodded their heads. The 4 of them stopped and let out a sharp whistle at the same time. Wu Quan and Lan Jiang once again protected Campo and Finny in the middle, allowing them to recover their strength as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's speed was extremely fast. At first, he pretended to be slightly off from the warrior's position. However, after the warriors howled, he immediately adjusted his direction and flew over at his fastest speed. Not long after, Zhao Hai arrived beside the warriors. Zhao Hai had already noticed that the vengeful spirits and the dark demon beasts had surrounded them. Zhao Hai looked at the warriors and smiled. "So it's a few friends from the Wilderness Academy. I just felt an energy fluctuation here. Did you find the malicious ghosts?" Campo and the others bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, sir. That's right. We just saw those baleful specters. They've already taken care of a few of the Adam Academy's students. They're probably around us now. Sir, please be careful." "Quad. Really?" Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows. "I didn't expect 5 malicious ghosts to have such great abilities." Campo immediately replied, "Sir, it's not 5 hostile ghosts. It's 7 hostile ghosts and 12 demonic beasts. However, only 5 hostile ghosts and 7 demonic beasts are left. We've already destroyed the remaining few." "Quat." "Quado," Zhao Hai replied, then laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, a magic array appeared on his staff. Following that, the magic array exploded violently, and a huge white light illuminated the area within 1,000 meters of Fang Yuan. The vengeful spirits and demonic beasts were naturally unable to hide. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he saw the ghosts and demonic beasts. "Good demons, you do have some skills. Unfortunately, you will all die." A magic array suddenly appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. This magic array was different from the light magic array. Once this magic array was released, the surrounding dark energy was no longer under the control of the light magic. It flew directly toward the magic array. At the same time, the color of the magic array became darker and darker until it was black. Then, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the magic array expanded, covering the specters. The ghosts screamed and tried to struggle, but they found that they couldn't move at all. Zhao Hai shouted, "Collect." As soon as he finished speaking, the magic array suddenly retracted. Campo and the rest saw a few black shadows flying out of the corpses of the mages. Then the corpses fell to the ground like rocks. This was also a type of black magic, but the black magic from before wasn't this powerful. After the magic array's enhancement, the power of the black magic increased by several times. That was why Zhao Hai was able to subdue it and throw it into the origin space. As soon as the ghosts entered the medium, a notification came from the medium. Quat, a dark-type mutated undead has been discovered. This undead has a strong tendency to attack and is hostile to the realm. It will be subdued immediately. It has been successfully subdued. Quat. Zhao Hai didn't bring up the system notifications. Once the ghosts entered the dimension, they wouldn't be able to escape. The dimension's energy was not to be underestimated. After taking care of the vengeful spirits, Zhao Hai turned his gaze to the demonic beasts. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You bastards actually came to join in the fun. Just in time, I'll take care of you too." With a wave of his hand, a few small magic arrays suddenly appeared in front of him. There were a total of 5 magic arrays. The moment these 5 magic arrays appeared, the surrounding dark energy quickly surged into these magic arrays. It was much faster than the magic array Zhao Hai had used before. In the blink of an eye, the magic arrays had turned pure black. Zhao Hai looked at the magic arrays and said in a deep voice, "Gather darkness, tear space open." As he spoke, the 5 magic arrays suddenly split open from the middle. Then, a roar like that of an ancient beast came from the spatial crack. 2 black claws grabbed the spatial crack, and it suddenly grew bigger as if it was being torn apart by someone. Then, a head covered in scales emerged from the crack. This huge head was covered in black flesh, and its mouth was huge enough to swallow 10 people in one bite. The teeth on its upper jaw were exposed outside its lips, which made it look ferocious. In the middle of its black eyes, there was a vertical pupil that was like a sword, which made its eyes look even more cold and ruthless. The giant head looked around, then jumped out of the space crack. It let out a long roar, and a faint pressure came out of its body. The monster beasts couldn't help but shrink back, staring at the monster with fear in their eyes. Zhao Hai recognized it immediately. It was a black dragon, very similar to the dragons on the Ark continent. However, this black dragon was much stronger than the dragons on the Ark continent. The black dragon did not seem to be able to fly, but Zhao Hai thought it was a tyrant dragon just by looking at its appearance. It was nearly 15 meters tall, with 2 short but sharp front claws, 2 long and thick hind legs, and a thick tail. All of these showed its strength. After the black dragon let out a long roar, it turned its cold eyes to the poison scale wolves and the poison dragon iron thread snake. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a black flame at the wolves. The poison scale wolves immediately turned around and ran, but the black dragon would not give them the chance to do so. It immediately chased after them. He caught up with the poison scale wolves in a few steps. With a swing of his huge tail, he sent the wolves flying to God knows where. The poisonous dragon iron viper turned around and ran into a nearby mine. Campo and the others watched everything in a daze. They had never expected that the poison-scaled wolf and the poison dragon iron thread snake, who had been forced into a difficult situation by their own people, would be dealt with so easily. Wasn't this too simple? What they didn't know was that the poison-scale wolves that had been sent flying by the black dragon were not dead. Instead, Zhao Hai had opened a space crack and put them into his space, becoming his magical beasts. The same was true for the poison dragon iron wire snake. It was so scared that it ran into the mine without thinking. It didn't expect that Zhao Hai had already opened a space crack in the mine. The poison dragon iron wire snake didn't notice it and went into the space by itself. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the demonic beasts had been taken care of. He waved his hand, and a spatial crack appeared, sucking the black dragon back into it. After keeping the black dragon, Zhao Hai turned to look at Campo and the others. With a faint smile, he said, "Everyone, the battle here is over. I think there shouldn't be any more problems, so I'll be taking my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice. "Quat, the trial is complete. All students, please return in your own flying car." Zhao Hai nodded at Campo and the others before flying back to his flying car in a flash. It did not take long for him to return to his flying car. The flying car started up and returned to the ground. Only after Zhao Hai left did Campo and the others heave a sigh of relief. Wu Quan then turned to Campo and said, "Big brother Campo, just how strong is that Zhao Hai? How can he be so powerful?" Campo heaved a long sigh and said, "Based on his current standards, he should have the strength of a first-rank magic caster in the realm of magic arrays. However, he's a magic caster with multiple elements. In terms of combat power, he's much stronger than the average magic caster. Oh no, this is bad." "Quad, what's the matter, big brother Campo?" Wu Quan was stunned. "Didn't you already complete the trial?" Campo said in a deep voice. "Quat, Adam Academy and the Wangu Academy have always been at odds, and our Wilderness Academy's relationship with the Wangu Academy isn't bad. But in this trial, a few mages from Adam Academy died. Although this matter has nothing to do with us or Zhao Hai, I'm afraid Adam's people won't believe it." We're not afraid of anything in the academy, but once we leave, we're afraid of retaliation. That'll be troublesome. Brothers, who has spatial equipment, take the corpses of those mages away. When we go back, we'll have something to report. Only then did Wu Quan and the others understand Campo's meaning. However, they had left their interspatial equipment for their family members when they ascended. They did not have any now. Lan Jiang looked at the corpses of the magicians and said, "Big Brother Campo, these mages might have it on them. Let's go and take a look. If they have it, we can use their spatial equipment to put them back." These words reminded Campo. He nodded and said, "Quat, that's right. I forgot about that. Let's go down and see who it is." Quat, after that, they landed from the sky and walked to the mages. They checked carefully and found 3 spatial equipment. They immediately put the mages' bodies into the spatial equipment and flew to their own flying car. As Wu Quan flew, he said to Campo, "Quat, Big Brother Campo, since we've already decided to join the Kitano family, why don't you leave 2 invisible storage equipment behind and just give one to Adam's school?" Campo shook his head and said, "We can't touch these spatial equipment. I believe that the Adam Academy will definitely have a record of it. If we take it, we will only make them suspect us. Give it all to them. Don't worry, I've checked online some time ago. In the realm of mechas, spatial equipment isn't anything impressive. After we graduate, we can buy one with some money. There's no need to care about these things. Let's go, Quat." Wu Quan and the others were clearly very trusting of Campo. They responded and quickly returned to their flying cars, flying straight up. After a few more hours of flying, they finally returned to the mining city. Margaret, the other 3 mentors, and Simpu were already waiting there. Seeing Zhao Hai come back from the mine safely, Margaret heaved a sigh of relief. Not long after Zhao Hai came back, Campo and the other 2 also came back. After Zhao Hai bowed to Margaret, he stood behind Margaret and did not say anything. Campo bowed to his mentor and whispered a few words to him. The mentor's expression changed. He turned to Campo and said, "Are you telling the truth?" Campo nodded. "Quad, it's absolutely true. These are their spatial equipment. There are 3 of them in total." Quad, after saying that, he gave the 3 invisible storage equipment to his mentor. His Esper glanced at the spatial equipment in Campo's hands and sighed. He took it and walked toward Kim Changji. Kim Changji found it strange that the people from the Wilderness Academy and the Wondrous Ancient Academy had returned, but the people from Adam Academy hadn't. He didn't believe that the Adam Academy's army would be completely wiped out. Adam Academy had sent 6 people this time, 6 mages. How could there be no survivors? Instructor Dan walked in front of Kim Changji, sighed, and said in a deep voice, "Professor Jin, you don't have to wait any longer. The students from Adam Academy won't be coming back." After saying that, he stretched out one hand and showed the 3 space teleportation equipment to Zhang Tai. Kim Changji was stunned when he saw the invisible storage equipment in Teacher Shan's hand. His expression changed as he looked at Teacher Shan and said, "How come their space teleportation equipment is in your hand? Did you people from the wilderness kill them?" Teacher Dan did not expect Jin Changji to bite him like a mad dog. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. 6 more corpses appeared on the ground. These 6 people were the 6 mages from Adam Academy. After Teacher Dan released the corpses of the few people, he looked at Jin Changji and said, "Quat Jin, don't bark like a mad dog and lose your status. You're an old man, you can see how they died by looking at their injuries. The Bai family doesn't care about these 3 invisible storage equipment, so we'll return them to you." Quat, after saying that, he turned his hand and slapped the 3 space rings on the metal table next to him. When he raised his hand, the 3 rings seemed to be inlaid on the table. It was not obvious that they were hit inside. From this, one could see Teacher Dan's strength. Kim Changji's eyes narrowed when he saw Teacher Shan's actions, but he still snorted and walked toward the 6 mages. After taking a closer look at the 6 magicians, Kim Changji's face turned even gloomier. He could tell from their injuries that they had all died at the hands of specters and demon beasts. It wasn't man-made. It wasn't Kim Changji's first day as a teacher, and it wasn't his first time taking students out for training either. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that the injuries caused by the specters and demon beasts were real. After watching for a while, Jin Jingji slowly stood up. She looked at Teacher Dan and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Although Instructor Dan was angry at him for making slanderous remarks, he knew that it was because of a moment of anger. Therefore, he did not give Jin Changji any face. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Quat, there weren't 5 malicious spirits in the mine, but 7 and 12 demon beasts. Your men met them first and fought. As for the specific situation of the battle, Campo and the others saw it. They only felt the aura of the fight and rushed over. However, it was certain that the battle was over before Campo and the others arrived. By the time Campo and the others arrived, the 6 of them had already been possessed by the malicious spirits. Campo and the others fought with the ghosts and demonic beasts, but they couldn't defeat them. They could only retreat. Just as they were about to retreat, Zhao Hai appeared and destroyed the ghosts and demonic beasts. Jin Changji listened quietly. Not only him, but Ma Gri also listened quietly. When she heard that Zhao Hai had suddenly appeared and destroyed the ghosts and demon beasts, Ma Gree's eyes flashed with joy. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, is what Teacher Dan said true?" Zhao Hai shook his head. When I appeared, my friends from the Wilderness College had already killed 5 beasts and 2 specters. So of the 7 specters and 12 beasts, I only killed 5 specters and 7 beasts. I didn't see the rest. Quat. Kim Changji looked at Zhao Hai and said in a low voice, "How did you kill 5 malicious ghosts and 7 demonic beasts? You're lying." Zhao Hai snorted coldly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Campo coughed softly and said, "Professor Jin, of course Mr. Zhao Hai was able to kill 5 specters and 7 demon beasts because he's a level 1 magician. We're only saying that we were attacked by 7 specters and 12 demon beasts when we arrived at the scene, but we don't know exactly how many specters and demon beasts attacked our friends from Adam Academy." Kim Changji, Instructor Dan and Margaret were all stunned when they heard Campo's words. Margaret turned to look at Zhao Hai in surprise and said, "Zhao Hai, are you really a rank 1 magus?" he asked. Perhaps Kim Changji and Instructor Shan did not know Zhao Hai well and did not know what it meant for him to advance by 1 level. However, Margaret was very clear about it. Zhao Hai had just ascended to the field of mecha arrays for a month. If this was known to outsiders, it would definitely be a big deal. Before Zhao Hai could reply, Kim Changji's voice was heard. "Quat nonsense, how could he be a first-grade magician? You're lying, I don't believe you." With that, he waved his hand, and a magic array master with 10 overlapping magic arrays appeared in front of him. Then a large sword suddenly appeared from the magic array and slashed at Zhao Hai. Margaret also noticed Jin Changji's movements, but by the time she realized it, Jin Changji's huge sword was already attacking her. Margaret didn't have time to think and immediately stood in front of Zhao Hai. With a wave of her hand, a 5-layered magic array appeared in front of her. The magic array immediately turned into a water blue light shield, blocking her. However, Jin Changji was going all out this time, and Margaret was only responding hastily. Moreover, one was 5 overlapping formations, while the other was 10 overlapping formations. There was simply a gap of 1 layer. Under such circumstances, how could Margaret's water shield block Jin Changji's huge sword? The water shield was cut open by the giant sword, and the giant sword slashed straight at Margaret with the force of a thunderbolt. However, Kim Changji's face was ashen when he saw this. It was impossible for him to withdraw his magic. Jin Changji knew very well that although Margaret was only a teacher, her true identity was not simple. If he really killed Margaret, even the Addams family would not be able to protect her. Right at this moment, a fiery red shield suddenly appeared in front of Ju Zia, and when the sword struck the shield, it silently disintegrated. Fire countered metal. Jin Jingji's sword was countered by fire magic, which was why it was melted. However, this was also because the fire magic was extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been able to melt the sword. The mutual restraint of the 5 elements was also relative. It was impossible to use a cup of water to extinguish a volcano. At that time, it would not be fire restraining fire, but fire restraining water. When Kim Changji saw that his sword was blocked, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he noticed that the fiery red shield was a 5-layered magic shield, and it was cast by Zhao Hai. This discovery made Kim Changji's expression change. He could finally confirm that Zhao Hai was really a level 1 mage, and a very strong one at that. If he was not around, the fire shield would not be able to block his big sword. Although his big sword was blocked by Margaret's water shield, the water shield did not consume much of the sword's energy. After the water shield was broken, there was at least 7 layers of energy left on the big sword, but it was blocked by Zhao Hai's fire shield. In other words, the fact that Zhao Hai's 5-layered fire shield formation had been able to block the 7-layered sword's 10-layered shield attack was enough to prove Zhao Hai's strength. Margaret also reacted at this time. She looked at Jin Changji with an ashen face and said, "Quat Jin Changji, you're good. You actually dared to attack me. Fine, let's fight to the death today, Quat." After saying that, he waved his magic staff and was about to attack. Kim Changji came back to his senses when he saw Margaret's expression. He knew that he wouldn't be able to leave today if he really dared to hit her. He immediately bowed to Margaret and said, "Quat Teacher Margaret, you've misunderstood me. Please calm down, calm down. I really didn't mean it, Quat." When Margaret saw Jin Changji's appearance, she couldn't do anything. She looked at Jin Changji and said, "What's wrong? You believe me?" Kim Changji smiled bitterly. "Quat, I believe him. I just didn't expect that Keeg would actually send a first-grade magician to test himself. Teacher Marjorie, how many months has it been since he ascended? How did his strength increase so quickly?" The reason why Kim Chang JJI asked this was because this place was usually used as a training ground for ascendants who had ascended for 3 to 4 months. It was impossible for an ordinary person who had ascended for 3 to 4 months to become a first-rank mage. Margaret glanced at Kim Changji and seemed a little displeased, but she still said, 5 months. He's the most valued genius in the last 10 years of our Keeg. That's why we let him participate in the trial a bit later. You can only blame your bad luck. If he had encountered those malicious ghosts a bit earlier, your people wouldn't have died. I really didn't think that the malicious ghost that appeared this time would say this. At this point, Margaret and the others turned to look at Simpu. This time, Simpu was the one who had given them the information. It could be said that if Zhao Hai wasn't as strong as the others but was as strong as them, everyone who went into the mine would be dead. Although those who ascended from the lower realm had to go through training, it was undeniable that they were all geniuses, especially those of Zhao Hai and Campo's age. After developing in the mecha world for a few years, they would become some mid-level experts and be able to take charge of a region. If they all died here, it would be a huge loss. This was all because of the uncertainty of Simpu's situation. One look at their expressions and he knew what they were thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, it really isn't that my situation is wrong. The situation that I obtained back then was indeed like this. I don't know why there are so many demonic beasts below. Everyone should know what kind of person I, Xin Pu am. I will not harm those who have ascended from the lower realm." Hearing this, Magree and the others nodded. Sigpu would never harm someone who had ascended from the lower realm, because he was also someone who had ascended from the lower realm. When he ascended, he was only in his 30s and was considered a genius. However, he was severely injured in a battle. From then on, his strength could not be improved no matter how much he cultivated. In the end, he could only come here to watch over this trial site. Therefore, he had a special feeling towards those who had ascended. It was impossible for him to harm those who came to the trial. Margaret and the others could only sigh and admit that they were unlucky. They really couldn't blame Simp for this incident, because it wasn't the first time that there was such a mistake in the information or a huge increase in the strength of the monsters in the trial ground. They couldn't pursue the matter. They rested at the reception area for another day before taking the airship back to the academy. Zhao Hai and Margaret were still staying in the small airship that sent them here. The airships of the other academies were similar to the ones they took. Zhao Hai returned to his room and closed the door. There was no longer a single sound. Ma Ji didn't have any objections. In her opinion, Zhao Hai's obsession with cultivation was the reason why he was so powerful. However, she was wrong this time. Zhao Hai didn't go back to his room to cultivate, even though he entered the space immediately. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the origin space, he immediately said to Laura and the others, "Quat, you guys must take a good look at the terrain of the mine. I think it's very strange for so many undead and demon beasts to appear there. I want to see what's the reason." Quat. Laura frowned and said, "Big Brother Hai, can't we just ignore this? Even if there's something strange there, it has nothing to do with us. All right, don't worry about me. I just want to see if there's any treasure there. Haven't you guys noticed? Those undead and demon beasts seem to be guarding something over there. Otherwise, they wouldn't be living in peace and even cooperating with each other." When Laura heard Zhao Hai mention treasures, she immediately understood what he meant. Ever since they had arrived at the machine realm, Laura and the others had understood that it would be difficult for them to survive in the machine realm with their current strength. Furthermore, the machine realm was only one of the weaker realms in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai's current strength was only considered average in the field of arrays, and he was ranked in the middle among mages. It should be known that the strongest combat power in the field of arrays was the magic mecha and battleships. Mages were not even ranked. If he wanted to upgrade the inner space, he would have to find some treasures from the cultivation world and store them in the inner space. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to upgrade the inner space. Although Laura and the others didn't want Zhao Hai to take any risks, they had already seen the strength of the demonic beasts and undead in the mines. It wasn't a risk for Zhao Hai to go there. Thinking up to this point, Laura didn't stop Zhao Hai anymore. She nodded her head and said, "Quad, I see. All right then, but Big Brother Hai, you have to be careful." Quad. "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Zhao Hai said with a smile. After saying that, his body flashed and he appeared in the mine. Laura and the others immediately moved. They did not look at Zhao Hai through the screen. Instead, they took out a few computers and divided them into different areas. They checked the mine bit by bit. This was also an idea that Laura and the others had come up with during the past few days. They definitely couldn't go out and help Zhao Hai in fighting and killing. Now they could only do some supporting work. This was the idea that they had come up with. These computers weren't ordinary computers. They were all special computers made in the interspace. They were the same as the big screens in the interspace, but they were more convenient to use. Zhao Hai did not enter the mine on purpose. He was currently in the area where the specters and demon beasts had lived. The place where the vengeful spirits and demonic beasts lived wasn't the center of the mine, but a place to the north of the mine. It was the place where the Adam Academy students had appeared. If those malicious ghosts and demonic beasts were entrenched here and refused to leave, then there must be a problem here. Perhaps the thing they were guarding was here, so they were entrenched here and refused to leave. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared in the mine, he immediately released his mental power to see if there was any danger around him. After releasing his mental power, he really found something. The ghosts and demonic beasts that were originally here had already been taken care of by Zhao Hai, but now a few weaker little ghosts had appeared. Zhao Hei was slightly taken aback when he realized this. He then smiled and said, "This is interesting. Yin ghosts have appeared again. It seems like this place isn't ordinary. Laura, you guys don't have to check other places. Just look at this area and check it carefully." Laura and the others responded and immediately began to carefully inspect the area. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, cast a 5-layered light spell, instantly killing the little yin ghosts that had just taken form. Zhao Hai released his mental power and carefully observed the place, trying to see if there was anything different. At this moment, she suddenly heard Meg's deep voice. Quat, young master, I've discovered that there's a place with very dense dark energy in the southeast of your location. The dark energy there is even denser than in the underworld. It might be the place we're looking for. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. At the same time, a map appeared in his mind. The place that Meg had mentioned was marked on the map. Zhao Hai moved his body and appeared in that place. Zhao Hai was stunned as soon as he arrived at the place. The dark energy there was indeed very dense. It was even denser than the underworld. What puzzled Zhao Hai was that the dark energy there was not black, but silver. Dark energy was generally black. This was common knowledge. However, the dark energy here went against this common knowledge. This made Zhao Hai feel a little strange. At this moment, he suddenly heard an exclamation in his head. Zhao Hai was stunned because he realized that the exclamation came from Li Jai. She was someone who had seen many things, so what could make her cry out? "What's the matter?" Zhao Hai quickly asked. As soon as he finished, he heard Li Jai say, "Quat, big brother Hai, there is a mithril vein about 1,000 meters below where you are now, but that vein is very strange. All the mithril ores there are shaped like ghosts. It's too strange. Wait a moment. Big sister Lola and the others are looking for information about this kind of ore on the internet. Quat." As soon as she finished, Laura's voice was heard. "I found it, big brother Hai. 1,000 meters below you is a vein of ghost silver. Ghost silver is a very special mineral in the cultivation world. It's a type of mithril that naturally contains dark energy. It's also gold in nature, so it can be said to be a natural dual attribute material. It has unimaginable uses for making yin attribute weapons. It's a treasure in any world in the cultivation world. It's also very likely that it'll be born in the mine. The spirit of ghost silver is like a spirit of ghost silver. It has its own intelligence and can change its appearance. Its entire body is formed from the best ghost silver. If someone can take care of it, it'll be equivalent to having a mithril weapon that can change its shape. It's something that all the powerful people in the cultivation world want." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Really? That's great. By the way, what's the use of this mithril weapon?" Laura's voice sounded. "Quat, there's no other use for this mithril weapon because mithril isn't a particularly hard metal. However, mithril is the best energy-conducting metal. No matter what kind of energy it is, it can conduct it very well. This ghost silver spirit, on the other hand, has a very strong memory analysis ability. If a mage in the machinist world obtained the ghost silver spirit as a weapon, he would be able to combine some magic arrays and let the ghost silver spirit record it. When it's time to use it, it can be directly released through the ghost silver spirit, which will save a lot of time. It's good stuff. I'll go down and take a look." Zhao Hai nodded. With that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the blood lotus appeared in front of him. After he entered the blood lotus immediately dove down. Zhao Hai covered the distance of 1,000 meters in no time. The shadow that appeared in front of him gave him a big shock. He really didn't expect the ghost silver to look like this. Zhao Hai was sure that he was in a rich mine. There were many silver-white ores squeezed together. On top of the ores, there were ghostly faces. None of the ghostly faces were identical, but they were all extremely ferocious. Moreover, the ghostly faces on the ores emitted a powerful dark energy. The dark energy and the ghostly faces on the ores made them even more terrifying, making people not dare to look at them directly. Zhao Hai chuckled. He wasn't afraid of such things. With a wave of his hand, he immediately released a large number of undead creatures and began to move the ghost silver ore into the medium. When the first piece of ghost silver ore entered the space, a notification immediately came from the space. "Discovered a special silver ore that contains dark energy." After that, there was no more movement. Zhao Hai thought the realm would give him more answers, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He ordered the undead creatures to carry the ghost silver mines into the boundless space while he flew toward the mine. The undead were controlled by Kai. As long as they got a piece of ghost silver, they could immediately be taken into the dimensional city. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use the spatial crack to take it directly was that it would be faster to let the undead move it. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He moved forward bit by bit. As long as he found this place, things would be easy. Even if the spaceship returned to the academy, he could still come here to collect the ghost silver. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to see if he could find the ghost silver spirits that Laura and the others had mentioned. The ghost silver spirit was a good thing. Although it was a little useless to Zhao Hai, it was a treasure in the eyes of others. Zhao Hai had another idea. When he put the spirits of other ores into the space would produce a vein of the same ore. This time he wanted to see if he could also produce a ghost silver vein if he put the ghost silver spirit into the space. What Zhao Hai wanted the most wasn't the ore, but the spirit of the ghost silver. If he could find the spirit of the ghost silver and bring it into the realm, there might be another ore in the realm. At the same time, it could also give the realm more experience, allowing the realm to level up faster. To Zhao Hai, there was nothing more important than leveling up. After leveling up, his strength would increase, but once his strength increased, he would have nothing else. Although Zhao Hai wanted the realm to level up faster, he wasn't in a hurry. There was no point in being anxious. If he was too anxious, he might make mistakes. In a place like the cultivation world, mistakes meant death. Zhao Hai's spiritual power had been completely released. He sat on the blood lotus, which was now only the size of a human fist. He shuttled through the cracks of the ghost silver ore. The mithril ore behind him was disappearing at a rapid pace. With the undead in the space, it was too easy to collect the ore. As Zhao Hai walked forward, he suddenly felt a mental wave in front of him. This mental wave was extremely well hidden, but Zhao Hai could clearly feel it. Zhao Hai immediately stopped and stood there quietly. It was impossible for there to be any living creatures in this place. There was only one kind that could emit spiritual fluctuations, the ghost silver spirit. Zhao Hai directed his spirit power carefully in the direction of the spiritual wave. He controlled his spirit power to a low-level range because he was afraid of being discovered. Very quickly, Zhao Hai's spirit found the source of the mental energy. However, when he saw the thing that had sent out the mental energy, Zhao Hai was stunned. It was not a stone, a human or animal-shaped ghost silver spirit that Zhao Hai had imagined. It was an egg. No, Zhao Hai could feel it. It was an egg, not very big. The egg was about half a meter tall and about 30 centimeters in diameter. It was bright silver in color. There was no ore, soil, or anything else around the egg. It just floated in the air quietly and weirdly. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately drove the blood lotus towards the egg. When he arrived in front of the egg, Zhao Hai could not help but be stunned. He could feel that not only was there a very subtle spiritual fluctuation coming from the egg, but the egg was also trembling slightly as if he was afraid. Zhao Hai slowly drove the blood lotus to the side of the egg and gently touched it. The moment he touched the egg, Zhao Hai was stunned again. Not only was the egg shaking slightly, but it was also shrinking and relaxing slightly, as if it was breathing. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He could not help but slowly probe the egg with his mental power. He wanted to see what was inside the egg. As soon as Zhao Hai's spirit power entered the egg, he felt a suction force coming from the egg, sucking his spirit power into the egg like crazy. Zhao Hai was shocked. He wanted to withdraw his spiritual power, but he realized that he could not do it. The ghost seemed to have created a huge vortex that was sucking Zhao Hai's spiritual power into the egg. Zhao Hai realized that he had no way of controlling his psychic power. When he sent his psychic power into the egg, it was as if a tunnel had been built between him and the egg. The tunnel was constantly sending his psychic power into the egg, and it was impossible for him to close the tunnel. Only now did Zhao Hai realize that the space didn't guarantee his safety forever. If someone else used the same method against him, he wouldn't even know how he died. Just when Zhao Hai thought that his mental power was about to be sucked dry by the egg, another wave of mental power came from the egg. This wave of mental power returned to his head and replenished all the mental power he had just used up. Zhao Hai was stunned. He felt his spirit enter the egg and circle around it before returning. At the same time, it brought back some information. Zhao Hai could not help but close his eyes and feel the information. To Zhao Hai's surprise, there was nothing much in the messages. He could only sense loneliness, fear, and other emotions from them. It was like a child being locked up in a dark room. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know what was going on. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of joy in the mental energy transmitted by the egg. Then, the egg suddenly lit up, and the entire egg seemed to melt. It turned into a liquid metal along his hand and surrounded him. Zhao Hai was surprised, but he realized that the liquid metal didn't seem to have any ill intentions toward him. Although it wrapped around his arm, it didn't affect his movements at all. It even gave him a very warm feeling. When the liquid reached Zhao Hai's shoulder, it slowly gathered there and turned into the shape of a child. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing curiously. It was a little smaller than Heir, and it was wearing a doo-doo and a pair of shorts. It looked very cute. Zhao Hai looked at the little guy in a daze. Although the little guy was very cute, his whole body was bright silver and he looked like a little robot. At this moment, a spiritual wave was emitted from the little fellow's body. This spiritual wave revealed her attachment to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was stunned. He really didn't understand what was going on. However, he understood after thinking about it. This little guy seemed to have just been born and treated him like family. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still gently touched the little guy. The little guy rubbed his face against him. Although the little guy looked metallic, it was not hard at all. On the contrary, it was very soft to the touch. Zhao Hai smiled and brought the little guy back to the space. As soon as he entered, a notification came from the space. A mutated liquid metal man has been discovered. In order to recognize the host as its master, the energy of the liquid metal man will be extracted, and the host's genes will be improved. The host can now possess the ability of liquid metal. Because the host has absorbed the liquid metal as the spirit of the ghost silver mine, the realm has increased the ghost silver mine vein. Because the humanoid made of liquid metal has the ability to analyze and store things, the universal space analysis machine has been upgraded again. Host, please do your best. Soon after the system prompt, the all-purpose engine in the space had changed once again. The building where the analysis machine was located in became as high as 10 floors. There was a magic array in front of the door and another behind the building. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could not help but frown. Although he had obtained another special ability, his overall physical body had not increased much. These special abilities could help him when necessary, but they could not increase his spiritual power or increase his star technique. This was a problem for Zhao Hai. His star technique was still at the peak of the first level. He had not really reached the second level. He could already feel that he could break through to the second level at any time, but he had not been able to. However, to Zhao Hai, being able to obtain so much ghost silver and even being able to create a ghost silver vein in the origin space was already quite a big harvest. He wasn't greedy anymore. Zhao Hai didn't look at the analysis machine. He didn't need to look at it. Besides, he didn't use it much. He usually gave it to Laura or Heir. He rarely used it himself. When Zhao Hai returned to the villa, he almost fainted. Laura and the others were each holding a computer and directing the undead creatures to move the ghost silver mine into the space. However, they were actually in a competition and treating it as a game. Zhao Hai felt like fainting. At this moment, Heir flew to Zhao Hai's side and looked at the little guy beside him. She smiled and said, "Young master, is this the one that the system announcement was about?" Zhao Hai nodded and turned to the kid little guy. "From now on, this is your big sister Heir. You can follow her from now on. Those people over there are my wives and also your family. Seeing that you're wearing silver, I'll call you Yin Boy from now on. Yin Boy, go play with Heir." Silver Boy seemed to understand Zhao Hai's words, but he also seemed to understand what Zhao Hai meant. He cheered, and a pair of silver wings suddenly appeared on his back. Then with a flap of his wings, he flew up and flew toward Heir. Heir laughed when she saw Silver Child's expression and led him to play. Zhao Hai then walked over to Laura and the others and took a look at the game they were playing. Each of them was commanding 10 undead creatures and competing to see who could mine more. Zhao Hai didn't mind. Laura and the others were too bored staying in the origin space all day long. It was good to have something to do. He didn't care about them. With a flash, he went to an empty space and was ready to try out his new ability. Zhao Hai had long since noticed that the dark energy in the mine had been slowly decreasing the moment he had kept the Silver Boy. It seemed that the dark energy from before had been released by the Silver Boy, so there was nothing left for him to check. Zhao Dai's new ability was to turn his body into liquid metal. Zhao Hai was confused by this and tried to use this ability. As soon as he used this ability, Zhao Hai felt his body turn silver. At the same time, all the cells in his body turned silver. He also felt that his bones and internal organs had all disappeared. Now he could change his shape as he wished. Zhao Hai gave it a try. His hand turned into a sword, a bright silver sword. As soon as he saw the sword, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. The T-1000 liquid Terminator among Terminators. His body shape was similar to that. Zhao Hai smiled wryly. He felt like he was becoming less and less like a human. However, he didn't want the liquid Terminator. To Zhao Hai, Esper abilities were just one of his abilities, just like his swordsmanship. When he didn't use it, the energy wouldn't show up. It was just like if he didn't use a sword to fight, he wouldn't use his swordsmanship. Sighing, Zhao Hai started his training again. This time, he planned his time. Other than sleeping, he would spend every day condensing magic arrays. While he was condensing magic arrays, he would spend 2 hours familiarizing himself with the magic arrays he had already mastered, so that he could use the most appropriate magic arrays at the most appropriate time in future battles. Just like this time, the magic array he used, except for the last time when he used 5 overlapping arrays to deal with those demon beasts. The other times, he used the Formation Devil method, which was a magic array. However, he used the most suitable magic array at that time, so it could exert such a great power. If the mages from Adam Academy could also use the most appropriate Formation Devil method at the most appropriate time, then they would not have lost so badly. Having power was one thing, but to fully control it and make it his own was another. That was why Zhao Hai would spend some time every day familiarizing himself with the magic arrays. In addition to the 2 hours of magic array training, he also needed 2 hours to master the release of the sword aura. He was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. It would be a pity if he did not use the sword aura, which was a great killing intent. Zhao Hai had seen Campo and the others use sword chi. Once the sword chi was released, it was truly indestructible. As long as he could master the sword chi, he would have another trump card. This would be very beneficial to him in the future. Other than the magic array and the sword aura, Zhao Hai also used 2 hours to familiarize himself with his spiritual power. In the field of arrays, spiritual power was also very important. In addition to these, he also spent more time cultivating the star technique every day. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't deliberately cultivate the star technique, but now he had to. The star technique was a supreme cultivation technique, and raising its level was the most important thing. While Zhao Hai was studying the magic array, Kai Er's voice suddenly sounded. "Quat, young master, quickly return to the spaceship. Margaret is looking for you. Quat." Zhao Hai was taken aback, but he immediately reacted and quickly appeared in his room on the spaceship. As soon as he appeared in his room, he immediately heard a soft knock on the door. Zhao Hai quickly ran behind them. The two of them soon arrived at the command center. The command center was different from the last time Zhao Hai was here. The last time he was here, the people in the command center kept their eyes shut. They held their teacups and drank tea while looking at the device they were controlling from time to time. It was really not easy, but now it was a busy scene. Everyone was working hard on the instruments in front of them, their hands constantly tapping on the keyboard, and their mouths constantly reporting some information. The entire hall was noisy. Margaret did not say anything this time. She led Zhao Hai to the captain's side. The captain was still standing at his table, looking at the screen on the table with a very serious expression. He would give out orders from time to time. Zhao Hai was also looking at the screen on the table. Zhao Hai thought that the space pirates Margaret was talking about were those who drove spaceships and were similar to the pirates on Earth. But now, it seemed that it was not the case at all. There were only some people around the spaceship, some people flying in space. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw this. He did not expect these people to be able to fly in space. Furthermore, they were all wearing magic robes and warrior clothes. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret in confusion and said, "Teacher, are these space pirates? They are mages." Margaret did not look at Zhao Hai. She just nodded and said, "Quat, that's right, these are space pirates. Some of them have ascended from the lower realm, and some of them are from the array realm. Their strength is above level 3 and can fly freely in the universe. They specialize in robbing for a living, and when their strength reaches level 3, whether it's a mage's 50 magic arrays or a warrior's sword chi, they can all cause damage to ordinary spaceships. The Academy's spaceship is just an ordinary flying academy. There's almost no defense system, so it'll be hard to get rid of them." Zhao Hai's eyes widened in surprise. He was currently a 4th-grade magician, and a 3rd-grade magician could fly in space. It seemed like he could now fly in space with his physical body. Margaret did not notice Zhao Hai's expression. She was still looking at the space pirates and said in a deep voice, "Quat, under normal circumstances, space pirates would not attack the Academy's spaceships because they know that there is nothing valuable on the Academy's spaceships. Even if they could snatch the Academy's spaceships, they would not be of any use because no one would buy the Academy's spaceships under normal circumstances." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. He had already checked the information. In the realm of arrays, the Ascending Academy had a high status. The flying ship of the Ascending Academy was protected by the 3 major forces. Anyone who attacked the flying ship of the Ascending Academy would be hunted down by the 3 major forces. Quat, it's a little strange that these people showed up this time, Margaret continued. Quat, we've just left Tiantai Ruo Star not long ago, and they've already shown up. It seems like they've been waiting for us on purpose. Quat. As soon as he heard Margaret's words, a figure flashed through Zhao Hai's mind. It was Jin Jingji. Zhao Hai said immediately, "Instructor, could it be that Jin Jingji hired someone to do this?" This time, not a single one of Adam's men returned. He doesn't want us to return either. Margaret was stunned for a moment, then she swept her gaze over and shook her head. Quat, that's impossible. Kim Changji knows who I am. He wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Margaret's words, but his eyes lit up, because Margaret's words revealed a message her identity was not simple. However, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Quat, teacher, there are only 4 possibilities in this situation. One is that these people are real space pirates, but that's not very likely, because space pirates usually don't touch the Academy's spaceship under normal circumstances, unless they're ordered by someone. Second possibility is that they're from the Addams family's enemy family. The reason they attacked us is because they know that the Addams family has a grudge with us. They want to use this method to frame the Addams family. Let our Ashley family and the Addams family fight to the death, and they will benefit from it. The third possibility is that these people are really from the Addams family. They want to attack us here. After they've killed us, if the family asks them for help, they'll say that this is someone else's fault. They won't do such an obvious attack to draw fire to themselves. In this way, no one will suspect them. The fourth possibility is that these people are from the other opposing forces of our Ashley family. They want to attack us here and then frame the Addams family so that our 2 families will fight to the death. Zhao Hai's words were not only heard by Margaret, but also by the captain. The two of them were dumbfounded. They had not expected Zhao Hai to be able to explain so many things in such a simple pirate attack. Then which group of people do you think attacked us? Margaret stuttered. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Quat, first of all, these people can't be space pirates. Planet Tyrone is a training ground for the Academy. This isn't a secret. It's not strange for us to come here to test the secrets. Even space pirates wouldn't attack us, so they can't be real space pirates. Second, they can't be the Addams family. Although the magicians of the Addams family were destroyed this time, it's not to the extent of a serious injury to the Addams family. Quat, they won't take this risk because it's worth it. So these people can't be from the Addams family. Third, I don't think these people can be from the Addams family's rival family. Although killing us might cause the Ashley family and the Addams family to go to war, the people from the two families also know that there are no benefits in starting a war easily. By then, both the Ashley family and the Addams family will go all out to track down the murderer, and they will likely be exposed. So, although it seems like a good move to intercept and kill us, it is actually a very unwise act. So I don't think the people who are not the Addams family's enemies can only be one possibility, which is the biggest possibility. They are the Ashley family's enemies. They are blinded by hatred and will not let go of any opportunity to attack the Ashley family, so they have this operation. Zhao Hai's analysis was very detailed, and Margaret and the captain couldn't find any reason to refute it. Therefore, both of them nodded at the same time. Then Zhao Hai, what do you think we should do now? Margaret asked. Zhao Hai looked at the mages and warriors on the table and said, turn around and head back to planet Tyrone. We have just left planet Tyrone not too long ago. With the speed of the flying ship, it would be the safest to return to planet Tyrone. The enemy should not expect us to return. Once we reach planet Tyrone, we will send a letter to Jiafang and ask them to send people to help us. Margaret was stunned when she heard Zhao Hai's words. Then her eyes lit up and she turned to look at Captain Crick. Crick, what do you think? Crick thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. We are not far from planet Tyru now. As long as we turn around and fly to planet Tyru with all our strength, it will not be a problem to escape to planet Tyru with the shield of the spaceship. Even if we will suffer some losses, it will not be too serious. At least the safety of the people can be guaranteed. Quad. Turn around immediately and get to planet Tyru as fast as you can, Margaret said with a nod. Crick responded and turned to look at Zhao Hai. He immediately ordered the ship to turn around because the ship was not big. Although it was not as easy as turning around by one person, it was not very difficult. After making a turn, they immediately turned around and headed to planet Tyruo. The actions of the flying ship caught those who wanted to attack the flying ship off guard. They did not expect the flying ship to turn around and could not react in time. When they wanted to attack the spaceship, it had already flown far away. Although these people could fly in space, their speed was not as fast as the spaceship. The reason why they could follow the spaceship all the time was that they were waiting for the spaceship on the only way, just like those people who were lying on the train. They could not run as fast as the train, but when they ran at full speed, they could still keep up with the train for a short distance. These people were in such a situation. However, now that the spaceship had suddenly made a turn, those people could not keep up. Moreover, the shield on the spaceship was not just for decoration. It was a transformation of the shield from the magic formation spell. It was enough to block the attack of a 5th-tier mage. Therefore, the attacks of those mages did not have much effect on the spaceship. Although the spaceship had used most of its energy for flight, the spaceship had a layer of armor. Blocking the attacks of the mages and warriors would not be a problem. But now, Zhao Hai and Margaret didn't think so. After the spaceship made a turn, Crick immediately shouted, Quat, the reactor is at 100%. 80% of the energy is added to the thrusters, and 20% to the protective shield. Quat. At this moment, the body of the spaceship shook a few times, and a staff member immediately said, Quat, Captain, cabins 5, 7, and 11 have cracked. The pressure is changing. Quat, as he spoke, the speed of the flying ship slowly decreased. Crick said calmly, close the emergency doors of cabins number 5, number 7, and number 11. We don't want those 3 cabins anymore. Fly back to planet Tyruo at full speed. Quat. With Crick's words, the speed of the spaceship accelerated again, leaving the mages and warriors far behind. All space battleships had shields, but shields weren't omnipotent. In space, danger was everywhere. The battleships could be attacked by space trash, cosmic rays, or something else at any time. In front of some cosmic rays, the armor and shields of the spaceships were as fragile as paper. It was because of this that most spaceships would install some special emergency doors outside some of the cabins. The emergency door would only be activated when the hull was damaged. If a cabin was damaged, the emergency knife door would be activated at once. In this way, that cabin would be completely isolated. Even if the cabin was torn into pieces by the flight pressure, it would not pose a great influence to the overall structure of the battleship. A few cabins on Zhao Hai's warship were damaged because they were hit by the pirates many times. Crick immediately ordered to close the doors of those cabins to ensure that the spaceship could fly normally. If they didn't start the emergency door, the pressure on the spaceship would increase. In the end, the spaceship might be torn in two by the huge pressure. Then they would really be finished. Seeing that the pirates had been shaken off, Crick and the others were relieved. Then Margaret and Crick looked at Zhao Hai with a very strange look. They really did not expect Zhao Hai to be so calm in such a critical time. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple plan of turning back. In that kind of situation, it wasn't an easy thing to calmly choose to turn back. Although they were closer to planet Tyrone, it wasn't very close. They had been flying straight for almost a day. They had already walked almost one-third of the road from planet Tyrone to the academy. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would not choose to turn back. Zhao Hai was also aware of this. They could move forward, but if the Ashley family's enemies were really after them, there might be an ambush ahead. Therefore, Zhao Hai decisively chose to turn back. This way, they might have a chance of survival. He had made the right choice. Zhao Hai turned around and ran, but the magicians and warriors could not catch up to him in time. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to escape with their lives. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and just smiled without saying anything. Margaret did not ask Zhao Hai anything either. She just turned to Crick and said, "Immediately report the situation here to the clan and ask them to send someone to assist us. Use the fastest speed to get to planet Tyrone. We will rest there for a while." Crick responded. Although they hadn't reached planet Tiro yet, Crick knew that they were basically safe. As long as they entered the territory of planet Crick, they would be completely safe. In the Array realm, any planet had a defensive force, and planet Tyrone was an important mithril quank. It would be terrible if it was really robbed by someone. Therefore, the defensive force of planet Tyrone was much stronger than that of an ordinary planet. When the spaceship landed on planet Tyrone, the people on the ship heaved a sigh of relief. Margaret brought Zhao Hai back to the reception area and explained the situation to Simpu. She asked Simpu to arrange a place for them to stay. NBSB naturally, Siapu agreed and immediately arranged rooms for them. After the rooms were arranged, Margaret appeared in Zhao Hai's room in a flash. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat mentor, you're too kind. I'm just thinking for myself. If we can't get through this, the people on the ship won't be spared either." Quat. Margaret nodded, then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat Zhao Hai, I think after so many days, you should know what's going on in the bone camp of the Ashley family. To be honest, the bone camp is not as good as it used to be. There aren't many masters in the camp, but I still hope that you can join the bone camp, because at least you will be safe there. I will tell the camp master that after you enter the camp, he will gather the entire camp's power to help you. He'll definitely become a famous expert." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat teacher, you don't have to be like this. I said that I would join the Bone Battalion. I will definitely join the Bone Battalion. I will not regret it. Quat." Margaret nodded and said in a deep voice, "Quat, in the future, I will give you the greatest convenience in the academy. You can go and get used to it. As long as you think that you can completely adapt to the spiritual energy intensity here in the machine array realm, you can come and tell me. I can let you graduate early." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he had long wanted to leave the academy. He wanted to get used to the spiritual chi density in the array realm and see if he could level up. At the same time, he wanted to explore the array realm as soon as possible. He wanted to find a place and get a few legal identities for Laura and the others so that they could move around freely in the array realm instead of staying in the medium every day. "Yes, don't worry, mentor," Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret nodded and turned to leave. Zhao Hai also knew that the Bone Battalion valued him even more after this incident. Otherwise, Margaret would not have said that she would use all the strength of the Bone Battalion to help him cultivate. However, Zhao Hai had also obtained some information from Margaret's words. One was that there were no more experts in the Bone Battalion that could be brought out. This seemed to be true. The second was that Margaret's identity was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After Margaret left, Zhao Hai immediately entered the medium. When Laura and the others saw him, they immediately came up to him and said, "Big brother Hai, today's incident was really too dangerous. You have to be more careful in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, you don't have to worry." Margaret said today that I can get used to the spirit chi density in the machine array realm by myself after I return to the academy. I want to get used to the spirit chi density here as soon as possible and leave the academy as soon as possible. That way you can go out and walk around. You don't have to stay in the medium every day. Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others immediately became happy. This was really important to them. They had long seen the wonderful world of arrays on the internet and had long wanted to go out and see this world with their own eyes. Unfortunately, they never had the opportunity. Now that Zhao Hai said this, they were naturally happy. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's expression and felt happy as well. After a while, when Laura's excitement died down, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "We still have to stay on planet Teruo for a few days. I'm going to use these few days to look around planet Teruo and buy some real mithril. It would be a pity if we don't buy some mithril back from such a mithril production area. Zhao Hai quietly listened to Laura's words. He felt that Laura's words made sense. If he were to join the Bone Battalion in the future, he would have to have his own power. Otherwise, he would be isolated by others. Although Odin and the others were old, it was not a problem for Zhao Hai. Now he could produce some life-prolonging medicine in the medium, which would allow them to live for another few decades or even 100 years. Moreover, as their cultivation increased, their lifespans would increase as well. At that time, they might become a force not to be underestimated. As long as Zhao Hai showed his gratitude to them now, when he went to the Bone Battalion in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about them not surrounding him. This way, he would have his own power and he wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll cultivate with all my strength these few days. By the way, Kai-Er, I've never thought of using medicine to break through my bottleneck. Now take a look and see if the herbs in the space can help me break through to the second layer of the star transformation yin-yang art. I always feel that if I break through to the second layer, there may be unimaginable benefits." Kai-Er responded, turned around and flew away. The silver child had become Kai-Er's little follower, and he followed Kai-Er around all the time. As for Bubbles, she still liked to stay in the villa and hang out with Laura and the others. Laura and the others had gotten used to her presence, and they used Bubbles as a pillow and toy. Zhao Hai was too lazy to care about this perverted Bubble. Although this guy was perverted, his strength was indeed not bad. Now Zhao Hai still had a few things placed in Bubbles' body for him to perform the water refining technique. These things were the 2 adult green dragon conches and the ice tower that Zhao Hai had obtained from Bubbles' previous residence. There was no need to mention the azure dragon conch. Zhao Hai found that in the realm of arrays, as long as the azure dragon conch was refined, it could be used as a battleship. The ice tower itself was born from Bubbles and had strong water energy. Although it wasn't of much use now, it would definitely be useful in the future. Zhao Hai had just been in the space for about an hour when Kai-Er came looking for him. Zhao Hai knew that Kai-Er was here for the breakthrough drug he had asked for. Sure enough, Kai-Er quietly went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Quite young master, there are potions in the medium that can help you break through, but it will take some time to make them. Also, you need to pay attention to a large amount of spiritual energy when you break through. The amount of spiritual energy you can absorb during the breakthrough will have a great impact on your strength." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded his head. He understood what Kai-Er meant. He turned to look at Kai-Er and said, "Does that mean that the spirit chi concentration in the realm and the academy is not enough? It's best for us to test the concentration of spiritual energy in the array realm before upgrading." Kai-Er nodded. "Quat yes, young master, that's what I meant. Sister Lola and the others have just checked. There is a spirit gathering magic array in the array realm. It can gather a large amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. I have also analyzed it just now. As long as you slowly get used to the spiritual energy density in the array realm, the spiritual energy density in the space will also slowly increase. It will be the same as the spiritual energy density in the array realm. So, if you want to level up and make yourself stronger after leveling up, you will be able to increase your combat power. Quad, it's best to wait until you've gotten used to the spirit chi density here in the array world before setting up a spirit gathering array and then upgrading. This way, after upgrading, you'll be able to absorb a large amount of spirit chi and increase your strength once again." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quad, okay, that's it then. We'll talk about it later. However, you should prepare the potions for the upgrade first. It'll save you some trouble later." Quad okay, Quat Kai-Er replied and turned to leave. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, put aside the thought of leveling up immediately and focused on cultivating himself. He didn't come out of the inner space until dinner time. He thought that someone would bring him dinner today, but he didn't expect to hear a knock on the door not long after he came out. Zhao Hai scanned the room with his spirit power and found that it was Margaret standing outside. Zhao Hai was surprised. He was not very familiar with Margaret. She had only taught him a few lessons, and they had met less than 10 times in total. Zhao Hai was confused that Margaret came to see him again. However, he still opened the door immediately. When he saw Margaret, he pretended to be stunned and said, "Teacher Margaret, what brings you here?" Margaret glanced at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Quat, what's wrong? Can't I come? You shouldn't stay in your room and cultivate every day. It's best to relax once in a while on the path of cultivation. Let's go to the dining hall today. The crew will eat there and have a good time with them." Hearing Margaret's words, Zhao Hai finally understood why she had come to find him. Naturally, Zhao Hai would not object. He immediately said, "Quat, all right, please, mentor." Quat. Margaret nodded and led Zhao Hai into the restaurant. Zhao Hai had also noticed him. Since he had helped Margaret survive this crisis, Margaret's attitude towards him had changed, which was what Zhao Hai had hoped to see. When the two of them arrived at the dining hall, the ship's crew were all there. When they saw Zhao Hai, they all stood up and greeted the two of them. They were even more enthusiastic towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knew that they were so friendly to him because he had begged them to keep their lives. Being a sailor was a job with high pay, but being a sailor also meant that they had no talent for cultivation. Therefore, they were just ordinary people. For these ordinary people, it was their greatest happiness to find a stable and high-paying job and live a safe life. After all, their status was not high in the matter of cultivators flying everywhere. Zhao Hai didn't put on any airs. After returning their greetings, he sat down with them and started chatting. Zhao Hai's performance won the favor of the crew members. Soon, they got along well. Margaret and Crick were sitting at another table. It was a small table. Besides the two of them, only the two first mate of the ship were sitting there, which meant that the people sitting at the table were all people of high status. Crick looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. He turned to Marjorie and said, "Quat Miss Margaret, it seems that our Bone Battalion has sent an extraordinary guy this time. I think this guy must have been a god of death in the lower realm. Otherwise, he would not have been so calm in that situation." Quat. Crick and the two first officers were from the Bone Battalion, which was why the Bone Battalion was different from the other battalions. The others only recruited some cultivation geniuses and had no interest in others, but the Bone Battalion accepted anyone. As long as you showed extraordinary talent in that area, they would accept you. Margaret smiled and said, "Yes, this Zhao Hai is really good. You don't know, but he already has his own power in the academy. The mages who ascended at the same time as him, except for a few special geniuses, now all follow his lead. This guy knows how to conduct himself well. And you're right, I suspect that this guy was a slaughterer when he was in the lower realm." Quat. Crick and the others were members of the Bone Battalion, so they naturally understood what Juan Renta meant. The faces of Crick and the other two couldn't help but change. The first mate of the spaceship couldn't help but say, 10,000 slaughterers. It can't be right, he doesn't look like it. Margaret said in a deep voice, "Quat, judging from his recent performance, he's most likely a butcher of 10,000 people." Before entering the trial mine, he asked me if I would be fine after killing Adam's 6 people. When he asked me, he was smiling and didn't release any killing intent. In addition, he was calm in the face of danger. There are only two kinds of people who are calm. One is confident in their own strength and believe that they will be fine even if the spaceship is destroyed. The other type is people who don't care about human lives. I think Zhao Hai is the latter, which is why I'm sure he's a slaughterer. Crick looked at Zhao Hai, who was talking and laughing with the crew members. He couldn't associate him with a butcher who slaughtered tens of thousands of people. However, Crick also knew that he couldn't understand the various magical things of these people who practiced, so he was just curious and didn't say much. The second officer of the spaceship asked Marjorie curiously, "Miss Margaret, how long has Zhao Hai been in the Ascension Academy? How come I've never heard of such a genius like him before?" Margaret looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, "It's only been a month since Zhao Hai ascended. Of course you've never heard of him. Don't tell anyone. If others find out that he's become a first-rank magus in a month, he'll be in even more danger." Although Crick and the others could not cultivate, they had been serving the Flying Academy for many years. Naturally, they knew what it meant to become a level 1 mage within a month of ascension. This was the first time they had heard of such an achievement after being in the academy for so long. It was enough to show Zhao Hai's talent. Crick and the other two couldn't help but have their eyes light up. After the three of them were recruited by the Bone Battalion, their treatment was much better than that of an ordinary captain, first mate, and second mate, so the three of them were very respectful to the Bone Battalion. Now that they heard Margaret's words, they were naturally happy. Margaret looked at Crick and said, "You should know the current situation in the camp. Zhao Hai's strength is extraordinary and his talent is top-notch. From the way he completed the trial this time, you can see that he's not only a first-grade magician, but he's also very familiar with the use of the formation spell. His future development is limitless. It's because of this that we can't say that he's only ascended for a month. If he's not here, not only will the other families deal with him, I'm afraid that the other outer gate camps in the family will also deal with him. Those guys will not let the Bone Battalion rise again." As a member of the Bone Battalion, Crick naturally knew about the fights between the battalions. They knew very well that Margaret was not talking nonsense. If the people from the other outer camps of the Ashley family found out that Zhao Hai had such a talent, they would definitely deal with him. So they all nodded and said in unison, "Don't worry, Miss Margaret. We know what to do. All these years, our Bone Battalion has been bullied by the other battalions. Now that Zhao Hai has appeared, we can't let anything happen to him." Margaret nodded and then said with sparkling eyes, "Zhao Hai will definitely become the pillar of our Bone Battalion in the future. The rise of our Bone Battalion will be up to him." Crick nodded. They knew very well that if the Bone Battalion wanted to rise, it needed an expert to lead it, and now the Bone Battalion didn't have any expert to lead it. The Bone Camp didn't lack funds. For an outer camp like theirs, other than the family giving them a portion of the funds every year, they could also earn money. Although the Bone Battalion did not have any masters in charge, the speed at which they earned money was second to none in the Ashley family. However, the Bone Battalion also knew that if they revealed how much money they earned, they would be in big trouble. It was because of this that the people of the Bone Battalion hoped that there would be someone who could take on the responsibility. However, the Bone Battalion had been weak for many years, and the better people would not come to the Bone Battalion. So there had never been a master that could be brought out, which had become the Bone Battalion's biggest weakness. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to his room. It was already late, so he didn't plan on going out. He went back to the origin space and cultivated for a while before going to bed. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the inner space. After having breakfast in the restaurant, he was about to go out when Margaret and the crew came. Seeing that Zhao Hai was going out, Margaret's face darkened and she said, "Zhao Hai, where are you going?" Zhao Hai was taken aback. "Quat mentor, I haven't been out since I arrived at Tyrone. I want to take a look outside and bring some gifts for Odin and the others. Tyrone produces mithril, and the mithril products here are cheaper than in other places. Mithril products are very helpful to mages, so I want to buy some back. Quat." Margaret frowned and said, "No, you'd better not go. It's very dangerous out there now. Those pirates may come here. What if something happens to you?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's okay, mentor. I'm not completely helpless. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Quat." Margaret still shook her head, but she felt embarrassed to keep saying that Zhao Customs was in the room. She thought for a while and said, "All right, you can go, but I'll go with you." Zhao Hai was taken aback. He looked at Margaret in embarrassment and said, "Teacher, I don't think that's a good idea. There's no need for that. I can go by myself." "Quat, no way," Margaret snorted coldly. "Quat, either you let me go with you, or you don't go out. Quat." Zhao Hai looked at Margaret with an embarrassed look and nodded helplessly. "Quat, all right, let's go, instructor. By the way, do you guys want to go for a walk too? Whatever you guys saw, it's on me. It's my gift to you." Zhao Hai's last sentence was directed at the crew. When the crew heard Zhao Hai's words, they cheered and walked out with Zhao Hai in their arms. Margaret shook her head helplessly when she saw Zhao Hai being surrounded by the crowd. She really did not know whether she should praise Zhao Hai's generosity or blame him for not using the money properly. Although mithril products were much cheaper on planet Tyrone than in other places, they were still mithril products. There was a limit to how cheap they were. Other than mithril products, everything else on planet Tyrone was more expensive than in other places. Now, other than being a mineral planet, planet Tyrone was also a tourist planet. The most unique feature of a tourist planet was that things were more expensive than in other places. Zhao Hai was probably going to spend a lot of money today. Margaret impatiently followed behind Zhao Hai and the others. In fact, the mining city was not much different from other cities. The only difference was that the houses had been changed into mining caves, and there was no sun in the sky. Only the magic array was glowing. The other shops were not much different from other planets, but there were indeed more mithril products than on other planets. Zhao Hai and the crew of the spaceship were walking on the street. They didn't call for a taxi. They just wandered around casually. Other than some shops, there were also many small stalls. However, they didn't sell anything special. Zhao Hai turned his head away after a glance. As they walked, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a few hostile gazes directed at them. He scanned them with his psychic power and realized that they were a few magicians. They were sitting in a small tea house and drinking tea. They looked very relaxed, but their eyes would occasionally sweep over Zhao Hai and his group with killing intent. Zhao Hai had killed countless people and was extremely sensitive to killing intent. Thus, when those people looked at him with killing intent, Zhao Hai knew that they were probably the pirates. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He only said to Kai in his mind, "Kai, pay attention to the mages in the tea house over there. Record their images and check the pirates we met to see if they are the same ones." Kai nodded and went to do it. After Zhao Hai gave his instructions, he continued to follow the crew around. Suddenly, Zhao Hai noticed a shop with a magic staff on it. The sign seemed to have been in use for many years. It looked old. It was a wooden plaque. Compared to the other high-tech plaques, this one was not eye-catching at all. It was like an ugly duckling standing among a group of swans. However, Zhao Hai was staring at the simple plaque in a daze. He could feel waves of magic fluctuations coming from the plaque. It seemed like the wood used to make the plaque was definitely not simple. When the crew members saw Zhao Hai stop, they looked at him in confusion. One of them asked, "What's wrong, Zhao Hai? Why are you in a daze?" The crew members had come out to play with Zhao Hai, so they naturally agreed to his suggestion. They surrounded Zhao Hai and walked into the shop. It wasn't a big shop. Zhao Hai and the others had come with more than 10 people. The moment they entered the shop, the entire place was packed. Zhao Hai sized up the store. It looked like a very ordinary store. The shelves and shelves in the store seemed to be quite old. They were all made of wood and covered with glass. They looked very ordinary. On the shelves and shelves there were magic staffs. These magic staffs were all made of wood and looked very simple. On each magic staff there was a label with a price. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others entered the store, a robot came up to them. The robot bowed to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Quat, welcome. How can I help you?" Zhao Hai looked at the robot. It was a very ordinary robot. Although it was a little more advanced than Ding Dang, it wasn't too advanced. Zhao Hai didn't mind and said, "Quat, I need a few magic staves. Introduce me to their abilities. Quat." The robot immediately replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." The robot then walked to the side and took out a book from a shelf. The robot handed the book to Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, please take a look, sir. The information on all the magic staffs is here." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and opened the book. He realized that although it looked like a book, it was actually a projection computer. When he opened the book would immediately turn into a screen with a small projection. On the projection, there was a three-dimensional staff. The book would automatically make a sound and explain to Zhao Hai what the staff was made of and what magic arrays were carved inside. Even in the realm of arrays, such a thing was rare. Zhao Hai took the book and sat down on the magic staffs on the shelf. Then he found the most suitable magic staff for Odin and the others. Speaking of which, the magicians in the shop were quite good. All the magic staffs were made from wood that was very suitable for magicians. There were even micro-carvings on the staffs. There were either groups of 5 level 1 magicians or groups of 10 level 1 magicians. There were no magic arrays above level 3 in the shop. However, this was already very attractive to Zhao Hai. Odin and the others were not even level 1 yet. They would not be able to use a magic staff that was too high grade, so it would be enough to just prepare a grade 1 magic staff for them. Margaret stood at the back the whole time. She watched Zhao Hai choose his magic staff very seriously and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. To be honest, she felt that she could see through Zhao Hai less and less. Zhao Hai had become a level 1 magician in just a month after he ascended. He could be said to be a genius among geniuses. Such a genius should be very arrogant, but Zhao Hai was not arrogant at all. He was not only close to Odin and the other old magicians who had ascended. Even when facing those ordinary spaceship crew members, he could still make friends. This kind of person was really rare. Zhao Hai bought a total of 15 level 1 magic staffs, which cost him nearly 20,000 array coins before he walked out of the shop. Just as he was outside, Kai Er's voice sounded in his head, "Quat, young master, the identities of those people have been confirmed. They are the pirates who attacked the spaceship earlier. I have verified their identities one by one. I can't be wrong." Zhao Hai responded and took 2 steps back to Margaret's side. He said to Margaret softly, "Quat, teacher, the pirates are here. They're waiting for us not far away. We've been surrounded. Do you think it's time for Sir and the rest of the brothers on the spaceship to go back?" Margaret was stunned for a moment, then her face turned cold. She turned to Zhao Hai and said softly, "Are you sure?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure. I'm very sensitive to killing intent, and I can't die from just a glance. Before I went in to buy the magic staff, I saw a few people dressed like mages drinking tea in the tea house. I think I've seen them on the screen of the spaceship before. They were the people who attacked the spaceship. I can feel killing intent coming from all directions. It seems like they're ready to attack." Quat. Margaret trusted Zhao Hai very much now, so she immediately said, "All right, I'll have the crew leave immediately." Zhao Hai shook his head gently. "Quat, we can't say it directly. Otherwise, those guys might attack the crew and distract us. Teacher, you just have to be careful of them. I'll talk to them." Quat. Margaret nodded and raised her spiritual power. Zhao Hai looked around and sneered. He then turned around and walked to the crew members. He laughed and said, "Brothers, I bought quite a few good magic staffs today. These magic staffs are very useful. To celebrate my purchase, I'll treat everyone to a drink. The bar in front looks pretty good. Let's go." After saying that, he pointed to a bar by the road. Although the crew members did not understand why Zhao Hai suddenly wanted to treat them to a drink, it was a good thing to have a drink. They did not stand on ceremony with Zhao Hai. After a cheer, they ran into the bar. When Zhao Hai saw them run, he couldn't help but stand there and laugh. "You guys, the moment you hear about drinking, you run faster than anyone else. I'll see if I don't go in who will pay for you." The crew members didn't care about that. 2 of them who liked to joke even said, "Quat will charge you after we're done drinking. Let them go to you for the money. Brother, hurry up. We must get 2 bottles of good wine today." Quat. Zhao Hai seemed to be in a hurry to run towards the bar. As he ran, he said, "Brothers, don't go too far. I don't have much money." He had fully demonstrated the flaws of a mage's body by running very slowly. By the time the crew had entered the bar, he had not reached the door. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and could not help but secretly admire him. Zhao Hai had managed to get the crew into the bar with just a few words. Moreover, his behavior was natural without any flaws. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly shouted. A magic array appeared in front of him, and a large sword flew out of the magic array, heading straight for the 2nd floor of the bar. When the sword passed by, a magical barrier suddenly appeared on the empty 2nd floor window, blocking Zhao Hai's sword. However, after Zhao Hai released the greatsword, he immediately set up a 5-layered magic array. A fiery red spear flew out from the magic array and chased after the greatsword, striking the magic barrier. There was a vague figure inside the magic barrier, but he couldn't see what it looked like. The barrier easily blocked the sword, but he couldn't block the fiery spear that came after it. The spear pierced through the magic barrier as if it were a piece of paper and stabbed the man inside. The man screamed in pain, but the spear exploded. After a loud explosion, the man was completely blown away. What was strange was that although the man was killed, the bar had no other damage except for the broken window glass. However, Zhao Hai did not stop there. Another 5 magic array formation appeared and exploded. A black mist quickly enveloped the entire street with the magic array formation as the core. The street was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. As soon as the black mist dispersed, Zhao Hai immediately floated to Margaret's side and said softly, "Quat teacher, I can sense their position, but we're in this black fog and they can't find us. If they had just entered the black fog, we could have dealt with them." Quat. Margaret nodded. She had already felt that her divine sense was greatly suppressed in the black fog. Margaret was a level 5 magic array, and her divine sense was very powerful. However, her divine sense could only sense a distance of about 500 meters in the black fog, which was simply impossible in her opinion. Margaret nodded and said, 10 minutes is enough for them to leave. And don't forget, this is planet Tyrone. There are guards here. We've made such a big commotion here that they've already been alerted. 10 minutes is enough for them to arrive. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't care anymore. He caught Marjorie and entered the bar in a flash. The people in the bar also knew that there was a big fight outside, so no one dared to move. Some people had even hidden under the table. The magic that Zhao Hai had just used not only covered the street, but also the tavern. However, this magic did not affect Zhao Hai. After he brought Margaret into the tavern, he immediately let go of her hand and said, "Teacher, don't move first. I'll go find them." Margaret had never been held by a man before. Her face was red and her heart was beating fast. How could she refute Zhao Hai's words? She nodded. Zhao Hai moved to a table. Apparently, the crew members were drinking there. They immediately hid under the table when they heard the explosion. When Zhao Hai arrived at the table, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw their expressions. He knocked on the table and said, "All right, stop hiding." After saying that, he moved his hand and a light barrier appeared. The black mist around the table slowly dispersed, revealing the crew members. The crew members were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's voice. They looked up and saw Zhao Hai standing there looking at them. They were stunned and then jumped up. Zhao Hai gestured for her to keep quiet and said, "Quad, all right, listen to me. The pirates who attacked us are back. I just fought with them. You guys follow him immediately. He will send you to a safe place. Remember, don't come out unless he disappears." Quat. Zhao Hai waved his hand and summoned a skeleton. The crew members also knew that it was not the time to talk, so they immediately nodded and followed the skeleton. Zhao Hai then flashed to Marjorie's side. Margaret had calmed down by now. Although her mental power had been suppressed, she still knew what had happened in the pub. She had also seen what Zhao Hai had done. Now that Zhao Hai had returned, she immediately said, "Quat, the people outside didn't attack the black mist. Are they not going to attack?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, they are still surrounding the black fog. They just haven't attacked us. Maybe they thought that they wouldn't attack us. The more they do, the more dangerous it is. They are not in a hurry to act, which means that the guards on planet Tyrone won't appear for a while. They can act without worry." Quat. Margaret was stunned for a moment when she heard Zhao Hai's words. She then shook her head and said, "That's impossible. The Tai Ruo star is controlled by the 3 major powers. No one can bribe the 3 major powers at the same time." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, they must have used some other method to get the guards away. Teacher, I think we have to think of a way to deal with them. It would be best if we could break out of here." Quat. "Quat, all right," Margaret nodded and said, "Can you feel that their encirclement is weaker there?" Margaret was really regretful. She regretted that she had been too careless this time. On the entire spaceship, only Zhao Hai and her new magic. The rest of the crew were just ordinary people, and they could not help at all. Margaret was not a fool. He knew very well that the guards on planet Tyruo had not appeared even though they had been fighting the pirates for so long. It meant that the other party had made full preparations and was determined to keep them here today. Thinking of this, Margaret immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Zhao Hai, I'm afraid they won't let us go so easily even if we break out of the encirclement. The family's people will only arrive tomorrow night at the earliest. We'll be in great danger during these 2 days and 1 night. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Mentor, I think we need a place for the final battle. We can't fight in the city. We can't go all out, and we might get innocent people involved. If the 3 forces come after us after the battle, it will be troublesome. Plus, they have a lot of people, so it will be easy for them to surround us in the city. We need a more complicated terrain that is more suitable for us to fight." Quat. Margaret nodded and said, "Aren't you the best at black magic? Then, as long as we enter the mine, it should be more suitable for us to fight, right?" Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he heard Margaret's words. Quat, teacher, I've thought of a good place. As long as we lead them there, I can guarantee that they won't be able to return." Quat. Margaret was stunned when she heard Zhao Hai's words and said, "You mean there? Don't tell me it's that trial mine." Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, it's that trial mine. Teacher, the dark energy in that mine is extremely dense. I guarantee that once we enter there, my dark magic will be able to unleash 100 of its power. With my dark summoning magic, these people will be dead." Quat. Margaret froze for a moment, then frowned and said, "Will this work? Do you know the way to the mine?" And that mine is so far away from here, will those people follow? Zhao Hai smiled and said, they will. They want to kill us. The more remote we run, the happier they will be. Most importantly, if we lure these guys away, the crew will be safe. I don't think the mages and warriors will specifically attack the crew who can't fight back, right? The last time I went to the trial mine, I was already familiar with the path there. Teacher, you can rest assured. Quat, that's true, Margaret nodded. Quat, they won't easily attack the crew who don't know magic. All right, let's go. Quat. Margaret didn't even realize that she had unconsciously followed leader Zhao's lead. Zhao Hai sensed the direction of those people and sped up, flying towards the street opposite the bar. Margaret followed him. Zhao Hai took out a magic staff. It was not a blood lotus staff, but a light magic staff that he had just bought today. Margaret was stunned when she saw Zhao Hai take out a light magician. Among the low-level spells, light spells were considered the weakest. The power of light spells would only be revealed when they were at a higher level. Why was Zhao Hai taking out a light magic staff? After Zhao Hai took out his light magic staff, he turned to Margaret and said, Teacher, don't forget to close your eyes later. Margaret immediately understood what Zhao Hai was trying to do. She couldn't help but praise him in her heart. She knew that Zhao Hai was an all-elemental magician, but he was only a level 1 magician, which was the lowest existence among magicians. However, if he could use all his spells skillfully and in the most suitable position, his strength could not be underestimated. The magic formation spell was essentially the same as the magic in the lower realm. In the lower realm, an all-rounded magician was very powerful at a lower level. Of course, the premise was that they could use magic skillfully and knew how to use magic. To know how to use magic, one had to use the right magic in the right place. A spell that did not have a very strong offensive power could still kill as long as you used it appropriately. Even if a person had the strongest spell, if you did not know how to use it, it would be a waste. Hence, there was a saying in the magic world that there were no rubbish spells in this world, only stupid mages. The people who were preparing to attack them were all focused on the black fog. At this time, they suddenly rushed out and used a strong light spell. Even if it was a low-level light spell, it was much brighter than the mine. Many mages would lose their sight for a short time. When they couldn't see anything, they would naturally panic, and they could take the opportunity to escape. The two of them soon arrived at the street. Margaret also felt two very secretive spiritual fluctuations at the intersection of the street. It seemed to be the two mages who were guarding the intersection. These two spiritual fluctuations were very well hidden. She had not sensed them before, and even now she only had a faint feeling. If she had not focused her attention, she would not have felt them at all. This made Margaret even more surprised at Zhao Hai. She was a level 5 magician, but she could not sense the presence of these magicians, yet Zhao Hai could clearly sense them. This was too strange. Could it be that Zhao Hai's spiritual power was stronger than hers? Just as they were about to enter, Zhao Hai waved his staff and suddenly shouted, "Light explosion." As he spoke, a 5-layered magic array suddenly appeared on the magic staff in his hand. Then, the magic array exploded and turned into an extremely strong light. The light turned everything white, and the two mages who were monitoring the black fog felt a sharp pain in their eyes. Then, they could not see anything. Zhao Hai did not care about the two of them. He shouted, "Let's go," he said. After saying that, he flew into the alley. According to Zhao Hai's character in the past, he would definitely stab the two mages and kill them directly. However, now that Margaret was with him, he couldn't do that because he didn't want her to know his trump card. The two of them flew through the streets at lightning speed. Zhao Hai had already released a flying needle to scout the surrounding terrain. He knew exactly where they could reach the mine faster if they continued on. The more Margaret flew, the more curious she became about Zhao Hai. She saw Zhao Hai walking around the mining town. Although they were still chasing after a large number of mages, they had never been able to stop them. It was as if Zhao Hai was very familiar with the streets. Just as Margaret was thinking about this, she found that she and Zhao Hai had come out of the city and arrived at the entrance of a mine. The mine was surrounded by a fence with the words "Trial Mine Entrance, No Entry." Margaret did not expect that they would end up here. At that moment, Zhao Hai waved his hand and cast a spell. A big hole was blown up in the fence, and Zhao Hai flew in first. Margaret didn't have time to think too much at this time and flew in after them. However, Margaret could feel that the mages behind them didn't stop, but followed them into the mine. Margaret could feel that there were basically no level 5 mages behind him, and the highest was only level 4. Margaret was more powerful than them, but she did not dare to turn around and fight with them because there were too many people on the other side. After walking around the city so many times, Margaret had already felt that there were at least 50 mages chasing them. Not all of them were mages, but some of them were warriors. Moreover, these people were not weak, and the weakest was at least level 2. In this case, if she turned around and fought, she would definitely die. As Marge followed Zhao Hai around the mine, the magicians were hot on their heels. When they were in the city, the magicians and warriors were afraid of damaging the buildings, so they didn't dare to use the magic array and sword aura. However, when they were in the mine, they didn't have to worry so much. From time to time, spells and sword auras would be shot at them. They had to avoid these things while they were on their way. The two of them were flying at a very fast speed. In addition, the mine was not a straight line. It was full of twists and turns, so the mages did not catch up with them. The deeper they went, the thicker the dark energy became. Although Zhao Hai had already kept Gu Yin and Silver Boy in the origin space, a large amount of dark energy had been accumulated here for a long time, and it wasn't easy for it to dissipate. Therefore, they could still feel the thick dark energy when they arrived. However, the magicians who were chasing after Zhao Hai and his group did not seem to care about this. When they entered the mine, they already knew that this was a trial mine. Moreover, the trial mine on planet Tyrua was very famous. Some of the people who were chasing after Zhao Hai and his group had even trained in this mine before. Therefore, they knew that this mine was not dangerous for magicians and warriors of their level. Therefore, they chased after them even more enthusiastically. Margaret had been following Zhao Hai all this time. To be honest, she had no choice but to follow Zhao Hai to this mine. She could already see that the people who came to kill them this time had a very secretive plan. They had transferred all the guards in the city away, and with so many people surrounding them, it seemed that they were determined to kill them. If they were to start a war in the city, it would definitely hurt the innocent. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of damage to the city. When the matter was resolved, the people from the three major forces would very likely use this as an excuse to make trouble for the family. If that really happened, the family would definitely not let the bone camp go. She did not want to cause trouble for the bone camp. It was because of this that Margaret agreed to follow Zhao Hai to this mine. They came here not only for the safety of the crew, but also to eliminate these guys. Even if they could not, they could use the complex terrain of the mine to get rid of these guys. The two of them were flying very fast, and the magicians were not slow in their pursuit. They were only about 500 meters away from each other. With such a short distance, it was impossible for the magicians to lose them. As long as they followed the magic fluctuations left behind by Zhao Hai and Margaret, they would not lose them. Sometimes, the magicians could even see Zhao Hai and Margaret's back, so they chased them even more happily. Margaret, who had been flying behind Zhao Hai, could no longer recognize the way. She believed that if Zhao Hai left her here, she would never be able to return to the ground. As soon as Margaret nodded, the two of them had already entered the mine. As soon as they entered the mine, Zhao Hai immediately cast a dark magic. This dark magic not only made the dark energy in the mine more intense, but it also concealed the magic fluctuations produced in the places where the two of them flew. After casting the spell, Zhao Hai immediately hid in a small mine nearby with Margaret and stood there without moving. Margaret didn't make a sound either. She just stood there quietly and sensed to see how many people were chasing them in. As soon as they entered the mine, the mages chased after them. Margaret counted carefully, and there were 78 of them. Quat 78, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Quat 40 mages, 38 warriors, 18 grade 2 warriors, all warriors, 40 grade 3 mages, 20 warriors, and 20 grade 4 mages. It's quite a scene. Oh no, there are also 2 death warriors. It seems that these guys are really ruthless. Quat. Margaret was stunned when she heard Zhao Hai's words. She said softly, "Death warrior, there's a death warrior." She had not sensed that there were men of sacrifice among the people outside. Now that she heard Zhao Hai's words, she could not help but be stunned. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat 2 of them. Their strength is equivalent to that of a grade 3 warrior. They almost fooled me. They are very strong. Quat. Margaret frowned slightly and said, "What do we do now?" Zhao Hai turned to look at Margaret and smiled now. There are 80 of them, but none of them will be able to escape today. They will become a part of my undead army. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a space crack appeared beside him. A large number of undead creatures rushed out of the space crack and rushed out. What shocked Margaret was that these undead creatures seemed to be endless and kept appearing from the space crack. At first, Margaret could still count them, but in the end there were too many of them to count. Margaret wouldn't be too surprised if it was just the number, but the most important thing was the strength of these spirits. These spirits were very powerful. Although they were a little weaker than the grade 1 mages here, they were not the worst in the field of arrays. The mages in the array world were ranked according to the number of array magic they used. However, this was very unfair to the mages who had ascended from the lower realm. The mages who ascended from the lower realm had never learned the magic array. Therefore, even if they had some magic power, it was impossible for them to develop their strength to 100. According to Margaret's estimation, the mages who ascended from the lower realm had at least the spiritual power of a level 3 mage. However, because they did not know the magic array, they did not even have the title of level 1 mages when they first came to the array world. This was obviously unfair. If they didn't use the magic array and the sword array, many of the grade 3 mages and grade 3 warriors in the realm of arrays wouldn't be as strong as the mages and warriors who had ascended from the lower realm. It could be said that the way the realm of arrays evaluated the warriors and mages was extremely unfair to the ascendants. However, the world was not fair. One could only blame one for being born in a lower realm, but one could not blame the heavens. This was the truth. On the other hand, the undead creatures that Zhao Hai released were almost as powerful as a level 1 mage, which was already an impressive feat. It wasn't that the people in the realm of arrays looked down on the magic of the lower realm. The magic of array had absorbed a large amount of magic of the lower realm, so Margaret was very familiar with the lower realm magic. She was very clear that the mages in the lower realm could create some undead creatures to be their summoned creatures. This method could also be used in the realm of arrays, but no one here knew how to use it because the summoned creatures that were created in this way were very weak. It was completely useless. Any ordinary person from the array world could take on 10 of those summoned creatures. However, the summoned creatures that Zhao Hai had summoned were all as strong as a grade 1 mage, which really surprised her. With such strength, even ordinary cultivators wouldn't be a match for these undead creatures, let alone ordinary people. In the realm of arrays, other than mages and soldiers from grade 1 to grade 9, there were also some cultivators. They were known as ungradable cultivators. These cultivators were also divided into 9 grades, generally known as apprentices, warrior apprentices, and mage apprentices. Only after passing the level 9 of an apprentice and officially becoming a grade 1 mage would one be considered a true mage. Thus, before becoming a grade 1 mage, there were still people who trained, but they had not been noticed by many. However, not being noticed did not mean that those people had no fighting power at all. On the other hand, those apprentices were much stronger than ordinary people, especially those grade 9 apprentices. They were almost as strong as a grade 1 mage, and their fighting power could not be underestimated. If a grade 4 mage was surrounded by 100 grade 9 apprentices, the one who would die in the end might be the grade 4 mage. The biggest difference between a mage apprentice and a mage was that a mage apprentice could not learn the magic array method. It was not that they were not allowed to learn, but because their mental power was not enough, they could not learn the magic array method. However, they could learn ordinary magic. While learning ordinary magic, they also had to try their best to familiarize themselves with magic arrays so that they could learn the magic array method in the future. It could be said that the ordinary magic apprentices in the realm of arrays were inferior to those from the lower realm in terms of mental power. However, they also had an advantage, which was that they were more familiar with magic arrays than those from the lower realm. Mental strength was often the most important because magic arrays could be learned later. It was not easy to cultivate mental strength to the level of a first-grade mage. Many magic apprentices were stuck at the 9th grade, never able to become a first-grade mage in their entire lives. It was due to this classification that Margaret was shocked to see Zhao Hai release so many undead creatures that were equivalent to level 9 magic apprentices. Zhao Hai didn't release too many undead creatures, only 10,000 of them. However, these 10,000 undead creatures weren't ordinary undead creatures. They were all wearing bone armor. The undead in bone armor were Zhao Hai's elite troops back in the underworld. However, Zhao Hai did not dare to send the ordinary undead out to fight the enemy as it was no different from seeking death. There were more than 30,000 undead creatures in Zhao Hai's space with the bone armor, but Zhao Hai only released 10,000 this time. After releasing the 10,000 undead creatures, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Quat, let's go, teacher. Let's go outside and take a look. After we exterminate these people, we'll know which family they're from." Quat. Margaret came back to her senses and turned to look at Zhao Hai. "Quat, Zhao Hai, are those the creatures you summoned from the lower realm? Did you make them?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, yes, I learned a secret technique in the lower realm. I can use a special method to turn low-level undead creatures into high-level undead creatures. I made those undead creatures." Quat. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said with a pale face, "Did you kill all these people?" Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment when he heard Margaret's words. He then nodded and said, "Quat, yes, this is only a part of it. There are still many that can't be used because of refining failure." Margaret's face turned even paler. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How many people did you kill in total?" Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled. "Quat, it's better if you don't know." Zhao Hai then walked out of the mine. Outside the mine, the undead creatures were already fighting with the warriors and mages. Zhao Hai stood there and watched the battle calmly. He was the one who said that just now. He had killed enough people, so he was not afraid of letting Marjorie know. He could also see how Marjorie would react. Margaret stood quietly beside Zhao Hai. Although her eyes were focused on the battle in the mine, her eyes were empty. It was obvious that her mind was not there. Zhao Hai's words had a huge impact on her. She never thought that the sunny and kind Zhao Hai was actually a devil-like figure. He had killed more than 10,000 people to create a summoned creature. No matter which dimension he was in, he would be considered a devil. Even in the devil realm, there were not many people like Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Margaret couldn't help but turn to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was looking at the scene with a serious face, and he looked a little nervous. Margaret was stunned for a moment, and she quickly looked at the scene. She thought that there was some trouble, and the undead creatures were no longer able to defeat the mages. However, Margaret was stunned when she saw the situation on the battlefield because the undead creatures were about to surround and kill the mages. It was a great situation, so why was Zhao Hai so serious? Margaret didn't know that in Zhao Hai's eyes, the undead creatures weren't tools but living beings. They were a special race and were equivalent to Zhao Hai's subordinates. Just now, Zhao Hai had sensed that he had lost hundreds of his undead creatures in this battle, which was why he was so serious. The battle didn't last long. These undead creatures were Zhao Hai's elites. When they were in the Hell Dimension, they didn't just train. They also practiced their battle formations and coordination. Because of this, the undead creatures were very skilled in coordination. The mages were no match for them. In less than an hour, all 80 people were annihilated. Margaret was also stunned when she noticed the battle between the undead creatures. The cooperation between the undead creatures was so good that even the best army in the Array realm couldn't do it. It was too magical. As soon as the battle ended, Zhao Hai waved his hand and collected all the undead creatures, including those that were killed. They would be brought back to the Hell Dimension and buried on the Mountain of Bones. This had become a tradition of the undead. After putting away the undead creatures, Zhao Hai looked at the corpses of the mages and warriors. He pondered for a moment and waved his hand, causing a cloud of black gas to surround the corpses. The black smoke couldn't turn the corpses into undead creatures. However, Zhao Hai had added a magic array with 100 overlapping arrays into the black smoke. The only use of this magic array was to turn the corpses into undead. Initially, Zhao Hai didn't want to go through so much trouble. All he had to do was to turn the corpses into undead creatures and throw them into the human world. However, after the all-purpose analysis machine analyzed the magic array, it discovered this overlapping magic array. This was also the first magic array that Zhao Hai had mastered that could overlap 100 magic arrays. It wouldn't be a problem to turn a corpse into an undead using the normal method. However, by using this layered magic array, not only would it preserve their consciousness and memories, but it would also preserve their strength to the maximum. For example, a 4th-tier magician would only be equivalent to a god-tier master in the lower realm if Zhao Hai used the normal method, even if he had modified the space. However, a magic apprentice between the 8th and 9th ranks couldn't use the formation spell at all. If he were to use the spell formation to turn a corpse into an undead, the undead would retain the strength of a level 4 mage. This was what Zhao Hai was most interested in. However, he couldn't let Marjorie see the spell formation, so he covered the area with black mist. After a short while, Zhao Hai stopped the magic. The dead mages and warriors had stood up again. Their weapons were still in their hands, and their strength had been completely preserved. However, in order not to let Margaret discover their characteristics, Zhao Hai still turned these mages and warriors into skeletons. Then Zhao Hai immediately interrogated the undead creatures. After that, he turned to Margaret and said, "Quat teacher, is there any enmity between the Ashley family and the Zhang family of the Fire God Temple?" Margaret was stunned when she heard Zhao Hai's words, and her expression changed. "Quat the Zhang family of the Fire God Palace. These undead creatures said that." As these undead creatures were all in the form of skeletons, they couldn't explain themselves. When Zhao Hai interrogated them, he used his spiritual power to communicate with them, so Margaret couldn't hear what they were saying. Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes, the Zhang family of the Fire God Palace. This time their target is you, teacher. They want to kill you and then push the blame to the Adams family. If the Ali family and the Adams family go to war, they will be able to help." Quat. "Quat the Zhang family," Margaret snorted. "Quat, it's the Zhang family. Good job, Quat." Zhao Hai looked at Margaret in confusion. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat Zhao Hai, now that things have come to this, I don't need to hide it from you anymore. I am actually the 6th daughter of the current head of the Ashley family, Thunder Ashley. My mother was an ascender from the lower realm and later married my father. However, my father did not treat my mother well and my mother died of depression. When my mother ascended, she was a member of the Bone Battalion. So I went to the Bone Battalion's Chi-Gu Ascension Academy to be a teacher. When I was young, my father arranged a marriage for me, and the person I was engaged to was the 3rd son of the Fire God Palace's Zhang family, Zhang Mingyue." Hearing Margaret's words, Zhao Hai could not help but raise his eyebrows and said, "So the relationship between the Ashley family and the Zhang family is not bad." Margaret sneered. "Quat, it's more than just good. The Zhang family is known as the Ashley family's most loyal ally. I really didn't expect that this ally would turn out to be the Ashley family's biggest enemy." Quat. "What do you plan to do, mentor?" Zhao Hai asked. Margaret sneered. "Quat, what else can I do? After I go back, I'll report this matter to my father immediately. Although he didn't treat my mother well, he's still my father no matter what. I'm still a member of the Ashley family. If the Ashley family falls, I won't have a good life either." Quat. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Teacher, if I were you, I wouldn't tell your father this news right now. Let's not talk about whether he believes it or not. Even if he does, will he immediately start a war with the Zhang family? If the two of you really start a war, the other families will benefit in the end." Margaret froze for a moment, then frowned slightly and said, "Quite what you said makes sense, but if we don't tell him about it, then the Ashley family will have no defense against the Zhang family at all. In the end, they may even be schemed against by the Zhang family." Quat. Zhao Hai also frowned slightly. He knew what Margaret said made sense, but if he told the patriarch now, the Ashley family and the Zhang family would definitely fall out, which would be very bad for the Ashley family. Besides, from Margaret's look, he could guess that Margaret and his father didn't have a good relationship. Even if Margaret told him, his father wouldn't believe her. However, as a clan leader, he should have some sense of propriety, right? Even if he didn't believe it, he would still be on guard against the Zhang family, which was still good for the Ashley family. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quite, it's good to remind your father, but you'd better remind him not to fall out with the Zhang family first. Don't let too many people know about this, or it's likely to start an official war with the Zhang family, which is not good for the Ashley family." Quat. Ma Gray couldn't help frowning when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Although she didn't have a good relationship with her father, she knew him very well. He was an obstinate and self-opinionated person who didn't listen to others. If she really told her father, he wouldn't believe her and wouldn't keep it a secret like Zhao Hai had said. Instead, he would cause a storm in the city. Thinking of this, Margaret couldn't help but sigh and say, "Forget it, I'll handle this matter. Don't tell anyone about this." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that there must be something else going on when he saw Margaret's expression. However, it was not something he could manage, and he did not want to get involved. Zhao Hai waved his hand and put the skeletons into his origin space. He was surprised to hear no notification from the origin space. It was reasonable, but it was also beyond his expectations. In the past, when the realm kept powerful undead creatures, the other undead creatures would level up as well. However, this time, the realm didn't level up even though he kept so many powerful undead creatures. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai finally understood. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened in the realm. The realm had made some adjustments to the undead after he took in the first undead creature. The realm would automatically upgrade the undead creatures that hadn't reached pseudo-god level to pseudo-god level. As for the undead creatures that had reached pseudo-god level, the realm wouldn't level them up. Instead, it would let the undead creatures cultivate on their own and slowly level up. Perhaps the realm had treated the undead as a special race, which led to the current situation. If the realm still treated the undead as a robot-like object, it would have upgraded them a long time ago. Although he was a little disappointed, Zhao Hai was still able to accept the realm's decision. He had already treated the undead creatures as a special race, so he naturally wouldn't object to the realm's decision. In fact, the realm had made the adjustments according to his wishes. Margaret heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Zhao Hai recall the undead creatures. She could finally confirm that Zhao Hai didn't do such a thing in the lower realm. She could tell from the way he did it. After Zhao Hai kept the undead creatures, Margaret turned to look at Zhao Hai. Apparently, she was waiting for Zhao Hai to speak. Zhao Hai glanced at Margaret and said, "Quat, teacher, I just found out from them that a total of 100 people have come this time. 80 of them are here to kill us, and the other 20 have gone to the reception area to capture all of us in one fell swoop. I wonder if the people at the reception area can hold on until we return." Margaret's expression changed when she heard Zhao Hai's words, and she said in a deep voice, "Quat, there are some defenses at the reception. If the opposition only sends 3rd and 4th tier magicians, it would be difficult to defend against them. However, Simpu is there. Although he's not very strong, he's basically a 3rd tier magician. He should be able to handle it for a while. Let's go back quickly. Quat." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I know the space special technique. We can use the space to return to the reception area now. However, once we get there, most of my power will be lost. It will be difficult to fight the enemy." Quat. Margaret's eyes lit up when she heard Zhao Hai's words. "Quat, all right, let's go back immediately. Leave the matter of fighting the enemy to me." Zhao Hai nodded and pretended to recite a few spells. Then he made a few hand gestures that he did not understand. After that, a space tunnel opened and he followed Marjorie in. The next moment, they appeared in the room of the reception. The moment the two of them entered the room, they heard a series of explosions outside. Zhao Hai pretended to be pale and said, "Teacher, I need to rest for a while. The rest is up to you." Margaret nodded, turned around and walked out. Soon, she arrived at the hall, and as soon as she arrived, she understood why the reception area had been able to last so long. It turned out that there was a defensive magic array there. The array world's defensive magic array was different from the lower realms. The array world's defensive magic array used crystals as its energy source. Hence, the array's defensive magic array was many times stronger than the lower realms. These crystals were the ones in Zhao Hai's space. When Zhao Hai first saw them, he was shocked. He never thought that the crystals in his space would be the most important resource in the cultivation world. Margaret took a look and saw that the barrier had surrounded the entire reception area. Simp was standing inside the barrier, firing a few spells at the magicians outside from time to time. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. However, Margaret was not in a good mood. From the situation at the reception, the guards of Thailand's Ruoxing had not found out. This was not good news for Margaret, because it meant that the people here might have really been bribed. Planet Tyrone was an important mithril production area. The three major forces controlled this place very strictly. Now that so many mages had entered the city and were fighting in the city guards had not appeared. This could only mean that the guards had been transferred away long ago, and it was by their own people. If that was the case, then the operation this time would not only involve the Zhang family of the Pyro God Palace, as they probably did not have such power. However, this thought only lingered in Margaret's mind for a while, and she did not think too deeply about it. It was impossible for her to find out anything on her own, so it was better to solve this problem first. Margaret was also a level 4 mage. Although she didn't like fighting, she had spent most of her time studying magic arrays after being a teacher for so long. Therefore, her ability to use magic arrays was beyond that of ordinary mages. Under normal circumstances, Margaret might be at a disadvantage when facing those mages due to her lack of combat experience. However, it was different now that Margaret was standing in the defensive magic array and casting spells at those mages. The other party couldn't hit her, but she could hit them. In this case, the other party was naturally at a disadvantage. The other party had also noticed Margaret's sudden appearance. Although they didn't know why Margaret had suddenly appeared here, they were sure that their assassination attempt had failed. Their main target this time was Margaret. They had surrounded Margaret at the bar in preparation for a backup plan. In their opinion, if they failed at the bar and Margaret broke out, she would definitely return to the reception area. They had also set up an ambush there. If Margaret ran to the reception area, she would not be able to escape their assassination. However, it was a pity that Zhao Hai, who was completely unremarkable in their eyes, had ruined their plan. Margaret and Zhao Hai did not return to the reception area at all. Instead, they ran to the trial mine. Meanwhile, the people chasing after Zhao Hai's group had also entered the trial mine. Hence, the people who had set up an ambush at the reception area had wanted to kill the crew members there. However, they had not expected that the reception area would have a defensive magic array. They had not been able to break in. These people were not in a hurry. In their opinion, it did not matter if they could not break in. After all, their main target was Margaret. As long as they killed Margaret, it did not matter whether the crew members were dead or not. But now, as soon as Margaret appeared at the reception, they were a little panicked. Although they didn't know why Margaret was here, it proved that their plan to assassinate Margaret had failed. Margaret was safe once she arrived at the reception area, which was protected by a defensive magic array. It was almost impossible for them to break in, and they couldn't attack for too long. Although they had bribed the garrison officer in this area, the garrison officer wouldn't be able to suppress them if they attacked for too long. They had been making a scene here for a long time. It could be said that their operation had failed completely. The magicians looked at each other, and one of their leaders nodded and waved his hand, so they immediately withdrew. Margaret and the others did not immediately remove the protective shield, as they did not know if the other party would come back. After the people left, Simpu went to Marjorie's side and said, "Teacher Margaret, what's wrong with you?" Whereas Zhao Hai, Xin Piyu's impression of Zhao Hai was not bad. Zhao Hai was usually very gentle to others and did not have a single bit of arrogance. Hence, Xin Piyu really admired Zhao Hai. "Quat, don't worry," Margaret said calmly. "Quat, Zhao Hai is fine. He's just adjusting his breath in his room. Are my crew members okay?" "Quat, of course," Simps nodded. "Quat, but there are a few crew members who haven't returned. They're the ones who went out with Zhao Hai to buy things." "Quat." Only then did Margaret remember that Zhao Hai had asked his skeleton to leave with a few crew members. It must be those few. They should be fine, right? Margaret nodded and said, "I think they'll be fine. By the way, where's Crick? Where is he?" "Quat, they should be in the room," Simple said. "Quat, I told them to stay in the room and not come out." "Quat." Margaret nodded, turned around and went upstairs. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation outside. He did not even need to regulate his breathing, so he naturally had to pay attention to the situation outside. Seeing that those people had left, Zhao Hai was relieved. He immediately informed the skeleton who led the crew members to bring them back. Meanwhile, he had already left the room. However, Zhao Hai still pretended to be pale. He saw Margaret as soon as he came out and immediately said, "Mentor, how's the situation down there?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and quickly said, "Quat, it's fine down there. Those people have already left. Go and rest, don't worry, Quat." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's good. I just used too much force, it's nothing. I'll get the skeleton to lead the crew back, Quat." Margaret nodded. "Quat, I'll go to Crick's room and have a look." "Quat," she said, "you can come with me." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Margaret to Crick's room. Zhao Hai knew that Margaret had truly treated him as one of her own by letting him follow her. This was even better. It would be more convenient for him to do things in the academy in the future. Crick's room was not far from Zhao Hai's room, so they soon arrived at Crick's room. When they arrived at Crick's door, Margaret gently knocked on the door and said, "Captain Crick, are you there?" "I'm Margaret, open the door." As soon as she finished speaking, the door was opened. Crick looked at Margaret with surprise. At the sight of Margaret, Crick couldn't help but say happily, "Miss Margaret, you're back. That's great. You're fine. Mr. Zhao, you're fine too. That's great." Margaret nodded and said, "Don't worry, everyone's fine. You don't have to worry. By the way, go and call the other crew members out. We'll gather in the cafeteria. It's almost time for lunch. Let everyone have something to eat." Crick responded and went to call the others. At this time, a series of police sirens came from outside. The police sirens were different from the police sirens on Earth, but they were still very sharp. At this moment, Simpler also walked up and said to Marjorie, "Miss Margaret, the guards are here. What do you think?" Margaret's face was very ugly. It had been nearly 3 hours since she was attacked today, and she had not seen the guards for such a long time. Now that they were here, Margaret sneered and turned to leave. Zhao Hai did not say anything and followed Margaret out. He knew that Margaret would not say anything nice, but he did not intend to stop her. The Ashley family was also a considerable force in the field of mecha arrays. Naturally, they had to have their own tolerance. If they did not say anything after the other party had done such a thing, it would seem that they were too weak. Gray M.A. and the rest had just come down when they heard an arrogant voice in the hall. "Where's your manager? Get him out quickly. What's there to talk about today's matter?" Margaret's face turned even uglier when she heard the voice. She quickly walked into the hall, with Simpu and Zhao Hai following behind her. Once they reached the lobby, Zhao Hai saw the guards and could not help but sigh. Just as he had expected, the leader of the guards was a big fat man. He had a round head without a neck, 2 round green eyes, a round body, round arms, and a round belly that was as round as a pregnant woman's. He was simply a ball of meat. At this time, Simpu quickly walked up and saluted the man. "Mr. Garrison Officer, what brings you here? You're really giving me face by coming to my rundown place." The meatball rolled its eyes and said, "Simpu, you old man, you have to explain yourself today. What is going on?" Before Simple could say anything, Margaret's voice was heard. "Who are you? Tell me your name. Let's see if my Ashley family can afford it." Hearing Margaret's words, the meatball finally paid attention to her. He blinked twice and glanced at Margaret with green eyes like a hungry wolf who had seen a little white sheep. The meatball immediately said, "Is this beautiful lady asking me? I'm the garrison officer of the mining cave city's Chengxi district, Zhu Dacheng. Ha 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 ha." Hearing this name, Zhao Hai couldn't help but burst into laughter. He looked at the meatball and said, "Pig large intestine. You're actually called Zhu Dacheng, ha ha ha. This name, it really has character." A smile also appeared on Margaret's face, but she held it in and her face turned red. Zhu Dacheng was not happy with that. He blushed and said, "It's Zhu Dacheng, not the large intestine of a pig. Kid, you're looking for death." "I don't care if you're Zhu Dacheng or Zhu Dacheng, I just have one question to ask you. Where were you when we were attacked by those people? Those people have retreated and you're here asking us what's going on. Is your surname Zhu or are you really a pig? You actually asked such a question." Zhu Dacheng didn't expect Maigri to be so impolite and was dumbfounded for a moment. After a while, Zhu Dacheng finally said with a relieved expression, "Impudent. Who do you think you are? You're just a mere teacher of the Ascension Academy. How dare you speak to me like this? You're rebelling." Zhao Hai looked at this Zhu Dacheng and couldn't help but sigh. He was now certain that the Zhang family must have bribed this stupid garrison officer, which was why he was so unscrupulous. Zhao Hai coughed and said, "Mr. Garrison Officer, please allow me to interrupt you. This is Margaret, a teacher of our Keeg Ascension Academy. At the same time, he is also the 6th young mistress of the Ashley family. Those people today were here to assassinate her. I wonder if you have thought about it. If Miss Margley was assassinated here, would the Ashley family let her off? Even if you have a backer, I wonder if your backer will offend the entire Ashley family because of you." If he was talking to a smart person, Zhao Hai wouldn't have said so much. He would have just given a few pointers. However, Zhao Hai had to be very detailed when Brother Pig Big-Hearted was talking, in case Brother Pig didn't understand. When Zhu Dacheng heard Zhao Hai's words, his face, which had been red from anger, turned pale. It was just as Zhao Hai had said. He was able to become a garrison officer here because he had someone above him. His brother-in-law was a bishop of the Fire God Palace. Although he wasn't a high-ranking person, he was in charge of planet Tyrone. Therefore, he was placed in the western district of planet Tyrone as a garrison. Although this Zhu Dacheng was as stupid as a pig, he was not ignorant. The Ashley family was a branch of the Dark Shrine. They were considered to be quite a powerful force in the field of arrays. Although his brother-in-law was a bishop of the Fire Shrine, he would not go to war with the Ashley family for him. Thinking of this, Zhu Dacheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he cursed the people who gave him the money. Those people didn't tell him about Maigri's identity, only that she was from the Keeg Ascension Academy. He thought it was nothing, so he didn't take it to heart. Now that Zhao Hai revealed Maigri's identity, he was really scared. Zhu Dacheng wiped off his cold sweat and stammered to Marjorie, "Nice to meet you, Miss Margaret. Miss Margaret, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were here. What's more, it's unfortunate that I couldn't come here earlier as it's the day of the quarterly exercise of the Western Garrison Camp. Please forgive me, Miss Margaret." "Officer Zhu, I'm being attacked here, but you're acting as if I've committed a crime. How are you going to solve this? What did you mean just now?" Don't tell me you want me to compensate for your losses. Zhu Dacheng quickly said, I don't dare. I'm just here to ask some questions as a routine. How can I ask Miss Margaret to compensate for the loss? Miss Margaret, please rest assured. I'll go back now and get someone to investigate this matter. I'll definitely give Miss Margaret a satisfactory answer. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Although this fatty was a little stupid, he wasn't completely stupid. This excuse was not bad and his answer was acceptable. Zhao Hai walked to Margaret's side and whispered to her, Teacher, this is not the time to make enemies. After he finished speaking, he retreated. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Margaret could only suppress the anger in her heart and said in a deep voice, Quat, if that's the case, then I won't say anything more. But please give me an answer, Mr. Garrison. Otherwise, the Ashley family will definitely pursue the matter to the end. Quat. Yes, please rest assured, Miss Margaret, Zhu Dacheng said while wiping his sweat. Margaret snorted and turned to leave. Zhao Hai naturally followed her. Quat, to be honest, I really don't know the identity of Miss Margaret, Simple said with a bitter smile. Quat, I'm just responsible for the people living here, so I'm protecting them. Now that I think about it, I'm a little scared. If something really happened to Miss Margaret here, my old bones would be torn apart by the Ashley family. Zin Pu looked at the escaping Zhu Dacheng and laughed coldly. Thank me. HMPH, you'd better think about how to get through this first. Do you really think the Ashley family is so easy to talk to? Stupid pig-like thing. With that said, Simps walked into the dining room. He did not know Marjorie's identity before, but after hearing Zhao Hai's words today, he found out that this seemingly unremarkable teacher of the Ascendance Academy was actually the sixth young mistress of the Ashley family. This identity was extraordinary. At the very least, it was not something that a small figure like him could afford to offend. Margaret soon arrived at the dining hall. At this time, Crick had called all the crew members to the dining hall. As soon as Margaret and Zhao Hai appeared in the dining hall, some of the crew members who were still panicking must have calmed down, and their hanging hearts were also at ease. At this moment, Siapu came in and hid behind Marjorie. Quat, Miss Margaret, I didn't know your identity before. Please forgive me for my offense. Quat. As they were talking, they heard more footsteps. Margaret and SIMPP turned around and saw the crew members who had gone out with Zhao Hai. These crew members had been following the skeleton to hide in a tavern in a small alley for more than 2 hours. Although they were afraid, the skeleton did not move at all. They did not dare to go out either. Later, when the skeleton walked out, they knew that there was no danger. They immediately followed him all the way back to the reception area. When they reached the door of the reception area, the skeleton disappeared. They entered the reception area and were immediately told by the robot to gather at the restaurant. That was why he came. As soon as Zhao Hai saw them, he smiled at them and gave them a look, signaling them to go into the restaurant. Seeing that Zhao Hai and Marjorie were safe, they were relieved. They bowed to Marjorie, turned around, and went into the restaurant. Zhao Hai noticed that Margaret seemed to have something to say, so he didn't stand behind her. Instead, he bowed to her and sat down at the dining table with the crew. Margaret glanced at Zhao Hai but didn't say anything. Although she liked Zhao Hai very much, she also knew that it wasn't good to be too friendly to him at this time. After everyone was seated, Margaret looked at them and said, Quat, today was an extremely dangerous day. Zhao Hai and I were assassinated, and even the reception area was attacked. Fortunately, with Mr. Simpu's help, we managed to escape the danger. Everyone, there's no need to worry. There were a total of 100 people who came to assassinate us, and 80 of them were killed by Zhao Hai and me in the trial mine. Furthermore, the family's reinforcements will arrive tomorrow, so there's nothing for us to worry about. Quat. Everyone cheered when they heard Margaret's words. However, Siapu was surprised. He had fought with those people today and knew how powerful they were, but he didn't expect that there were 100 of them, which was almost equivalent to the entire strength of a small force. What surprised him the most was that Margaret said that they had killed 80 of them, which really surprised him. Pig Large Intestine with Meatball 3 80 level 3 and level 4 mages were a force that could not be underestimated. Margaret was only a level 4 mage, and Zhao Hai was only a level 1 mage. He was really curious how the two of them had destroyed those 80 people. Margaret waited for everyone to calm down before she continued. Quat, it was a close call this time, but I don't think we'll be in any danger from now on. The reason I called everyone here today is to treat everyone to a good meal to calm everyone down. Mr. Simple, I'll have to trouble you this time. If there's anything good to eat, please feel free to bring it up. Quat. Quat, it's fate that I'm able to gather with all of you today. This meal is on me. Please wait a moment, I'll be there in a moment. Quat, with that said, he turned around and walked out. At this moment, Margaret turned to look at the crowd and said, Quat, well, the dishes haven't been served yet. If you want to drink, you can take it yourself. You don't have to be polite with me today. Captain Crick, Mr. Zhao Hai, Mr. Khan, and Mr. Anao, please come to this table. I have something to say to you. Quat. Zhao Hai, Crick, and the first and second mate of the ship all sat at the table pointed out by Margaret. After they were all seated, Margaret said in a deep voice, It was really dangerous today, but I have to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for him, we would have been in danger. Zhao Hai laughed. Teacher, you're too kind. I'm considered a member of the Ashley family now. Naturally, I have to help. Besides, those people included me in their plans. If I didn't resist, I would have been the one to die. Quat. Margaret shook her head and said, Quat Zhao Hai, I called you to this table today to tell you that Mr. Crick and the other two are also members of the Bone Battalion. Although you haven't officially joined the camp yet, I already treat you as one of my own. If you have any problems in the future, you can ask them for help. If they need your help, please don't refuse. The Bone Battalion is very united. If one person is in trouble, the whole battalion will help. I hope you remember this. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, yes, teacher, don't worry, I'll remember it. Quat. Zhao Hai, can you estimate for yourself how many months it'll take for you to leave the academy? I think what you need now is to get used to the density of the spiritual energy in the array realm, right? I don't think it will take too long, right? Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, yes, mentor is right. I just need to get used to the spirit chi density here in the array realm. I should be able to meet the graduation standard in a few months. Quat. Quat, I'll give you some information when we get back to the academy, Margaret said, nodding. Quat, it's all about the bone camp. I hope you can take a good look at it and understand what kind of danger you'll encounter there. Quat. As they were talking, some of the robots had already started serving them food. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became lively. Zhao Hai sat quietly in the origin space, looking at the spaceships on the screen. There were 10 of them, all sent by the Ashley family. Seeing these spaceships, Zhao Hai could not help but think of tomorrow's situation. Yesterday afternoon, they all drank too much, and Zhao Hai did not even know how he returned to his room. He had really drunk too much yesterday. The crew members had gone crazy. Perhaps it was because of the joy of surviving a disaster. In any case, Zhao Hai was scared by their round after round of toasting. In the end, he lost consciousness. Zhao Hai didn't use his power to dissolve the alcohol. Although it was easy for him, he really wanted to make friends with these people, so he didn't do it. After Zhao Hai was sent back to his room, he was pulled into the space by Heir and the others. He was only able to wake up after drinking the space water. It was already the second day, and the Ashley family's reinforcements had finally arrived. There were a total of 10 spaceships, each one much larger than the Academy's spaceship. Seeing these spaceships, Zhao Hai had a rough idea of the Ashley family's strength. To be able to send out 10 spaceships at once, the Ashley family's strength was not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was because they were about to enter the planet's atmosphere. The speed of the spaceships was not very fast. Zhao Hai could observe them carefully. There was a badge on each of the spaceships. The badge was a skeleton hidden in a dark cloud. It was the badge of the Ashley family. Zhao Hai took a look at the 10 ships. Each of them was about 500 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 100 meters thick. They were shaped like shuttles, and one could tell they were very fast. Zhao Hai took note of the people in the spaceships. Each of the 10 spaceships had close to 100 staff members. Other than these staff members, the 10 spaceships also carried close to 500 mages and warriors. These mages and warriors ranged from grade 1 to grade 5. There were the most grade 1 mages and only about 10 grade 5 mages. This was a force that could not be underestimated. The leader of these people was a very fat man. Although he was a little thinner than the pig intestine, he was still much fatter than ordinary people. He was wearing a magic robe and had a fierce face. He looked like a butcher. Zhao Hai recognized this person. He was the camp master of the Bone Battalion. Zhao Hai had seen his picture on the internet before. When he saw this person's picture, he really didn't expect that such a fierce-looking person could make the Bone Battalion become the camp with the least casualties in the entire machine array world. This was the opposite of his appearance. To be honest, Zhao Hai had a good impression of this fatty. This fatty had publicly expressed his opposition to the cruel elimination system more than once. From his management of the Bone Battalion, he had also done the same. This was the reason why Zhao Hai had a good impression of him. This fatty was not only the camp master of the Bone Camp, he was also a manager of the Ashley family's outer gate. He was one of the managers of all the Ashley family's outer gate camps, so it could be said that he had a high position and power. It was also because of this identity that even though the Bone Camp had slowly declined over the years, no one really dared to do anything to it. In addition to his identity as the head of the outer sanctum, his other identity was the hidden slave of the Ashley family's current family, who was deeply trusted by the family master. Don't look at how he took care of the people in the Bone Battalion and opposed the elimination system. He was an out-and-out butcher for the Ashley family's enemies. Fatty DeBar was a well-known figure in the entire array world. He was known for his ruthlessness towards his enemies. This person was simply a complex of contradictions. His personality was very similar to Zhao Hai's. He would take care of his own people and would not hold back against his enemies. It was precisely because of this that the head of the Ashley family was at ease to let Margaret stay in the Bone Battalion, because the head of the family believed that with DeBar around, Margaret would be fine. In BSB, of course, the latter part of the information was Zhao Hai's deduction. It was impossible to find it online, but Zhao Hai believed that his deduction was correct. This time, Debar was personally leading the team. It was clear how important this matter was to the Ashley family. When Zhao Hai saw that the spaceship was about to enter the atmosphere, he turned off the screen and returned to the room at the reception. Zhao Hai pretended to be stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately and followed Crick out. The two soon arrived at the reception hall, where Margaret was already waiting for them. Simple was there as well. As soon as Margaret saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but nod at him and say, "Quat, they're here. Today the battalion commander personally brought a team here. They're about to enter the airport. Let's go and welcome them together." Quat, Zhao Hai and Crick responded. Margley and Simple walked out of the reception area first, followed by Zhao Hai and Crick. When they arrived at the airport, they could already hear the faint sound of spaceships. As soon as they stood still, they heard a roar and a few huge spaceships landed from the sky. When the spaceship stopped, the cabin door opened, and a fat man quickly came out of the ship and walked to Margaret's side. He was Fat Butcher Debar. Debar walked to Margaret's side and said, "Miss, are you all right? I was scared to death." As he spoke, he sized up Margaret, as if he was afraid that Margaret would lose a piece of meat. "Don't worry, uncle, I'm fine," Margaret said with a smile. At this moment, Simpu stepped forward to greet Debar. Simpu greets manager Debar. Zhao Hai and Crick also came forward to greet him. Debar only nodded slightly to Simple, then turned to look at Zhao Hai and Crick. He also nodded to Crick Debar without saying anything. Instead, he began to carefully size up Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai bowed and stood up straight. Although Debar was sizing him up, Zhao Hai did not move at all. His face was calm. Debar waved his hand and said a few words to the people behind him. Then he got into the flying car and headed to the reception area. Crick from Zhao Hai, of course, would not sit in the same flying car as Debar. The two of them and Simpu took another flying car and followed Debar's car. As soon as they got on the flying car, Crick looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, "Good job, Zhao Hai. The battalion commander praised you today. In the future, when you go to the battalion, you will definitely be valued. With Mrs. Protection, you will definitely become a manager in the camp. You can protect me in the future." Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. "Forget it. I haven't even entered a battalion yet. How can I think so much? Besides, there are still a few more trials in the future. We'll talk about it when we can pass them." Quat. Crick chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. With your current strength, you're qualified to enter the camp. Those trials and other things are all up to the camp master. Didn't the young lady say that as long as you adapt to the concentration of spiritual chi in the field of arrays, you will be immediately called into the camp?" The two of them didn't talk behind Simpu's back. It wasn't a secret anyway. As they talked, the car didn't stop. They soon arrived at the reception. They went to the reception area and the rest area. Simpu left tactfully. Zhao Hai and Crick also wanted to leave, but Marjorie asked Zhao Hai to stay and Crick to go back first. After the three of them sat down, Debar turned to Margaret and said, "Miss, what happened this time? Tell me more about it." Margaret nodded and told him everything that had happened, from the end of their trial to their encounter with pirates in space, to when they returned to the reception area and the pirates left. Zhao Hai smiled and did not say anything. Debar looked at Margaret and said, "Quat, miss, don't worry. I'll definitely investigate this matter. No matter who it is, if they dare to touch you, I'll make them pay the price in blood." Quat. Margaret hesitated for a moment. She didn't mention that Zhao Hai already knew who attacked her from the undead creatures. After hearing Debar's words, she couldn't help but hesitate whether she should tell Debar the truth. Debar was also a smart person. One look at Marjorie, and he knew that there was more to this matter. He immediately said, "Miss, do you know something? Hurry up and tell me." Margaret hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Quad, after Zhao Hai killed those people in the mine, he turned them into undead creatures. Then, he found out from the undead creatures that the people who attacked us this time were from the Zhang family of the Fire God Palace." Quat. Debar was taken aback when he heard Margaret's words. "Quat, the Zhang family of the Fire God Palace. How is this possible? Zhao Hai, have you really asked the truth? Is it really the Zhang family of the Fire God Palace?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, they did admit that they were from the Zhang family of the Fire God Palace. The undead creatures don't lie, so it shouldn't be wrong. Moreover, they lost 80 people this time. This isn't a small number, so there must be some clues." "I think we should be able to find some clues." Quat. Debar nodded. He agreed with Zhao Hai's words. They had lost 80 men at once. It was impossible for them to leave no traces behind. As long as they investigated carefully, they would definitely be able to find some clues. Thinking of this, Debar could not help but sneer. "Quat, the Zhang family. What a great Zhang family. They really have the ambition of wolves." Quat. After saying that, Debar turned to Margaret and said, "Quat, miss, you should prepare. We'll go back. Master is also very concerned about your accident this time. He wants to see you as soon as possible." Quat. Zhao Hai sat in the room of the spaceship. This room was much larger than the one he had sat in on the Academy spaceship. The entire room was more than 50 square meters. It was divided into a living room and a bedroom. The entire room was decorated like an ordinary room on the ground. This room was on the skeleton, Debar's flagship. This time, Zhao Hai and Margaret were on this ship, while Crick and the others were on other ships. Zhao Hai was able to stay on the skeleton because of Margaret. When Debar saw Margaret, he didn't stay. He immediately asked Margaret and the others to pack their things and leave. Margaret asked Zhao Hai to board the skeleton with her. That was why Zhao Hai boarded the ship. Otherwise, he would have stayed with Crick and the others on another ship. After Zhao Hai entered Skeleton's room, he did not dare to enter the medium. Instead, he took out the anti-surveillance camera and checked the room. He was only relieved when he found that the room was not being monitored. However, he did not enter the medium. There were many powerful magicians on Skeleton. These magicians could observe the situation in his room at any time. It would be troublesome if they scanned the room with their power of the will and found that he was not in the room. So Zhao Hai did not enter the medium. He stayed in his room and condensed the magic array. Zhao Hai no longer knew how many magic arrays he had created. He could now control his spiritual power very well. He could create 100 magic arrays at the same time. This speed was much faster than before. While condensing the magic array, Zhao Hai turned on his computer. Turning on the computer was just for show. What he was showing was the image of the spatial surveillance camera, and this image was showing the scene in Fatty Debar's room. At first, Debar was not in his room. Instead, he was outside commanding the fleet. After the fleet had woken up and left for space, Debar returned to his room. The moment he entered his room, he heard a knock on the door. That person, Debar, was taken aback and immediately asked. "It's me, Fat Uncle," Margaret said. Upon hearing Margaret's name, Debar hurriedly opened the door and invited her into the room. After Margaret sat down, Debar asked the robot to pour her some tea. "Miss, why are you here? Did something happen?" "Yes, Uncle Fatty," Margaret nodded. "I'm here to talk to you about Zhao Hai." After Margaret said that, not only Debar, but even Zhao Hai also listened carefully. "Miss, is there a problem with Zhao Hai?" Debar asked as he looked at Margaret. "When we were in Tyrande, I heard you say that you killed the 80 magicians and warriors in the mine. I felt that something was amiss. Could this be related to Zhao Hai?" Margaret nodded and said in a deep voice, "Actually, it was Zhao Hai's idea to enter the mine. I didn't interfere in the elimination of the 80 mages and warriors. It was Zhao Hai who did it alone." Debar could not help but be shocked when he heard Margaret's words. He already knew that Zhao Hai was a first-rank magic caster. A first-rank magic caster fighting 82nd to 4th-rank magic casters and warriors. How was this possible? Margaret looked at Debar and said in a deep voice, "Quat Zhao Hai is a magician who specializes in dark summoning magic. When he was in the mortal realm, he created nearly 10,000 undead creatures as his summoned creatures. Each of these undead creatures had the strength of a level 9 apprentice. It was with these 10,000 undead creatures that he was able to destroy all the magicians and warriors and then turn them into undead creatures." Quat. Debar couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Margaret's words. "Miss, do you mean that Zhao Hai created nearly 10,000 undead creatures in the lower realm? He killed nearly 10,000 people." Margaret nodded and said, "That's right. I asked him about it, and he admitted it too. Not only did he admit it, but he also said that he used a secret method to turn ordinary undead creatures into level 9 apprentice-level undead creatures. Many undead creatures died during this process, which means that he must have killed more than 10,000 people in the lower realm." Quat. Debar smiled. "Quat, I didn't expect this kid to be so cruel. Hee, interesting. If we know what method he used to raise the level of the undead creatures, it will be very beneficial for our Ashley family." Quat. Margaret looked at Debar and chided, "Fat Uncle, do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, Zhao Hai killed over 10,000 people in the lower realm. He's definitely a dangerous person. Isn't it appropriate to recruit such a person into the Bone Battalion?" Debar couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard Margaret's words. "Quat, miss, you're thinking too much. Think about it, those guys who ascended, which one of them didn't have blood on their hands? If they weren't resentful and cruel, it would be difficult for them to ascend. Those so-called geniuses who ascended now are generally cultivated by the major forces in the lower realm. Although they have seen blood, they may not have seen too much blood. Such people have good strength and talent, but they may not be able to achieve any results in the end. Instead, they may die in the process of the trial. Zhao Hai is strong, talented, and ruthless. Only someone like him is worth training. Also, you said that he killed too many people, so what? Even if he's a dragon, once he enters the Ashley family, he's still the Ashley family's dragon. Miss, you don't have to worry." Margaret frowned, but she still nodded. Although she rarely meddled in the family's affairs, she knew how powerful the family was. Even if there were 100,000 of them, the Ashley family wouldn't be afraid, let alone 10,000 of them. If they wanted to control the blue dragon, they naturally had to have the skill of dragon slaying, and the Ashley family didn't lack that skill. Debar saw Margaret nod, and she continued, "If it looks like Zhao Hai is no longer suitable to return to the academy, then how about this? Let him directly enter the Bone Battalion and slowly adapt to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth there. Once he has completely adapted to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the machine array realm, we can give him a mission. Margaret was stunned and frowned. Quat fat uncle, isn't this a little too fast? Moreover, is it appropriate to not let him go to the academy? Debar smiled and said, young lady, extraordinary people should be nurtured in extraordinary ways. Zhao Hai is an extraordinary person, and Lu Ran will be treated in an extraordinary way. You don't have to worry. Don't worry. By the way, young lady, come with me to Zhao Hai's place. I want to see if he is willing to share the method to produce high-level undead creatures. If he is willing to share it, it will be a great help to the Ashley family. Quat. Margaret frowned and thought for a while and finally nodded. Although she did not have a good relationship with her father, she was still a member of the Ashley family, after all, and naturally had to consider the Ashley family. Zhao Hai had heard everything they said. When he saw that the two of them were moving toward him, he turned off the surveillance camera. Before he went to the underworld, he really didn't know how to make high-level undead creatures. However, after entering the underworld, following the notes of the liches and the plants in the underworld, Zhao Hai had come up with a method to turn ordinary undead into high-level undead creatures. He had also tested it in the underworld and succeeded. Although it wasn't as fast as letting the undead enter the dimension, it was still a method. Furthermore, it could hide the existence of the dimension. This was an excuse that Zhao Hai had thought of long ago. Not long after Zhao Hai turned off the surveillance camera, he heard a knock on the door. Zhao Hai did not ask who it was, but went to open the door. When he saw Debar and Margaret standing outside, Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised. He quickly invited the two into the room and poured them tea. Debar looked at Zhao Hai's expression and laughed. All right, Zhao Hai, you don't have to work anymore. Sit down, I'll hit you if I need to. Zhao Hai pretended to be the same, but he still sat down and said, if there's anything you need, please instruct me. Quat, I heard from my lady that you released a large number of undead creatures when you were fighting those mages, Debar said with a smile. Quat and those undead creatures were of very high levels, right? Zhao Hai pretended to be stunned, then his expression turned ugly. However, he still nodded and said, Quat, that's right. When I was in the lower realm, I developed a way to quickly level up the undead creatures, which is why there are so many powerful undead creatures. Quat. Debar nodded. Quat, I don't know if you're willing to sell this method to the family, Zhao Hai. If you're willing, the family will definitely not mistreat you. Quat. Of course, Zhao Hai couldn't agree to it right away. That would arouse Debar's suspicion. Hence, Zhao Hai put on a troubled look. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, Camp Master, it's not that Zhao Hai doesn't want to hand over this method, but I'm afraid that even if this method is handed over to Camp Master won't be able to use it. When Debar heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, oh, what kind of method is there? I can't use it. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He flipped his hand and a sheepskin scroll appeared. He placed it on the table and said, Camp Master, take a look for yourself. Debar picked up the sheepskin scroll and took a closer look. He realized that the sheepskin scroll had been written for quite some time and looked very old. However, it was clearly well preserved by Zhao Hai. The words on it were not blurred at all. He looked at the contents carefully and was more and more surprised. In the end, he was shocked. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, where did you get this method? Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. Quat, when I was in the lower realm, I was being hunted down and had no choice but to escape to a forbidden place. There were many undead creatures there, and it was said that it was connected to another realm. No one dared to go in. I was forced to go there, and there was a magic tower there. It was an ancient magic tower, and I found it in that magic tower. After that, I found all the medicinal herbs in the forbidden place. In addition, there was a very thick, dark energy there. However, when I came out from there and searched the entire continent, I still couldn't find those medicinal herbs. When I came to the Array realm, I also searched the internet, but I still couldn't find those medicinal herbs. That's why I said that even if I told Camp Master this method, Camp Master wouldn't be able to use it. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Debar couldn't help but laugh. You brat, you're really careful. You actually went online to search for it yourself. But don't worry, you'll be a member of my bone battalion in the future. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. The medicinal ingredients that you can't find on the internet, it's not like my bone battalion can't get them. If you're willing to give this refining method to your family, you don't need to return to the academy. You can live in the bone battalion directly. I'll also prepare a decent house for you, a flying car, and all the things you need. If you don't want the robot to serve you, I can also give you 2 female slaves. How about it? Margaret was a little nervous when she heard Debar's words. She was afraid that Zhao Hai would really agree to take the female slave. She did not know what was going on, but when Margaret heard that Debar was going to give Zhao Hai a female slave, she felt uncomfortable. Hearing Debar's words, Zhao Hai was also stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered. That was right. Most of the plants recorded on his hide scroll were unique to the netherworld. However, he was now in the great cultivation world where there were countless natural treasures. Under such circumstances, it would not be difficult to gather all the medicinal herbs on the hide scroll. However, Zhao Hai didn't regret it. First, the method on the hide was indeed useful. Second, the hide was completely useless to him. It was good to be able to use the hide to exchange for some benefits. Quat, since it's useful to you, then take it. As for the reward, I'll take it, but I don't need the female slaves. I'll just have the robots take care of me. Quat. Debar did not expect Zhao Hai to agree so readily. Furthermore, he did not reject the reward. This made Debar think even more highly of Zhao Hai. He laughed heartily and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. This time you don't need to return to the academy. You can go directly to the bone camp. The rewards will be given to you once you reach the bone camp. Remember, you'll also be a member of the bone camp in the future." Zhao Hai responded. Debar stood up and walked out. Margaret stood up as well. After giving Zhao Hai a deep look, she followed Debar out. "Mentor, please wait a moment," Zhao Hai quickly said. Margaret was stunned and stopped. Even Demar stopped. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Teacher, I wonder if you'll be returning to the academy after this. If you return to the academy, I would like to ask you to bring the magic staves I bought to Odin and the others." Margaret immediately nodded and said, "All right, give it to me. I'm going back to the academy and I'll pass these things to them." Zhao Hai nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the staffs he had bought and handed them to Margaret. Debar, who was standing by the side, could not help but click his tongue in amazement when he saw Zhao Hai take out so many staffs. "Good boy, I didn't know you were rich. Why, you must have brought a lot of good things from the lower realm, right? Are there any other good things? Let me see." When Zhao Hai heard Debar's words, not only was he not angry, he even smiled. Although Debar was not being polite, it was also a sign that he treated Zhao Hai as one of his own. If Debar really wanted what Zhao Hai had, he would never say such things. After all, Margaret was still there. Margaret wasn't happy with Debar's words. She pouted and said, "Fat uncle, how can you do this?" Debar laughed heartily, not paying it any mind. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Camp Master, I really do have something for you, but I heard you don't like it." Debar was just joking. He was considered a character in the Jiji realm and had seen all sorts of good things. How could he be interested in something from the upper and lower realms? He was just teasing Zhao Hai earlier, but when he heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. He could not help but turn to Zhao Hai and ask, "There's really something. All right, let me see what it is." Zhao Hai smiled, and with a flip of his hand, he took out 2 bottles of wine and handed them to Debar. "Quat, Camp Master. This is the wine we brought from the lower realm. We've been reluctant to drink it. Take it back and have a taste. Quat." Debar had thought that Zhao Hai would give him something like gold, silver, or treasures. He had not expected Zhao Hai to actually take out 2 bottles of wine. This made him think even more highly of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai really gave him something like gold, silver, or treasures, it would seem too vulgar. Now that he had only given him 2 bottles of wine, it made Debar's evaluation of Zhao Hai even higher. Debar laughed heartily. "Quad, all right, then I'll accept it." "Oh right, when we eat later, you can come and eat with me. Let's drink this wine together. Quat." "I dare you to disobey." Zhao Hai smiled. Debar laughed again and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder before turning around to leave. Margaret glanced at Zhao Hai again before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai smiled as he watched the 2 of them leave. He wasn't very familiar with such relationships, but he had a think tank with him. Therefore, Laura was the one who came up with the idea of giving gifts. Laura was very talented in doing business. If she wanted to do a good business, relationships were necessary. If she wanted to give something, she had to look at the person. There was a fine line to what kind of person she wanted to give something to. Laura was naturally very knowledgeable about this. Following Laura's instructions, Zhao Hai gave 2 bottles of wine to Debar. Debar was indeed very happy. Zhao Hai was also very happy. With Laura and the others around, he could really worry less. Zhao Hai did not return to the origin space. Instead, he sat in his room and focused on forming the magic array. He had to move around as little as possible to make himself look like a training maniac. The more he did that, the more Debar and the others would trust him. This was not to say that Zhao Hai wanted to do anything to the Ashley family. It was just Zhao Hai's character. He did not like to show off too much, especially when he was not strong enough. That would only attract unnecessary enemies. There were simply too many magic arrays in the machine array world, and some of them weren't just magic arrays. Some of them were even similar to the arrays in the cultivation world. Even Zhao Hai, who was constantly condensing magic arrays, didn't know when he would be able to finish condensing all of them. However, what made Zhao Hai happy was the fact that he could now use more magic array groups. He could now use more than 1,000 magic array groups and countless other magic array groups. If it had been an ordinary mage, even if they knew about these magic arrays, they would not have been able to use them. A person's energy was limited. It was impossible for any mage to learn all the magic arrays. They were only proficient in some of them and used them to fight their enemies. It was like a warrior. He could not learn all the martial arts in the world. He could only learn a few of them and use them as his signature martial arts. In the field of magic circles, a mage's level was not determined by how many magic arrays one had mastered. A mage's level was determined by how many magic arrays one could layer together. Even if one had mastered 10,000 magic arrays layered together, one would still be a grade 2 mage. As long as one had mastered a magic array with 50 magic arrays layered together, one would still be a grade 3 mage. However, Zhao Hai's situation was different. He could use the magic arrays that he had condensed. The space in his body could not only be used as an ordinary space, but it could also be of great help to him when he was fighting an enemy. Think about it. When two people were fighting, Zhao Hai could always use the most suitable magic array at the first moment. He would definitely have the upper hand. When a mage fought with a warrior, although the way they fought was different, the essence was the same. When a warrior fought with another person, the same move would have different responses. For example, when it came to a simple straight palm, some people would choose to dodge, while others would choose to counterattack. When a mage fought, it was actually the same. When the other party shot an icicle, you could use a shield to block it, or you could use a magic to counterattack. This mainly depended on a person's combat awareness. When two people were fighting, it was difficult to guarantee that they could be 100 calm. In such a situation, experience would be very useful. On the other hand, the spatial dimension within Zhao Hai's body could calculate the most advantageous battle method for him, allowing him to use the most suitable method to attack. This way, Zhao Hai would naturally have the upper hand in the battle. Zhao Hai cultivated until it was time to eat. He did not come out by himself. Someone knocked on the door. Zhao Hai opened the door and saw a robot. The robot looked almost like a real person. There was a layer of biochemical skin covering its body. However, it had a big bald head and a number on its forehead. Anyone could tell that it was a robot at first glance. The robot bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, the camp leader invites you to the dining hall for a meal." Zhao Hai nodded and closed the door. He followed the robot into the restaurant. Skeleton was considered a medium-sized spaceship. There were more than 100 staff members on board. Including the mages, there were nearly 200 people on board. Other than weapons and some other things, there was still a lot of space on board. In addition to some living quarters, there were restaurants, bars, entertainment halls, and other places. It was common for spaceships to travel long distances in space for a few months. Under such circumstances, the crew needed a place for entertainment. Otherwise, they would go crazy. The layout of the dining hall on the ship was not very good. It was bright and clean, and there were no single rooms. It was just a large dining hall. Although it was mealtime, there weren't many people here. Many of the crew members were still working, so they couldn't come to eat at this time. As Zhao Hai followed the robot into the restaurant, Debar saw him. He waved at Zhao Hai and laughed. "Little Hai, come here." Zhao Hai followed the robot. It was a large table that could seat 10 people. There were already 9 people there, and there was still a space seat left, which was right beside Debar. There was another person beside Debar. It was Margaret who was sitting on Debar's left, while Zhao Hai was sitting on Debar's right. Zhao Hai did not stand on ceremony. He walked to Debar's side and bowed. "Greetings, camp master." Debar laughed heartily. "Quite all right, there's no need to be so polite with me. Take a seat. These are all members of my bone battalion. In the future, we'll all be on the same side." Quat. Zhao Hai greets all of you. Please take care of me in the future. Zhao Hai bowed to them. As he spoke, he showed off these people. 4 of them were dressed as mages, while the other 4 were dressed as warriors. Although they did not carry any weapons, they were sitting there alone in high spirits. One look and you could tell that they were not weak. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the people sitting there were all rank 5. Whether it was a magician or a warrior, they were all rank 5. In the world of self-cultivators, this kind of strength would be considered a small master. When those people saw Zhao Hai bow to them, they returned the bow politely. They knew very well that Zhao Hai had a very high position in Debar's heart. This could be seen from the position Zhao Hai was sitting. They also knew that Zhao Hai was a genius and the hope of the Bone Camp's revival. Therefore, they were very polite to Zhao Hai. After bowing, Zhao Hai sat down. Debar was very satisfied with the way Zhao Hai bowed to those people. He had always heard that although Zhao Hai was a genius, he was not arrogant at all. Now that he saw it, he believed that it was true. To be honest, he was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's current performance. After Zhao Hai sat down, Debar smiled and said, "Quite our main mission this time was to bring the young miss home. Now that our mission is complete and Zhao Hai has officially joined our bone battalion, we're here to celebrate. Just so happens that little Hai has saved 2 bottles of wine from the lower realm. Let's try them." He laughed out loud. Everyone laughed when they heard him. Zhao Hai looked at Debar and smiled. "Camp master, I actually didn't just bring these 2 bottles of wine. How can 2 bottles of wine be enough for so many people to drink? I'll take a few more bottles, but they're not good wine. Please have a taste." With that said, he took out a few more bottles of wine. None of them were as good as the 2 bottles he gave Debar, which was obvious from the bottles. The 2 bottles that Zhao Hai had given Debar were crystal bottles. They looked very beautiful. However, the bottles that Zhao Hai was taking out now were all glass bottles. Debar could tell with a single glance. However, Debar didn't say anything. On the contrary, he was very pleased. No leader would want the gifts they received to be common goods. Even if it was the same gift, it had to show that it was different from the ones given to others. Naturally, Dibar was no exception. Now that he saw the wine that Zhao Hai had brought out was completely different from the one he had given him, Dibar felt even more pleased. He laughed heartily and said, "Good, little Hai, you actually hid so much wine. I think you're also a drunkard in the lower realm. Quick, pour everyone a cup." "Quite okay," Zhao Hai replied. He opened the bottle and poured everyone a cup. This was naturally the white wine produced in the realm. Zhao Hai also realized that in the array world there was no white wine. Everyone only drank fruit wine. Although it tasted good, it was not hidden. After Zhao Hai poured the wine, he did not raise his glass. Instead, he turned to look at Dibar. When Dibar saw Zhao Hai's expression, he became even happier. He secretly sighed at Zhao Hai's tactfulness. The first person to toast at the table was usually the head of the family, followed by the person with the highest status. Now, regardless of whether it was the head of the family or the status, it should be Dibar who made the first toast. Although Margaret's status was higher than Dibar's, she was a woman after all. Under such circumstances, the first one to propose a toast should be Dibar. Dibar originally thought that Zhao Hai would be the first to toast after pouring the wine. However, he did not expect Zhao Hai to turn around and look at him. It was obvious that Zhao Hai wanted him to be the first to toast. This made Dibar admire Zhao Hai even more. Dibar picked up his glass and looked at the crowd. The main purpose of our operation this time is to bring the young miss back, but at the same time, we also want to let those people know that our Bone Battalion isn't that easy to deal with. The Bone Battalion doesn't like to fight, but we don't fear battle either. Anyone who dares to challenge the dignity of the Bone Battalion will be killed. I know that everyone has been a bit sullen these past few years, but now is not the time for our Bone Battalion to be arrogant. As long as the time is right, my Bone Battalion will let everyone in the world know that wherever the bone flag points, there will be bones everywhere. Dibar knew that the Bone Battalion's overall strength was pretty good, but they lacked an expert to back them up. The battalion had to have at least a level 6 or level 7 expert to back them up. Only then could it be considered a powerful camp. The deterrent force of an expert was much stronger than 1,000 ordinary soldiers. It was like a nuclear bomb that was much stronger than a machine. In the Bone Battalion, he was the strongest person. Although his strength was not bad in the field of arrays, he had only reached level 6. Moreover, he only knew one magic array that could stack 1,000 arrays. In order to use this magic array, he would need a long time to prepare. His reputation as a fat butcher was entirely due to his ability to scheme. Therefore, almost all the people he thought of had died because of his many schemes. He had not really killed them with his strength. After Dibar found out about Zhao Hai's talent, he had treated Zhao Hai as the hope of the Bone Battalion. He wanted to gather all the power in the Bone Battalion and train Zhao Hai into an expert. From then on, the Bone Battalion would be able to dominate the array world. It was precisely because of this that Dibar said that. He truly hoped that the Bone Battalion could regain its former glory. The other gays were also veterans of the Bone Battalion, so they naturally understood Dibar's meaning. Everyone raised their wine glasses and shouted, "Wherever the bone flag points, there will be bones." Dibar laughed heartily. "Quite all right, come, cheers." Quite after saying that, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. FCK, everyone raised their glasses at the same time and drank the wine. However, it was obvious that they had never drunk this strong wine before and did not know the power of this wine. Now that they had drunk a glass of wine, they instantly felt a fire from their throats to their stomachs. They were on fire. Everyone couldn't help but let out a breath of alcohol. A few of them who could hold their liquor coughed repeatedly, even choking on their tears. At this moment, Debalha let out a loud laugh and said, "Nice, good wine. This wine is really strong." There were a few other warriors who had the same reaction as Dibar. Warriors were all good at drinking, and after drinking the wine, they felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. They couldn't help but exclaim loudly. This time, Zhao Hai didn't even need to pour the wine. They poured the wine themselves. In an instant, the atmosphere at the table became lively. At this time, Margaret had already left. She had just finished a glass of wine in one breath, and after that glass of wine, Margaret couldn't stand it anymore and turned to run away. It was a very happy meal. Dibar and the others were obviously much better at drinking than Crick and the other crew members. Everyone drank too much. However, Zhao Hai didn't drink too much today. He had only drunk a few glasses of space water. Even if he drank a lot of wine, he wouldn't drink too much. This time, he was drinking with Dibar, which was different from the time he had been drinking with Crick and the others. Crick and the others were all ordinary people. If he drank with them, they would think that he was honest and worthy of being friends. However, if he drank too much with Dibar, Dibar would think that he had no sense of propriety, that he was too greedy for alcohol, and that he was unreliable. In the end, Dibar and the others collapsed on the table. Zhao Hai helped the crew send them back to his room before returning to his room to continue his cultivation. The next day, when Zhao Hai appeared at the restaurant, everyone he knew and didn't greeted him with a smile. It was only when Zhao Hai sat down to eat that Dibar and the others appeared. They had to admit that the wine Zhao Hai had brought out from the spatial realm city was definitely not fake. Therefore, even if they drank too much, Debar and the others would not feel a headache. Furthermore, spatial water had been used to brew the wine. Therefore, after drinking it, not only would they not feel sad, but it would also make them feel refreshed. It was also very beneficial to their cultivation. Therefore, when Debar and the others appeared in the restaurant in high spirits, everyone was stunned. When Debar saw Zhao Hai eating, his eyes lit up. He then laughed and said, "Good little Hai, you really can drink a lot. You actually made all of us fall down. Amazing." Zhao Hai stood up and bowed to Debar, but Debar did not mind at all. He only smiled and said, "Quad, I'll have breakfast too. Ha ha ha, this is the best I've ever had to drink. This wine is really better than drinking in seclusion." Quad. Zhao Hai smiled. "If Camp Master likes it, I'll tell you the recipe later. You can brew more. First, let our brothers have wine to drink. Second, it can increase the income of our bone camp." Quad. When Debar heard Zhao Hai's words, he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Good job, little Hai. You now have the bearing of a bone battalion's people. Don't worry, I will make the arrangements. In the future, when this wine is brewed, you will get 50 of the profit." Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Debar's words. He then said in embarrassment, "Camp Master, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm only taking out a formula." Debar waved his hand and said, "What are you saying? You don't know how much your formula is worth. Don't worry, the Bone Battalion will not mistreat our brothers. You don't know this yet, right? The robots made by that kid Key are also manufactured by the Bone Battalion through the factory. We also sell them in the entire field of mecha arrays. He gets 5% of the profits. This is the rule of the Bone Battalion." Quat. Hearing Debar's words, Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. He nodded and said, "All right, Camp Master, I'll take it. If there's anything that my brothers need my help with in the future, you must let me know. As long as I can help, I'll definitely help." Debar patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. At this moment, the robot had also delivered breakfast. Debar ate the breakfast in front of him and did not say anything else. After breakfast, Zhao Hai was about to return to his room when he was stopped by Debar. Zhao Hai followed Debar to his room. After they sat down, Debar looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, tell me the truth. What level of people can you deal with now?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "The battalion is still here. I think it shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with the experts from the 4th Battalion, because I'm not only a magician but also a warrior. I'm a dual cultivator of both magic and martial arts. For this operation, I've obtained a few demonic formation swords, which can exert a part of the strength of a warrior. If I'm dealing with the level 4 experts, I should be able to kill them with the undead creatures and the demonic formation sword." Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Debar was taken aback. He glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "You're also a warrior. Did you learn any martial skills in the lower realm?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, I have. However, when I was ascending, I chose the magic continent to ascend. This is because mages are more popular in the lower realm. I thought that after I ascended, mages would be more popular, so I chose to be a mage." Quat. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Debar could not help but burst out laughing. "Good, that's great. Little Hai, with your words, it'll be easy. You can rest assured that in the future, all the resources of the Bone Battalion will be open to you. You must have found a lot of magic arrays on the internet, right? Don't worry, our Bone Battalion still has a lot of secret arrays and formation groups. These things are open to you, and I will make weapons for you according to your requirements. Any materials you need, we can also provide them for you. What you need to do is practice and become an expert as soon as possible and contribute to the Bone Battalion." If someone else had said this, Zhao Hai would have definitely reacted. However, Zhao Hai could not feel any disgust when Debar said this. This was because Debar was not doing this for himself. He was doing this for the Bone Battalion and the Ashley family. To be honest, Zhao Hai did not have any sense of belonging to the Ashley family. However, he had a good impression of the Bone Battalion. From the time Margaret had first met him until now, everything that the Bone Battalion had done had caught Zhao Hai's eye. To be honest, he had started to like the people of the Bone Battalion. This was because they did not scheme against each other. Everyone had the same goal, which was to make the Bone Battalion rise. Zhao Hai was touched that they were willing to sacrifice everything. Zhao Hai had space in his cultivation. He had no interest in power. He also had a beautiful wife at home, so he didn't care much about beauty. However, humans were always social animals. After coming to the array world, the Bone Battalion had treated him very well. Although he had also taken some things from him, Zhao Hai did not think that they were good things. Moreover, Debar had been very kind to him. Now, Debar had even promised to open up everything in the Bone Battalion to him. This was good news for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knows that those big families of yours must have some secrets that aren't passed on to others. Those things might be more useful to him. Seeing that Zhao Hai had not spoken for a long time, Debar could not help but ask, "What's wrong, little Hai? Is there anything else?" Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Quat, no, but I need your help. I have 2 robots in the academy. Please help me transport them to the camp. Ki made them for me. I'm quite comfortable with them. Quat. Debar had thought that Zhao Hai had something to say. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Quat, okay, that's not a problem. Ki might not be good at other things, but he's definitely a genius at mecha. Don't worry, have a good rest. This time we'll go directly to the Bone Battalion. You can stay in the camp for a while. When you've completely adapted to the concentration of spirit chi in the array realm, you can go to your villa. I'll make arrangements for you. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and did not object. Seeing that Zhao Hai had agreed, Dibar said, Quat, all right then, you should rest. We should be able to reach the Bone Battalion by tomorrow. Quat, after saying that, he stood up. Zhao Hai also quickly stood up to send him off. The day passed by very peacefully. Zhao Hai was still sitting in his room, condensing the magic array. He had not expected that this seemingly simple trial would end up like this. Furthermore, he had actually entered the Bone Battalion early. Thinking back to his recent experiences, Zhao Hai didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Although his current strength had been exposed a lot, his true strength had not been exposed. This was very important to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has also made his move. Once you're in the field of arrays, you have to show off your strength. Only then will you be able to get more attention and gain more benefits. If Zhao Hai hadn't become a first-rank magic caster within a month, if he wasn't as powerful as he was now, if he was just like Odin and the others, an old ascendant with no potential, would Dibar have been so polite to him? Would he say that he would open up all the resources in the camp for his cultivation? He definitely wouldn't. If it was any other camp, they would have killed Zhao Hai after knowing the recipe of the wine and the method to make the undead creatures. The array world was not simple. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai revealed some of his strength while being careful. He told Dibar that he was a dual cultivator of both magic and martial arts. Zhao Hai had done it on purpose. Zhao Hai had long discovered that in the array world, some of the secret arrays of some families were the true essence. However, these secret arrays were not usually taught to outsiders. Even within the family, people with less talent could not learn these magic arrays, let alone someone who had ascended. Therefore, Zhao Hai told Dibar that he was a dual cultivator in magic and martial arts so that Dibar would pay more attention to him. Only then would he be valued and learn more. The day passed by quickly. The first time it was dinner time, Dibar would call Zhao Hai to join him. At night, he even brought Zhao Hai to the entertainment room to play for a while. The entertainment room was a place for the crew to relax. There were many fun things in it, making it look like a huge iron educational building. Zhao Hai walked around for a while before informing Dibar and returning to his room. Dibar did not have any objections to Zhao Hai's actions. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was someone who was obsessed with cultivation. Otherwise, his strength would not have increased so quickly. The night passed uneventfully. The next day was the same as the day before. After having breakfast with Dibar, Dibar told him to pack up. They would be able to reach the Bone Battalion at night. Zhao Hai didn't mind and returned to his room to check on the situation of the Bone Barracks. This time, he mainly checked on the location of the Bone Barracks. After checking, Zhao Hai discovered that the Bone Barracks wasn't very close to the Keeg Ascension Academy. The city where the Keeg Ascension Academy was located was called Magic Cloud City. This Magic Cloud City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Ashley family. 10,000 miles to the south of Magic Cloud City, there was a large island. This large island was not smaller than a continent at all. It was more than 3 million miles in total. This large island was where the main city of the Ashley family was located. The main city of the Ashley family was called the Revered Demon City. The entire Changzuo city was ruled by this large island, which was also called Changmo Island. There were a total of 8 small islands around this large island. These 8 small islands were like guards protecting Changmo Island in the middle. These 8 small islands were the locations of the Ashley family's most famous 8 camps for the Outer Gate. These 8 battalions were named after Form and Bones, Evil Ghost Demands Life, and the Bone Battalion was the third of the 4 battalions. The planet that the Ashley family was on was called Dark Demon Planet. The entire planet was the Ashley family's territory, and this planet was the Ashley family's headquarters. On this planet, there were more than 10,000 cities and a population of more than 10 billion. Just the ascension points alone were more than 100. The region where the Magic Cloud City was located was under the jurisdiction of the Bone Battalion, but it was just a peripheral area under the jurisdiction of the Bone Battalion. With the decline of the Bone Battalion, this area had also been targeted by the other base camps. However, with Dibar's protection, those people didn't dare to go too far, but they could still poach some of the geniuses who had ascended. In addition to these, there was also the reason for their status. Every year, when the last camp saw people from other camps, they had to go forward to salute and respectfully call them senior brothers. The Bone Battalion had not had a good time these past few years. Although they had not been ranked at the bottom in the first competition, they could only circle around the 6th or 7th place. When they saw people from other camps, they had to bow, which made them feel embarrassed. The Bone Battalion was not short of money. He would be able to make a lot of money just by buying the robots that Chi made. So even though the Bone Battalion had been receiving less and less money from the family, their financial resources were still strong. The only thing they lacked now was status. The Ashley family was quite famous in the realm of mechas. Their family could control an entire planet, which was rare in the realm of mechas. There were less than 1,000 inhabitable planets in the realm of arrays, and these 1,000 planets were divided by the three major forces. These three major forces were made up of countless small forces. If these forces wanted to control a living planet by themselves, even 10,000 planets would not be enough. So many planets were jointly controlled by several forces. It was rare for a family to control an entire planet like the Ashley family. Zhao Hai had only just realized the strength of the Ashley family. It was not simple, a family controlling a planet. Although there were more than 1,000 planets in the entire array boundary, this was still an impressive achievement. Very quickly, the spaceship arrived at the space base on planet Dark Demon. The Ashley family had a total of 4 space bases, and these 4 bases protected planet Dark Demon in the middle. The first space base was made up of 10 high-level warships and more than 100 intermediate warships, as well as countless small warships. Although the skeleton that Zhao Hai and the others were on was a medium-level warship, it was considered to be below medium level. It was usually used for reconnaissance missions and was usually classified as a small warship. Warships like Skeleton were allowed to enter the planet's interior. Large high-level warships and truly medium-sized warships were generally not allowed to enter the planet's interior. This was because it could cause changes to the planet and cause some natural disasters. Usually only small spaceships could enter the planet's interior. Debar was an outer sect supervisor, so he could mobilize up to 10 medium-grade spaceships without reporting. That was why Debar had brought 10 spaceships, including the Skeleton battleship, to welcome Margaret. Skeleton was considered a small medium-class warship. It could enter the planet and was usually used as a small warship. However, it was indeed a medium-class warship. Its combat power was much stronger than a small warship. In addition, Skeleton was specially prepared for reconnaissance. It was extremely fast. That was why Debar had transferred Skeleton to meet Lammergri. However, when they arrived on planet Dark Demon, they could no longer pilot Dry Bone into the planet. They had to park Dry Bone at the space base, then board a small spaceship and enter the planet. When Zhao Hai went to planet Tyrone for the trial, he didn't notice the space base because they didn't need to go there at all. They were using the smallest civilian spacecraft and took a different route. It was far away from the space base, so Zhao Hai didn't see it. But this time they were going to the space base to change ships, so Zhao Hai saw the space base as well. He was stunned when he saw it. He never thought that the space base would be so huge. The entire space base looked like a huge castle floating in space. Outside the castle, there were countless space docks with battleships parked there. It was a very beautiful sight. Once the ship was parked, Debar led Zhao Hai and the others out of the cabin. Zhao Hai then realized that the cabin door of the ship was connected to a secret corridor. People could walk out of the cabin directly. After walking through the corridor, they arrived at a platform. This platform was also completely sealed off, but the environment inside was similar to that of the spaceship. The only difference was that there were a few flying cars parked on this platform. Debar brought Marjorie and Zhao Hai directly into the flying cars. The moment they got into the flying car, Debar turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this time we have to get back to the family as soon as possible, so we won't be staying here for long. The next time we come, I'll definitely bring you to this space base to have some fun. You're too kind, Camp Master. I want to go back as soon as possible and cultivate properly," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Debar chuckled. "Quat, don't just think about cultivation. Your cultivation speed is already fast enough. It's already impressive that you can use the 5-layered formation in such a short time. Quat." Zhao Hai smiled and did not say anything. Debar did not try to persuade Zhao Hai either. He had been with the Ashley family for more than half his life and had seen all kinds of people. He had seen many cultivation maniacs like Zhao Hai. As long as these people did not die in the future, they would become famous experts. The flying car flew quickly in the space base and soon arrived at another port of the base. There was already a small spaceship waiting there. There were a few people standing at the door of the spaceship. They were all wearing the clothes made on the spaceship. The upper and lower bodies of the clothes were connected together. They looked like they were made of leather and were tight-fitting, making them look very handsome. When Debar and the other two alighted from the car, the leader of the group immediately bowed to Debar and said, "Greetings, Lord Director. The flying ship is ready." Debar nodded and said in a deep voice, "Quite all right, I'll help you thank your officer. I'm in a hurry to go back, so I won't be going to his place." Quat Debar had already boarded the small airship, accompanied by Margaret, Zhao Hai, 30 mages, and 20 warriors. This time, Zhao Hai did not go to the room on the spaceship. From this small spaceship, it would not take long to enter the planet's interior. There was no need to go to the room now, so he followed Debar into the command center. There was naturally a captain in the command center to direct the spaceship. Zhao Hai and the others just stood in the center and looked at the scenery outside through the computer in the center. Debar only heaved a sigh of relief when the ship entered the atmosphere. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Quite in a while, I'll send you to our bone battalion to settle down first, and then send Miss home." I've already spoken to the people in the camp. They will give you a good room. You still have to bring the spiritual chi air conditioner that you brought with you in the academy with you. However, you can try to adjust the concentration of the spiritual chi by yourself. Don't be too hasty. You have to slowly adapt. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded his head and responded. However, this caused the mages standing behind him to feel envious. Although Dibar treated the people of the Bone Battalion well, he had never given them such personal instructions before. Dibar was really paying attention to Zhao Hai. Dibar did not tell anyone else that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. When Zhao Hai told him about this, Dibar had already decided to keep this news a secret. In his opinion, dual cultivations in magic and martial arts would become Zhao Hai's trump card. However, he did not expect Zhao Hai's trump card to be far from what he had imagined. As they were talking, Zhao Hai noticed that 9 islands had appeared in a 9-palace formation on the main control computer of the command hall. The island in the middle was bigger than the 8 islands combined. The 8 islands were like 8 guardians surrounding the island in the middle. Dibar pointed to one of the islands and said, "Quat, that's the Bone Island where the Bone Battalion is located. The Bone Battalion is located in the middle of the island. There are more than 4,000 mages and 6,000 warriors in the Bone Battalion. The lowest is grade 1 and the highest is grade 5. Other than the Bone Battalion camp, there are 8 training grounds and 2 villa areas on the island. You can settle down in the Bone Battalion in a while. I'll take the young lady home and head over as soon as possible." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, please do as you please, camp master. I don't have many requests. I'm just going to the camp to cultivate. There won't be any problems." Quat. Dibar nodded. "Quat, I've already given them instructions. I don't think there will be any mistakes. All right, we're here. Let's go." Quat. As they spoke, the flying ship had already arrived above the Bone Battalion and slowly descended. The Bone Battalion had their own spaceship parking lot, but it was not very large. When they went out for missions, they would usually take small spaceships to the space base and change to bigger spaceships, so this spaceship parking lot did not need to be too big. Zhao Hai used this time to observe the Bone Battalion's camp. The camp was actually a very tall building. Zhao Hai did a rough calculation. The building was about 200 stories high, over 1,000 meters high, and the battlefield area was close to 10,000 square meters. The entire building was in the shape of a tower, and it was inlaid with glass, looking very beautiful. Zhao Hai did not expect the campsite to be such a high-end building. It was different from the campsite in his mind. At this moment, the flying ship had landed on the ground. Dibar led Zhao Hai and the other magicians and warriors out of the flying ship. Outside the flying ship, there were already a large number of magicians and warriors from the Bone Battalion waiting for them. Dibar looked at Tao Wang, who was standing at the front, and said in a deep voice, "Tao Wang, Zhao Hai will be a member of the Bone Battalion in the future. Have you arranged the things I asked you to?" "Don't worry, Camp Lord, everything has been arranged." Tao Wang nodded. Dibar obviously trusted Tao Wang a lot. He nodded and turned to Zhao Hai. "Quat Hai, follow Tao Wang in. I'm going to send the lady off. If you need anything, just let Tao Wang know." Quat. Zhao Hai acknowledged and bowed to Tao Wang. Dibar then turned around and boarded the flying ship, which then flew towards Changmo Island. Once the ship left, Tao Wang turned to the magicians and warriors and said, "All right, go do what you need to do. Little Hai, come with me, I'll take you to your room." Tao Wang laughed. "No need to be so polite. We're all brothers from the same battalion. Let's go." Quat. Then he led Zhao Hai into the building. The first floor of the building was a very large hall, with a restaurant and a resting place beside it. In the largest hall, there was an electronic screen wall. From time to time, all kinds of information would appear on the electronic screen wall. Tao Wang said to Zhao Hai, "Quat, in our Ashley family's outer camp, other than the annual tournament where the family gives out some funds, we are still very free. Every year, the outer camp has to accept some tasks assigned by the family. As long as these tasks are completed, there will be a lack of freedom at other times. There will be a large number of free tasks here in the camp every year. These free tasks are distributed by people through the internet. Everyone can take some free tasks to do, and the family will give the camp funds every year. In fact, it's the salary given to everyone in the camp. The salary isn't very high, and it's divided according to ranks. Although the salary may be considered high for ordinary people, it's not enough for cultivators to do anything. So the development of a camp depends on whether the camp can create its own wealth." Zhao Hai understood Tao Wang's words. Although the camp was managed by the Ashley family, they did not feed them for nothing. The money they gave the camp every year was limited. If the camp wanted to live well, they had to find ways to earn money. Tao Wang continued, "These missions aren't just on Dark Demon Planet. Some of them are on other planets. If you want to complete the mission, you have to take a flying ship. If you want to get there quickly, you can also use the teleportation array. However, the cost of the teleportation array is higher." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Tao Wang continued, "Quat, if it's a clan mission, the clan will pay for all the expenses. However, if it's a free mission, the expenses will be on you." Quat Tao Wang led Zhao Hai to the elevator at the side. They entered the elevator and pressed the 180th floor. After that, Tao Wang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, to be honest, our campsite is similar to the one in the Ascension Academy. There is a dining hall on the first floor, a place for cultivation and other halls. There is also a shopping mall in this building where the family has opened a store. We can also trade freely there. For example, when we do a task, we get some rewards, extra income, or when we dig up some natural treasures, we can go there to trade. The clan won't take any fees from there. Of course, you can also buy the things you obtain from the clan. The clan won't mistreat you." Zhao Hai nodded. He now completely understood that the Outer Gate camp was actually a place similar to a family's mercenaries. It was just a semi-mercenary place, but at the same time, it was also a place for the family to collect more good things. If a big family wanted to develop, it was not enough to rely on a few experts and a few warships. They still needed to develop in all aspects. In other words, they needed to have a deep foundation. The existence of the outer camp would play a very crucial role in the development of a family. Although the people in the outer camp had strong combat power, their overall strength was not bad. They were equivalent to an army, and it would not cost a lot of money to raise this army. This army could also bring benefits to the family. For example, a magician from the outer camp went out on a mission and accidentally obtained an ore. This ore was very rare in the field of arrays, but he had no use for it. If he took it to other places and sold it to others, he might be killed and robbed. So the best way was to sell this ore to his family in exchange for something he needed. Of course, he could keep it for himself and use it when he was stronger. But before that, if people knew that he had this thing, they would definitely come to snatch it, which would be even more dangerous for him. And this ore was very likely to be an indispensable ore for making powerful warriors. If the family obtained it, they would naturally be able to make that weapon and become stronger. In this way, the family would have more good things. When fighting with others, the use of a good weapon was hard to estimate, especially in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, which famous power did not have a few powerful weapons. As long as they had that weapon, ordinary people would not dare to provoke them easily. It was like the use of a nuclear bomb in a country. It was also because of this that those families would allow the people in the outer camp to freely accept missions, because it would also bring benefits to their families. Tao Wang then introduced the situation of the camp to Zhao Hai. The shopping mall in the camp was divided into 2 floors, the 100th and 150th floors. On the 100th floor was the Ashley family's shopping mall. There were many potions and other things that mages and warriors needed. The goods were very complete, and the prices were cheaper than the market outside. The 150th floor was the free trading hall of the camp. Everyone in the camp could go there to trade. For example, a mage who went out on a mission and obtained a demon array sword. It was useless to a mage, but it was very useful to a warrior. He could go to the free trading hall and use the demon array sword to exchange for something he needed. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he heard Tao Wang's words. He had thought of a good idea. There must be a lot of good stuff in a free trade place like this. Zhao Hai had the universal manufacturing machine in his inner space, which could make a lot of good stuff. Then he could buy them. It was definitely a good idea. At that moment, the elevator dinged. They had arrived. Tao Wang led Zhao Hai out of the elevator. Zhao Hai was stunned as he did not expect this floor to be like this. The shelves on this floor were very high, about 10 meters high. There were some ornamental trees and flowers on the ground that were not too high. Most importantly, the rooms here were not like other places where they were next to each other. The rooms here all had a small courtyard. They were like small villas, very elegant. Zhao Hai did not expect this to happen. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. This place is usually reserved for those above rank 4. This time, the camp master specifically instructed me to arrange for you to stay here. Let's go, I'll take you to see your house. Zhao Hai was touched. This was definitely a special treatment. Although he had not been to the other floors, he had noticed that the rooms on the other floors were not as good as this one. Of course, there were better rooms. Further up, the rooms were more beautiful. However, Zhao Hai could also feel that the rooms were all occupied by level 5 experts. Zhao Hai didn't feel the slightest bit of injustice. Perhaps he did, but it wasn't to him. It was to the other people in the camp. He was a newcomer in the Wind Camp, and the strength he had displayed so far was only that of a first-grade mage. Under such circumstances, it was obviously very unfair to the other people in the camp to arrange for him to live in a villa that only 4th-grade mages could live in. Zhao Hai turned to Tao Wang and said, "Brother Tao, this isn't good. If I stay here right after I arrived, what would the others think? I think I'll just live downstairs." Tao Wang laughed and said, "Don't worry, those guys won't care about you. Don't underestimate those guys. Each of them has a lot of money now. Don't forget, in our bone camp, besides the camp, there are 2 big villa areas. Those guys who are more promising all have their own houses in the villa areas and rarely come here to live. Moreover, you live here because the camp master personally ordered it." Who would dare to say anything? Zhao Hai said as he took out 2 bottles of wine in an interspatial bag. Interspatial bags were not rare in the array world. Almost everyone who was a cultivator had one. They could not be bought for much, so Zhao Hai could take it out without any worries. Tao Wang also understood Zhao Hai's meaning. However, he still accepted it out of respect. After taking the 2 bottles of liquor, he put them into his portable space teleportation equipment as he said with a smile, "Quat, this is good stuff. I don't have any other hobbies other than drinking a few sips. I'll try your wine later and give you this wine. Don't worry, I'll tell them that you gave me this wine. Quat." Zhao Hai laughed out loud. "Quat, you're too kind, Brother Tao. If you want to drink in the future, just come find me. I can't promise you anything else, but I'll have as much wine as I want. Oh right, there are 2 other types of wine here. You can take them back and try them." Quat then he took out another bottle and gave it to Tao Wang. Tao Wang didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and put it into the medium. He smiled. "Quat, let's go to your house. When you're done, I'll come and find you for a drink." Quat Zhao Hai then walked into the shop. Zhao Hai's house was not close to the elevator. It was in the best position on this floor, and the best position was near the window. From there, one could directly see the scenery outside the window, so it was the best position on this floor. Zhao Hai took a look at the room. He didn't have many requirements for the location of the house, as long as it could be occupied. This house was really good. It was divided into 2 floors, less than 2 square meters. The building area of the basic maintenance house was less than 100 square meters. There was a small garden outside the house, which was the construction method of all the houses on this floor. Tao Wang showed Zhao Hai around the house. The house was small, but it had everything a house should have. It even had a kitchen. The entire house was divided into 2 floors. The upper floor had 3 bedrooms, while the lower floor had the kitchen and living room. There was 1 bathroom upstairs and 1 bathroom downstairs. Other than that, there was not much else. After Tao Wang introduced the house to Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "Little Hai, although this house is a little small now, but don't worry, the camp master has already asked me to prepare a villa for you. As long as you test out the spiritual energy of the array world, you can move into the villa." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quad, it's fine, this place is pretty good. I'm alone, so why would I live in such a big house? It's pretty good here. By the way, Brother Tao, do we have to go to the cafeteria when we eat? I see that there's a kitchen in this house. Can't I make it myself?" Tao Wang smiled and said, "Of course you can make it yourself. If you don't know how to cook, you can go to the store downstairs and buy a robot to cook for you, but you don't have to worry. The camp master has already said that no matter what you want, we will satisfy it. Don't worry, just tell me. I will definitely arrange it for you. Quat." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, that's enough, Brother Tao. I already have a robot. There are 2 more people. Ki made them for me when I was in school. I'm used to them, so I've already told the camp master to get the 2 robots for me. My main task for now is to stay here and get used to the spirit chi. As long as I get used to it, everything will be fine. Quat." "Quat you quat," Tao Wang laughed. "Quat, all right, I'll bring you some food in a while. I'll send you food regularly in the future. Don't worry, it's the camp master's orders. I won't dare to neglect them." Quat then he laughed and left. Zhao Hai knew that Tao Wang was just joking with him. He had no ill intentions, so he didn't care. He familiarized himself with the villa and returned to his room. He took out the anti-surveillance camera and checked it carefully. He was relieved when he found that there was no one watching him. However, he did not enter the spatial pocket. He knew that Debar would return in a moment, and this was not the time to enter the spatial pocket. Hence, he simply sat quietly in the villa, condensing the magic array. 2 hours later, he heard the sound of a flying car outside his villa. Then he heard Tao Wang's voice. Little Hai, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out." Zhao Hai came out of his bedroom and saw that it was indeed Tao Wang and Debar. This time, there was no one else other than the 2 of them. Zhao Hai quickly opened the door and invited the 2 of them in. Only then did Zhao Hai notice that Tao Wang was holding a few bags in his hands. They seemed to contain something. Tao Wang went straight to the dining room in Zhao Hai's villa. He put down the bag, opened it, and took out a few things. It was a few lunch boxes with food. Debar looked at Zhao Hai's dazed expression and laughed. "Little Hai, today is your first day in the Bone Battalion. Tao Wang and I are also people who enjoy drinking, so we came here to have a drink with you. Do you welcome me?" Zhao Hai laughed out loud. "What are you saying, Camp Master? I'm more than happy to have someone drink with me. Please come in. It's a pity that you brought cooked food today. Otherwise, I would show you my skills." Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Tao Wang's face revealed a strange smile. He flipped his hand and took out the interspatial bag that Zhao Hai had given him. He looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled. "Quat, Little Hai, this interspatial bag is the one you gave me to keep the wine. I took the wine out, and now this interspatial bag is filled with food for you. It's mostly raw food, you have to make it yourself. Come on, show us what you can do." Quat. Debar and Tao Wang both thought that Zhao Hai was bragging. In their opinion, a cultivation genius like Zhao Hai would only focus on cultivation. How could he possibly know how to cook? That was why they said that. Zhao Hai did not mind. He was stunned when he heard what Tao Wang said. He approached the interspatial bag curiously and took a look at the things inside. There was rice, noodles, meat, eggs, vegetables, and everything. All the condiments were there too. Zhao Hai looked at the things inside, then at the things that Dibar and Tao Wang had brought. The things that Tao Wang and Dibar had brought were mostly cooked food, such as fried chicken and chips. There was nothing special about them. To be honest, Zhao Hai liked to drink a cup or two, but he could not bring himself to drink these things. Whenever he was drinking in the origin space, if he wanted to eat dishes with wine, it had to be made by Meg. Her cooking skills were not as good as that of an ordinary chef. Because Zhao Hai liked to eat China food, she also studied Chinese food, which tasted really good. It was because of this that Zhao Hai's appetite had been raised to be picky. He could not eat ordinary dishes, so Zhao Hai did not stand on ceremony. He took out a fish and some vegetables and began to cook. Dibar and Tao Wang were both stunned by Zhao Hai's proficiency. They had not expected him to actually know how to cook. In a short while, Zhao Hai had prepared 2 dishes. One was a cold dish, a home-cooked one. The other was a hot dish, a famous Sichuan dish called fish in water. When Zhao Hai placed the 2 dishes on the table, Dibar and Tao Wang were dumbfounded. In fact, the cultivation world was better than Earth in everything except for one thing, which was the food they made. In the cultivation world, cultivation was the most important thing. Even if they had the same ingredients as on Earth, they wouldn't spend so much time and effort to study any dish. In the eyes of the people of the cultivation world, it was more practical to study 2 sets of magic arrays. It was precisely because of this thought that the entire cultivation world had not come up with any outstanding dishes. The food that people ate was very simple. The home-cooked cold dish was nothing special. It was just an ordinary cold dish, and it was still considered a cold dish. However, the spicy boiled fish was different. It required a lot of effort. Therefore, when Dibar and Tao Wang saw this dish, they were dumbfounded. Zhao Hai had found out that the food at the school was not that good when he was eating a few days ago. After checking on the internet, he found out the standard of the food here. That was why he showed off his cooking skills. If he were to really count, his cooking skills were far worse than Meg's. However, Dibar looked at the 2 dishes and said, "Good fellow. Little Hai, did you make these 2 dishes? Where did you learn it? I researched it myself." "Try it," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Tao Wang couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and start eating. Everyone in the Bone Camp knew that there was a newcomer in the camp. As soon as this newcomer arrived, he was arranged to live in the villa level, which only level 4 powerhouses could live in. Although they had long since stopped living in the villa level and had learned to live in the villa area, they still felt a little uncomfortable when they first heard the news. Besides, this person was extremely mysterious. Other than the first time they had met 100 of them and the bottle of wine Tao Wang had given them each, this person had almost never appeared in the camp. Now that 2 months had passed, the number of people who had seen this person in the entire Bone Battalion could be counted with one hand. Not only did this person not walk around the camp, but he almost never left his room. He stayed in his room every day. Other than the 2 robots, only Tao Wang and the battalion commander had been to his room. Moreover, Tao Wang and the battalion commander were very diligent, at least twice a week. In the past 2 months, the battalion commander and Tao Wang had gone to Baiyi at least 20 times. Every time the battalion commander and Tao Wang went to the villa, they would come out with a healthy glow on their faces. They had obviously drunk, and they had drunk quite a lot. This made the people in the battalion even more curious about the villa and the people inside. These people from the Bone Battalion obviously didn't know that Dibar and Tao Wang didn't go to Zhao Hai's place just to drink. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai was adapting. Zhao Hai's rate of adaptation made both Dibar and Tao Wang extremely happy. Others would need a year to get used to the dense spiritual energy in the machine array realm, but Zhao Hai only needed 2 months to get used to it. What Dibar and Tao Wang did not know was that Zhao Hai had not only gotten used to the spiritual energy in the array realm, but he had also made a breakthrough in his strength. Zhao Hai had been in the Bone Battalion for more than a month and was already getting used to the density of the spiritual chi here. He also felt that he was about to break through, so he deliberately found a day's time to leave the camp and go outside to find a place with no one around. He set up a spiritual gathering array and began to try to break through. This breakthrough had allowed his stellar myriad changes yin-yang technique to break through from the first level to the second level. The amount of spiritual chi required for this breakthrough was also terrifying. Zhao Hai's spiritual power had improved significantly after he broke through the second layer. He could only use the magic array set of the 100-fold magic array. Now he could use the magic array master of the 1,000-fold magic array. He was equivalent to a 6th-tier magician. Not only did the breakthrough greatly increase Zhao Hai's strength, but there was also a set of martial arts in the second level of the yin-yang star myriad transformation technique. The martial arts he learned was a set of fist techniques. However, the name of this fist technique was very strange. It was called the star body tempering art. This set of fist techniques had a name, which made Zhao Hai very curious. At first, he thought that this set of fist techniques wouldn't be of much use to him. After all, he had the special technique, and his body had long surpassed the range of an ordinary person. Whether it was a crystallized body or a liquid metal body, they didn't need any body forging technique to train. He thought that he would only be able to learn a set of fist techniques after getting this book. It was really a bit of a waste. However, when he took a closer look at the stellar body tempering art, he no longer looked down on it. The contents of the book were too powerful. The star body tempering art allowed the cultivator to use the power of the stars to train his body. This training did not only train the meridians or bones, but also the cells. According to the star body tempering art, the cells in the human body were like energy storage devices. They were independent of each other, but also dependent on each other. The star body tempering art was to draw the power of the 9 heaven stars to train the cells in the human body, making them tougher and more energy to store at the same time. As long as one could persist in cultivating it, every cell in the human body would have a star power. At that time, one would naturally be invincible. This was an unprecedented and novel cultivation method that was like a fantasy story. Zhao Hai had never even thought about it before, let alone heard of it. If it wasn't for the fact that the cultivation method of the star physical forging technique was perfect, Zhao Hai would have thought that it was just an idea that didn't exist. However, when he saw the perfect cultivation method, Zhao Hai hesitated. Was such a perfect cultivation method really just something he had imagined? It didn't look like it. At the end of the book, there was a huge flaw in this cultivation method. This person only had one flaw, and that was pain. This kind of cultivation method was to use one's own spiritual power to guide the power of the stars in the universe into the body and temper it. The power of the stars did not temper the flesh, blood, bones, or anything like that, but the cells, every cell. Moreover, when he cultivated the star physical conditioning technique, he had to be able to separate his mind from his body. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. The so-called mind-body separation was to separate one's mind from one's body. It was like the soul leaving one's body, but it was not completely the same. The soul leaving one's body meant that one's body could not move once the soul left the body. The mind-body separation required by the star body forging technique was to separate the mind power from the body. In other words, once the mind power left the body, it would be like a person controlling a puppet. He didn't know how it felt to be a puppet. He just connected the strings and controlled it according to his thoughts. It was the same when he separated his mind and body. Although it was written on the star technique that there would be this and that kind of danger, Zhao Hai still wanted to learn the star physical conditioning technique. He always felt that this star physical conditioning technique would be very useful to him. Zhao Hai had thought that his body contained a variety of special techniques. In addition to the crystallization and liquid metal state, learning this body forging technique should not be as painful as others. However, when he really started learning, he knew that he was wrong. He was wrong. He had many special techniques in his body, as well as the ability to crystallize his body, which could make it extremely hard. At the same time, he also had the energy to turn his body into liquid metal, just like his mercury. However, it was also because of this that Zhao Hai's training was even more painful. If other people's cells were like bread, which could be kneaded however he wanted by the astral body forging technique, Zhao Hai's cells were undoubtedly like iron balls. The astral body forging technique would burn the iron balls red like fire, and the iron balls would have to be hit by the astral body forging technique like a hammer, until they became steel balls that had been tempered for 100 times. The starry body forging technique appeared in the form of a fist technique. This fist technique was not just a body forging technique, but also a powerful martial art move that could be used against enemies. However, when Zhao Hai actually practiced this set of fist techniques according to the method of the star body forging technique, he understood why the star body forging technique had indicated that one must separate one's mind and body before one could practice it. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous because it would be too painful. When Zhao Hai used his mental power to guide the power of the stars to train his body, he felt as if every cell in his body was on fire. The pain was beyond his imagination. He fainted on the spot, let alone practicing. After that, Zhao Hai stopped cultivating the star physical forging technique and focused all of his attention on how to separate his will from the body. Originally, this wasn't a difficult task for him. He only needed to let his mind empty out and let Heir control his body. Then he would be able to separate his will from the body. However, Zhao Hai didn't do that because he felt that it would be very beneficial for him to separate his will from the body. After 5 days, Zhao Hai finally managed to leave his body with his will. With Heir's help, Zhao Hai emptied his body and allowed Heir to control it. He stood at the side and felt the sensation. Slowly, he began to use his will to control his body, and finally, he was able to leave his body. After his will left his body, Zhao Hai began to practice the star physical conditioning exercise. This time, he succeeded. Zhao Hai felt like he was floating in the air, controlling his body like a puppet. He punched continuously, but at this time, he only wanted to punch. He didn't feel any pain. At this point, Zhao Hai had truly learned the star body forging technique. However, he couldn't practice it every day. At the moment, Zhao Hai could only leave his body for about 2 hours at most, which was the time to practice a set of star body forging fist. Just like that, the starry body tempering art was added to Zhao Hai's daily training routine. Just as he had thought, this set of star body forging technique was really very useful to him. After the training of the star body forging technique, he directly used two special techniques on his body, the crystallization and the liquid metallization. They were perfectly integrated together. Now, when he used these two special techniques, his body would not change at all. In the past, when he used the crystallization technique, the surface of his body would become like a crystal. Although he had never used it in battle, he had tried it before. When he used it, his body would turn a mysterious bright silver, and it didn't look like a human body at first glance. But now that Zhao Hai was using these two special techniques, it was completely different. There would be no difference at all. It seemed that Zhao Hai was still Zhao Hai and there was no abnormality. Moreover, Zhao Hai's body had become indestructible, but at the same time, it was as soft as a stream. This was not the only benefit of the star's physical conditioning exercise. It was also a great help to Zhao Hai's mental power. Moreover, his absorption of spiritual qi and the practice of the star myriad changes yin-yang secret art became smoother and faster. Other than these, Zhao Hai's biggest gain in the past 2 months was the magic arrays that Debar had provided him with. They were the Bone Barrack's secret magic arrays. These magic arrays were always open to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did a quick calculation and found that there were more than 100,000 of them. However, in just 2 months, Zhao Hai had already condensed all of them. Now, Zhao Hai's speed of condensing magic arrays had become even faster. He could now condense 10,000 magic arrays at the same time. This speed was simply too shocking. Right now, let alone the secret magic arrays of the Bone Battalion, even all the magic arrays from the mechanical array world had been completed by Zhao Hai. This was an unimaginably large number of magic arrays, and Zhao Hai could already use the magic array groups of 1,000 arrays. However, Zhao Hai did not think that he was invincible. That was impossible. He knew very well that mages were considered powerful in the field of arrays, but they were nothing compared to the people of the other 5 worlds. The people of the other 5 worlds focused on cultivation. Their strongest combat power was humans, while the strongest combat power in the field of arrays was warships. Because of this, Zhao Hai had put most of his energy into the star physical conditioning exercise while he was condensing the magic array. Although he could only practice the star physical conditioning exercise for an hour a day, Zhao Hai had been constantly trying to figure out the artistic conception of the fist technique. The more he tried to figure it out, the more he felt that the fist technique was extraordinary. There were 2 ways to use this set of fist techniques. One was to use it together with the star body tempering art. When this set of fist techniques was used together with the star body tempering art, it would stack up the physical effects, making the cultivation of the star body tempering art twice as effective with half the effort. The other way to use it was to use the yin-yang star myriad transformation technique to push the use of this set of fist techniques. This set of fist techniques was a top-tier fighting technique. Currently, Zhao Hai's myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique had only reached the 2nd stage, 2nd rank. After this breakthrough, Zhao Hai had divided the cultivation of each stage into 9 levels. The first stage was divided into 9 levels. He had been stuck at the first stage, 9th rank, for a long time. Now that he had finally broken through, his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique had reached the 2nd stage, 2nd rank. It could be said that he had accumulated a lot of experience and made a sudden breakthrough. Apart from Zhao Hai's increase in cultivation, the realm had also improved. Zhao Hai's realm had reached level 150, and the spirit qi density in the realm was the same as the ones in the array realm. Due to the existence of the 100 spirit tree and the tree of life, the spirit qi density in the realm had even slowly surpassed that in the array realm. The reason why the realm's level increased was due to the change in the concentration of spirit qi. When Zhao Hai's body slowly adapted to the spirit qi in the outside world, the spirit qi in the realm also changed. As the spirit qi in the realm became thicker and thicker, the level of the realm would increase. When the spirit qi in the realm was the same as the outside world, the realm's level would rise to level 150. Of course, there were benefits to leveling up. Now that the realm had confirmed that the spiritual qi and technology absorbed by the realm had reached the intermediate level, Zhao Hai could buy the intermediate cultivation and intermediate technology background. The magical realm had confirmed that it had reached the advanced level, so Zhao Hai could buy the advanced magic background. With this background, Zhao Hai could do a lot of things. With his own technology, he could produce mechas and battleships. With his cultivation background, he could grow more high-grade herbs and even get his hands on many Dharma artifacts. It was because his level kept increasing that Zhao Hai didn't leave his villa for the past 2 months. He had been cultivating in the medium. Although the people of the Bone Battalion were very curious about Zhao Hai, no one had any objections to Zhao Hai's treatment because it was the decision of the battalion commander. The members of the Bone Battalion were very united, especially Debar. Everyone respected him, so no one had any objections to Zhao Hai being arranged to stay at the level 4 powerhouse's residence. Everyone only hoped that Zhao Hai would be able to learn something and contribute to the Bone Battalion. The people of the Bone Battalion were no stranger to Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai had only ascended for a month before he was brought to the Bone Battalion. During these 2 months, Zhao Hai had been in his room adapting to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the machine array world. When they first heard about Zhao Hai's situation, the people of the Bone Battalion were all excited. Zhao Hai had been able to ascend for a month and was brought to the camp. This was enough to show Zhao Hai's talent, and they began to pay more attention to him. Everyone knew what the Bone Battalion's current situation was like. However, their cultivation talent wasn't very good, and the strongest person in the camp was only a level 5 expert. They had no advantage over the other camps, so they all wanted Zhao Hai to learn quickly and become an expert so that the Bone Battalion could hold their heads high. In the beginning, the people of the Bone Battalion were worried about whether Zhao Hai could quickly adapt to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the machine array realm. They were even more afraid that Zhao Hai would become proud and complacent because of such preferential treatment, and eventually become one of the people. However, after Zhao Hai's impressive feat of not leaving his room for 2 months, all of them shut their mouths. They no longer had any doubts, but were filled with anticipation. For mages, it was common for them to cultivate in seclusion, but it was only for a few days at most. They would also often come out to walk around, so as to avoid being depressed. Not only was it not good for their cultivation, but it could also affect their state of mind, causing their state of mind to be unstable and affecting their cultivation. Usually, long periods of closed-door cultivation were done by the cultivators in the cultivation world. The cultivators in the cultivation world had very high requirements for their mental state when they cultivated. Long periods of closed-door cultivation were a kind of mental state cultivation. Through long periods of lonely cultivation, they would constantly polish their mental state and make it crystal clear, which was beneficial to their own cultivation. However, those cultivators had their own unique training methods, which were different from the training methods of mages. Although they didn't want to admit it, the mages still had to admit it. The training methods of cultivators were indeed much better than that of mages. Zhao Hai was a mage, but he could go into seclusion for 2 months and not step out of his room. This kind of mental state cultivation made everyone in the Bone Battalion feel ashamed. Although Damar and Tao Wang often visited him during this process, it was not easy to achieve such a level of success. Of course, they didn't know that Zhao Hai had spent most of his time cultivating in the origin space. He didn't spend too much time outside. 2 months later, there was still no sign of Zhao Hai coming out of seclusion. However, the people in the Bone Battalion did not have the time to pay attention to Zhao Hai. Their attention was now focused on another matter, which was the 6-realm newcomer competition that was held once every 5 years. The so-called 6-world rookie competition sounded like a competition, but it was actually a life and death battle. This battle was held every 5 years, and the participants were all those who had ascended from the lower worlds in the past 5 years. Only they could participate. It was absolutely impossible for the people from the cultivation world to participate. The tournament had been held for more than 100 worlds. The initial purpose of the tournament was not just for the competition, but for a gambling battle. Although the cultivation world was vast, it even included several realms and had countless resources. However, the top-tier information was limited. Take the Ghost Silver Mine, for example. Although Zhao Hai had obtained a lot of Ghost Silver ore from the spatial space, there were many cultivators in the cultivation world. If the ore was distributed among the cultivators, only a small number of people would be able to get it, and things like Ghost Silver Mine were very important to cultivators. With this kind of thing, the speed of cultivation would be even faster, especially for those who cultivated the devil. That was why the competition for resources in the cultivation world had never stopped. The 6 cultivation worlds did not have a clear boundary. At the intersection of the 2 worlds, there would always be some gray land. Both worlds could manage it, but neither could. In the middle, there were some high-quality materials that people in all the worlds of the cultivation world needed. In order to compete for these things, the 6 worlds of cultivation had many wars and countless deaths and injuries. In the end, the higher-ups of the 6 worlds saw that there was no way to go on like this. In the end, the 6 worlds came to an agreement to hold a 6-world newcomer competition every 5 years. The newcomers who participated in the competition were all people who had ascended from the lower worlds. These people had ascended less than 5 years ago, and their strength was limited. In addition, they had ascended from the lower worlds, so even if they died, those people would not feel too much pain. He would let them fight each other, and the Jai that won in the end would obtain the right to mine the high-level resources at the border. The time limit was 5 years, and 5 years later, there would be a competition to decide the ownership of those places. The 6 realms wouldn't mistreat any of the newcomers who participated in the competition. Not only would they receive a lot of rewards, but their forces would also receive a lot of benefits. Some of them could even be given a high-grade material mine for their forces to mine. It could be said that the Six Realms newcomer competition was a competition that affected all the forces in the Six Realms. It was also a shortcut for newcomers to become famous. Every time the Six World Newcomers competition was held, some geniuses would appear. Although these people had ascended from the lower realm and had only been in the cultivation world for less than 5 years, their cultivation was not bad. Some of them had even become masters with a little reputation. Every Six World Newcomers competition was a grand event where the major forces fought for benefits. Although there would be countless deaths and injuries, the major forces and those who had ascended were willing to take it. There was still about a year before the new competition of the Six Realms, but the Six Realms preliminaries were about to begin. All the reputable forces in the Six Realms could participate in the preliminaries, and the top 100 of each preliminaries would participate in the Six Realms newcomer competition. As time passed, the Six World Rookie competition was no longer just a competition for resources. It was also the best place to show one's strength and overwhelm the other party. Therefore, the Six World Rookie competition was highly valued. Because of the rules of the Six Realm Rookie competition, only those who had ascended from the lower realm could participate. Therefore, the strongest core forces of the major forces were almost not allowed to participate. Take the Ashley family, for example. The core strength of the Ashley family was their family's core members, and the core members of their family were almost all the main family of the Ashley family, or the natives of the Array world. There were almost no ascendants. He had ascended for more than 5 years, so he didn't have enough information to participate in the newcomers' competition. Therefore, in the realm of Arrays, those who participated in the Six Realm newcomers' competition must be the outer sect disciples of the major forces. This was because the outer sect disciples of the major forces rarely joined the core disciples of the main family. They were usually composed of those who had ascended. There were many people in the Bone Battalion who had ascended for less than 5 years, but they were not very strong. The strongest one was only a second-grade magician. It was a little too much for them to want to participate in the Six World Newcomers competition. But even so, it didn't stop the people of the Bone Battalion from paying attention to the Six World Newcomer competition, especially those who had ascended less than 5 years ago. Although their strength was not enough, they still wanted to try their luck. However, Zhao Hai did not know about this. He had just arrived in the realm of Arrays not too long ago. Furthermore, he had been cultivating all this while and had rarely gone online recently. Thus, he did not know about this. However, Debar and Tao Wang had no intention of telling Zhao Hai about this. This was because the Six World Newcomers competition was too dangerous. People could die at any time. Zhao Hai had just ascended to this world less than 3 months ago. It would be good if he could get used to the density of spiritual qi in the Array world. If they let him participate in the competition, it would be suicide. Although Debar already knew that Zhao Hai had many powerful undead creatures that could compete with 4th-tier magic casters, he still didn't want Zhao Hai to participate in the competition. Zhao Hai was the hope of the Bone Battalion, and the Bone Battalion didn't lack money. He didn't want Zhao Hai to take the risk. Although Zhao Hai didn't know, someone else knew that this person was Laura. Laura and the others would go online every day to find out what was happening in the Array realm. How could such a big event like the Six World Rookie competition not be on the internet? Not only that, but there was also an overwhelming amount of publicity. Some websites even published the origin of the new Six Realm tournament, as well as the process and end of the competition. They were very detailed, so Laura and the others all knew about it. Needless to say, in the Six Realm newcomers competition, the field of mecha had always ranked at the bottom. After all, the other 6 realms focused on cultivation, while the field of mecha focused on the development of mecha and battleships. Thus, the field of mecha had never had much hope for this new 6 realm newcomers competition. However, this didn't mean that the Array world wouldn't send people to participate. On the contrary, every realm would send people to participate. Although they couldn't compete with the other 5 realms, the Array world would still have to compete internally. The mecha world treated the 6 World Rookie Tournament preliminaries as a competition to distribute benefits. The final 100 ascendants who participated in the 6 World Rookie Tournament would receive generous rewards. The organization they belonged to would also receive corresponding benefits. If they obtained good results in the tournament, their family would receive even more benefits. It was precisely because of this that the mecha world placed great importance on every tournament and vigorously promoted it. During this period of time, everyone who was online knew about this. Laura and the others naturally learned about the competition from the internet. Zhao Hai sat quietly in the villa in his interspace, looking at the computer in front of him. The report on the 6 World Newcomers competition was on the computer. After he finished reading the report, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "What's wrong? You want me to participate in this competition?" Lola nodded and said, "That's right, brother Hai. It's been almost 3 months since we came to the array world. In these 3 months, we have basically adapted to this place. Now you have learned everything that you should have learned. Debalbai, you are also not bad. Isn't this 6 world newcomers competition an opportunity? Let the Bone Battalion regain its reputation." "You sound like someone from the Bone Battalion," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Laura laughed. "Quad, although I'm not a member of the Bone Battalion, I've seen the situation in the Bone Battalion these past few days. To be honest, I really like this camp. The people here are very united. Debar has contributed a lot to this camp. Quad." Zhao Hai nodded in agreement with Laura's words. He really liked the atmosphere of the Bone Battalion. To be honest, there wasn't much he could learn in the array world anymore. It was time to go out and see the different scenery of the great cultivation world. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Quite sure, I'll participate in the competition this time. I'd like to see how strong the people from the other 5 realms are." Quat. Laura and the others all shouted happily. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. To be honest, the reason why Zhao Hai had stayed in the origin space for so long was mainly to accompany them. They were too bored in the origin space, so Zhao Hai wanted to spend more time with them. Zhao Hai looked at the time. After eating in the origin space, he came out and contacted Tao Wang and Debar through his robot. Almost all the machines were equipped with communication functions. People usually did not bring home robots with them when they went out. Home robots were like a fixed telephone. Only when people were out and about would they use their own computers to communicate. Although Tao Wang and Damar did not know why Zhao Hai was looking for them, they still went to Zhao Hai's house as fast as they could. When they reached the room, Zhao Hai was already waiting for them. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Little Hai, what's up? Are you looking for us to drink?" "Camp leader, brother Tao, have a seat. I have something to tell you guys today." Zhao Hai smiled. When Debar and Tao Wang saw that Zhao Hai seemed to be busy, their hearts skipped a beat. They had been in contact with Zhao Hai for 2 months. They knew his temper, and Zhao Hai did not have many requests. Now that he had suddenly become so formal, the two of them were not used to it. The two of them sat down uneasily. Zhao Hai sat opposite them and said in a deep voice, "Quat Camp Master, I've called you here today to tell you that after 2 months of adapting, I've completely adapted to the spirit chi density in the machine array realm. I've also decided to participate in the 6 realm newcomers competition." Quat. When Debar and Tao Wang heard what Zhao Hai said, they were both stunned. Debar even stood up and said, "Quat, no, little Hai, you can't. The 6 world newcomers competition is too dangerous. You can't participate." Quat. Tao Wang nodded and said, "That's right, little Hai. You can't take part in it. It's too dangerous. People can die in the 6 realm newcomers competition, and we will have to fight against the masters from the other realms. Those people will fight one-on-one. Our chances of winning are slim." Quat. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and knew what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "Camp leader, big brother Tao, don't worry. I understand the danger of the 6 realm tournament, but I still want to participate. This will be an opportunity for our bone camp to rise again." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, both Tao Wang and Debar were stunned. Then they stopped talking. The two of them had worked so hard to make the Bone Battalion rise. However, they had never thought of letting Zhao Hai participate in the competition. Of course, not allowing Zhao Hai to participate in the tournament this time did not mean that he would not be allowed to participate in the future. They were also very clear that it was impossible for them to achieve anything if they only focused on training in seclusion. The two of them had already come up with a full plan for Zhao Hai's development. This plan was very comprehensive. From the moment Zhao Hai had completely adapted to the spiritual chi density in the Mecha clan, he would be assigned some small missions. Zhao Hai would not be the only one taking part in these missions, and there would not be any danger. It could also be used to train Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai would be able to develop bit by bit. In a few years, Zhao Hai would be able to represent the Bone Battalion to participate in the family tournament. Then, he would officially become famous in the Mecha clan. The plan was not risky at all. It could train Zhao Hai, but it was not too dangerous either. Debar and Tao Wang had placed too much hope on Zhao Hai. They did not want anything to happen to him. That was why the two of them reacted so strongly when they heard that Zhao Hai was going to participate in the 6 world newcomers competition. In their opinion, Zhao Hai would be seeking his own death if he were to participate in the competition. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled, "Camp Master, brother Tao, let's sit down and talk. To be honest, I didn't make this decision on a whim. I thought about it carefully. To be honest, with my current strength, I'm confident that I can defeat a 4th-rank mage. That's why I decided to participate in this competition." Debar frowned. Quat, I already knew that you have the undead creatures and are a dual cultivator, so it's not surprising that you can defeat a level 4 magician. However, you don't know much about the 6 world newcomers competition. It is very important for all the worlds, so the participants are all elites. The losers are often either dead or injured, so it is a competition with a very high death rate. I'm not trying to boost his morale or destroy his prestige. To be honest, I'm not trying to make him lose face. the mages and warriors of the realm of arrays are still lacking compared to the people of the other 5 realms. The biggest difference is in their weapons. At this point, Debar paused. Tao Wang continued, "Quite yes, the biggest difference is in weapons. The strongest weapons in the other 5 realms are almost all celestial devices, which can be used by a single person. That is to say, in every new 6-realm tournament, the people from the other realms will use some celestial devices. Those celestial devices are very powerful. Even if our magicians are stronger than them, we can't gain any advantage if they use celestial devices. That's why the camp master and I don't want you to participate in this 6-world newcomers competition." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know that. I've been using the computer for the past few days to understand the situation of the other 5 realms. But to be honest, camp master, this has made me want to participate in this competition even more. Don't forget, all the spoils of war in this competition will belong to everyone. I want to get 2 of them back, and I'm confident in dealing with them. Quat." Debar was still frowning as he said, "Quat little Hai, I still think that this is too easy. For example, in the new 6-realm tournament, our mecha clan did not achieve any good results. In the 6-realm tournament, it would be a breakthrough if our people could get into the top 300. Moreover, the people who participate in the 6-realm tournament are the true elites of our mecha clan. They have all ascended for at least 3 years. From this, you can see how strong the other party is, right? I really don't want you to participate in this competition." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just smiled and waved his hand. A magic array set consisting of 100 magic arrays appeared in front of him. Debar and Tao Wang were stunned when they saw Zhao Hai's magic array. It wasn't easy to combine magic arrays. Every additional magic array required a lot of mental power. If a new magician wanted to join a magic array, they would have to experiment to see if the new magic array was suitable for the new magic array and how effective it would be. This was also the reason why it was very difficult for a mage to stack magic arrays at the beginning. Only when a mage's strength reached a certain level would they slowly understand the rules and know what kind of magic array was most suitable for them. This was why a 1st-grade mage only needed to learn 5 magic arrays, and a 2nd-grade mage only needed to learn 10 magic arrays. Meanwhile, if one wanted to upgrade their magic array to grade 3, they would have to learn 50 magic array superposition skills. As for grade 4, they would have to learn 100 magic array superposition skills. An average mage would need at least 5 to 10 years to master the 50-layered magic array. Even in the world of magic arrays, those who had learned magic arrays since they were young would need 3 to 5 years to master the 50-layered magic array, not to mention the 100-layered magic array. Many mages would only be able to master the 50-layered magic array in their entire lives, stopping at the level of a 3rd-grade mage. Now that Zhao Hai had revealed the magic array, Debar and Tao Wang were dumbfounded. They had never thought that Zhao Hai would be able to stack 100 magic arrays in such a short amount of time. The 2 of them were momentarily stunned, not knowing what to say. Zhao Hai waved his hand and used his spirit power. The magic array slowly dissipated. Debar and Tao Wang only came back to their senses when the magic array disappeared. They looked at each other and saw the shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "Quad, I've already reached the strength of a 4th-grade magician, and my fighting energy is almost at the strength of a 4th-grade warrior. I'll definitely have the ability to protect myself in this 6-world newcomers competition. Camp leader, Brother Tao, it's time for our bone battalion to hold our heads high." Quat. The mountain training ground was one of the 8 training grounds of the bone battalion. It was also the training ground with the most complicated terrain. A competition was currently being held there, and both sides were from the bone battalion. On one side was Zhao Hai, and on the other side were the representatives of the Bone Battalion's new generation, selected by Debar. There were a total of 10 people, and the test this time was very simple. These 10 people would fight Zhao Hai in the mountains. As long as Zhao Hai won, he would be able to participate in the new 6-realm tournament. After Zhao Hai revealed the strength of the 100 formation superposition skill, Debar finally relented. He could agree to let Zhao Hai participate in the 6-world newcomer competition, but there was one condition. Zhao Hai had to pass his test. The mountain training ground was only the first test, as Debar knew very well that the 6-world newcomers competition was not only held in the arena. There were also battles in various environments. The Bone Battalion had spent a lot of money to build this mountain training ground. The entire training ground was more than 2,000 mu, and there were close to 100,000 cameras installed inside. There were also 100 small camera planes in the air, which monitored the entire training ground and recorded the entire battle process. Right now, Debar and Tao Wang were sitting in the monitoring hall of the mountain training camp. They were looking at the big screen in front of them. On the screen, Zhao Hai and the other 10 people were all ready. They were going to enter the training camp from different directions. Debar and Tao Wang weren't the only ones in the monitoring hall. Many of the elders from the Bone Battalion were there as well. They had heard from Tao Wang that Zhao Hai, who had been in the camp for 2 months, was going to have a 1v10 test today. They were all very curious, so they had come to join in the fun. 10 people selected by Debar were all people who had ascended for more than 5 years and were all rather capable. Among them, 6 were warriors and 4 were mages. Among the warriors, 3 had reached the 4th tier and 3 had reached the 3rd tier. Among the mages, 1 or 2 had reached the 4th tier and 2 had reached the 3rd tier. Following Debar's order, Zhao Hai and the other 10 entered the mountain training camp. The training camp was filled with dense trees, and the terrain was constantly changing. There were mountains, rocks, trees, water, pits, and caves. The terrain was extremely complex. To find the other party without being ambushed, one would need a lot of combat experience. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others entered the training ground, everyone's eyes were on him, wondering what he was going to do. Zhao Hai looked around and waved his hand, releasing nearly 100 undead creatures. They flew into the training ground and circled the training ground for a while before finding a small cave to sit down and close his eyes. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Debar and the others were stunned for a moment. However, everyone nodded in agreement. They could understand Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai had never been to the mountain training camp before and was completely unfamiliar with the terrain. Under such circumstances, it was better to stay still than to move. He sent the undead creatures to investigate while he found a safe place to rest. He would only attack the enemy after discovering them. This was the most correct approach. Debar had put a lot of thought into the construction of this training camp. A large number of spirit-forbidden stones that could suppress mind power had been installed in the training camp, so that people did not have to use their mind power to check the terrain of the training camp. Otherwise, the mages would be able to see everything clearly with just a scan of their mind power. It would be no different from fighting in the arena. The spirit-restricting stone was a common stone in the cultivation world. It didn't have many uses except to suppress one's mental power. The more spirit-restricting stones there were, the more powerful the suppression would be. Previously, one could release their mental power for 10,000 meters. However, if one entered an area with 100 cubic meters of spirit-restricting stones, one would be lucky to be able to release it for 100 meters at most. Although forbidden spirit stones weren't very rare in the cultivation world, they weren't cheap either. Debar had placed 2,000 square meters of forbidden spirit stones in the Bone Barracks mountain training ground. This was definitely a huge sum. Although there were many people in the monitoring hall of the mountain training camp, and everyone thought that Zhao Hai's plan was good, there were only a few who could actually do it. There were a few things that had to be done before Zhao Hai could send the undead creatures to scout. First, you had to be a dark mage who specialized in summoning spells. Second, you had to have enough high-level undead creatures. If it were low-level undead creatures, they wouldn't be able to transmit any complicated information and wouldn't be useful for scouting. The third point was that one's mental strength had to be strong. As everyone knew, a summoner couldn't be too far away from their summoned creatures. If a summoner was too far away, their control over their summoned creatures would decrease. If that happened, their summoned creatures would lose control and be useless. Among the people present, there were not many who thought that they could do this. Although they could not do this, they had good eyesight and could see Zhao Hai's strength from this. Soon, Zhao Hai discovered an enemy through an undead creature. The enemy was a magician. Zhao Hai moved his body and walked out of the cave. Then he floated towards the magician. When Zhao Hai's undead creature discovered the magician, Zhao Hai had already recalled it. Therefore, the magician didn't notice Zhao Hai. The magician did the same as the others. He used his power of the will to explore the surroundings and moved forward carefully. At the same time, he had already set up a magic shield around his body. Although he might be discovered, this magic shield could also play a very good role in defending against sudden attacks. Zhao Hai's figure floated slowly in the forest. He wasn't in a hurry because he knew that the undead creature knew the terrain he had been through. Soon, Zhao Hai felt the presence of the magician. Not only did he feel the magician's spiritual power, but he also felt the energy fluctuations of the magician's magic shield. Zhao Hai was even more careful now. He moved forward carefully. Not only did he have to hide his spirit, but he also had to hide in the shadows of the surrounding trees at all times to avoid being discovered. The people in the monitoring hall held their breath as they looked at Zhao Hai. They realized that Zhao Hai was like a killer, moving forward carefully. On the other hand, the magician did not notice Zhao Hai at all. He was still moving forward carefully. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. When the distance between them was about 100 meters, Zhao Hai suddenly sped up and appeared behind the magician. With a wave of his hand, a 50-fold magic array appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai shouted, "Sharp metal spear." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge metal spear flew out of his magic array and stabbed the mage's shield. The shield burst like a bubble. Just as the magician was about to counterattack, Zhao Hai's other 50-fold magic array was ready. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Clear wind, lock." Following Zhao Hai's words, a green chain made of wind elements appeared beside the magician and wrapped around him. At this point, the magician had already withdrawn from the competition. Since Zhao Hai could release the chains to bind him, he could naturally kill him. The magician understood this as well. Although he looked a little depressed, he still nodded to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the chains on the magician disappeared. The magician bowed to Zhao Hai and left the battlefield. Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared into the forest. If the people in the monitoring hall did not observe Zhao Hai through the screen, they would not be able to find him. The fight between Zhao Hai and the magician was very short. Zhao Hai only used 2 sets of magic arrays to defeat the magician. However, whenever he used a magic array, there would be a magical fluctuation. The others had noticed the magical fluctuation and were rushing over. Zhao Hai was also flying in the direction of a warrior. The warrior was a grade 4 warrior. Although his strength was considered the top among the few, he was still very careful. He had his weapon in his hand and was not moving very fast. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of mana fluctuation in front of him. This mana fluctuation was obviously not from the few people he was familiar with. He became more careful, and the sword in his hand was ready to shoot out sword aura at any time. After advancing carefully for 2 minutes, that person felt an unfamiliar mana fluctuation not far in front of him. He hid behind a tree and carefully looked forward. He was stunned because an undead creature with a magic staff was standing in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this situation. He knew that this was a trap, even though he knew it was already too late. He heard a voice say, "Green vines coil." Following this sound, he realized that some green vines had suddenly appeared on the tree he was hiding in. They wrapped around him tightly, making him look like a dumpling. However, the vine only wrapped around him for a moment before letting him go. He also saw Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai did not say anything. He only nodded at the man, then turned around and floated away. That person sighed, put away his sword, and withdrew from the competition. By then, the others had already arrived at the place where Zhao Hai had fought for the first time. There was no one there. Although there were still some magical waves, they could not see anything. The 8 of them looked at each other. Then, they felt the magic fluctuations from the battle between Zhao Hai and the warrior almost at the same time. Just as they were about to approach, they suddenly realized that they had been surrounded. The 8 of them knew that the test was over when they saw 10,000 undead creatures in bone armors and warriors surrounding them in a neat formation. They realized that the undead creatures were too powerful. Each of them was at the level of a level 9 apprentice. With such strength and numbers, the 8 of them didn't even have the chance to escape. Debar and the others knew that the test was over. Debar and Tao Wang looked at each other and saw a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. The strength that Zhao Hai had displayed and the way he used magic arrays had completely exceeded their imaginations. Although Zhao Hai had not used the magic array with the 100-fold magic array, this was nothing to Debar. A 4th-tier magician might not necessarily use the 100-fold magic array when fighting an enemy. It was just like a chef. He might only have a few specialty dishes, but he couldn't possibly cook them all the time, especially the dishes he usually cooked. It was just some ordinary dishes. The principle was the same. Grade 4 mages were those who could use the magic array of the overlapping of 100 arrays. During a battle, they would usually only use the overlapping of 10 or 20 arrays. It was impossible for them to use the overlapping of 100 arrays all the time. Although the power of the overlapping of 100 arrays was great, the casting speed could not be too fast. In a battle, the faster one could cast the magic, the higher the chance of winning. The few spells that Zhao Hai had just used were all spells stacked on top of 50 formations. Furthermore, they could be said to be instantaneous. A 3rd-rank formation fiend could actually do it instantly. This was something that many 5th and 6th-rank magicians could not do. This was why Debar and Tao Wang were so happy. The other people in the hall were also very happy. The strength that Zhao Hai had displayed had completely exceeded their expectations. They had never thought that a person who had just ascended 3 months ago would actually have such strength. In their eyes, with Zhao Hai here, there was hope for the Bone Battalion to rise again. After the test, Debar and Tao Wang led a large group of Bone Battalion members to the training ground to welcome Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Debar laughed and went up to him. He hugged Zhao Hai and said, "Good job, little Hai. Well done, let's go. Everyone who came today, let's gather at the restaurant and have a good drink." Quite yes, quite everyone responded. However, most of them were sizing up Zhao Hai with curiosity. In the past 2 months, Zhao Hai had not appeared in the camp and had only stayed in his room. However, everyone in the camp had found out about Zhao Hai's background. He had ascended from the lower realm. A month after he ascended, he had gone through his first trial outside. He had passed it successfully and entered the Bone Camp. To be honest, when they saw this information, the people in the Bone Battalion were in disbelief. At the same time, they felt happy and even anticipated it. They wanted to see if this rare genius, who had been so highly regarded by Debar, would create any miracles after this seclusion. Sure enough, Zhao Hai didn't let them down. After 2 months of seclusion, he created another miracle. In the 1-on-10 test, the battle ended in such a short time. Although he relied on his undead creatures in the end, those undead creatures belonged to Zhao Hai and were a part of his strength. Therefore, no one felt that it was unfair. Dibar led the group to the Bone Battalion's large dining hall. This large dining hall was located on the first to third floors of the Bone Battalion building. It was designed in the shape of a well, and the middle part was empty. Could accommodate 10,000 people at a time. At the end of each year, the people of the Bone Battalion would come here for a meal. Everyone would participate and summarize what they had done for the year. At the same time, they would also give out bonuses. When Dibar brought a large group of people to the restaurant, the entire Bone Battalion was immediately alerted. Therefore, those who were at home all ran over. In a short time, nearly 5,000 people had gathered in the restaurant. Dibar didn't stop them. When he saw that almost everyone was here, Dibar stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the well. He glanced at everyone and smiled. I think everyone already knows why we are here today. Today I will formally introduce him to everyone. This is Zhao Hai. He joined our Bone Battalion 2 months ago, but he has been in closed-door training for the past 2 months. Today he will formally meet everyone. Zhao Hai also stood up. Tao Wang pushed Dibar to his side and saluted the people of the Bone Battalion. The people of the Bone Battalion also gave their applause. Dibar gestured with his hand and everyone stopped. Dibar looked around and continued, "Quat this time. I have gathered everyone here not only to introduce Little Hai to you, but also for one more thing. I have decided that Little Hai will represent our Bone Battalion to participate in the preliminaries of the 6th World Rookie Competition." Quat. Upon hearing Dibar's words, the entire restaurant exploded with a buzz. In theory, anyone who had ascended less than 5 years ago could participate in the 6th World Newcomers Competition's preliminaries. However, most of the influential forces would conduct an internal test before sending these people to participate in the Array World Competition. Take the Ashley family, for example. Each of the 8 outer gate battalions would first conduct an internal test, and then choose some strong ones to participate in the Array tournament. The number of people would not be limited, mainly based on the results of the test of each battalion. The decision would be made by the battalion leader, and the family would not interfere too much. Although there were quite a number of new members from the Bone Battalion who wanted to participate in this competition, they still had to get past Dibar. According to past practice, Dibar would not allow some of the stronger people in the battalion to participate in the competition, as he was afraid that there would be casualties. Dibar was very protective of the young people in the camp. Although these people might blame him now, Dibar would not allow them to take the risk. This was because Dibar knew very well that these people were too weak. They might not even pass the family's internal test, let alone participate in the Array tournament. The Ashley family also adopted a very strict competition system within itself. The relationship between the 8 outer gate camps was not good, and the competition between them was also very fierce. If they were allowed to participate in the family test, there might be casualties, so Dibar would not let those people participate in the test. This time, if Zhao Hai did not pass the test, Dibar would not allow him to participate. No matter how good Zhao Hai's words were, it would be useless. This test was not only to test Zhao Hai's combat strength, but also his combat experience. From Zhao Hai's combat experience, Dibar could tell that Zhao Hai was definitely a veteran. This put his mind at ease. Dibar looked at the crowd. A large portion of these people did not know Zhao Hai's strength, so it was normal for them to have such a reaction. Dibar didn't say anything. He stood there quietly for a while. The others also realized that Dibar hadn't said anything for a long time. Everyone consciously quieted down. After everyone had quieted down, Dibar looked at them and said, "Quat, there's no need to doubt Little Hai's strength. Besides, it has only been 3 months since he ascended to the Array realm. He will definitely be able to participate in the competition this time. We have just tested him. Little Hai definitely has the strength. I plan to only let Little Hai participate in the 6 World Newcomers Competition's preliminaries. There's no need to think about the others. If anyone is not convinced, they can go to Group 3, Quat." The Group 3 that Dibar was referring to were the ones who had tested Zhao Hai. Not only were they not embarrassed, they even stood up and bowed to the crowd. Quat, there's still about a month before the preliminaries, Dibar continued. Quat, during this period of time, no one is allowed to disturb Little Hai. Is that clear? Everyone responded in unison. Dibar then waved his hand and led Zhao Hai back to the table. There were 4 people at Dibar's table: Dibar, Tao Wang, Zhao Hai, and a man dressed like a warrior. This man was tall, and his muscles looked like they were cast from copper and iron. He had a bald head, and his eyes were shining. His palms were particularly thick, and it was obvious that he was skilled in martial arts. The man's name was Ironborn, and he was a grade 5 warrior. His weapon was a pair of sledgehammers, but they were now stored in his invisible storage equipment. He was also one of the top fighters in the camp, and Dibar's most capable assistant. Ironborn had just returned from a mission. He had seen the entire process of Zhao Hai's test and knew Zhao Hai's strength quite well, so he was very polite to Zhao Hai. After Dibar sat down, he turned to look at the 3 of them and said, "Quat, it's settled for Little Hai's test. Ah Wang, take little Hai to the armory tomorrow and pick out a few weapons and armor. It's time to use the money we've kept for so many years. Quat. Tao Wang nodded and turned to Zhao Hai, little Hai. Although our Bone Battalion's reputation is not as good as before, but if we are talking about the degree of wealth, the 7 battalions added together can't compare to our Bone Battalion. In these years, our Bone Battalion has also collected a lot of good things. Tomorrow, I will take you to see. Although he knew that those things were useless to him, Zhao Hai agreed without hesitation. He didn't want anyone to know the secret of his staff. Although the staff was his exclusive item and no one else could use it, if people knew about its magical properties, they would definitely snatch it. They wouldn't believe that they couldn't use it. In their eyes, even if they couldn't use it, they would still keep it in their own hands. It was better than being in Zhao Hai's hands. Hence, Zhao Hai decided to follow Tao Wang to get a few weapons. He would not use them when they were fighting the enemy, but he could at least use them as a distraction. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Of course, everyone was talking about Zhao Hai. Dibar, Tao Wang, and the others were all very excited. They drank quite a lot of wine, and in the end, they even drank a little too much. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to his room and entered the origin space. Laura and the others were waiting for him. When they saw him, they quickly prepared some water for him. Zhao Hai only felt better after drinking the water. He had been drinking a lot today. When Zhao Hai was feeling better, Laura said to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, how did you feel during the test today?" Zhao Hai's expression was a little heavy as he said, "Very good. The power of the instant cast 50 overlapping arrays in a group of 10 is something that even the forbidden spells in the lower realm cannot compare to. Although it looks ordinary, I'm sure that even Edison would be killed in an instant if he were hit by it." Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were very happy. Laura even said, "Quat, that's great. Big brother Hai, are you not happy?" Zhao Hai let out a long sigh. Quat, although this kind of strength seems good in the array world, it's far from comparable to the people in the cultivation world. Don't forget that among the 6 worlds in the cultivation world, the strength of the array world is the weakest. So what if they're the king here? In the array world, a mage may lose to a warship in the end. However, the cultivators in the cultivation world can fight an entire fleet by themselves. The difference in strength is too great. If Lu Wei recognizes us this time, we'll be in deep trouble. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others fell silent. After a while, Laura said, "What do you mean, big brother Hai?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "Quat, there's no need to think about anything else. We're already in the cultivation world. We'll have to face these things eventually. With our current strength, we don't have to be afraid of Lu Wei. You have to know that we're now from the field of mecha arrays. No matter how strong Lu Wei is, he only represents a sect in the cultivation world. There's nothing special about it. If we're always afraid of Lu Wei's existence, how can we live freely?" When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Previously, Zhao Hai was afraid of Lu Wei's pursuit, so he specially chose this place as the ascension point in the Atlantic continent. Why didn't he seem to be afraid now? Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "When I was in the lower realm, I was afraid of Lu Wei, but now that I'm here, what's the use of being afraid? Was it because he was afraid of Lu Wei that he didn't show up? Since we've decided to reveal ourselves, we must be prepared to fight him. This time we'll be high profile and let the entire array world understand that the mages of the array world can also fight against the cultivators of the cultivation world. As long as we obtain more benefits for the array world will definitely protect us." Laura and the others were all smart people. When Zhao Hai said that, they immediately understood what he meant. Laura nodded her head and said, "That's right, big brother Hai. Now that you can use the 1,000 arrays overlap, you'll definitely be able to get a good ranking in this tournament. As long as you get a good ranking, the arrays world will definitely protect you. Even if Lu Wei comes to hunt you down, the arrays world will still protect you. If they don't protect you, then no one will work for them in the future. So whether it's Lu Wei, Ghost Emperor Yin Wind, or the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, we don't have to worry about them anymore." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, not only that, I also want to pass this test and see if I can get in touch with that big sect in the cultivation world. As long as I can get in touch with them and enter that big sect, I really don't have to worry about anything." Quat. Laura and the others nodded. Laura even said, "You can definitely do it, big brother Hai, you can definitely do it." Zhao Hai stood calmly in the elevator. Only Tao Wang was beside him. The elevator that the two of them were in was not a place that just anyone could take. Without Dibar's permission, only Tao Wang and Tai Sheng could enter. Anyone else who tried to enter would be attacked by the elevator's defense system. There were no numbers in the elevator, only 2 buttons up and down. This elevator was in a secret room in the basement, and few people in the camp knew about it. Tao Wang stood in the elevator and looked at Zhao Hai. He smiled and said, "Quat, this elevator leads directly to the armory. That's where our Bone Battalion's assets have been accumulated over the years. The battalion commander has always been reluctant to use it. He always says that steel should be used on the edge of the blade. Unless there is a major situation, he will only take out the things in the armory to use, and you are the only one in the past 10 years who has been allowed to enter the armory, except for me and the battalion commander, who is still alive. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. Debar and the others had really taken care of him, and it was hard for him not to repay them. Zhao Hai was China, and the Chinese believed that he should repay the kindness of others with a fountain. Therefore, since Debar was so good to him, he would definitely repay him. Tao Wang continued, Quat, the armory is 1,000 meters underground. Above the armory, there are many layers of defense. One of them is made of spirit forbidden stone, and it even has an electronic warning system, a magic array defense system, and a self-destruction system. Anyone who dares to enter the armory without permission will be killed mercilessly. Even if the person is powerful enough to break into the armory will self-destruct in the end. The power of the explosion is equivalent to 100 nuclear bombs. If the armory really explodes, I'm afraid that the armory will explode. The entire Dark Devil planet will be destroyed. Quat what? Zhao Hai was shocked. He had not expected the arsenal's defense to be so strong. It even had a self-destruction system that could destroy an entire planet. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and said, the reason why the Bone Battalion was able to save so many things was because the battalion master and the brothers in the battalion exchanged for them with their lives. The battalion master said that these things were shared by the entire battalion. Even if the Bone Battalion only had one person left, they would still protect these things. If the people of the Bone Battalion really couldn't protect these things, then they would rather let these things die with their brothers than let them fall into the hands of others. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded his head. He had never expected that the chubby Debar, who had a fierce-looking face but had always been very kind to the people in the camp, would actually have such a hot-blooded personality. The elevator went on for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Tao Wang opened the elevator door and walked out. After exiting the elevator, they arrived at a small room. There were 3 doors in the room, and the numbers 1, 2, 3 were written on them. Tao Wang led Zhao Hai to door number 1. He took out a key that was more than 30 centimeters long. Zhao Hai noticed that the key looked very ordinary, but it was made of neither metal nor wood. It looked very magical. Tao Wang walked to door number 1 and knocked on the door lightly. He knocked more than 20 times before stopping. As soon as he stopped, a very mysterious magic array appeared on the door. In the middle of the magic array was a keyhole. Tao Wang inserted the key and started to open the lock. He did not just turn the key in one direction. He had to turn the key a few times to open the lock, then turn it to the right. The whole process was very troublesome. It took Tao Wang more than 10 minutes to open the door. When the door opened without a sound, Tao Wang heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, let's go in. Warehouse number 1 is divided into 4 small warehouses, and they contain all of our Bone Battalion's warehouses. Warehouse number 2 and 3 are fake. If someone opens those 2 warehouses, an alarm will be triggered immediately. As he spoke, Tao Wang led Zhao Hai into warehouse number 1. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up the moment they entered. The warehouse was more than 30 meters tall, close to 10,000 square meters in length, and the width was the same. There were many shelves inside, all of which were covered with glass. On the shelves were many warriors and 18 types of weapons. There were also weapons for magicians such as magic staffs and magic array discs. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. This is only the outer section of warehouse number 1. There's nothing good here. Let's go to the other 3 warehouses. The good stuff is all there. Tao Wang led Zhao Hai into the warehouse. There were 3 doors in the warehouse. The 3 doors were not very big. They were about 10 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Tao Wang did not use a key this time. He walked to one of the doors and knocked on it a few times. The door opened automatically. The door opened and Tao Wang led Zhao Hai in. As they walked, he said, Quat, this is one of the 3 warehouses in the armory. The 3 warehouses are the armory, the arsenal, and the magic warehouse. We are now in the armory, and it stores things like protective armors. These armors can not only be used by warriors, but also by mages. Take a look at them yourself. Each armor has an introduction. If you want to know more details, you can ask me. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. He released his divine sense and looked around the armory. To be honest, he didn't think he could get anything useful here. With his cane, almost everything could be solved. If he wasn't afraid of being suspected, he wouldn't have chosen a weapon. After scanning the armors with his divine senses, Zhao Hai realized that the armory did not prohibit divine senses. On the contrary, the armory had the ability to amplify one's divine senses, allowing one to see all the armors in the armory more clearly. Zhao Hai finally knew. There were 2 types of armor. One was the armor made in the Matrix world. Most of the armor was made of metal and had many mages engraved on it. They looked like iron cans. A few of them were made into inner armor, but most of them were made of metal and looked like chain armor. The other type of armor was either stolen or bought from the great cultivation world. There were many types of armor. Some looked like the armor of generals from ancient China, while others looked like cotton clothes and did not look like armor at all. Zhao Hai was not interested in the armor. Even if the armor could be stored in a special way and he did not have to wear it all the time, it would still be the same. The armors obtained from the cultivation world were divided into two types, the armor type and the cloth armor type. The armor type armor could recognize its master with the power of spiritual will, then be stored in the body for slow nourishment. The longer the nourishment time was, the more effective the protection would be. As for the cloth type armor, it could be worn on the outside all the time. In addition to the defensive skill, it also had the function of dust avoidance, body cleansing, and so on. However, it was also because of these functions that the defensive ability of the cloth-type armor was much worse than the armor-type armor. There were two types of armors that were developed in the array world. One was the outer armor, and the other was the inner armor. The outer armor was the iron-can-like armor that Zhao Hai had seen. This kind of armor was a product of the combination of magic arrays and technology. When not in use, it could turn into a heart-protecting mirror that protected the person's chest. When in use, it could turn into a full-body armor with a single thought, even protecting the eyes. There was a computer operating system in the armor, and the armor itself had a magic array that could provide energy to the armor. Not only could it be used for defense, but it could also help in battle. However, this armor needed to be activated when it was used. Although it was only for a short period of time, for an expert, it was enough to kill them. But to be honest, the armor made in the machine array world was a lot worse than the one in the cultivation world. Although chain armors looked good when they were attacked at the beginning, they could only rely on the chain armor's own defensibility, which was very dangerous. The armor in the cultivation world was usually powered by an array and could automatically protect themselves. In other words, when you put on the cultivation world's armor, as long as someone attacked you, it didn't matter if the owner didn't notice. The armor would automatically defend, which was almost a life-saving ability. Zhao Hai kept analyzing the armors as he looked at them. He liked the cultivation world's cloth armors the most. Although their defensive capabilities were a little lacking, they had the functions that he liked the most. Moreover, they were the most comfortable to wear. He didn't like the other armors very much. Just as Zhao Hai was about to give up on the other armors and choose a cloth-type armor, he suddenly found something in the corner of the array realm armor. It was a ball of mercury-like substance. It did not look like armor at all, but more like a ball of liquid metal. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment because he did not feel any introduction to the liquid metal. This was quite strange. Tao Wang had been paying attention to Zhao Hai. When he saw the look of surprise on Zhao Hai's face, he couldn't help but be curious. He wondered what Zhao Hai had discovered. "Quat, brother Tao," Zhao Hai suddenly said, "I found a ball of liquid metal." "What's that?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tao Wang realized what Zhao Hai had discovered. He smiled bitterly and said, "The metallic liquid you mentioned is quite famous in the field of arrays. No one knows that it has fallen into our hands, but even if they did, they probably wouldn't have any reaction because that thing was actually a failed product." Failed product. Zhao Hai was stunned. How did the failed products end up in the arsenal? Even though this is a failed product, the person who made it is extremely famous. He is the most famous smith in the field of arrays in the past 10,000 years, Leng Huaying. Tao Wang smiled bitterly. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Leng Huaying's name. Leng Huaying was born 35,000 years ago. He did not ascend from the lower realm. Instead, he was a native of the array realm. He died 32,000 years ago and had a lifespan of 3,000 years. Of course, Leng Huaying was most famous not for his longevity, but for his craftsmanship and his contributions to the magic formation spell. He was naturally intelligent and gifted in the study of magic, but the magic formation spell was not an independent existence at the time. Instead, it was governed by the cultivation world and was considered a wild land. The people here could not learn any cultivation methods and could only learn some ordinary magic and battle chi. How could magic and battle chi be compared to the cultivation methods? Thus, the days of the array world were not easy. Leng Huaying was born into an ordinary family of mages. Both his parents were mages, but the status of mages was too low back then. His family had a hard time. Leng Huaying had made a vow since he was young to change the status of mages in the cultivation world. He studied both magic and magic arrays. At that time, there was no such thing as magic array text, and magic arrays had not formed their own system. Due to his talent, Leng Huaying was selected by a sect called the Talisman sect in the cultivation world and became a disciple of the sect. He then began to truly come into contact with the formations of the cultivation world. He realized that the arrays in the cultivation world had already formed a complete system. All the arrays were made of French, which made it easier to set up arrays and made them more powerful. With this discovery, he began to try to break down the magic array and then systemize the magic symbols, studying the magic array text that was unique to the magic array. After 2,000 years, Leng Huaying had finally finalized the first version of the demonic formation text and created the formation demonic technique. He announced it to the entire field of stratagem. In an instant, the entire field of stratagem was in an uproar. Although the formation devil's technique couldn't compete with the cultivation techniques of the world of cultivation, it could greatly increase a magician's combat power. If he could really practice the formation devil's technique to million or 10 million overlapping formations, he would have enough strength to compete with the top masters of the world of cultivation. Once this method appeared, not only was the machine array world in an uproar, but the cultivation world was also in an uproar. The cultivation world was afraid that they would not be able to control the machine array world, so they began to suppress the machine array world. Back then in the realm of arrays, the mages had just started learning the magic of array demons, so they were naturally no match for the cultivators of the cultivation world. For a while, they were forced to retreat and were on the verge of being destroyed. Lang Wayang had never thought that his desire to make the mages stronger would bring such a disaster to the world of mechas. In the end, he had spent all his efforts and cultivated in seclusion for 800 years before he finally created the magic arrays used in mechas and warships. He then led the people of the world of mechas to mass-produce mechas and warships and started to fight back. After 100 years, they finally took over the territory of the world of mechas and successfully resisted the counterattack of the cultivators. Finally, the realm of arrays had become one of the 6 realms of the cultivation world. However, Lang Wayang knew very well that there was a natural flaw between the realm of arrays and the realm of self-cultivation. The realm of arrays did not have the top-notch Dharma artifacts from the famous sects in the realm of self-cultivation. Those sects had top-notch Dharma artifacts that could fight against millions of people. Those were the true ultimate weapons. After defeating the cultivators, Lang Wayang felt that his life was coming to an end. He decided to use the last of his time to leave a treasure for the stratagem world, a top-tier Dharma treasure that could go against the cultivators. In the following 100 years, Lang Wayang had been cultivating in seclusion. He had used countless treasures of heaven and earth that he had collected over the years and condensed them together with his supernatural power. In the end, he had formed the ball of liquid metal. In fact, it was just a base of a weapon. It had not taken shape yet, because he still needed to form a formation in it. Lang Wayang's weapon refining technique was different from those in the cultivation world. The last step in the cultivation world's weapon refining technique was the talisman spirit, which was to give a weapon a talisman spirit. Only then would the weapon be able to unleash its greatest power. On the other hand, Lang Wayang's weapon refining method did not include talisman spirits. His weapon refining method was divided into 3 steps: smelting, tempering, and formation. When Lang Wayang was refining his weapon, he did not engrave the magical formations of the cultivation world on the weapon, but instead, the magical formations. In the world of cultivation, the first formation was already very powerful, and because of the mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements, some artifacts simply couldn't have many formations engraved on them. Even for artifacts made of better materials, at most, only 1296 formations could be engraved on them, and this was uncountable. This was already the limit of what a cultivator could do. When Lang Wayang had first made this weapon, he had wanted to engrave 129,600 magic arrays on the weapon. Furthermore, he could add more materials to the weapon to refine it. Every time he added more materials, he could engrave another 1296 magic arrays on the weapon. It was definitely a powerful weapon. However, it was a pity that Lang Yunyang had just finished forging all the materials, and his lifespan had already come to an end. It was already impossible for him to add in any more magic arrays. Moreover, there had been a special requirement when the weapon had been made. The first time a magic array had been engraved on the weapon, it had to be 129,600 magic arrays. If one couldn't engrave all the magic arrays at once, they wouldn't be able to engrave a single magic array. After the 129,600 magic arrays had been engraved on the first weapon, only 1296 magic arrays could be engraved in the future. The reason why Lang Wayang had made such a setting was that he wanted to inscribe magic arrays on the weapon himself. He was nearing the end of his life, and he wanted to use a secret technique to burn his own life to inscribe 129,600 magic arrays on the weapon. This would be considered as the official activation of the magic arrays. Then, powerful mages would have to add more materials to inscribe more magic arrays on the weapon. This way, the weapon would become stronger. In the end, it would completely surpass the weapons of the cultivation world. At that time, the formation world would no longer need to fear the cultivation world. However, it was a pity that he had underestimated the time required to smelt those high-grade materials. When his life was over, he would have just finished smelting the materials and would not be able to inscribe the array again. After Lang Wayang, the self-cultivation world had taken in some disciples from the formation world, but none of them could reach Lang Yunyang's level. Therefore, the weapon that Lang Yunyang had made had never been carved into a spiritual artifact. It had been left there, and no one could use it. Zhao Hai was not unfamiliar with the name Leng Wayang. Although he had been dead for countless years, he still held an irreplaceable position in the field of arrays. It could be said that the field of arrays would not exist without him. Leng Wayang was not only good at refining weapons, but his magic of array demon was even more powerful. It was said that Leng Wayang could stack 50,000 arrays or even more. In the eyes of the mages in the field of arrays, it was impossible to do so. There were only a few who could use the 10,000 overlapping arrays, let alone 50,000 overlapping arrays. However, Zhao Hai had no idea about the weapon that Leng Wayang had forged. He was both surprised and happy to hear what Tao Wang had said. They were shocked because Leng Wayang was truly an unparalleled genius. He had snatched the field of arrays from the cultivation world by himself and made it independent of the cultivation world. He was happy because the weapon Leng Wayang had created might be useless to others, but it was useful to Zhao Hai. Tao Wang was still standing in front of the weapon and sighing. He did not notice Zhao Hai's burning gaze when he looked at the weapon. After a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized that Zhao Hai had been silent for a long time. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and was stunned. Zhao Hai's eyes were fixed on the weapon left by Leng Wayang. The look in Zhao Hai's eyes made him a little scared, like a hungry wolf staring at a fat sheep. "Little Hai, don't tell me you're after this thing. This thing really can't be used. Although the material is top grade, it can't be used with the Formation Devil's method. It's a complete waste in your hands, you'd better choose something else. Brother Tao, can you give this to me? I want it." Zhao Hai turned to Tao Wang. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "Little Hai, you have to know that although this item can't be used, it's very memorable. So even if I give it to you, you can't take it out, and you can't let anyone know about it. Otherwise, people will come to snatch it. Listen to me and choose something else." Zhao Hai turned to look at Tao Wang, but shook his head firmly. "Brother Tao, I don't want anything else, I just want him because I have a strong desire in my heart that I must have him. Brother Tao, just tell me, how can I get him to me?" Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and his expression changed slightly. To be honest, since the arsenal was built, many people had seen this thing. However, no one had wanted it as badly as Zhao Hai. This made Tao Wang reevaluate Zhao Hai's words. The path of cultivation was a mysterious thing. Sometimes one would have a strong feeling of longing to obtain something. To others, that thing might not be of much use, but after one obtained it, one would realize that it would be extremely useful to one. This was a magical feeling, and Zhao Hai seemed to have this feeling right now. As he thought of this, Tao Wang said in a low voice, "Wait a moment." With that, Tao Wang walked to the wall. There was a communicator on the wall. This communicator could directly communicate with Debar. Tao Wang picked up the communicator and told Debar Zhao Hai's request. Debar did not say anything. He only told them to wait for a while and that he would come down immediately. Debar, Zhao Hai, and Tao Wang stood in front of the liquid metal. After a long while, Debar said, "Little Hai, have you thought of the person? Do you really want this thing, even if you can only get this one thing and nothing else?" Zhao Hai nodded his head vigorously. He then looked at Debar and said, "Camp Master, I must have him. As long as I have him, I can give up everything else." Debar looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Can you tell me why you want him? Is it just because of your feelings?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "Quat no, Camp Master. It's not just because I have a feeling that I have to get it. There's another reason. I want to try and see if I can successfully condense it and turn it into a real weapon." Quat. When Debar heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes and said, "Really? What do you want to do?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, I want to give it a try. This weapon needs 129,600 magic arrays to be activated, and with the addition of materials, I can record another 1296 magic arrays. I think if I can record the 129,600 magic arrays and the 1296 magic arrays on a new material, then add this material to the weapon to see if it can be activated, if it works. Quad, even if it can't display 100 of its power, it's enough to fight against an ordinary cultivator in the cultivation world." Debar and Tao Wang were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Then they shook their heads and said, "Quat, Little Hai, if that's what you're thinking, then I suggest you forget about it. People have thought of this method before, but they didn't succeed. This kind of weapon has high requirements for the new materials added, and the volume of the materials added at one time can't be too big. This is a problem. If you add small materials, it won't be useful for the weapon, and it won't be able to record my magic array. Big materials can record so many magic arrays. However, it can't be refined into a weapon, so it has never succeeded. If you really think so, then you should give up." Zhao Hai smiled. "Camp leader, Brother Tao, don't worry. I won't do anything stupid. I really want him, just give him to me." Quat. Zhao Hai had also realized that the reason Debar and Tao Wang did not want to give him the item was not because they were reluctant, but because it was useless to him. If others found out about it, it would put him in danger. It was precisely because of this that Debar did not want to give it to him. Debar and Tao Wang saw that Zhao Hai was insistent on it, but they did not say anything. They just nodded and said, "Quat, all right then, here you go. Take it and choose 2 more weapons. Even if you can use this thing in the future, you can't use it now. Take 2 weapons to protect yourself. Quat. Zhao Hai looked at Dibar and Tao Wang and smiled. He shook his head and said, Camp Master, Brother Tao, there's no need. With him, it'll be settled. I'll use the next month to fully prepare for the preliminaries. When Dibar and Tao Wang heard Zhao Hai's words, they were both stunned. Dibar's expression changed. Little Hai, listen to me. This won't do. You have to choose 2 weapons. If you really can't, then just choose 1. 1 weapon and 1 armor, no less. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Camp Master, don't worry. I'm naturally confident in doing this. In fact, when I was in the lower realm, I once went underground for an adventure and let someone obtain a treasure. This treasure is called the Boundless Golden Sand. It is produced in the earth fire and can be used to refine weapons. I plan to use this golden sand to condense this weapon. I believe I can do it. Quat. Dibar and Tao Wang were both stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They had heard of the Boundless Golden Sand before. It was an extremely powerful heavenly treasure. Not only did it possess the fire and metal attributes, but it also had a part of the spatial attribute. It was a rare material for blacksmithing. If Zhao Hai really had the boundless golden sand, he could give it a try and see if he could reforge this weapon. When Zhao Hai saw the reactions of Tao Wang and Dibar, he smiled. With a flip of his hand, a crystal bottle appeared. This crystal bottle did not contain wine, but a bottle of golden, shiny sand. Zhao Hai passed the bottle to Dibar and said, Quat Camp Lord, I'll give this bottle of boundless golden sand to the camp. If anyone in the camp needs to use it to refine a weapon, you can deal with it as you see fit. I don't have much boundless golden sand in my hand, so I'll keep some to try out this weapon. Quat. Dibar's eyes lit up as he received the boundless golden sand from Zhao Hai. He laughed heartily. You actually have such a good item in your hands, kid. Fine, I'll take it. However, if you can't condense this weapon within this 1 month, you'll have to come here and choose 2 more weapons. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. All right, I promise you, Camp Master. Please rest assured. Dibar nodded and walked to the cabinet where the liquid metal was placed. He opened a light screen and entered a set of code. Then the glass cover opened, revealing the true appearance of the liquid metal. It was a ball of liquid metal less than a meter in diameter, and it looked like a huge bubble of liquid metal. The liquid metal was still flowing, and most importantly, it was floating in the glass cabinet. Zhao Hai's eyes brightened when he saw the item. With a wave of his hand, he kept the item into his origin space. Then he turned to Dibar and said, Camp Master, let's go. Dibar nodded and placed the boundless golden sand into the cabinet. He then turned around and left the arsenal with Zhao Hai and Tao Wang. After Zhao Hai left the arsenal, he immediately returned to his room and told Dibar that he was going into seclusion. Then he entered the medium. Just now, when Zhao Hai put the metal ball into his origin space, he heard a notification from it. Quat Quat discovered a special liquid metal made from a variety of metals and other materials. It can be used in conjunction with magic arrays. Liquid metal materials can be analyzed by the Universal Analyzer. Liquid metal can be restored to its original state by the Universal Manufacturing Machine. The liquid metal can be combined with the staff. The evil spirit staff will turn silver and have the power to be reforged. The host can use magic arrays and magic array superposition groups in the staff at will. The original abilities of the staff will not change. Quat. Zhao Hai understood what the system meant the moment he heard the notification. The metal could be added to his staff. It was no wonder that the metal was a weapon prepared for magic arrays. It allowed his staff to use magic arrays at will. Zhao Hai's staff used to be able to use magic arrays, but it wasn't random. The reason why the staff could change so much was because it was fused with the 12 golden battle armors, Hades, and other precious materials. However, these materials weren't specifically designed for magic arrays. They were more toward the Dao array of the cultivation world. Zhao Hai could use magic arrays with his staff because of the staff's ability to transform. It could be said that the ability to change the shape of a magic array and then use it was not the staff's own ability. This time, when the liquid metal was added to the staff could use the magic array freely. It could be said that it had truly achieved the integration of Dao and magic. It was because of this notification that Zhao Hai was in such a hurry to return to the origin space. He wanted to see what other surprises the metallic liquid could bring him. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the origin space, Laura and the others immediately went up to him. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, How is it? Where's the metal? Lola chuckled and said, I'm sorry, Brother Hai. You can't see that thing now. We sent it into the Universal Analyzer to analyze its materials. You can go and take a look after it is released by the Universal Analyzer. Quat. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled bitterly. You guys are really too much. Why are you in such a hurry? If I had come back a little later, would you have restored him to his original form? Lola smiled. Quat, that's not possible. We know that it's very useful to you. We just want to know its recipe. Quat. Zhao Hai forced a smile and turned to Heir. Heir, after you take out that ball of liquid metal, fuse it into the magic staff. Then use the Universal Analysis Machine to analyze it and see what the best combination of the 13,896 magic arrays is. When the time comes, you can add these combinations into the magic staff. Kai smiled, "Quat young master, there's no need to calculate this. Even if you do, you won't be able to use it. After the liquid metal and the staff combine, it's the same as combining with space. As long as the space analysis machine can analyze the formation, the staff can be used at will. With your current strength, you can't use more than 100,000 formations. When Zhao Hai's level increases, you can even use 1,000,000 formations. That's why I don't have to analyze the magic array set specifically for the staff." Hearing Kai-Er's words, Zhao Hai's face lit up with joy. Really, the staff had such a change after adding the liquid metal. "The liquid metal hasn't fused with the staff yet, so how do you know the result?" Kai smiled and said, "Young master, don't forget that the liquid metal has already been branded with the spatial seal after it entered the spatial realm. Kong has already reached level 150, and as long as it has been branded with the spatial seal will analyze it. So, although the liquid metal has not yet combined with the staff, the spatial seal can already calculate the power of the staff after the combination." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded, his face filled with excitement. He was overjoyed. The more powerful the staff was, the happier he was. Originally, with his current strength, he could only use the 1,000 magic arrays. However, after the liquid metal was added to the staff, his ability to use the 1,000 magic arrays had increased by nearly 100 times. He could now use close to 100,000 magic arrays. This was definitely good news for him. According to Leng Weiying's deduction, as long as he could use the magic array with 100,000 overlapping arrays, he would be able to fight against an ordinary expert of the cultivation world. In other words, as long as he could fuse the liquid metal with the staff, Zhao Hai would have the ability to protect himself even if he were to venture into the cultivation world. This was what Zhao Hai was most happy about. The reason why he had ascended to the machine array realm was because he had received a virtuous person in the cultivation world and had no choice but to ascend here. If he could really fight with ordinary experts of the cultivation world without being at a disadvantage, he could definitely make a name for himself in the cultivation world. After knowing this result, Zhao Hai was no longer in a hurry. He no longer needed to condense magic arrays, because he had already condensed all the magic arrays he could find in the entire machine arrays world. Zhao Hai did some calculations. After tens of thousands of years of development, there were more than 13 million magic arrays in the cultivation world. If these magic arrays were all stacked together, the power it would produce would be unimaginable. They probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the 10 million magic array. However, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he could only use 100,000 arrays after the staff was combined with the liquid metal, let alone 10 million arrays. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to cultivate the star physical conditioning exercise. The star physical conditioning exercise had endless uses, and with the offensive fist technique, Zhao Hai believed that if he continued to cultivate it, he would definitely have unexpected benefits. Originally, he could only practice the star physical forging technique for 2 hours a day. However, after so many days of training, he could now practice for 3 hours. Although it was only an additional hour to Zhao Hai, this additional hour could double the effect of the star physical forging technique. Other than practicing the star physical conditioning exercise and adapting to the overlapping use of the magic array, Zhao Hai was also doing something else, which was to research the magic array text. Even now, Zhao Hai still couldn't remember and understand all of the magic formation text. The only reason he could use the magic formation text was because of the space. It wasn't Zhao Hai's own memory. The space was like an automatic memory book. All the magic formation text was recorded in the space, and whenever Zhao Hai saw it, the space would remind him what it was and what it meant. However, these items did not belong to Zhao Hai. It was also because of this that the space could only use existing magic arrays and could not create new ones. This was the biggest weakness of space. The space was like the best assistant. It could help you do a lot of things, but it couldn't create. It could only combine existing things in the best way, but it couldn't create new things. Because of this, Zhao Hai was prepared to study the magic formation text properly. Then he could create his own magic formation. He had space, so he wasn't afraid of not being able to create a magic formation that suited him. However, the prerequisite was that he had to memorize and understand the magic formation text. Zhao Hai had been cultivating quietly in the medium for the entire month. Ever since the metallic liquid fused with the staff, Zhao Hai had named the new staff Star Silver. Zhao Hai had also used this month to familiarize himself with how to use the 100,000 magic arrays stacked together with the liquid silver. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had told Debar that he was going into closed-door cultivation. Therefore, Debar forbade anyone from disturbing Zhao Hai. Other than allowing Zhao Hai to prepare for the preliminaries of the 6-realm rookie competition, Debar also hoped that Zhao Hai could once again condense the metallic liquid. This would not only be beneficial to Zhao Hai, but also to the entire array world. In the past month, Zhao Hai had focused his attention on the star body forging technique and familiarizing himself with the liquid silver staff. Now, liquid silver could no longer be called a magic staff. It was not just a weapon, but a magic tool. A magic tool was a magic tool and not just a weapon. Not only did the liquid silver possess all the abilities of the evil spirit blood staff, but it also had the ability of the liquid metal. Regardless of which item it was, it could be used as both a weapon and a piece of defensive equipment. If Zhao Hai wanted to fully utilize the liquid silver's power, he would have to fully understand the liquid metal's special abilities. With liquid silver, Zhao Hai could now stack 50,000 arrays and instantly cast them. Even if he stacked 100,000 arrays, it would not take too much time. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, if he only used his spiritual power to use the formation spell, he could only use the magic array of 1,000 arrays. With the help of liquid silver, he could use a magic array of 100,000 arrays. His strength had increased by almost 100 times. During this month, the Bone Battalion was very peaceful. Everyone still did what they were supposed to do. Some of the new people who were not convinced signed up for the 5 groups to compete. After the competition, they did not mention participating in the 6 Realm Newcomers competition anymore. The past month had been a torturous one for Dibar and Tao Wang. Zhao Hai had been in seclusion the entire time, and they were afraid of disturbing him, so they didn't dare to look at him. The two of them had no idea what Zhao Hai had done with the liquid metal. They wanted to know, but the answer was right in front of them, yet they couldn't. It was so tormenting that they couldn't eat or sleep. This month, the Array world wasn't as peaceful as the Bone Battalion. The Bone Battalion didn't even need to compete to know who was going to participate in the preliminaries, but it wasn't the same for the other camps. If the other camps wanted to participate in the preliminaries, they had to fight. They had to defeat their opponents, or even kill their opponents, before they could take the top spot. All of the outer gate camps in the Array world were in a state of carnage. It was precisely because of this that the Bone Battalion's peace was so unique in the Array world. As for the new members of the Bone Battalion, they had been paying attention to the preliminaries for the past few days. When they saw that the various battalions were fighting for the qualification to participate in the preliminaries and had announced the number of casualties, they had completely given up on the idea of participating in the preliminaries. Those rewards were very attractive, but people had to be alive to take them. Once they participated in the preliminaries, they would either die or be injured, and then they would have nothing left. There were only 3 days left before the Ashley family's internal competition. 3 days later, the Ashley family would have the 8 outer gate camps hold a competition to select 10 rookies who had ascended less than 5 years ago to represent the Ashley family in the 6 World Rookie Tournaments qualifiers. Don't think that the Ashley family sending 10 people to participate in the preliminaries might seem very little, but there were thousands of forces in the entire field of mecha. If you added some forces that were not qualified to participate in the preliminaries, it would be even more. So compared to this number, the Ashley family sending 10 people was definitely not a small number. From this point, it could be seen that the Ashley family's position in the field of mecha could be seen. In the 6 realms of the cultivation world, strength spoke for itself. If you were stronger, you could get more resources, benefits, and convenience. This was the cultivation world, where strength spoke for itself. As for the Magi world, there were only 100 contestants who could participate in the new 6 realm tournament. Compared to the thousands of contestants who were qualified to participate in the preliminaries in the Magi world, these 100 spots to participate in the main tournament were too few. It was precisely because of this that the 3 major forces in the Magi world, after many years of hard work, had evaluated all the forces in the Magi world. In the end, they divided all the forces into 5 classes. The first class forces were the most powerful. In a competition like this, they could send 20 contestants to participate in the preliminaries. The second-class forces could send 15 to participate in the preliminaries. The third-class forces could send 10. The fourth-class forces could send 5. And the fifth-class forces could send 1. Of course, this rule wasn't absolute, but one thing was for sure. The number of people a force could set could only be reduced and not increased. In this way, there would be more than 10,000 people participating in each of the 6 World Rookie Competition's preliminaries. Among the 10,000 people, only 100 people would be selected to participate in the main competition of the 6 World Rookie Competition. It was 1 in 100. The Bone Battalion had also sent people to participate in the last few times, the Ashley family's internal family preliminaries for the 6 Jai Rookie Competition. However, they did not achieve any good results and did not even get a place in the family preliminaries. It was also because of this that the people in the Array field thought that the Bone Battalion had already declined. However, the last few times the Bone Battalion had sent people to participate in the family's internal preliminaries, there had been at least 5 people. This time, on the list Dibar had submitted, there was only one person, and that was Zhao Hai. The 8 great outer gate camps had to participate in the family's internal preliminaries. They couldn't send the list to the family half a month in advance, and the list couldn't be changed. Even if the people on the list couldn't participate in the competition, they couldn't be replaced. In other words, the people on the list could only be reduced, but couldn't be changed. The reason why the Ashley family did this was to give the people from the 8 great outer gate camps time to investigate their opponents and familiarize themselves with their fighting style. Among the 8 great outer gate camps of the Ashley family, except for the Bone camp, the other camps would send 10 people to participate in the family's preliminaries for the first new 6-Jai tournament. Only the Bone camp would send a few people to participate in the tournament. In the past, the Bone Battalion had sent at least 5 people to participate in the competition, but this time they had only sent 1 person. This matter caused an uproar in the Ashley family. In fact, it wasn't just the Ashley family. Everyone in the entire mecha industry who knew about this matter was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the Bone Battalion would only send 1 person to participate in the competition. In their eyes, the Bone Battalion had really declined. As the day of the clan's internal preliminaries drew closer, Zhao Hai still had no intention of coming out of his seclusion. Dibar and Tao Wang couldn't help but worry. The two of them would go outside Zhao Hai's room every day to check on the movements in his room. However, they were disappointed. There was no movement in Zhao Hai's room. One day, Dibar was sitting in his office with a worried look on his face. When the door opened, Tao Wang walked in from outside. Dibar knew the result the moment he saw Tao Wang's expression. He looked at Tao Wang and said, "Still not out." Tao Wang shook his head with a bitter smile. "Quat, the day after tomorrow is the day of the family preliminaries. Little Hai hasn't come out of seclusion yet. It seems that he will miss the 6-realm newcomers competition. Quat." Dibar heaved a long sigh and smiled wryly. He mumbled, "Quat, it's good that he missed it. You know how cruel the 6-world newcomers competition is. If he missed it, he'll be safe. Besides, he's been in seclusion for a month, which means that the item is still useful to him. If he can really condense it, then it's no big deal that he missed the competition. Quat." Tao Wang nodded and his eyes lit up. If Little Hai can really use that thing, then it's not just our Bone Battalion's fortune, but the entire Ashley family and the entire Array World's fortune. At that moment, Dibar's computer beeped. Dibar looked at the computer on his wrist. The name on the screen surprised him. The name on the screen was Zhao Hai. Dibar was taken aback for a moment before his face lit up. Quat, Little Hai. After saying that, he immediately turned on his computer, and Zhao Hai's image appeared in front of Dibar. The moment Dibar saw Zhao Hai, he immediately said happily, "Little Hai, you finished your closed-door cultivation. How is it?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, Camp Master, it's been successfully condensed. I'll give him a star silver." "Camp Master, when is the family's internal qualifying competition?" Dibar immediately said, "The day after tomorrow. You're officially out of seclusion now, right?" "I'll go with Tao Wang to take a look." Zhao Hai knew what Dibar meant. Dibar was here to see the power of liquid silver. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay, I'll cook now. I'll wait for you." Dibar nodded and turned off the computer. He turned to Tao Wang and said, "Let's go to Little Hai's." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Tao Wang quickly followed. During this period, Ironborn had been busy with tasks outside, so he was rarely in the camp. However, he would be back soon. No matter what, the Ashley family's internal qualifiers for the 6-Jai rookie competition was a very important event for the Outer Gate 8 battalions. Although they had only sent 1 person to participate this time, it was not an exaggeration to say that this was the most important opportunity for the Bone Battalion in the past 2 decades. Ironborn would not miss such an opportunity. Dibar and Tao Wang arrived at Zhao Hai's villa. Zhao Hai was waiting for them in the living room. He had already left the cooking to Ding Dang. Dibar and Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai as soon as they entered the room. Zhao Hai could not help but smile when he saw the two of them. He did not say anything, but a staff suddenly appeared in his hand. The staff was over 2 meters long and was completely silver in color. At the top of the staff was a beautiful 9-layered silver lotus flower. On the petals of the lotus, there were small silver bells. It was extremely beautiful. The liquid silver was no different from the blood staff, except for the change in color. However, the change in color made the staff look more beautiful and holy and less ferocious. Dark Devil Planet, Changmo Island, the Life and Death Ring. Usually very few people would come to the Life and Death Ring. Only those who were hostile to each other would come here for a duel. However, duels in the Life and Death Ring would either result in death or injury. Therefore, unless it was a great enmity, ordinary people would not enter the Life and Death Ring to make decisions. The Life or Death Ring was a huge metal platform that was 100 meters long and wide. There was a pillar at each of the 4 corners. The pillars could be installed with crystals to cover the entire Life or Death Ring, so that the energy inside would not fly out and hurt the people watching the battle. Around the Life and Death Ring, there were nearly 30,000 seats. The north side was for the distinguished guests, and those who sat behind were people of status. The other 3 sides were for commoners, and anyone could sit there to watch the duel. Usually, unless there was a deathmatch, very few people would come to the life and death ring if they were not present. This was because the killing intent here was too strong, and no one liked it. The area of the Grand Devil Island was huge, and the life and death ring was only at a corner of the island. To be exact, the life and death ring couldn't even be considered to be on the Grand Devil Island. He was on a huge reef outside the Grand Devil Island. It was only because it was very close to the revered Devil Island and was connected by a bridge that it was considered a part of the revered Devil Island. Today, the usually quiet life and death ring was bustling with activity. Countless flying cars were parked in the parking lot outside the life and death ring. The life and death ring was filled with people, but there was no one at the north stand. It was obvious that the main character had not appeared yet. At 9 o'clock in the morning, with a few melodious sounds of the bell, the originally noisy life and death ring suddenly became silent. For the Ashley family, they were all too familiar with the bell. It was the Ashley family's bell of silence. The Ashley family had many very special traditions, such as the World Calming Bell and the World Warning Drum. The World Quiet Bell would ring when an important figure of the family appeared in public and needed everyone to be quiet. The World Warning Drum would ring when the family was in danger. There was a very tough rule in the Ashley family. When the bell of silence rang, the entire field would be silent. If anyone dared to speak at will, they would be killed on the spot. When the warning drum sounded, all the combat personnel of the clan had to be ready within 30 breaths. If they were not ready within 30 breaths, they would be executed on the spot. It was precisely because of this rule that the moment the bell of silence rang, the large life and death ring quieted down without a single sound. The bell of silence rang 3 times and then fell from the sky. The leader of these people was wearing a black magic robe and holding a black magic staff. His hair was a little white, but his face was ruddy. His expression was serious, and he looked dignified without being angry. Beside him were a few people in magic robes and warrior clothes. Debar was one of them, and it was obvious that they were the higher-ups of the Ashley family. The leader was a man in a black magic robe. He was the current head of the Ashley family, Wook Ashley. There were 8 people around him. 2 of them were the core managers of the inner residence, 2 were the managers of the outer residence's external affairs, and the other 4 were the outer gate managers. Each of these 8 managers managed a camp of the outer gate. They were the 8 most trusted people of Wook Ashley. The few of them stood on the life and death ring and looked around. Wook Ashley said in a deep voice, "Quat, the 6th World Rookie Tournament, the Ashley family's internal qualifiers, has officially begun." Quat, after saying that, he moved and entered the VIP area. Debar and the others quickly followed behind. As soon as they entered the VIP area, a transparent glass rose up immediately, separating them from the other gaze. At this time, some core members of the Ashley family entered the other seats in the VIP area and sat down. At this time, a middle-aged man walked onto the life and death ring. He was also fat, but compared to Debar's fierce face, this fat man was much cuter. On his round face, there was a simple and honest smile, which gave people a feeling of stupidity. However, if you really treated him as a simple and honest person, you would be dead. This man was very famous. His name was Kadio. He was a bookworm who grew up with Wook and was now the general manager of the Ashley family. Debar and the other 8 were in charge. Because of Debar's fierce-looking face and the fact that he had killed countless people, he was known as Fatty Butcher. However, in the Ashley family, there was another fatty who was even more famous than him, and that was Kadio. Kadio had killed more people than Debar, and he was not like Debar, who had a disgusting and soft face. He was a typical smiling tiger, so in the field of arrays, Kadio also had a nickname, the Smiling Yama Kadio. It was easy to guess what this name meant. Debar only had the name Fat Butcher, while Kadalo was called Yama. From this, it was clear who was superior. Kadio was not only the general manager of the Ashley family, he was also Wook's most trusted man. He had a very good relationship with Wook's children, and they were also very respectful to him. It could be said that in the family, besides Wook, the patriarch, Kadio could definitely be regarded as the second most important person. Kadio stood on the stage, his face still maintaining the smile that had never changed for 10,000 years. However, everyone on the life and death stage was quietly looking at his fat figure, and no one dared to look down on him. Kaiju stood on the stage, looked around, and chuckled. Quat Quat, today is a grand event for our Ashley family. The Ashley family's savant will be here to fight for the honor of the family. Now, let's invite the 71 warriors from the 8 great outer gate camps to the arena. Quat. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 groups of people walked out from the doors on both sides of the life and death ring. Some of them were wearing magic arrays, while others were wearing warrior uniforms. However, they all had a badge on their bodies. This badge was the badge of the Ashley family, the Black Misty Skull. However, there were some small differences on the badges. For example, Zhao Hai's badge had 2 bones under the skull. They were placed in a cross, looking like pirate flags. This meant that Zhao Hai was a member of the Ashley family's bone camp. After everyone was on the life and death ring, they immediately stood according to their camp. The other camps all had 10 people, and only Zhao Hai stood alone at the side, looking a little pitiful. Kadlo saw Zhao Hai's state, but he didn't say anything. He only said, "I'll ask the computer to automatically queue up for everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, a small flying device appeared on the life and death ring. A beam of light shot out from the flying device and formed a projection in the air. Following that, everyone's name appeared on the projection. The numbers were also from 1 to 71. Zhao Hai was 36, right in the middle. After they finished queuing, Kadalo looked at the projection and said, "Quat for the first match, please draw the names of the two parties." Quat. As soon as he finished speaking, the names on the projection rolled and the last two numbers appeared. One was number 2 and the other was number 58. Not only did the two names appear on the projection, but their images and detailed introductions also appeared. Zhao Hai took a look. The two of them had already ascended to the realm of arrays for 3 years. They were both ranked 2, one a mage and one a warrior. Kadalo saw that both sides had come out for the first round, and he said in a low voice, "Quat, all right, may the brave warriors please leave. The opponent's people stay." Quat, Zhao Hai and the others retreated from the life and death ring and sat in the chairs that were specially prepared for them. At this time, the people in the VIP room were also discussing the match. Debar was sitting beside Wook. From this point, it could be seen that Debar was indeed Wook's confidant. Otherwise, he would not be sitting so close to Wook. Wook looked at Zhao Hai through the glass and then turned to Debar. "Fatty duh, you're really too much, always protecting the people in your camp. This can't do. This time you only sent one person to participate in the competition. Don't you want to lose early so you don't have to worry? And I've seen this guy's information. He's a mage and has only ascended for 4 months. Aren't you taking this too lightly?" Debar smiled. "Quat, don't worry, patriarch. I won't let you down this time. Don't think that I've only sent one person this time. I can guarantee that he will definitely give you a big surprise." Quat was stunned when he heard Debar's words. At this moment, someone beside him said, "Fatty duh, stop bragging. You have never sent more than 8 people to participate in the competition in the past few years. Moreover, you have always admitted defeat early in each competition. This time you have sent such a newbie. I don't believe that he who has just ascended 4 months ago can have much ability." Debar did not need to look to know who had spoken. It was Dia, one of the 4 outer stewards. Dia had entered the Ashley family's management 20 years ago, but this family had never been on good terms with Debar. The two of them had been fighting for fame and power. However, under normal circumstances, Debar did not like to take him seriously. No matter what, Dia was a member of the Ashley family. If the two of them fought too hard, it would affect the unity of the Ashley family. For Debar, who had grown up in the Ashley family, this was not in line with the Ashley family's interests. Debar didn't want to end up like Dia, but Dia thought that Debar was afraid of him. He would often embarrass Debar in public. Debar almost wanted to fight back, but he held back in the end. Wook also knew what Debar was thinking. To be honest, he didn't really like Debar's personality. Debar had grown up with him, so Wook knew Debar better than Dia. Wook knew very well that even though the Bone Battalion didn't have a super expert as their leader, when it came to comprehensive combat power, no one from the other 7 battalions would be a match for the Bone Battalion. It was also because of this that Wook turned a blind eye to Debar not sending out his people. Wook couldn't help but furrow his brows when he heard what Dia said. Debar glanced at Dia and sneered, "Quat, Dia, do you dare to make a bet with me? We will each take out 10 million array coins to make a bet. Let's bet that Zhao Hai will get first place in this preliminaries. If Zhao Hai gets first place, you will lose 10 million to me. On the other hand, if Zhao Hai doesn't get first place, even if he gets second place, I will lose 10 million array coins to you. Do you dare to make this bet? If you have the ability, help me book 2 chapters. This month's subscription is really going to hit the wall, please." When Dia heard Debar, he was stunned. This was the first time Debar had made such a bet. Furthermore, Dia knew Debar very well. He knew that Debar was a cunning fellow. Debar might have a chubby face and look like he couldn't walk, but he wasn't stupid at all. On the contrary, Debar was very scary. He was very good at scheming. People who knew how to scheme would not let themselves suffer losses. Dia knew very well that the fat Debar was someone who would only take advantage of others and not suffer losses. Now that he had suddenly proposed such a bet, there was obviously something wrong. Dia could not help but turn to look at Zhao Hai, who was watching the battle on the stage. He lost interest after a glance. Although the magician was only a second-rank magician, it was obvious that he was most familiar with the magic array. This magic array might be useful in the lower realm, but it was useless in the upper realm. It was the same for the warrior. Although he could release the sword aura now, it was obvious that every time he released the sword aura, it was a huge burden on him. Therefore, he did not release the sword aura. Instead, he held the sword and pounced on the mage. The mage kept dodging and shooting magic at the warrior as he dodged. This was obviously the way warriors and mages fought in the human world. Zhao Hai took a look, shook his head, and closed his eyes. His performance was also seen by the others. Everyone who came to participate in the competition today had information about their opponents. Zhao Hai also had information about these people. However, this was the first time he had seen them fight in person. Those people also had Zhao Hai's information. They knew that Zhao Hai had only ascended for less than 4 months and was a complete newbie. In their opinion, Zhao Hai must have offended Dibar, which was why Dibar had sent him up to kill him with a borrowed knife. In fact, when he first saw the information, not only did these people have such thoughts, even Wook had the same thoughts. However, after hearing Dibar's suggestion, Wook was a little uncertain. He looked at Dibar in confusion. Dibar stared at Dia, waiting for his answer. Dia looked at Dibar and said in a deep voice, "Dibar, you're that confident." Dibar snorted coldly and said, "What? Don't you dare?" As he spoke, his eyes revealed a hint of joy. When he saw the look of joy in Dibar's eyes, Dia suddenly understood. Dibar was bluffing. Zhao Hai was definitely not an expert. Dibar was using this method to make him not dare to bet with him. Dia, who considered himself a smart person, immediately felt that this was a great opportunity to take care of Dibar. He snorted coldly and said, "What's there to be afraid of? All right, let's bet." Dibar pretended to have a change in expression, but he still said, "All right, then it's decided." After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the life and death ring. Yuk, who was initially worried about Dibar, knew that the fatty had dug a hole and that Dia had jumped into it himself. Wook had grown up with Dibar, so he knew Dibar very well. He knew that Dibar wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. If he dared to bet with Dia, it must be because he believed that his men could win. At the thought of this, Wook could not help but be even more curious about Zhao Hai. He knew that Dibar would not tamper with Zhao Hai's ascension timing, because that was simply impossible. All ascendants were received by robots at the beginning and not arranged by the ascendant's reception. These two places were controlled by the 3 major forces and were not under anyone's jurisdiction. Even if the Ashley family wanted to interfere, they could not. Thus, Zhao Hai's ascension time would not be a problem. If there was no problem with Zhao Hai's ascension time, then there must be something wrong with Zhao Hai. A person who had ascended for 4 months had not only been taken to the Bone Battalion by Dibar for 3 months, but he had also been allowed to participate in the competition. He was even willing to make a bet of 10 million on his behalf. From this, one could see Zhao Hai's strength. At the thought of this, Wook couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was sitting there with his eyes closed, not moving at all. He looked like he was asleep. Wook couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Zhao Hai's reaction. He wasn't satisfied with Zhao Hai's current performance. As a contestant who was about to participate in the competition, he shouldn't give up this opportunity to observe his opponent. There were only 2 kinds of people who would let go of this opportunity. One was arrogant and thought that they were invincible in the world. They wouldn't do such a thing. The other kind of people were those who had absolute strength. They could tell the level of their opponent with just a glance. They didn't care about the level of their opponents. They had the confidence to defeat their opponents in one blow. Wook thought that Zhao Hai should be the latter type of person, but he still hoped that Zhao Hai would pay attention to his opponent because many experts were defeated by people who were weaker than them without knowing their opponent's strength. Those who could participate in the competition all had 1 or 2 unique skills. If he didn't pay attention to his opponent, he might suffer a loss. Soon the first match was over. The warrior finally won, but Wook was not happy because the strength of these 2 people was not high. It could be said that they were weak. If they participated in the preliminaries of the array field with their strength, they would only come back dejected or die in the arena. The preliminaries of the field of magic arrays were very important to any force in the field. Only by passing the preliminaries, his family would get a lot of benefits. The higher the status, the more the family would get. The status of the Ashley family over the years were not ideal. Last time, they did not even enter the top 100, which made Wook very disappointed. It was also because of this reason that Wu Qi turned a blind eye to the elimination system adopted by the Outer Gate 8 battalions. As the competition went on, Wook's expression became more and more serious. Although the level of the participants was not bad, there was still a big gap between them and the other forces. As the head of the Ashley family, Wu Qi also attached great importance to the strength of the other forces, especially in a competition like the preliminaries, which was related to the vital interests of the family. He also had some understanding of the participants of the other families. The level of the participants from those families was very high. Wu Qi also knew that it was not that the 8 outer gate camps did not train the newcomers seriously. In fact, the outer gate camps of other forces were not much better than the Ashley family's outer gate camp. Some of them were even worse than the Ashley family's outer gate camp. It was just that those families had adopted another way to train the participants. To put it bluntly, there was nothing valuable about this method. It was nothing more than a focused training program. It was to select some talented ascendants, and from the day they entered the camp, they would be focused on training them. All the materials in the camp would be used to focus on training a few people and let them participate in such a competition. The people trained under this situation would naturally be more competitive than the Ashley family's outer camp members, who were trained equally. but this also had a consequence. Even if the resources in the camp were given to the geniuses, the training of the others would be left behind. This would also lead to the weakening of the combat power of the outer camp. Wu Qi knew what those families were thinking. In their opinion, those who ascended were not considered as part of their family at all. They were only used to fight for the family's interests. That was why they adopted such a method, which was different from the Ashley family's method. The Ashley family placed great importance on the training of the outer camp, so the Ashley family's outer camp was very famous in the entire array world. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that there was racial discrimination in the cultivation world. However, the ones who were discriminated against weren't people of different colors, but people who had ascended from the lower realms. A large portion of the people from the cultivation world had an innate sense of superiority towards those who had ascended from the lower realm. In their opinion, they were born in the cultivation world and were naturally a level higher than those who had ascended. It was also because of this that many people who had ascended were not valued. Wook looked at the people selected from the family's outer gate camp. Their strength might be good if they were in the camp, but they were far from being good enough to participate in the competition. Wook had already begun to consider whether he should carry out some reshuffling of the family's outer gate camp and also carry out some key training. The matches went on one after another, but Zhao Hai never had the chance to fight. There were 71 people in the competition, a total of 35 matches, but one person had to sit out. This was not surprising. As people often said, luck was also a part of one's strength. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just sat there, recalling the magic formation text he had learned. Now, Zhao Hai understood the importance of the magic formation text. It could be said to be the foundation of all magic formations. Only by understanding the magic formation text would one be able to use the magic formation better. At this time, the competition had already progressed to the 24th round. Although the first round of the competition was not very long, more than 20 rounds of competition were not considered short. However, the people watching the match were not impatient at all, because the match was getting more and more exciting. This so-called excitement was that both sides were getting more and more ruthless, and there were already casualties. In 24 matches, 3 had died and 5 were injured. In the 24th match that had just been completed, a warrior from the Xing battalion had cut a warrior from the Li battalion in half and killed him on the spot. Although Zhao Hai's eyes were closed, he knew everything that was happening. He didn't feel any discomfort. Ever since he ascended, Zhao Hai had thought about it. If he wanted to live in the array world, he had to be ruthless. What was killing a few people? Had he not killed enough people? At this moment, the name list of the 25th round was displayed by the flying machine. Then they heard the loud broadcast from the stage of life and death. Round 25, Bone Battalion Zhao Hai versus Ghost Battalion Luozhai. At this point, the broadcast paused for a moment before continuing. Quat Zhao Hai from the Bone Battalion was a newcomer who had just ascended to the field of arrays for 4 months. However, as soon as he ascended to the field of arrays, he was appreciated by Camp Master Debar. Less than a month after he ascended, he was brought to the Bone Battalion from the Ascension Academy. At that time, Zhao Hai had not even adapted to the density of the spiritual qi in the field of arrays. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, Zhao Hai not only adapted to the spiritual qi density in the field of arrays, but also raised his strength to the level of a grade 2 mage. He's an absolute genius, Quat Luozhai from the Ghost Battalion. He is an old man who has ascended for 4 years. He is also a rare genius in the Ghost Battalion. He has carried out many family and free missions, and his strength is that of a 3rd-grade warrior. Because he has killed too many people during his missions, he is known as Blood Ghost Luozhai. This will be a battle between geniuses. Quat. When Zhao Hai heard his name, he opened his eyes and slowly walked towards the life and death ring. The people who were watching the competition were in a heated discussion. They were discussing Zhao Hai's identity and when he would ascend. Although Zhao Hai could hear these discussions, he wasn't affected in the slightest. For the current Zhao Hai, participating in this kind of competition was completely bullying. Zhao Hai stood on the stage. His opponent was also on the stage, Blood Ghost Luozhai. He was not tall and did not look very strong, but his face was cold. He was wearing a blood-red warrior suit. There was a rapier at his waist, but it was a little long, about 1.5 meters long. This length was almost as long as a small spear, so it was not suitable to be used as a sword. Zhao Hai glanced at Luozhai and frowned slightly. Although Luozhai looked normal on the surface, his murderous aura was very strong. It was obvious that he was a murderous person. At this time, the metal platform's protective shield had already been raised. Luozhai also held his long sword in his hand, waiting for his order. With Keidyo's announcement, Zhao Hai's first match had officially begun. Luozhai heard the start of the fight, but he didn't move quickly to Zhao Hai's side like the other warriors, trying to close the distance between him and the magician. In Luozhai's opinion, he was a grade 3 warrior, and he didn't need to do that to fight against a rookie who had just ascended. He only needed to send a few sword chi over, and the magician would be cut in half. To Luo Zhai's surprise, his opponent didn't activate a magic shield like an ordinary magician. He just stood there and looked at him calmly, without any expression. Luo Zhai was stunned for a moment, then he laughed coldly and said, "Kid, it's your first time fighting and you're already facing me. Consider yourself unlucky. You might be a genius before you fight, but you'll soon become a dead genius." Zhao Hai was still looking at his opponent calmly. He didn't even take out his magic staff, nor did he use any magic shield. This made Luo Zhai feel depressed. He felt that he was being looked down on. Luo Zhai's face turned even uglier when he saw that Zhao Hai didn't make any sound or even put up any defense. Luo Zhai glared at Zhao Hai, and a wave of cold killing intent pressed down on him. In his eyes, Zhao Hai was just a newbie who could kill a lot of people. Zhao Hai would definitely panic when he was attacked by his killing intent. Once he panicked, Luo Zhai would have his chance. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Zhai. He could feel Luo Zhai's killing intent, but he didn't take it to heart. Luo Zhai's killing intent was nothing to him. Seeing that Zhao Hai still didn't respond, Luo Zhai's heart couldn't help but tighten. If Zhao Hai didn't respond to the killing intent, it meant that he was also a person who killed people like flies. Such a person was not easy to deal with. When he thought about Zhao Hai's ascension, Luo Zhai's eyes could not help but show a trace of killing intent. Luo Zhai was a very realistic person. When he was in the lower realm, he wasn't a proper warrior, but a death warrior. It was because of this that he now liked to use a sword. The world of Dare to Die fighters was much crueler than that of warriors. In this world, failure meant death. Your enemy was not only the people you wanted to deal with, but also your comrades in arms. If you couldn't surpass your comrades in arms and become the best one, that person might be abandoned at any time, which meant death. It was because of this that Luo Zhai always wanted to do his best. If someone did better than him, or even surpassed him, then his choice was very simple. Before the other party had the ability to surpass him, he would kill them. It was because of this that Luo Zhai became the most famous genius in the Ghost Battalion. The genius who was even more famous than him had already died. Now that Zhao Hai had appeared, Luo Zhai felt a slight threat. He felt that Zhao Hai might surpass him and become a new genius. Although Zhao Hai was from a different camp, he was from the same family. There would be competition within the family. Luo Zhai would kill anyone who could become his opponent. Luo Zhai looked at Zhao Hai. He felt threatened. He took a deep breath. Although he felt threatened, Zhao Hai didn't do anything to protect himself. To Luo Zhai, this was the best opportunity. Luo Zhaiping expressed his feelings and slowly raised his rapier, pointing the tip of the sword at Zhao Hai. Then, with a loud roar, he grabbed the hilt of the sword with one hand and the blade of the sword with the other. Luo Zhai's rapier was almost the same as the rapier in the lower realm. Only the 30-centimeter part of the sword tip had a blade, and the other parts were no different from a flattened spear handle. It didn't have any lethality when held. Luo Zhai held the sword with both hands as if he was holding a short spear. The tip of the sword was pointed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still standing there calmly. He looked at Luo Zhai and suddenly said, "You want to kill me?" Luo Zhai was stunned. He thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't talk to him, but Zhao Hai's words had disrupted his rhythm. Although he hadn't attacked yet, he was already preparing to attack. Zhao Hai's words had disrupted his rhythm. Luo Zhai squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know if Zhao Hai was doing this on purpose, but he didn't answer. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Zhai and smiled. "I can see the killing intent in your eyes. Can you tell me why? We're all working for the same family, so I don't think we'll have to fight to the death." Luo Zhai snorted. "Quat, we are working for the same family. But you have to know that only by stepping on your corpses can I get more attention and more resources. Only then can I cultivate faster and become a stronger person. Quat." Zhao Hai nodded, "So that's why. This is not the first time you've done this, right? I mean, kill those who are a threat to you." Luo Zhai snorted coldly. "Quat, stop talking nonsense. Prepare to die." Quat, with that, he thrust his sword at Zhao Hai. His body didn't move, but the sword chi had already pierced Zhao Hai. "Shield." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said softly. A 5-layered magic array suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a huge metal shield flew out from the array and blocked in front of him. Luo Zhai's sword energy just happened to stab the shield. Luo Zhai's face revealed a sneer. He was very clear that this sword energy was his full power attack. He was a grade 3 warrior. How could a magic array with 5 overlapping arrays block his sword energy? In your dreams, however, something shocking happened. The moment the sword chi struck the shield only trembled slightly. Then the sword slid off the shield and struck the shield of the life and death ring. Luo Zhai was stunned. He couldn't believe that his full-powered attack was blocked by Zhao Hai's method. It was only a magic array with 5 overlapping arrays. How could it block his sword chi? It wasn't just Luo Zhai. Everyone else who knew him was stunned. These people were very fond of Luo Zhai. Luo Zhai was a person who would never show mercy. His creed was to show mercy but not to attack. He never sparred with others. Everyone who sparred with him had already become dead. Zhao Hai blocked Luo Zhai's attack. While Luo Zhai was still in a daze, Zhao Hai moved his hand and a 10-layered magic array appeared in his hand. At the same time, he whispered, "Twist of the wind, blade of ice, slash." As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind suddenly appeared in the magic array. The whirlwind became bigger and bigger, and finally became a huge whirlwind with a diameter of more than 20 meters. Inside the whirlwind, there were countless ice blades floating, which attacked Luo Zhai. Luo Zhai's expression changed when he saw Zhao Hai's attack. He circulated his warrior power and waved his sword, sending out sword chi toward the whirlwinds. Luo Zhai's attention was focused on Zhao Hai's magic attack, so he didn't notice that a 10-layered magic array had appeared beside Zhao Hai. The magic array slowly turned golden, and within the golden color there was a faint red light. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Fire, feather, arrow, 10,000 arrow formation, fire." As Zhao Hai's voice fell, the magic formation suddenly exploded, turning into countless golden and red arrows that shot towards Luo Zhai. Luo Zhai had just broken Zhao Hai's ice blade tornado when the arrows rained down. Luo Zhai's expression changed. He frantically waved his sword in an attempt to block Zhao Hai's rain of arrows. However, when his sword blocked the arrow exploded. This explosion didn't just contain a fireball. It should be known that this arrow was made up of metal and fire magic. In other words, when the arrow exploded, there would be metal fragments flying in all directions. Luo Zhai's eyes were hit, and he screamed in pain. He even forgot to swing the sword in his hand. What happened next was much simpler. Those arrows directly hit Luo Zhai's body, and then an explosion occurred. After the rain of arrows, Luo Zhai could no longer be found in the ring. His entire body was blown into pieces, and only a long sword was left lying on the ring. The whole life and death ring was silent. The time between Zhao Hai and Luo Zhai was too short. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Zhai attacked first and released a sword chi while Zhao Hai defended. Then he released 2 magic spells and ended the battle. When the two of them first started fighting, the audience on the stage was still cheering. However, after the battle ended, no one made a sound. It was not only because the battle ended too quickly, but also because of Zhao Hai's brutal and dazzling magic. It was undeniable that Zhao Hai's magic was very dazzling. A 5-layered metal shield spell, a wind and water dual element tornado ice blade slash, and a metal and fire dual element flame feather array. Any of these 3 spells were very beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful these 3 spells were, they couldn't change his ferocious nature. The shield spell was still alright, but the fact that a 5-layered spell could block a grade 3 warrior's full-powered attack showed that this spell was extraordinary. The next 2 spells were even more brutal. Although the whirlwind ice blade was broken by Luo Zhai, when the spell was launched, the whirlwind filled the sky with ice blades. It looked like a huge rotating pillar with blue light flashing inside, looking extremely dazzling. Outsiders would only see the dazzling side of the spell, but people like Debar and the others who were familiar with it understood how brutal it was. Anyone who was trapped by the spell would be like being thrown into a giant meat grinder. If their defense wasn't strong enough, they would end up as a pile of minced meat. Just thinking about that would send chills down their spines. As for the other magic, the flame feather arrow formation, when used, the arrows would cover the sun like dark clouds, looking extremely spectacular. Especially when the explosion occurred, the sparks mixed with metallic shards would look 100 times more gorgeous than fireworks. But look at Luo Zhai, a grade 3 warrior was killed in seconds, and not even his bones were left. This kind of magic was not only brutal, it was brutal magnificence. Almost everyone who knew the art thought of this saying. Zhao Hai's magic was brutal and gorgeous, but there was brutal cruelty hidden in the gorgeous. It was too terrifying. Keidio's ever-present smile had disappeared. He had heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Luo Zhai. To be honest, he didn't object to Luo Zhai's actions. If a person wanted to stand out, he had to step over countless dead bodies. Keidio just didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. If Keidilo didn't know Debor very well, he would have thought that Debor had found a 5th-tier magic caster to impersonate a 1st-tier magic caster to participate in the competition. Only a grade 5 mage would be able to instantly cast a magic array with 10 magic arrays stacked on top of each other. Everyone in the VIP area was also dumbfounded. They never thought that Luo Zhai would lose so quickly. It wasn't until Zhao Hai left the ring that Wook turned to Debar and said, "Debar, are you sure he's only ascended for 4 months?" Debar chuckled. "Quite of course I'm sure. When he first ascended, he stayed in room 2046. He learned magic formation runes on his first day of school and reached the level of a 1st-tier magician in a month. He was sent out to train in the 1st month. Patriarch, you know this as well, Quat. Brothers, if you have the ability, please help me order 2 chapters. Otherwise, I'm really going to have to drink the northwest wind. The northwest wind blows up with sand. You don't want to eat a stomach full of sand, right? Please help me, please." "Brothers, let's subscribe to it. I'm begging everyone, please." Wook nodded. Of course, he knew that this matter was related to his daughter. How could he not know about it? He had heard of Zhao Hai's name a lot before this, but after Zhao Hai went into closed-door cultivation, no one mentioned him anymore. At this moment, one of the core managers of the inner sanctum asked Debar curiously, "Quat Debar, I didn't expect your bone battalion to have such a good standard." I don't think I've seen the magic that kid used before. Quat. Forget it, Debar laughed bitterly. Are you mocking me or complimenting me? It's not like you guys don't know what level our bone battalion is at. I can only say that Zhao Hai is a genius. Many of the magic array groups he used were arranged by himself. The magic arrays he used were all existing magic arrays, but he had to combine them by himself. I've already seen some of the magic array groups he created, and to be honest, they are very strong, really very strong. The few of them were stunned when they heard Debar's words. They then looked at Debar with glowing eyes. Debar looked at them and smiled bitterly. I know what you're thinking. Do you want other magicians to learn Zhao Hai's magic array? Don't even think about it. Zhao Hai is willing to give us his magic arrays, but not many of us can learn them. Did you forget that Zhao Hai is an all-elemental magician? Many of his magic array groups are 2 or 3 elemental magic arrays combined together. They are powerful, but if you are not an all-elemental magician, you can't use them at all. Hearing Debar's words, everyone finally reacted. The magic array formation that Zhao Hai had used was made up of magic arrays of different elements. It was powerful, but ordinary magicians couldn't use it. The few of them could not help but sigh. Wook turned to Debar and said in a low voice, Debar, tell me the truth. This kid's strength is almost there now. Quat 4th tier, Debar said with a smile. Quat, but I dare say that even if I were to go up against him, I'd probably be the one who's most afraid of losing. Quat. Debar was a 6th tier magic caster. When Yook heard Debar's words, he squinted his eyes out of habit and chuckled. Looks like you're really going to make a comeback this time. You've picked up a treasure. Debar chuckled. Quat, that's right. I didn't just pick up a treasure this time. In fact, he's done more than you can imagine. Patriarch, I'll report to you in a while. Quat. When Wook heard Debar's words, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, he still nodded his head and turned his head to look at the match. Wook really wanted to know what other miraculous qualities Zhao Hai had that made Debar so interested in him. Soon, all 35 matches were over, and the first day's matches were over. All the winners would rest for 2 days before continuing with the matches. After the match ended, Zhao Hai returned to the Bone Battalion to rest. Debar had already given strict orders not to let anyone disturb Zhao Hai. Debar didn't return to the Bone Battalion, but followed Wook back to his family. Debar and Kadio followed Wook into his study room. Wook waved his hand to let the two of them sit down, and then said to Debar, Fatida, tell me, what's the matter, and why are you acting so mysterious? Quat, young master, this is a good thing, Debar said with a smile. Quat, it's about Zhao Hai. Quat, in front of outsiders, Debar would address Wook as family head or chief. However, when he was alone with Wook, he would call him young master. That Zhao Hai is not bad, Wook nodded. Kadalo also nodded. Quat, absolutely calm. He didn't show any mercy. He's a good fighter. Quat. Debar chuckled as he looked at the two of them. Quat, young master, smiling tiger, don't tell me you've forgotten that I still have something in my hands. That thing was left behind by a legend in the field of arrays. When Wook heard Debar's words, he couldn't help but raise his brows. You mean that failed product? You're still keeping it. I thought you sold him off when you were short on money. Debar smiled. Quat, it would be useful if we didn't keep it. Young master, that thing has been activated by Zhao Hai. He can use it now, Quat. Boom, Debar's words were like a huge bomb, causing Wook and Kadio to feel dizzy. Of course, the two of them knew what that thing was, and of course they had heard of the conditions to activate it. They originally thought that no one in the array world could use that thing. Now that Debar suddenly said that Zhao Hai had activated it, how could they not be shocked? Debar looked at the two of them and laughed. How is it? You guys didn't expect this, did you? Zhao Hai really activated that thing, and now it's his staff. Wook stood up and looked at Debar. Fatida, you're not joking, right? Did Zhao Hai really activate that thing? How did he do it? You have to know that it requires one person to activate it, and it's impossible for more than one person to work together. Debar nodded and said Zhao Hai did it. However, he used a trick. He added a new material to the item and carved 130,896 magic arrays on it. Then he refined the item again, and it was successfully refined. Now it's called liquid silver, Quat. Wook was stunned for a moment and said, did it really work? This method has been thought of before, but no suitable materials were found. What did he use? Boundless golden sand. Debar smiled. Boundless golden sand. It's boundless golden sand, no wonder. Kadio cried out in shock. Boundless golden sand was extremely precious, and Zhao Hai actually had it. Debar nodded and said, Little Hai also gave me a bottle. I stored it in the arsenal. However, liquid silver is really strange. After Little Hai activated it, no one else could use it except him. We tried many methods. In our hands, that thing was like a steel silver, useless. In Zhao Hai's hands, it could change into 1,000 different weapons. It's really amazing. Quat. Wuki nodded and said, it's normal for a divine artifact to recognize its master. That thing is useless in our hands. Now that Zhao can use it, it's good to give it to him. With that thing, he can fight for more benefits for our Ashley family this time. It's not a loss. But Fatida, is Zhao Hai loyal to our Ashley family? They won't be pulled away by the other families, right? Debar shook his head. Quat, don't worry, young master. After a few days of observation, I've discovered that Zhao Hai is a very emotional person. Our family has treated him so well, so he won't betray our family. You don't have to worry. Quat. Wook nodded and said, I've already tried the method of refining the undead creatures that you brought back before. It's a problem. Did you give Zhao Hai the reward you promised him? Why did I hear that he's still living in the building of the Bone Battalion? Debar laughed bitterly. Quat, don't mention it. That kid is a training fanatic. I've already given him the reward a long time ago, but he has never taken over his villa. He's been training in the camp every day. I can't do anything to him. Quat. When Wook heard Debar's words, he nodded and said, so that's how it is. I thought he wasn't happy with the reward. Fatty D, you've done everything you can to keep him in the Ashley family and not let him leave. When Debar heard Wook's words, he suddenly smiled. Young master, I have an idea, but I'm afraid you won't agree. Wook was stunned when he heard Debar's words. He then waved his hand and said, Quat, tell me what you can do to activate that thing. His future is limitless. As long as you can make him stay, I'm willing to pay anything. Quat. Quat, I'm not trying to keep Zhao Hai here, Debar said. Quat, I just want Zhao Hai to become one of the Ashley family. Only when he becomes one of the Ashley family will he never leave. Quat. When Wook heard Debar's words, he was stunned. Then his expression changed. Do you mean Margaret? The relationship between Wookie and Margaret was not very good. Of course, the main problem was with Margaret. Margaret was not close to Wookie, but Wookie still cared about Margaret very much. Wook had a total of 5 sons and 3 daughters in his life. Margaret was the youngest. His other 2 daughters were married except for Margaret. In addition, Margaret was Zhao Hai's mentor before. The 2 of them had gone through many difficulties together, so when Debar mentioned it, Wook immediately reacted. Kadalo frowned. Quat, Fatty Da, that's a good idea, but you should know Miss Margaret's temper. I'm afraid she won't agree. Quat. Debar smiled and said, of course I know that. I've never really thought of matchmaking them. I just want them to develop their relationship freely. After the previous incident, I realized that Miss Margaret seems to be a little interested in Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai was in seclusion, Miss Margaret came to see him more than once, so I'll just let them develop their relationship freely. Quat. Wook heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Debar's words. He had always felt that he owed Margaret, so he did not want Margaret to do anything that he did not like. He was relieved to hear Debar's words. Wook nodded and said, okay, then let them develop freely. By the way, Fatty Da, don't tell anyone about Zhao Hai activating that thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid the entire Ashley family will be in trouble. Quat. Debar nodded. To be honest, Wook was a very overbearing person. In the Ashley family, he was the one who kept his word. He would only listen to Debar, Kager, and a few others. Wook would not care about the others. Wookie stood up and said in a deep voice, all these years, our Ashley family has not achieved any decent results in the 6 world competition. This time, it's up to Zhao Hai. I hope he can fight for greater benefits for our Ashley family. Quat. Big families always put their interests first. They would only pay attention to those who were useful to them. If they didn't pay attention to you, they wouldn't even look at you. Wookie was one of them. Don't look at how much importance he attached to Zhao Hai now. If Zhao Hai failed to achieve a satisfactory result, Wookie would not hesitate to deal with Zhao Hai and take back the liquid silver. Please subscribe, please. Debar knew Wookie's character very well. The reason why he told Wookie about Zhao Hai activating the liquid silver was because he knew clearly that as long as Zhao Hai could help the Ashley family, Wookie would not accept the liquid silver. On the contrary, if he didn't tell Wookie about this matter, and Wookie found out about it in the future, it would be even worse. Not only would Wookie deal with Zhao Hai, but he would also not let him off. The entire Bone Camp would be in trouble. It was precisely because of this that Debar told Wook about this matter. At the same time, he also told Wook about Margaret. He did not want to use Margaret's matter to make Wook have any scruples and not make a move on Zhao Hai. It was strange to say that although Wook was very selfish and overbearing, he had an extraordinary preference for Margaret. Generally, Wook would pay great attention to anything related to Margaret. That was why Debar said that Margaret seemed to be interested in Zhao Hai, so that Wook would never deal with Zhao Hai. Debar returned to the Bone Battalion. His mood wasn't very good. To be honest, he felt very tired. Although Wook's temper wasn't good in the past and he was a little overbearing, he still trusted him and Kadio very much. He and Kadio were also very relaxed in front of Wook and would even joke around with him sometimes. However, things were different now. Wook was becoming more and more temperamental. Whenever Debar spoke to Wook, he would think about it carefully. Even if it was a joke, he would still do it on purpose. This feeling made Debar feel very tired, and it was also because of this that he became less and less involved in his family's affairs. He put most of his energy into the Bone Battalion. Although the outer camp was also very important to a family, its importance did not mean that it was valued. In the eyes of a big family like the Ashley family, the main purpose of the outer camp was to fight for the family's interests. If one wanted to talk about the family's real combat power, they would have to talk about the warships in Mecca. The mages and warriors in the outer camp were not included. Debar was aware of this, which was why he focused his attention on the outer campsite. This way, he would not attract anyone's attention, let alone Wook's suspicion. After returning to the campsite, Debar went straight to Zhao Hai's place. He already knew that Zhao Hai's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to increase his strength in a short period of time. Therefore, Zhao Hai no longer needed to cultivate in seclusion every day like before. As soon as he arrived outside Zhao Hai's villa, he heard voices coming from inside. Other than Zhao Hai's voice, Tao Wang and Tai Sheng's voices were also there. Debar couldn't help but smile when he heard their voices. Tai Sheng and Tao Wang were both very loyal to him, and they were quite capable as well. Zhao Hai's strength and abilities were not bad either. Debar had high hopes for Zhao Hai, and it could be said that the three of them were the most important to Debar. Debar pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw Zhao Hai and the other two drinking in the restaurant, Debar immediately shouted, "Good, you guys, you actually didn't wait for me to drink." The three of them looked at Debar. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Master, if you had come back a little later, we would have finished our drinks. Come quickly." Debar didn't mind that the three didn't welcome him. He sat at the table, poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. He exhaled and said, "Quat little Hai, your performance today was very good. You have gained a lot of face. You don't know, but the camp master of the ghost camp, Dia, actually made a bet with me today. I said that you would definitely get first place, but he didn't believe me. We bet 10 million array coins, so you can't lose, kid. Quat." 10 million array coins. Tao Wang was stunned and shouted, "Camp Master, where did you get so much money? Did you embezzle all the funds that were taken from the family over the years?" Debar slapped him to the side and said, "Nonsense, you know better than me how much money we have in our camp. Tai Sheng, don't come to Little Hai's place tomorrow. Let's go to Tao Wang's house and eat him up for a month. You've made this kid talk so much." Tai Sheng looked at Tao Wang and chuckled. "That's great, Camp Master. I've wanted to do this for a long time, but you also know that if there's no opportunity, this guy won't treat us to a meal. This is really a good opportunity." Tao Wang screamed in pain, "Don't, Camp Master, don't do this to me. I'm really poor, I can't even afford to eat, so I can only come to Little Hai's place to freeload. How can you have the heart to exploit me? When Little Hai wins the competition, he'll be rich soon. We should come more often to freeload." Debar and Ironborn looked at Tao Wang with contempt. Tao Wang was a good guy, but he was too stingy. However, no one cared about him. The people here were not short of money. They were just using this to tease Tao Wang. After a few more jokes, Debar finally said with a serious expression, "Quite okay, let's talk about something serious. Little Hai, I've already told the family head about you having liquid silver." The family head didn't say anything, but he still hopes that you can get good results in this competition. The family head has become more and more headstrong these years and doesn't listen to people. If you don't get good results, I'm afraid the family head won't let you off. Quat. "Don't worry, I know what to do," Zhao Hai nodded. Debar nodded inside. "Little Hai, you won't blame me for telling the head of the family about this, right?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "Quat, no, I know the camp master's difficulties. Besides, we can't keep this matter from the family master. Instead of waiting for the family master to find out himself, we might as well tell him ourselves so that fan suspicion won't be suspicious in the future." Quat. Debar nodded and sighed. "Quat, I don't know what's wrong with the master now. His temper is getting more and more unpredictable. Even I, who grew up with him, have to be careful in front of him." Sigh. Quat. Debar trusted Zhao Hai very much. Zhao Hai's background was very clean, and he had almost never come into contact with anyone else. In addition, although Zhao Hai had killed many people in the lower realm, he treated the people around him very well. This was very similar to Debar's. Hence, Debar had a very good impression of Zhao Hai. Tai Sheng and Tao Wang were even more so. Their situations were similar to Zhao Hai's. They were both ascendants chosen by Debar and directly brought into the Bone Battalion. They were trained to be his trusted aides, so they were also absolutely trustworthy. That was why Debar would only say these things in front of the three of them. Zhao Hai and the other two didn't say anything, but Tai Sheng and Tao Wang's expressions were somewhat unsightly. The two of them were very clear that the reason the Bone Battalion could keep so many profitable businesses was all because of Debar. If Debar was gone one day, it wouldn't be easy for the Bone Battalion to keep those profitable businesses. Although outsiders didn't know how much the Bone Battalion had earned over the years, the people in the camp weren't fools. They could tell that the people in the Bone Battalion were living a much better life than them, so they really looked down on the Bone Battalion. However, because of Debar, no one dared to attack the Bone Battalion. However, it was impossible for Debar to protect the Bone Battalion forever. Debar was no longer around one day. What would happen to the Bone Battalion? It was precisely because of this that Debar thought so highly of Zhao Hai. He hoped that Zhao Hai could become an expert as soon as possible and take charge of the Bone Battalion. With an expert at the helm, the people from the other camps would be wary even if they wanted to deal with the Bone Battalion. Debar poured himself another glass of wine without saying a word. He finished it in one gulp, then turned to look at Zhao Hai. Little Hai, I really want to know, do you really love your wife in the lower realm that much? Can't you see that Margaret is interested in you? Zhao Hai forced a smile. He was not a newbie who knew nothing. How could he not see that Margaret was interested in him? However, he already had Laura and the other girls, so he really didn't want to be involved in any more love debts. Debar looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. Quite, it's just that Miss Margaret is really pitiful. Because of her mother's death, Miss Margaret's relationship with the family isn't good. Although the family takes great care of Miss Margaret has never wanted to be taken care of by the patriarch. In addition, she's married to the Fire God Palace, so Miss Margaret is really unhappy now. Today, I tried to tell the patriarch that Miss Margaret is interested in you, and the patriarch didn't object. He seems to agree that Miss Margaret should date you. Little Hai, this is an opportunity for you to join the Ashley family. Only when you truly become a member of the Ashley family will the head of the family not ask for the liquid silver back. Otherwise, one day in the future, the family will definitely ask for the liquid silver back, and by then I'm afraid you will only have a dead end. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Debar took another breath and sighed. When I gave you the liquid silver, I didn't think that you would succeed. Now that you've successfully activated it, it has already recognized you as its master. If you want to use it again, there's only one way, and that is to kill you. Since the liquid silver has been activated, as long as I kill you, I can use it. Although no one has seen the power of liquid silver, it has been rumored to be godlike. Once they find out that you've activated liquid silver and you don't have an identity that they're worried about, you'll be in more trouble. You'll be in even more danger. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed. To be honest, he hadn't thought of this. In his opinion, liquid silver was a good weapon, but it was on par with the weapons in the cultivation world. It wasn't that impressive. However, he had neglected the array world. Liquid silver might not be attractive to the people of the cultivation world, but it was too attractive to the mages of the array world. Liquid silver was the ultimate weapon of mages, just like the #1 divine weapon in the world. Everyone wanted it. In the past, because no one could activate liquid silver, no one would care who had it. But once liquid silver was activated, it would make those people fight for it desperately. A powerful weapon depended on the person who held it. If it was in the hands of a high-level person of a big force, few people would dare to snatch it because they would offend that force. However, if it was in the hands of someone with no status, this weapon was a death warrant. Although Zhao Hai was valued by Debar, his current identity was only a mage in the Ashley family's outer circle. With such an identity, holding liquid silver would undoubtedly bring him endless pursuit. However, if Zhao Hai really married Margaret and became a member of the Ashley family, then those who wanted to snatch liquid silver would have to weigh their own weight. With Zhao Hai's strength, he wasn't afraid of being hunted down. However, this would bring him endless trouble. He hated trouble, but he hated relying on women even more. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand, Camp Master. I will consider your words carefully. To be honest, Camp Master, up until now, I only have a sense of belonging to the Bone Battalion. I still lack a sense of belonging to the Ashley family. Also, I don't want to date Miss Margaret with any ulterior motives. That would be blasphemy to her. Let things develop freely. Anyway, no one will know that I have liquid silver in the short term. Quat. Debar looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. Quat, well, Little Hai, I didn't misjudge you. Your words alone show your character. It seems that Miss Margaret's judgment is really good. Well, I won't care anymore. Let things go on freely. I just hope that you don't resist Miss Margaret too much and try to accept her. Zhao Hai nodded and did not say anything. Debar poured himself another glass of wine, then asked Ironborn and the others to do the same. He then raised his glass and said, Quat, today is Little Hai's first victory. Let's have a toast to celebrate. Little Hai, remember, don't hold back in this 6 World Newcomers competition. You have to kill and make a name for yourself. You have to let those people know that you are not to be trifled with. Only in this way will you be safer. Do you understand? Quat, yes. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, battalion commander. I've never been soft-hearted when it comes to my enemies. As long as they're my enemies, I'll never let them go. Quat. Debar laughed heartily. Quat, good, ha ha ha, come cheers, Quat. On the second day after Zhao Hai's first match, Margaret came to Zhao Hai's villa. To be honest, Zhao Hai was really having a headache about this matter. Yesterday, after Debar and the others left, Zhao Hai returned to the origin space. Laura and the others had a deep conversation with him, and the result of the conversation left Zhao Hai at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. Laura and the others actually encouraged him to pursue Margaret and win her heart. If other men encountered such a thing, they would be extremely happy. However, Zhao Hai was different. He loved Laura and the others very much. He didn't think that he could pursue other girls under their gazes. At this time, Margaret came to find him. Zhao Hai sighed impatiently and invited Margaret into the villa. After asking her to sit down, he asked the robot to serve her tea. Zhao Hai then said, Teacher, what's the matter? Margaret was a little disappointed when she heard Zhao Hai address her as such, but she still let out a long sigh and said, Quat the campmaster allowed you to participate in the preliminaries. It seems that he is very confident in your strength. However, you have to be careful of the people in the Ghost Battalion. The camp master of the Ghost Battalion, Dia, is not on good terms with the camp master. I heard that the two of them made a bet of 10 million, which is not a small number. Although Dia has made a lot of money over the years, 10 million is still a big deal for him. You have to be careful. The strength you showed on the stage this time will alert Dia. He'll definitely make some arrangements. Zhao Hai nodded. I've guessed it as well. Yesterday, the battalion commander told me about this. But don't worry, I'll definitely win. Quat. Margaret smiled. Quat, I don't doubt your strength at all, but I think you'd better make some preparations. It's best not to use those undead creatures in the arena, as that will only expose your trump cards. By the time it's the tournament of the array field, people will know what kind of tricks you have. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. He could tell that Margaret was really concerned about him. Zhao Hai sighed and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, teacher. I'll be careful. Margaret nodded, stood up and said, Quat, that's good. Be careful. Odin and the others are safe in school. I'll take care of them. Quat. After sending Marjorie off, Zhao Hai returned to his room. The moment he came back, he had heard Laura and the other girls complaining in his mind that he didn't know how to coax girls, and how he could still call Marjorie mentor at this moment. Thinking about it made Zhao Hai's head ache. Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. Other wives were afraid that their husbands would find another woman outside, but they were good. They even helped their husbands come up with ideas to let their husbands pursue women. How could such a thing happen? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai entered the space in a flash. When Laura and the others saw him, they immediately surrounded him. Laura glared at Zhao Hai and said, Big brother Hai, are you from Guyi? Why did she still call Margaret teacher? I don't believe that you can't tell that she's interested in you. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Laura, aren't you guys jealous at all? In fact, with my strength, I don't have to do that at all. As long as I show my true strength, I don't believe the Ashley family will really dare to do anything to me. Lola rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, it's easy for you to say. If you bring out all your strength, you won't be afraid of the Ashley family. However, the Ashley family is only a mid-tier force in the field of mecha arrays. There are many forces stronger than them. Moreover, there's still the world of cultivators. If you bring out all your strength, aren't you afraid of the space being exposed? There won't be a place for us in the cultivation world. Quat, that's right, Brother Hai, said Lies. Quat, besides, you know about Margaret's situation. She's engaged to the Zhang family, but the Zhang family sent someone to kill her. If she really marries into the Zhang family, I'm afraid it won't take long for her to be killed. Do you really have the heart to let him do this? Margaret has been interested in you since you begged her last time. You should be at ease and pursue her boldly. If it was because of us, you don't have to do this. Brother Hai, we all know that you love us and we love you too. We are a team now. If you're good, we'll all be good, so we don't object to you pursuing Margaret. Quat, that's right, young master, Meg said with a smile. Quat, don't forget that you still have a mission. You have to help the Buta family spread its branches and make it stronger. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Quat, that's enough, you guys. Why do I feel like I'm letting you down if I don't pursue Marjorie now? You'd better behave yourselves. Quat. The girls stuck out their tongues and stopped talking. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart. He didn't know if it was because of Laura's thoughts or because of his space power. This was what troubled him the most. Zhao Hai didn't feel guilty at all when he used the space to cheat his enemies. However, it seemed that the space was also affecting Laura and the others. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't like to see. However, he didn't have the ability to stop it. He could only sigh to himself. Zhao Hai was very clear that everything in the realm revolved around him. It was all for his own good. Moreover, this process could not be changed, and he had never thought of changing it. Regardless of whether it was due to the influence of the space, he was certain that Laura and the others loved him. However, it was also because of this that Zhao Hai was even more reluctant to betray them. After sighing, Zhao Hai finally decided to let nature take its course. In fact, he didn't have that kind of intention towards Marjorie. However, after hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai unconsciously started to think in that direction. It seemed that Laura's matchmaking had worked. Zhao Hai returned to his room and started to study the magic formation text. There were a lot of magic formation texts, and it was not easy for Zhao Hai to learn from the beginning. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's spiritual power had increased by 10 times after many upgrades. He could easily remember what he saw and heard. Another day had passed. Zhao Hai came out of the medium and sat in his room, ready to go to the competition. Dibar, Tao Wang, and even Tai Sheng had come to see Zhao Hai in the morning. Tai Sheng had just finished a mission and had a lot of free time. Naturally, he wanted to come and watch Zhao Hai's match. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the life and death ring, it was already filled with people. Zhao Hai sat calmly in the contestant area and closed his eyes. The other contestants had also arrived. The other 35 were looking at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. The strength that Zhao Hai had displayed yesterday was too strong. The strongest among them could only achieve 5 instantaneous bursts. Moreover, after a few bursts, their spiritual energy would be exhausted. However, Zhao Hai had achieved 5 overlapping instantaneous bursts, and then 2 people had achieved 10 overlapping instantaneous bursts. Such strength was definitely the strongest among them. Zhao Hai also knew that those people were looking at him, but he didn't care. He just focused on the contestants from the Ghost Battalion. The people from the Ghost Battalion were really good. Including him, there were a total of 36 contestants on the field, and there were 8 of them. Besides Luo Zhai, who had been killed by Zhao Hai yesterday, only 1 person had been eliminated, and the remaining 8 had all advanced to the next round. It was amazing. Zhao Hai also noticed that their equipment seemed to have been changed. They were all wearing armor, and the staffs in their hands were changed. The few of them looked at Zhao Hai with hostility. It was obvious that the camp leader of the Ghost Battalion, Dia, had said something to them the day before. He had even spent a lot of money to change their equipment. It seemed that all of this was directed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and did not mind. So what if Dia had given these people equipment? Their strength was clear for all to see. After all, equipment needed to be used. It was useless to give a peerless divine weapon to a baby. Only in the hands of the strong would the weapon be useful. Kadalo announced the start of the competition. The computer displayed the names of the first group of contestants. Zhao Hai was not in the list. Instead, it was a magician from the Ghost Battalion and a magician from the Li Battalion. This time, the mage from the Ghost Barracks had an overwhelming advantage as soon as he entered the arena. It was not because of the equipment he had on him that was much better than the mage from the Ghost Barracks. The magic staff in his hand was also a high-grade item. There was a magic array with 10 overlapping arrays in it. Although he did not activate it, Zhao Hai knew very well that he did have that thing on him. Moreover, it was a high-grade item that was not inferior to the magic staff in his hand. After 2 rounds of fighting, the mage from the Ghost Battalion admitted defeat. The mage from the Ghost Battalion smiled proudly and glanced at Zhao Hai. His provocation was obvious, but Zhao Hai still sat there with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. Debar, on the other hand, sat in the VIP seats with an ugly expression. After this match, Debar turned to look at Dia. Dia, it seems like you've really put in a lot of effort. You've even brought out such good preparations. Is it because you can't get the 10 million? Dia snorted. Quite of course I can take out 10 million. It's just that I don't want to lose. I don't believe that you didn't give Zhao Hai any equipment. If he didn't have any equipment, how could he have such strong combat power when he just ascended 4 months ago? No one would believe me even if I told them. Debar snorted. Quat, don't think that you'll win just because you took out 2 pieces of equipment. I'm telling you, Zhao Hai is definitely going to get first place. Quat. At this moment, the camp master of the establishment camp snorted and said, Quat, although the bet between the 2 of you has nothing to do with us, it has already affected us. Let's use our own means then. Quat, it was obvious that he was very unwilling to accept that the Ghost Battalion had won a match against him with their equipment. In reality, it was not only the camp leaders of the establishment camp who were not looking too good. The camp leaders of the other camps were also not looking too good. Dia had given his men this change of clothes, and they had suffered a great loss. Of course, they were not looking too good. A light cough could be heard, and the VIP seats fell silent. Everyone had heard it. This light cough was from the family head. Clearly, their words had made the family head unhappy. Wook looked at them and said in a deep voice, What is the Outer Gate camp for? It's a place for families to fight for honor, so of course we'll use whatever means we have. All right, today's competition will be temporarily suspended. I'll give you all 1 day to go back and prepare. You came here yesterday, so today's competition will not be counted. Go back and prepare. After saying that, he stood up and turned to leave. Debar and the others stood up and bowed. They all knew that Wook was dissatisfied with their secretive behavior. At the same time, he was also dissatisfied with DIA's behavior. That was why he canceled today's competition and changed it to tomorrow. After Wook left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Debar turned to Dia and glared at him. You idiot, if you want to die again, don't drag us down with you. The others also looked at Dia angrily. Dia knew he was in the wrong, but he still snorted and said, It's all because of you, you damn fatty. If you didn't insist on making that bet with me, would I have used this move? Do you think I'm rich? Debar smiled wryly and looked at Dia. Quat, forget it, I'll let you go this time, but this time we have no choice but to put our lives on the line. Let's forget about that bet. If it wasn't for you always making sarcastic remarks, do you think I like to bet with you? With Little High's strength, it's normal for him to sweep all of you. Old brat, listen to me, if you don't want your men to die, don't kill Little High when you fight him, otherwise he won't show mercy. With that, Debar turned and left. Dia looked at Debar's back and spat. Quat, mother of Seeker, he's really lucky to have found such an expert. The camp masters of the other camps sighed as well. Although they were the family's supervisors and held high positions, the only place they could control was the outer camp. They did not have the right to speak for the family's ultimate combat force, the fleet. Moreover, Debar had grown up with the family patriarch, so he naturally had more trust. Debar could bring a fleet of 10 warships out without asking for permission, but they did not have that authority. It was because of this that they attached great importance to the outer gate camp that they were in charge of. They were not like Debar, who had grown up with Wook. Although Debar valued the bone camp, it was because he had feelings for it. Therefore, he valued the bone camp and didn't want it to suffer any losses. He didn't care about the results of the bone camp, because even if the results were a little bad, his family wouldn't do anything to him. However, these people couldn't do that. The family head had given them the bone battalion to manage because he wanted to see how they managed the camp. If they couldn't produce results that satisfied the family head, then the family head wouldn't let them off. It was because of this that they had no choice but to use the elimination system in their own battalions, because if they did not do so, they would not be able to get any results. Although a few of the managers were sighing, they quickly gathered their emotions and walked out. They were prepared to go back and change the equipment of their own people so that they could compete tomorrow. When the people outside heard that today's competition had been cancelled and changed to tomorrow, they all complained a little, but they still left obediently. Zhao Hai had returned to the Bone Battalion with Debar and the others. When they arrived, they all went to Zhao Hai's room. After they sat down, Zhao Hai said, "Camp Master, why did the competition today suddenly get cancelled?" Debar laughed bitterly and explained the situation. Only then did Zhao Hai understand what was going on. However, he only laughed after hearing the situation. "Quite all right, let them prepare. The result will be the same anyway, quat." Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Debar could not help but remind him, "Little Hai, you can't be careless. When those guys go back this time, they will definitely change their equipment. With the enhancement of their equipment, their combat power will double. The next match won't be so easy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Camp Master. I promise that I'll take first place without using liquid silver undead creatures or letting them know that I'm a McMao double cultivator. What do you think?" "You're really confident." Debar's eyes lit up. "Battalion commander, never underestimate my combat power. If I use liquid silver, you won't be my match." Zhao Hai smiled. Debar nodded and said, "All right, do your best this time. However, the situation has changed. It's best if you kill less during the family preliminaries. Today, a few of our camp masters have come to an agreement. As long as they don't kill you, you can hold back. After all, everyone's days are not good, and the bet of 10 million has also been cancelled." "What? How could this be? That's 10 million, enough for me to eat till I die at Little Hai's place." Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Tao Wang shouted. Debar slapped him to the side and drew circles on the ground. He then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, the 8 battalions of the outer gate are competing with each other, but at the same time they are dependent on each other. The 8 battalions are not well liked in the family. If they fight each other every day, it will be even worse." The family head knows this, so he deliberately let the 8 battalions fight each other so that they won't really unite and pose a threat to the family head. The 8 of us also know this, so although we usually fight each other, we don't fight to the death, nor do we unite. This time we've all come to an agreement, so that's it. Don't be too harsh when you attack, but of course if they dare to kill you, you don't have to be polite." Zhao Hai nodded. He had not expected a competition to involve so many things. However, he did not mind it. He asked the robot to cook 2 dishes and treated Debar and the others to a good meal. As they were eating, Margaret came. The few of them who were drinking happily were stunned. Then Debar and the others ran away with strange smiles on their faces, leaving Margaret standing there with a red face. Zhao Hai couldn't help sighing when he saw Margaret's expression. Even a blind man could tell that Margaret was interested in him. Zhao Hai invited Margaret to sit down and poured her a cup of tea, then said, "Mentor, is there something you need this time?" Maji looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that today's competition has been cancelled. The people from the outer circle camps have returned to their camps to change the equipment for their contestants. I thought Uncle Du would help you change your equipment, but I didn't expect you to be drinking here. Seriously, Zhao Hai, don't let your guard down. If you lose this competition, you might die." "Quad." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry, Mentor. I'm definitely going to get first place. Besides, the camp master has reached an agreement with them. As long as they don't kill me, I can't kill them. I don't think there'll be any danger." Margaret still frowned and said, "Quat, no, it's too dangerous. How about this, Zhao Hai, you take this. I'll go talk to Uncle Du and ask him to prepare a good set of armor for you." Quat, as he said that, he took out a magic staff from his spatial equipment. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the magic staff. It was a high-grade magic staff with 100 magic arrays stacked on it. It was suitable for 4th-tier magicians. He did not expect Margaret to give him such a good magic staff. Zhao Hai did not take the staff. Instead, he shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. The camp master has already given me equipment, and it's the best equipment in the entire field of arrays. The best equipment in the entire field of mecha arrays." Margaret could not help but ask, "You don't know yet, do you?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I've already activated the failed product left behind by Leng Weiying. It's now my equipment, and I've named it Liquid Silver." With a wave of his hand, the flowing silver staff appeared in his hand. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to tell Margaret about Liquid Silver. Since Margaret was so good to him, he couldn't just ignore it. He told Margaret about it to see her reaction. Zhao Hai had too many secrets. Therefore, the women he chose had to put all their hearts on him. Laura and the other girls had also been accepted by Zhao Hai after such an experiment. Now, it was Margaret's turn. To be honest, Zhao Hai would not have accepted her so quickly if Margaret did not perform as well as she did today. However, Margaret's performance today had touched Zhao Hai, so he decided to give her a chance. Of course, Margaret knew what Ling Wayang had left behind. Now that she heard Zhao Hai say that the staff in his hand was the item that Ling Wayang had left behind, she could not help but be stunned. She stared blankly at the gorgeous staff in Zhao Hai's hand, not knowing what to say. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the cane immediately turned into a mass of liquid metal and wrapped around his body. Then it formed a suit of armor outside Zhao Hai's body. Margaret completely believed Zhao Hai's words now. She stood up excitedly and said, "Quite great, that's great. I didn't expect you to activate the treasure left behind by Master Ling Wayang. That's great. No, you can't let anyone know about this. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." "Zhao Hai, you didn't tell anyone about this, did you?" Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled. The armor turned back into a cane and he said, "Quat, don't worry, I didn't tell anyone else. Only you, the camp master, Tai Sheng, Tao Wang, and the family head know about this. No one else knows. Quat." "You mean he knows?" Margaret's face changed. Zhao Hai knew that Margaret was referring to the family head. He nodded and said, "Yes, the camp master told the family head." After the first day of the competition, the family head already knew. Margaret's face turned extremely ugly and she said, "How can we let him know about this? If he finds out, he'll definitely take the liquid silver from you. No, Zhao Hai, you're in danger now. You'd better find a way to leave Ashley's house as soon as possible." Looking at the anxious Margaret, Zhao Hai suddenly laughed. Margaret's current performance really made Zhao Hai very happy, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled and said, "All right, it's fine. The camp master has already spoken to the patriarch. The patriarch has agreed to let me use liquid silver. You don't have to worry." Margaret suddenly calmed down when she saw Zhao Hai's expression. Then she blushed. She knew very well that she was too naive just now. Since that person knew that Zhao Hai had activated liquid silver, Zhao Hai would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Margaret realized that she did not dare to look into Zhao Hai's eyes. She lowered her head, nodded twice, turned around, and ran out without even saying goodbye. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret, smiled, and entered the space. As soon as he entered the space, Laura and the others came over with smiles. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, brother Hai is really amazing." With just a few words, Margaret couldn't stand it and ran away. "Quat." Zhao Hai glared at them and chuckled. "Quat, I think it's been too long since I've dealt with you guys. I'll teach you a good lesson." Quat. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand while the liquid silver split into several strands and bound them before pulling them into the room. Laura and the other girls shrieked cooperatively with a faint smile. The next day, a large number of people gathered in the life and death ring early in the morning. Zhao Hai also sat in the contestant's seat. Under Kadalo's order, the computer automatically displayed the names of the two contestants in the first round. Zhao Hai only took a glance and lost interest. However, the two of them were fighting very intensely this time. They had lost their weapons and changed their armor, so the fight was much more lively. The people on the grandstand were watching in high spirits, but Zhao Hai did not have any thoughts. He had already noticed that although the two people on the stage were fighting very intensely, perhaps their camp master had already given them instructions, so the two of them did not kill each other. Although the fight was intense, they did not kill each other. Zhao Hai was relieved to see this. He didn't want to kill anyone. If Luo Zhai didn't want to kill him last time, Zhao Hai wouldn't have killed him. The group-by-group competition season quickly passed. Today, Zhao Hai was in Group 9. His opponent was someone from the Ghost Battalion. However, this person had obviously been briefed. He looked at Zhao Hai with no killing intent, only a little provocation. It was obvious that Dia had told them that Dibar said that Zhao Hai would definitely take the first place, so they were not convinced. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He looked at the man and bowed slightly. "Please." The person was stunned by Zhao Hai's words. He did not expect Zhao Hai to be so polite. He quickly returned the gesture and took out his magic array staff. Zhao Hai smiled. With a wave of his hand, a magic array appeared in front of him. He then said in a deep voice, "Fog." Then the magic array exploded and the whole life and death ring was covered by black mist. As soon as the black mist covered the life and death ring, a soft explosion immediately came from inside. However, the people outside couldn't see anything. The people who were watching the show were not happy about it. They were cursing, but their curses were useless to Zhao Hai and that person. After a while, the mist on the life and death ring slowly dispersed, revealing the figures of two people. The two of them were still standing at the opposite ends of the life and death ring. However, the mage from the Ghost Battalion had already put on his imitation armor. When he saw the black mist had dispersed, he opened the armor and bowed to Zhao Hai. "I've lost." He then turned to Kadalo and bowed. "I admit defeat." Kadio nodded and opened the protective shield. The two of them walked down from the life and death ring. Although the others were very dissatisfied, they knew that it was useless to say anything now. They only complained a little and continued to watch the next match. Fortunately, no one released the black mist like Zhao Hai. After today's competition, there were only 18 people left. However, their competition would be held tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the competition for the top 9, and the day after would be the competition for the 10th place. After the 10 places were determined, it would be the challenge competition for first place. The challenge competition was different from the normal competition. In the normal competition, the computer would choose the opponent, but the challenge competition was different. The computer would randomly choose a person, and then he would go on stage to accept the challenges of the other 9 people. If no one challenged him, he would be the first, and his family would give him the reward for being the first. If someone challenged him and defeated him, then the person who defeated him would accept challenges from others on the stage. The first person only had one chance. He would lose the right to challenge them. Moreover, in such a competition, there would only be one winner. There would be no second, third, or fourth place. In other words, there would only be one winner in the challenge, and the others would be equal. Debar and the others had told Zhao Hai about this after he had entered the competition. However, Zhao Hai did not pay much attention to it. He was determined to get first place in the family preliminaries this time, so that the Bone Battalion could rise again. The next day, Zhao Hai passed the round of the 18th round. Although those people had changed their equipment, they were still much weaker than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not use any powerful magic arrays. At most, he could instantly cast 10 magic arrays. However, the magic arrays Zhao Hai used were all very powerful and varied. Up until now, Zhao Hai had used dozens of different magic arrays, which shocked the people around him. It had to be known that the people participating in the competition season were all veterans who had already ascended 3 years ago. Right now, they had at most a dozen or so magic array groups. However, Zhao Hai had already displayed dozens of magic array groups. This was too terrifying. It had only been 4 months since Zhao Hai ascended to this world, yet he had already mastered dozens of magic array groups. If he waited for a few years, how terrible would that be? Although it wasn't the final challenge match yet, everyone knew that the #1 expert in this competition could only be Zhao Hai and no one else. Zhao Hai had not used any weapons, magic staffs, or armors when he fought with those people these few days. He had completely relied on his own strength to defeat his opponents. If this kind of strength was not worthy of being called by everyone in this world, then the Ashley family's outer camp would probably be the strongest outer camp in the entire stratagem world. The battles of the past few days ended very quickly, and now it was finally the last day. This was the last day of the family preliminaries, and also the most exciting moment, the challenge competition. Zhao Hai and the other 10 people arrived at the life and death ring. This time, other than Zhao Hai, the Ghost Battalion and Evil Battalion had 2 people, while the other battalions had 1 person per battalion. From this, it could be seen that the Ashley family's outer gate 8 battalions were about the same in strength. On the day of the challenge, most people came to the life and death ring. Debar and his friends weren't the only ones who came. Grey Ma came as well. However, she didn't sit in the VIP seats. Instead, she sat behind Zhao Hai's contestant seats. She could even speak directly to Zhao Hai there. Zhao Hai did not expect Margaret to come either. When he saw her, he was stunned and asked in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Quat, I'm here to watch your competition. You must get first place, Quat." "Don't worry," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Looking at Zhao Hai and Margaret's happy conversation, everyone who knew Margaret and her identity was stunned. The matter between Margaret and Wu Qi was not a big secret in the Ashley family, and many people knew about it. It was also because of this that everyone knew Margaret very well. Because of what Wu Qi had done, Margaret was naturally disgusted with men. She had almost never talked to men in a friendly manner, but now she was talking with Zhao Hai. This had broken the glasses of many people. Of course, Zhao Hai also felt the gazes from all around, but he didn't care. This was something he had expected, so there was nothing to be concerned about. Wook, who was sitting in the VIP area, naturally saw the scene as well. His brows twitched a little as he turned to Debar and said, "Quat, it seems that what you said is true. Margaret really has a good impression of this Zhao Hai. Have you investigated Zhao Hai's background in the lower realm?" Wook was obviously very concerned about Margaret, so he even wanted to investigate Zhao Hai's identity in the lower realm. Debar quickly nodded and said, "Quat, yes, but as you know, the information might not be accurate. I only know that Zhao Hai is the patriarch of a family in the lower realm. His family is also a family of black mages. They also majored in black magic in the lower realm. However, Zhao Hai is a genius. Not only did he major in black magic, but he is also an all-rounded mage and a magic warrior who practices both magic and martial arts. However, he is a ruthless man. I'm afraid that more than 10,000 people have died in his hands. He's definitely a butcher of 10,000 people. Moreover, when he was in the lower realm, he seemed to have a few good women. He had a very good relationship with his wife. At first, he only called Miss Margaret as a teacher, but they didn't have that kind of relationship. It's just that I don't know how he has been recently." Debar didn't praise Zhao Hai as a good person. He only told him the truth because he knew very well that Wook hated it when people lied to him. If Debar lied to him, then the marriage between Zhao Hai and Margaret would never happen. As for Zhao Hai's ruthlessness and the fact that he had several wives, it might be a flaw in the eyes of others, but it was definitely not a flaw in Wook's eyes. This was especially true for his ruthlessness. In Wook's eyes, this was not only not a weakness, it was an advantage. As for the fact that he had a wife, it was nothing. In any case, in Debar and Wook's eyes, Zhao Hai had already ascended. His wife must be in the lower realm. What was the point of having a wife? Besides, in the array world, it was not a big deal for a man to have a few wives. Wook nodded his head and said, I didn't expect this guy to be such a big shot. More than 10,000 people. Hee, good job. Our Ashley family needs this kind of person. Debar smiled without saying anything. Wook turned to Debar and said, after today's competition, bring him to see me. Debar nodded in response. Kadalo had already walked up to the stage. He looked at the people around him and smiled. After a few rounds of battles, our Ashley family's 10 warriors have been selected. Today is their final decisive moment. The challenge, let the computer choose the first ringmaster. The computer flew over and projected the image. Kadalo was stunned when he saw the projection. Then the smile on his face deepened. He said in a deep voice, today's first arena master is the Bone Battalion's Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, please come up the stage. Zhao Hai did not expect to be the first champion, but he did not mind. He nodded at Marjorie and turned to walk into the ring. Keiju saw Zhao Hai go up the stage and immediately said, all right, the challenge will now officially begin. He walked down the stage and left the ring to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there calmly, while the people below the stage looked at each other. However, no one moved. They had seen Zhao Hai's strength clearly over the past few days. To be honest, none of them had the confidence to win, so they wanted someone else to go first to exhaust Zhao Hai's spiritual power. Then they would go. Everyone had this plan in mind, so no one went up to challenge Zhao Hai. Kadalo wasn't in a hurry either. He sat there, looked at the others, and said, quite according to the rules of the clan, if no one challenges Zhao Hai within the time it takes for the master to be on the stage for 1,000 breaths, it will be Zhao Hai's victory. The time starts now. Quite after saying that, the computer projection began to show numbers, counting down from 1,000. The other 9 knew that Kadalo wasn't trying to make things difficult for them, but the Ashley family did have such a rule. 1,000 breaths wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. It was enough for these people to make a decision. As the number grew smaller, the 9 people's faces turned ugly. They still wanted to challenge Zhao Hai. After all, their equipment was good, and they were all geniuses from their respective battalions. However, they were not frightened. When the number jumped to more than 300, one of them finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up and said in a deep voice, I challenge. After saying that, he walked towards the arena. Zhao Hai took a look. He knew this person. This person was one of the 2 people from the evil battalion. He was a warrior, a level 3 warrior, and his combat power was not bad. The weapon in his hand was not a sword, but a long spear. This long spear was more than 3 meters long. If it was in the hands of others, they would be at a disadvantage in the ring. However, he had made it into the top 10 with this spear. It was clear that he had put in a lot of effort into this spear. Brothers, it's the end of the month. Give me some subscriptions. Give me some tips. I really can't live my days without being in Ming Ming. After the warrior went up the stage, he looked at Zhao Hai for a while before saying, Zhao Hai, you're very strong, really very strong, but I'm not weak either. You're too arrogant and unwilling to use any weapons. This will be your biggest failure. You have to know that this is no longer the lower realm. A magician who doesn't use weapons won't be able to achieve much, even if you're a genius. Zhao Hai looked at the warrior from the evil battalion. After listening to him, Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm not against the use of weapons. It's just that your strength is not enough for me to use weapons. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the warrior could not help but be stunned. Then his face darkened as he said, there's no point in talking, take this. After saying that, he raised his spear. Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand shield. As he spoke, a shield appeared in front of him. This shield was not as thick as the 5 magic shields, but it did not look weak. The warrior from the evil battalion sneered. He thrust the long spear in his hand forward, and a stream of chi power struck towards Zhao Guan's shield. This was also a stream of sword chi. Sword chi was just a general term, so the chi power shot out by the weapons in the array world was also called sword chi. Zhao Hai stood behind the shield and smiled. He didn't move. The warrior from the evil battalion was stunned. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice behind him, spear. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a sharp chill coming from the back of his neck. He knew very well that the other party had a weapon against his neck. If he dared to move now, the other party would not mind giving him a blow on the neck. The evil battalion member said to Zhao Hai, as expected of Zhao Hai, I'm impressed. With that said, he turned around and left the ring. On the stage, Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. The 8 people below the stage looked at each other, unable to make a decision. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. They had all clearly seen the move that Zhao Hai had just used. Zhao Hai had actually used two spells at the same time. One was the Metal Element's shield spell, and the other was a Dark Element's invisibility spell. Zhao Hai had used the shield spell to distract the enemy. He had already moved behind the evil battalion warriors and shot a magic spear to trap the enemy. The entire battle process sounded very simple, but in a real battle, it was the most difficult thing to use these spells at the right time. All battles couldn't last for too long. Just like a battleship needed a reactor, and a reactor also needed fuel. Even a battleship had a limited amount of fuel, so it couldn't last for too long. It was the same for a master. No matter if they were a mage or a warrior, they would have endless warrior energy and spiritual energy. Therefore, the battle couldn't last for too long. Zhao Hai almost died from exhaustion when he fought with Edison. The warriors of the evil battalion left the stage, but the other people were at a loss for a moment. Although the battle could not have lasted too long, it was still beyond their expectations that it had ended in such a short time. They knew how strong Zhao Hai was. They thought that the first person would be able to consume some of Zhao Hai's mental power. However, it seemed like it was ineffective. This left the next challengers at a loss. They didn't move, but it didn't mean that time didn't move. Numbers on the computer started to jump again. This time, it started from 1,000, which meant that after the first round, the ringmaster would have 1,000 breaths of time to accept other challenges. If no one challenged him, he would be the final winner. If someone did, he would have to defeat the enemy. The number was changing, but the 8 people below the stage who were still qualified to challenge were still looking at each other. It was as if they had returned to the scene at the beginning. Kaidio looked at Zhao Hai with admiration. Zhao Hai's first victory was too beautiful. Not only did it take a short time, but it was also so clean. This caused a lot of pressure on the others, forcing them to think about challenging Zhao Hai. This could be said to be Zhao Hai's tactic to buy himself more time. At the same time, he was also using this tactic to put pressure on the next challenger. Calm down. He was terrifyingly calm. This was Kaido's evaluation of Zhao Hai. Although it was a simple battle, Kaido saw many different things in it. The challenge competition could be said to be the most unfair competition. The ringmaster had to be challenged, and it was a tag team battle. There was no time for the ringmaster to rest, so generally, the first person to go up and become the ringmaster was not the one who had the last laugh. Zhao Hai's victory in the first round had been too easy. It had put a lot of pressure on the challengers after him, making them hesitate. This way, Zhao Hai had one more time for himself. This was the best way to deal with a tag team battle. Finally, when the number on the computer jumped to more than 200, the second challenger went on stage. This time, it was still someone from the evil battalion. The evil battalion and the ghost battalion were the only 2 people from the outer gate who had 2 people enter the top 10. First one to go on stage was someone from the evil battalion, and this time it was someone from the evil battalion again. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't hate the people from the evil battalion. In fact, he didn't have any reaction to the people from the other battalions. Even if it was the ghost battalion, Zhao Hai didn't hate them much. He only killed those who wanted to kill him. The man from the evil battalion was also a warrior. His weapon was very normal. It was a 2-handed greatsword. As soon as he got on the stage, he pulled out the sword and looked at Zhao Hai calmly. Zhao Hai saw that he was not interested in talking, so he didn't say anything. He just bowed slightly to the man and made an inviting gesture. The man looked at Zhao Hai calmly and did not react. Zhao Hai smiled. Since the man did not attack, he would attack. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a spell appeared in front of him. A spear flew out from the magic array and shot towards the man. The man stood there coldly and had no intention of dodging. It was only when the spear was about to hit him that he moved his sword forward and deflected the spear. Zhao Hai had to admit that the metal element magic invented by the realm of arrays was very powerful. Although the spear that was shot out could not compare to a warrior's sword aura, it was equivalent to a grade 1 warrior's full-force spear. However, the opponent had easily deflected the spear. It was clear that the opponent was an expert. Zhao Hai squinted his eyes. He already knew what his opponent was planning. It seemed like his opponent was trying to exhaust him by defending to the death. However, Zhao Hai did not mind. With a wave of his hand, a fiery red magic array appeared in his hand. Following that, a series of fireballs shot out from the magic array towards the man. His body emitted a yellow combat energy, and his sword also turned yellow. He slashed at the fireball, but Zhao Hai had already prepared another 5 magic arrays. This 5 magic array was also yellow, and its attack was different from ordinary magic arrays. Normally, when a magic array was used to attack, it would shoot something out from the magic array to attack the enemy. However, this magic array was flying directly towards the warrior from the evil battalion and then sank to the feet of the warrior. When the warrior saw the magic array, he was stunned. He recognized that it was an earth element attack magic array. However, they were on the life and death ring, which was made of metal. What was the use of using this earth element magic array? Just as he was puzzled, the power of the spell was revealed. The warrior felt the hard iron plate under his feet suddenly turn into quicksand, and his body was rapidly sinking. The samurai was shocked. He could not understand how Zhao Hai could still use a spell like quicksand on a metal platform like the life and death ring. However, now was not the time to think about this. The warrior shouted and stepped on the ground with combat energy. He flew up from the stage, but at this moment, the stage that had turned into quicksand suddenly became filled with shiny metal thorns. It was a combined magic array of quicksand and ground-piercing technique. The warrior wasn't flying very high, but the earth appeared very suddenly. He almost fell for it, but he still flew up. However, as soon as he flew up, the metal spikes that had just appeared also flew up and shot straight at the warrior like long spears. The warrior was taken aback. He was about to move, but he realized that it was too late. Zhao Hai had already prepared another spell, the 10-layered flaming feathers 10,000 arrow formation. Zhao Hai had used this spell once before. That time, Zhao Hai had used this spell to instantly kill Luo Zhai, so the warrior was very clear about the power of this spell. Now that Zhao Hai had prepared this spell, he immediately raised his hand and said, "I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hai withdrew his spell. The life and death ring returned to its usual calm. The warrior bowed slightly to Zhao Hai and left the ring. Zhao Hai was still standing there, waiting for his next opponent. However, this time he didn't wait for too long. The people below the stage might have thought it through, and it would be more advantageous for Zhao Hai if he continued to wait. Therefore, his other challenger immediately jumped onto the ring. He was a mage from the Ghost Battalion. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. Even though the magician was equipped with a 10-fold magic array, it did not pose much of a threat to Zhao Hai. After all, the magician's staff only contained one spell. In actual combat, the magician's strength was the most important factor. There were no accidents in the challenge this time. Zhao Hai had the last laugh with his absolute strength. He was the first and last ring master. The challenge this time allowed the members of the Ashley family's outer 8 battalions to see Zhao Hai's true strength. Without using any weapons, Zhao Hai easily defeated the other 9 challengers and became the first place in the Ashley family's preliminaries. After the match, an award ceremony was held in the life and death ring. Wook personally gave out the award to Zhao Hai. In fact, the award ceremony was just for show. Zhao Hai already had liquid silver, so he didn't need anything else. However, it was obvious that Wook's death had triggered him, so he personally gave out the award. This award was also very special. First, it was a large amount of cash, and second, it was not equipment. Instead, it was a computer chip with all the secret magic circles of the Ashley family. This reward was DeBoer's idea, and Wook didn't object. In Wook's opinion, Zhao Hai was definitely a member of the Ashley family now. Firstly, Zhao Hai was now in the Bone Battalion, and secondly, it was because of his relationship with Margaret. Apart from these two considerations, there was another reason why Wook gave these secret magic arrays to Zhao Hai. From the moment he decided to give these secret magic arrays to Zhao Hai would not think of leaving the Ashley family alive. If Zhao Hai wanted to leave the Ashley family one day, Wook would use the entire Ashley family's power to destroy Zhao Hai for these secret magic arrays or for the liquid silver. Zhao Hai understood what Wook meant. He accepted the chip without any hesitation, and the simple award ceremony ended. Once the ceremony ended, Zhao Hai did not follow Tao Wang and Tai Sheng back to the Bone Battalion to celebrate. Instead, he followed DeBar to see Wook. Wook received Zhao Hai in his study room. After Zhao Hai and DeBar entered the room, they bowed to Wook. Wook nodded and waved his hand, "Have a seat." DeBar led Zhao Hai to his seat. Wook stood there and sized up Zhao Hai. After a while he said, "Quad, I heard that you've been very close to Margaret recently." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment as he never thought that Wook would be so direct. However, he still nodded his head and said, "Quat, yes, Miss Margaret used to be my mentor, and we're on good terms now." Quat. Only a teacher? Wook's eyes widened. Zhao Hai shook his head. "Quat, it's not just teacher Margaret. She's very concerned about me. We can be considered friends now." Quat. "Just friends?" Wook asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. "We're just friends now. I don't know about the future," Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. Wook looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly burst into laughter. "Good boy, I didn't expect you to say that. Not bad, good, ha ha ha." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. DeBar looked at Wook and said softly, "Young master, what do you think? I can ignore the matter between you and Margaret and let you develop your relationship freely, but I have a request." Wook turned to look at Zhao Hai and said. After saying that, Wook's eyes glinted with a cold light. "Quat, you've already obtained the ultimate weapon left behind by Master Leng Wayang. At the same time, you've also obtained the secret magical formation that the Ashley family has kept for countless years. You should know that you're a member of the Ashley family for the rest of your life. If you dare to betray the Ashley family, I'll definitely kill you." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded his head and said nothing. Wook looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, our Ashley family's performance in the 6 World Newcomer Tournaments qualifiers has not been very good in recent years. There is only one thing I want you to do now, and that is to get a good ranking in this qualifier. You must be at least in the top 10 of the 100-person list of the 6 World Newcomer Tournament, understand? Zhao Hai frowned. Dibar's heart skipped a beat when he saw Zhao Hai's frown. He knew very well that Wook hated it when people disobeyed him. If Zhao Hai said that Wook couldn't do it, Wook would probably turn hostile immediately. When Wook saw Zhao Hai frowning, he couldn't help but get angry. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "The top 10 of the qualifiers. This seemed too easy, right? I'll get into the top 10 of the tournament." Both Wook and Dibar were stunned for a moment. They had never thought that Zhao Hai would have such a huge determination. Dibar immediately said, "Little Hai, don't talk nonsense. You don't even know how powerful those guys in the Xiaojun world are. Right, can you use liquid silver better now?" With liquid silver, Zhao Hai could now use any magic array below the rank of 100,000 arrays. However, he had told Dibar and the others that with liquid silver, he could now use magic arrays with 10,000 arrays stacked on top of each other. Dibar was already beyond excited. 10,000 arrays. That was the pinnacle of the field of magic arrays. However, Dibar also understood that even if Zhao Hai was a magician who could use 10,000 superimposed formations, he would still be unable to win against the people from the cultivation world. The people of the cultivation world also attached great importance to the 6 World Rookie Competition. Just like the field of arrays, they would deliberately train some rookies to participate in the competition. The moment these rookies ascended, they would be selected and given special training. Countless pills, countless spells, and countless resources were given to them so that they could obtain good results in the new 6 World Rookie Competition. Under such circumstances, although Zhao Hai could use the 10,000 formation magic array, Dibar had always believed that Zhao Hai would most likely lose if he were to face people from the self-cultivation world or other worlds. Hearing Dibar's words, Zhao Hai could not help but shake his head. "Quat no, I can't use too many magic arrays yet, but I'm confident. I'll try my best to win. I want to see if the magic array of the Formation Devil is really inferior to the magic of cultivation." Quat. Wook looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly burst into laughter. "Quat, good, good, I like to hear that. My request of you remains the same. As long as you can get into the top 10 of the tournament, I will not care about you and Margaret anymore. If you can really get into the top 10 in the new tournament of the 6 worlds, not only will the Ashley family give you a big gift, but the machinist world will also prepare a big gift for you." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded his head and Wook continued, "Also, the preliminaries aren't a joke. Don't hold back in the preliminaries or you'll be the one to suffer." Zhao Hai nodded his head. Wook waved his hand and said, "All right, let's go back." Zhao Hai and Dibar stood up, bowed to Wook and left. After Zhao Hai and Dibar got into the car, Dibar complained to Zhao Zhaixing, "Little Hai, you were too reckless this time. The family really let you get into the top 10 of the 6 World Newcomer Competition. What would we do? In the future, don't do that and leave some room for discussion." Zhao Hai knew that Dibar had good intentions, so he didn't refute him. When the two of them arrived at the Bone Battalion in the flying car, they found that the entire camp was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. Looking at the Bone Battalion members who were in high spirits, as if they had gotten first place, Dibar and Zhao Hai both laughed. However, Dibar's smile was a little bitter, but also a little gratified. Dibar had done too much for the Bone Battalion, but the Bone Battalion had not produced a single outstanding figure all these years. They had always been suppressed by the others, and this feeling was truly unpleasant. Now, with Zhao Hai's appearance, the Bone Battalion had surpassed the other battalions. Everyone in the Bone Battalion felt proud and elated. Seeing Dibar and Zhao Hai return, everyone from the Bone Battalion cheered and welcomed them. They surrounded Dibar and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could not hear what the people around him were saying because everyone was so excited that they were speaking incoherently. Dibar looked at everyone and smiled. Then he said loudly, "Quat, all right, everyone, let's go to the restaurant. We'll drink to our heart's content today." Quat. The crowd cheered. A few warriors ran over and carried Dibar and Zhao Hai to the restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant, they found that Tao Wang and Tai Sheng were already there. The restaurant was already prepared and ready to start eating at any time. In addition to Tao Wang and Tai Sheng, there was another person in the restaurant. It was M.A. Gray. She had come to the restaurant as well, obviously waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing Margaret here, Dibar smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, Zhao Hai, go and talk to M.A. Gray. Tao Wang, Ironborn, come with me. Go and prepare. We must have a good drink." Quat. The two of them responded and left tactfully. Although Margaret was a little embarrassed, she still found a table and sat down with Zhao Hai. When the people around them saw that they were sitting there, they did not move forward. After the two of them sat down, Margaret turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that person came to find you." Zhao Hai knew very well who Margaret was talking about. Of course, it was the family head, Wu Qi. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, the master summoned me today." "What did he say?" Margaret asked nervously. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret's nervous expression and couldn't help but smile. Quat, nothing much. It's just that the Patriarch has given me a mission. He wants me to get into the top 10 in the 6 World Newcomers Competition preliminaries." Quat. Margaret heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Zhao Hai's words. However, she then said with some uncertainty, only these. Quat, that's right, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Quat, that's all I have. But he said that if I can get into the top 10, he won't care about what happens between you and me. Quat. Zhao Hai's sudden words stunned Margaret, and her face turned red. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, he really said that. Yes, the camp master is listening by the side, Zhao Hai chuckled. Margaret responded softly and did not say anything else. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said with a bitter smile, Quat, Margaret, I have to tell you the truth. I have a wife in the lower realm and I love them very much. If you really like me, you have to be prepared to share me with them, do you understand? I understand, Margaret nodded. His voice was still very soft, but it was very firm. Zhao Hai smiled wryly. He knew that Margaret must have thought that Laura and the others were still in the lower realm and that he was only sharing spiritually. It was nothing. She would not have thought that Laura and the others were right beside Zhao Hai. It was very likely that they were watching them right now. It had been 3 days since the Ashley family's internal qualifiers. Zhao Hai was now considered a celebrity in the Ashley family, and more often than not, he was called the #1 young man among the outer 8 battalions. The reason why they thought he was just one of the young people was because there were many people in the outer Gate 8 battalions who had ascended a long time ago. These people were also very strong. People had deceived them into thinking that Zhao Hai was no match for them, so he could only be regarded as the #1 person among the young people. Only Debar and the others understood that Zhao Hai was not only the #1 among the youths, but he was also the #1 in the outer Gate 8 battalions. After he used liquid silver, he could be considered one of the few experts in the array world. However, this was a secret, and no one would tell anyone. The Bone Battalion had been immersed in laughter for the past few days. Of course, what made the Bone Battalion envious was that Margaret had completely regarded herself as Zhao Hai's girlfriend, probably because of the conversation she had with Zhao Hai. She came to the Bone Battalion to look for Zhao Hai almost every day. There were still about 2 months left before the qualifiers for the 6 World Tournament in the field of arrays. These 2 months had been specially reserved by the Ashley family. The family would use this time to collect information on the young experts from other forces. In these 2 months, the clan would not restrict Zhao Hai's activities too much. Zhao Hai could do whatever he wanted. It could be said that after the clan's internal preliminaries, Zhao Hai's life had returned to normal. Zhao Hai went to the school to visit Odin and the others. Odin and the others had heard about Zhao Hai's situation recently. They did not expect Zhao Hai to achieve such results in just a few months after he ascended. This made them very happy. Odin and the others were all quite accomplished. They had long passed the age of being competitive. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had treated them so well. The relationship between them and Zhao Hai was like that of friends and family. Thus, they were all happy for Zhao Hai's good results. After a short meeting with Odin and the others, Zhao Hai returned to the Bone Battalion to carry out his normal training. However, he now knew that training was no longer of any use to him. As a member of the Bone Battalion, he naturally had to do something for them. If the Bone Camp wanted to continue developing, it wasn't enough to just rely on money. They still had to do missions, all kinds of missions. In the process of these missions, they would slowly build up the reputation of the Bone Camp. Only then would there be some special missions in the future that people would come to the Bone Camp. During the family's internal preliminaries, the Bone Battalion didn't take on too many missions. Even Ironborn, who was in charge of the Bone Battalion's missions, was resting, let alone the others. There were still more than 2 months before the 6 World Rookie Competition preliminaries in the machine array realm. Zhao Hai didn't want to spend all this time in closed-door cultivation. Closed-door cultivation wasn't of much use to him now, so he wanted to take on a few missions and make some contributions to the Bone Battalion. Hence, Zhao Hai went to look for Debar the moment he returned from the academy. As Debar was the head of the Ashley family's external affairs, the things that he needed to deal with would usually be done in the Bone Battalion. Zhao Hai could just look for him directly. When Debar saw Zhao Hai looking for him, he was stunned. He quickly said, "Little Hai, what are you doing here? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai looked at Debar and smiled. "Camp Master, this time I've come to find you for a very important matter." "What is it?" Debar frowned. "Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you." Zhao Hai looked at Debar's expression and smiled. "Quat, Camp Master, it's nothing big. It's just that I've been in the Bone Battalion for a few months now, and I haven't done a single mission. This is really a bit unreasonable, so I want to take on a few missions before the mecha preliminaries begin." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Debar realized that he had misunderstood. However, he still frowned and said, "Accept a mission. Don't you need to prepare? The preliminaries will be in 2 months. Don't forget the promise of being in the top 10. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quad, it's okay. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. It's useless to rely on closed-door training to improve. I might as well take on a few missions so that I can have more actual combat and get familiar with liquid silver." Quat. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Debar nodded his head slightly and said, "Quat, that's a good idea. All right, go ahead and do it." However, the missions at the camp are usually handled by Ironborn. It just so happens that Ironborn is here too. You can go and find him. Quat Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look for Ironborn. Tai Sheng's office was also in the Bone Battalion building. He was in charge of receiving and completing missions in the camp. Some of the particularly important missions were personally led by Tai Sheng to complete. Ironborn didn't participate in just one mission. The missions he participated in were usually group missions that were accepted in the name of the Bone Battalion. He usually wouldn't participate in missions accepted in his own name. Ironborn was handling some documents in his office when the door suddenly opened. Someone walked in. Ironborn looked up and was stunned. It was Zhao Hai. However, Ironborn immediately came back to his senses. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Little Hai, why are you here? Are you looking for me to drink? I can't do it now, I'll do it after I'm done." "Big brother Ironborn, do you think I'm only here to drink with you?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm not here to drink with you this time. I'm here to accept a mission." Tai Sheng was stunned, then he asked with a puzzled expression, "What mission?" "You're going to participate in the Formation World's preliminaries soon, so why are you taking on missions instead of staying in the camp to prepare for the competition?" Zhao Hai looked at Ironborn and smiled. Quat, big brother Ironborn, I'm really here to take on a mission this time. My cultivation is only at this level, and it's impossible for me to improve in a short period of time. So I want to take on a few missions and use actual combat to familiarize myself with liquid silver. Quad. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ironborn could not help but nod. Quat, yes, that's what you should do. As long as you can make good use of the liquid silver, you won't have a problem protecting yourself in the 6th World Newcomer competition. Okay, I'll arrange it for you. What kind of mission do you want to take? It was obvious that Tai Sheng and the others had more confidence in liquid silver than in Zhao Hai. However, they did not have any confidence in the performance of the Array World in the tournament. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just smiled and said, "I haven't taken any tasks before. You can arrange them as you see fit. Single or multiple tasks are good, but it has to be a little difficult, otherwise it won't reach the level of familiarization with liquid silver." Ironborn thought for a moment. "Quat, then let's take part in a group mission. We can look out for each other. I'll see what missions there are recently." Quat. Tai Sheng turned on his computer and looked at it for a while. His eyes suddenly lit up. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, there's a mission that's very suitable for you. You can even take revenge. Do you want to do it?" "Revenge?" Zhao Hai was stunned. "You mean the Zhang family?" Tai Sheng nodded and said, "Yes, the Zhang family. This is an internal mission for the family. The Zhang family has a fleet of 10 medium-sized cargo ships, and they will be going to the Luke Star from the Zhang family's base, Atom Star. The family mission this time is to send people from the outer camp to pretend to be pirates and attack this fleet. They don't ask for much results, just to knock some sense into the Zhang family. How about it? Are you interested? This is a direct confrontation with a battleship, and it's a group mission." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. "Quite sure, I'm interested." "I'm very interested. Who's going to complete this mission?" Tai Sheng smiled. "Quite, I'll definitely go on this mission. Other than our Bone Battalion, there will be some people from other camps who will be under the command of the core members of the family. However, the people from our Bone Battalion will still act together. Will you join us?" Tai Sheng looked at Zhao Hai strangely and said, "Good kid, you're ruthless. It looks like you're ready to kill us. Don't worry, as long as you can take down the warship, everything on it will belong to the Bone Battalion. Even the warship will belong to the Bone Battalion. You don't know, but if you modify the warship, you can definitely sell it for a good price. Even if you don't sell it, you can keep it for your own use." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, then it's settled. I'll participate in the mission. What time is it?" "We'll set off in secret in 5 days, Tai Sheng said with a smile. "All right, call me when you appear." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up and left. As soon as he returned to his room, he found that Margaret was already waiting for him in the room. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Margaret stood up and said, "Where did he go? Why didn't I find you?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quad, I went to the camp master and told him that there are still 2 months before the preliminaries. I want to take on a few missions. I just took a mission from Brother Ironborn and will be leaving in 5 days. Quat." Margaret was stunned when she heard Zhao Hai's words and said, "What's the point of accepting a mission at this time?" The camp master actually agreed. Zhao Hai told Margaret that he wanted to get familiar with liquid silver. Margaret did not respond, but she thought about it and continued, "Then I'll participate in this mission too." "Why are you participating? What if something happens to you?" Zhao Hai was taken aback. Besides, the camp master won't agree to it. Margaret rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't think that I'm so useless. Don't forget that I'm a 4th-tier magician. Besides, I have you guys. I'll go find Uncle Fatty now." Quite after saying that, she turned around and walked out. Zhao Hai wanted to stop her, but he gave up in the end. However, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. Margaret had participated in this mission all because of him, and he was still a little touched. Zhao Hai forced a smile and entered the space. Laura and the others immediately went to welcome him. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, big brother Hai, it's about time. When do you want to bring her into the space? Zhao Hai looked at Lola and smiled bitterly. Quat, let's wait a little longer. It's not a good time to bring him into the space yet. Why do you guys seem to be more anxious than me? We all want to see what he looks like after seeing the realm, Laura said with a smile. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. After chatting with Laura and the others for a while, Zhao Hai returned outside. He knew that Marguerite would come back to find him. As expected, the moment he returned, Marguerite came back with a happy face. The moment she saw Zhao Hai, she smiled and said, Quat, I'll go with you to the mission in 5 days. This time I'm going to take revenge too. Quat. Zhao Hai forced a smile. From the last fight between Margaret and the Zhang family, he could tell that she had little strength and experience. How could she take revenge by herself? Keep dreaming. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't say these words to hurt Margaret. He just smiled and said, Quat, that's good. Big brother Ironborn will be leading this time. He's strong and has many experiences in leading. There shouldn't be a problem with him leading. Quat. Margaret, on the other hand, looked excited and a little nervous, like a child who was about to play a prank for the first time. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said excitedly, What do you think will happen if we really rob a ship? Do you want to sell it or keep it for your own use? It's not that easy. We'll still leave the ship to the camp, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Margaret, however, was still in high spirits and continued to discuss with Zhao Hai. 5 days passed quickly. This mission was actually still very secret. Very few people in the Ashley family knew about it. Only a few people knew. Many people who were chosen to participate in this mission did not know what they were going to do. This time, there were a total of 200 members of the Bone Battalion participating in the mission. The weakest of them was a level 3. There was no other way. If one's strength was not level 3, there was no way for them to fly in space. This would have a huge impact on the battle. Although there were quite a few people from the Bone Battalion participating in this battle, there were only 2 people who received the most attention. One of them was Zhao Hai, and the other was naturally Margaret. M.A. Gray's identity was not a secret in the Bone Battalion. In addition, she had been very close to Zhao Hai recently, so almost everyone in the Bone Battalion knew M.A. Gray. The people in the Bone Battalion had not expected Zhao Hai and Margaret to take part in this mission. All the Bone Battalion members who were participating in the mission gathered in the camp. They were then sent to the space base by small spaceships and changed to a larger spaceship to fly to their destination. Because the mission this time required secrecy, the people from several camps would gather at the space base and take a medium-sized spaceship. For this operation, the Ashley family's outer camp had dispatched a total of more than 1,700 people. So many people could only be put together on one spaceship, so the rooms on the spaceship were very tight. The room was originally prepared for 1 person, but in the end, 6 people had to squeeze in. Zhao Hai's room was the same, but the people with him were all from the Bone Battalion. Due to Margaret's special status, she lived alone. After gathering at the space base, Zhao Hai's spaceship took off immediately. This time, his destination was a meteorite cluster called Rainbow. The Rainbow Meteorite Belt was a beautiful name. However, just like how most beautiful things in the jungle were poisonous, the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, which had a beautiful name, was also poisonous to all fleets. The Rainbow Meteorite Belt was a meteorite zone of unknown size. It was made up of countless meteorites, magnetic rays, and explosive energy. No one could go to the center of the meteorite belt. Even a master who was alone would not dare to go deep into the meteorite belt. The asteroid belt reflected the light of the surrounding stars and looked beautiful, but all the fleets would choose to stay far away from him. It was not safe to not rely on the asteroid belt. In this asteroid belt, some meteorites would bump and split from time to time. Almost every collision would cause a chain reaction, causing more meteorites to deviate from their original trajectories and change directions irregularly, making the edge of the asteroid belt not so safe. This asteroid belt was the only way from planet Adam to planet Luke. Even if they wanted to go around it, it would be impossible. They could only go from the edge of the asteroid belt to a place slightly further away. Zhao Hai and the others were also going to set up an ambush in this asteroid belt. The battleship had arrived at the asteroid belt early on. Zhao Hai and the others left the battleship and went into battalion after battalion. They were buried in the asteroid belt, and the battleship had to find a place to hide. Because there were a lot of magnetic rays and magnetic storms in the meteorite belt, ordinary electronic devices would not be too bright here. Ordinary spaceships could only pass through here safely by relying on rich piloting experience, so it could be said to be the best place for an ambush. Zhao Hai and the people of the Bone Battalion were all hiding on a huge meteorite. This meteorite was not far from the route, but it was very big, almost the size of a small planet. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived on the meteorite, they opened up a huge cave on the meteorite. In this cave, they opened up countless small caves, turning the place into a temporary base. In addition to the people who stayed in the temporary base every day, after discussing with Ironborn, Zhao Hai built an even smaller cave on a small meteorite behind the meteorite. He also set up a few people in ambush there. These people were also very useful. After the temporary base was built, Ironborn would send people to pay attention to the situation along the route every day. Once they found the Zhang family's fleet, they would immediately take action. Although this action was under the general command of the core members of Zhang clan, as it was an ambush, the core members still allowed the battalions to have a great autonomy. The commander of the Bone Battalion was still Tai Sheng. Tai Sheng had carried out many group missions and had a lot of experience in commanding battles, so it was best for him to be the commander. However, very few people knew that Zhao Hai had also given a lot of ideas on how to deal with the Zhang family. Although Zhao Hai had given a lot of ideas, he didn't express any of them, as if everything was decided by Ironborn himself. Zhao Hai was very clear that even though he was very famous in the Bone Battalion, it was only because he had one honor for the Bone Battalion. In terms of prestige, he was far behind Tai Sheng. If the people in the Bone Battalion knew that he had given so many ideas in the process of dealing with the Zhang family, some people might not be convinced, and it would not do them any good to deal with the Zhang family. It was because of this that Zhao Hagen decided to be a supporting character and gave all the command to Ironborn. All he had to do was to come up with ideas, and the final decision would still be made by Ironborn. Time passed day by day. According to their plan, the Zhang family's fleet would only appear about 10 days after they arrived at the meteorite belt. The reason for this situation was that they were afraid that the Zhang family would be prepared. To be honest, it wasn't a very good feeling to have a large group of people living in a huge cave. However, for the sake of this mission, they still endured it, because the people of the Bone Battalion already knew what their mission was this time. Although most of the people in the Bone Battalion didn't know about the dirty things between the Zhang family and the Ashley family, they only knew that the Zhang family was the Ashley family's ally and didn't understand the operation this time. However, when they heard Ironborn mention the reward for this mission, they had forgotten all about it. To these people in the outer gate camp, there was nothing more practical than a reward. Family, allies, and the like were nothing. What could really move them was real array coins. Most of the people in the outer sect camp were people who had ascended from the lower realm. They were proud sons of heaven in the lower realm. However, when they came to the Jai realm, they found that their status had dropped from a proud son of heaven to a lower-class person. They were looked down upon by the mainstream forces in the Jai realm. This sudden change in status made them unable to adapt to it. Some of the especially talented people slowly adjusted their mentality. With the heart of a strong person and their own relentless efforts, they finally became famous experts. On the other hand, most of them could only be lost in the crowd and become members of the outer sect of the various major forces. Their pursuit had changed from being the strongest to the current array coins. Some people said that when a person completely lost his ideals and only thought about money, he was the saddest. Zhao Hai also agreed with this saying. Only with dreams and goals would one live with energy. If you lived only for money, that would be too sad. However, most of the people in the Array World's outer camp still lived for money. Time passed day by day, and the people of the Bone Battalion were not only holed up in their temporary base, but they would also communicate with the other battalions. Under the command of the core members sent by their families, they would calculate the time and routine of the attack time and time again. The Bone Battalion's mission this time was still very important. They would be the first to launch an attack from the entire Ashley family, and their position was in the innermost part of the sea route. As soon as they launched their attack, the other camps of the family would also start to attack, because the Bone Battalion was going to attack the first warship of the Zhang family's fleet, which forced the entire Zhang family's fleet to stop. It could be said that the Bone Battalion's mission this time was very important. Their attack on the first warship of the Zhang family's fleet would directly affect the attack of the other camps of the Ashley family. 10 days passed in a flash, and everyone in the Bone Battalion became nervous. They knew that the battle was about to begin, and the Zhang family did not disappoint them. They appeared on time. It was a fleet of 10 spaceships. These 10 spaceships were not professional warships. They were all armed merchant ships. These armed merchant ships were not mainly for combat. They were mainly responsible for transportation, but they were equipped with weapon systems and a certain number of space mechas. The ships also had mages and warriors as guards. This time, the commander of the Zhang family's fleet was Adams. He was an experienced captain of a caravan. He had already taken the route of the Rainbow Meteorite Belt many times, and it had always been very safe. The Zhang family was also very assured. However, Adams would be very careful every time he walked through the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, because he knew that the Rainbow Meteorite Belt wasn't a flat road. On the contrary, it was a canyon full of danger, and a single mistake could cause the ship to crash and the people to die. Now that the fleet was about to enter the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, Adams was no longer as relaxed as he usually was. He stood in the command hall with a serious expression, his eyes fixed on the tunnel at the edge of the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. The tunnel was not very long. If the spaceship flew at full speed, it would be able to pass through the tunnel in about an hour. However, when the spaceship passed through the meteorite belt tunnel, it did not dare to fly at full speed because you did not know when a meteorite would fly out of the meteorite belt. If the spaceship flew at full speed and happened to bump into the meteorite that flew out of the meteorite belt, it was destined to be a coffee table. Therefore, in order to pass through the meteorite belt safely, speed was extremely important. It wasn't safe to be too fast, and it wasn't good to be too slow either. Adams, who had many experiences in passing through meteorite belts, was very experienced in this. He was currently on the second ship, so if the first ship was attacked, he could deal with it calmly on the second ship. Seeing that they were about to enter the asteroid belt, Adams immediately ordered, reduce the speed of all ships to 20 universal knots, get the weapon systems ready, maintain communication, The order was quickly passed down and the entire fleet slowed down. The lead ship slowly entered the meteorite belt. Slowly, the entire fleet entered the asteroid tunnel. Adams stared at the computer nervously. The computer wasn't working very well and there would often be some ripples. However, Adams didn't pay attention to them. These ripples were caused by the magnetic storm in the asteroid belt. They would be fine as long as they passed through the tunnel. The fleet moved forward slowly. From time to time, the flying ships would fire their weapons and shatter some small meteorites that got close to the spaceship. However, in general, it was still safe. The fleet was already halfway through the tunnel, but Adams still didn't dare to relax. He wouldn't relax until the fleet had completely passed through the tunnel. At this moment, Adams's eyes suddenly shrank, and he shouted, "Quad attention ship number 1, attention ship number 1, immediately begin rapid descent, immediately rapid descent." Quad. Adam's eyes didn't leave the screen when he said that, because he clearly saw the results displayed on the computer. Not far in front of ship number 1, a small meteorite in the tunnel suddenly moved for some reason and slammed into a big meteorite at the side of the tunnel. And those big meteorites were actually knocked off their original trajectory by this collision and flew into the tunnel. Adams always felt that the situation of this huge meteorite was a little strange. With such a huge volume, it shouldn't change direction like this after being hit by a meteorite that wasn't very big, right? Why did it turn out like this? Just as Adams was puzzled, he suddenly realized that the huge meteorite seemed to have been equipped with a rocket booster. Its speed suddenly increased, and it crashed straight into the front of the ship. Seeing this situation, the ominous feeling in Adams's mind became even stronger. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He ran to the computer on the table without any hesitation and smacked a red button on the side of the computer. At the same time, he shouted, "Quat enemy attack. All personnel, get ready for battle. Quat." As soon as he finished shouting, he realized that the leading ship had already fired an energy beam at the huge meteorite. However, the meteorite was too big. Although the energy beam hit the meteorite, it did not break it. It only made 2 deep holes in the meteorite, but it did not do much to it. However, the meteorite didn't even stop. It directly hit the bow of the ship. When Adams saw where the bow of the ship had been hit, he knew that the ship was finished. Regardless of whether it was a battleship or an ordinary commercial spacecraft, people would habitually place the command hull on the bow of the battleship. This was not just for the sake of appearance, but more importantly, tempered glass could be installed at the bow. From there, one could see things further, which was very beneficial for piloting the battleship. However, now that it had been hit by a meteorite, this design had become the most fatal part. Although the strength of tempered glass was good, how could it withstand the impact of such a large meteorite? In a normal battle, the commander of the spaceship would have placed a defensive metal plate outside the tempered glass. The metal plate would stick tightly to the tempered glass and be kept when it was not in use. Only in a real battle would the defensive metal plate be put down. This time, the commander of the leading ship did not expect to be attacked, so he did not put down the metal plate at all. As long as the meteorite broke a piece of tempered glass, the command hull of the warship would be finished. Just as Adams had expected, the meteorite hit the head of the battleship, and the tempered glass on the head of the battleship shattered instantly. Then the meteorite changed direction and flew to the other side of the tunnel. From the meteorite, a large number of people flew out and headed towards the ship. He did not have the mood to care about that. He immediately shouted, "Quat, put down the defensive steel plates. Mechas, mages, and warriors, attack. The ship's weapon system is fully activated. Reduce the speed to 10 and move forward slowly. Slowly make contact with ship number 1. Push him away and open the passage." The people on the battleship were busy. They had just seen the figure rushing out of the meteorite, so they were very clear that this was an enemy attack. A large group of warriors and magicians rushed out from both sides of the fleet. They were charging at the battleships. Many of them were pushing meteorites forward, but the meteorites they were pushing were not as big as the one Zhao Hai and the others were pushing. As soon as the meteorites moved, they were shattered by the weapons on the spaceships. Even the people pushing the meteorites were killed. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already rushed into the command hall of ship number 1 through the broken glass. The command hall was completely destroyed. The equipment was still burning, and it was obvious that they could not be used anymore. All the crew members in the command hall were dead, and their bodies were floating in the command hall. Tai Sheng looked around and said, "Little Hai, lead the way. Break through the cabin door by force. There must be living people in the other cabins. You must destroy them as soon as possible." Quat. Quat, yes, Zhao Hai replied. He floated to the command center's cabin door and formed a 5-layered magic array in his hand. He then bombarded the cabin door with a magic array, shattering it in an instant. Following that, Zhao Hai led his team into the cabin door. The doors on the battleship were all activated automatically in an emergency. They were not thick and did not have any protective shields, so Zhao Hai broke through them easily. Quat, let's go. Quat. Zhao Hai led the group into the warship. At the same time, he used his psychic power to scan the surroundings, paying close attention to the situation. NBSB suddenly, Zhao Hai noticed that there were 2 people in the cabin in front of him, 2 warriors. They had already taken out their weapons and were staring at the cabin door nervously. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the people behind him stopped. They had all seen Zhao Hai's power, so they unconsciously followed Zhao Hai's lead. Zhao Hai turned to look at the crowd and pointed at the door. Quat, quat, there are 2 people in this cabin, 2 warriors. I will open the cabin door in a while. You guys don't need to be polite. Quat, everyone nodded. Zhao Heifu went to the cabin door and waved his hand, causing a 10-layered magic array to appear. Then the cabin door was shattered. The 2 warriors inside screamed and waved their hands to block the metal fragments. They shouted, "We surrender, we surrender." However, the people of the Bone Battalion did not hold back. Regardless of whether they surrendered or not, they all went up to exterminate the other party. The people of the Bone Battalion were very clear that in this operation, they absolutely could not leave any survivors. Otherwise, the Zhang family would know that they were the ones who were dealing with them, and that was not allowed. The 2 warriors were quickly killed, but Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He flew straight into the spaceship and began sweeping through the cabins one by one. Due to the suddenness of the attack, many of the enemy warriors and magicians didn't even leave their rooms. They were trapped in their rooms and killed by Zhao Hai's group. As for those who were killed, Zhao Hai kept them in the origin space and turned them into undead creatures. This commercial spacecraft was not small and had many cabins. However, under Zhao Hai's group's sweep, they quickly took control of the entire spacecraft. Other than the slight trouble they encountered in the mecha room, they did not put up any resistance. Soon, the entire ship was under control. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the command hall. Ironborn and the others had forcefully blocked the defensive steel plates on the glass of the electric ship. Some of the steel plates were deformed and could not be used at all. However, a few mages and warriors were repairing them. When Ironborn saw that Zhao Hai and the rest had returned, he turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Quat, it's all settled. Big brother Ironborn, should we go out and help the others?" Tai Sheng shook his head. "Quat, there's no need. Other than the spaceship we left behind, the others have all run away. The commander of this fleet is an experienced man. He used his own spaceship to push our spaceship away and opened a path to escape." Hearing this, Zhao Hai nodded impatiently and said, "What do we do now? Are we just going to wait here?" Ironborn shook his head and said, "Let's go out. The engine of the ship has stopped working. We'll go to the stern. You guys use magic to push the ship forward and leave this place as soon as possible." Quat. "All right, we'll go immediately." Zhao Hai nodded. After that, he led the mages away. Seeing that Margaret was going to follow him, Ironborn quickly said, "Margaret, you stay here. The battle is over and there's no danger outside. Leave the outside to Zhao Hai." Margaret thought about it and decided to stay. She also realized the difference between her and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was merciless when he attacked. Margaret had already realized that if she really fought with Zhao Hai, she would be killed in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Hai led the Bone Battalion's magicians out of the warship. All of them were wearing special masks, so no one could see their faces. Everyone came out of the spaceship to take a look. As expected, the spaceship they were on had been pushed to the edge of the flight path. There were many fragments of mechas, and the corpses of mages and warriors floating along the flight path. The other party's fleet had already disappeared. However, there were many mages and warriors gathered around the spaceship that they had just obtained. They were obviously from other battalions. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Quat, everyone, please make way. We have to move this spaceship away in case the other party retaliates." Quat. The magicians and warriors surrounding their spaceship did not have any symbols on their bodies. They were also wearing masks. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, those magicians and warriors hesitated for a moment, but they still made way in the end. If this was a joint operation of a few outer camps, they could still compete with the Bone Camp and get some benefits out of it. However, they could not do that now, as the core members of their families were following this operation. These core members weren't only there to command the troops in battle, they were also inspectors. If they caught the weak points, the entire camp would be in trouble. Zhao Hai looked at the mages and smiled, "Everyone come up and help. It'll be safer to leave quickly." It was not just the other battalions that were stunned. Even the people with the bone-width character were stunned. They had not expected Zhao Hai to propose such a suggestion. Wasn't this clearly saying that he was going to share what he had obtained with others? Just as they were about to say something, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. He returned to the command hall of the spaceship. Tai Sheng was still busy ordering the people to repair the steel plates. When he saw Zhao Hai come in with a livid expression, he was stunned. Then his expression changed and he said, "What's wrong? Is it the people from the other battalions causing trouble?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Brother Ironborn, let's go. Both ends of the passage have been blocked by battleships. It seems that the Zhang family has known about this operation for a long time. The reason why they still sent their fleet here is to lure us to attack. As long as they capture our people, they will have a reason to openly declare war on the family. Now that they have sent people into the passage, it will be too late if we don't leave." Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ironborn's expression changed drastically. "Quat, is it true?" "Quat, of course." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, they'll complete the encirclement in about 20 minutes. Quat." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ironborn immediately shouted, "Everyone gather and leave this place. Don't take anything." Zhao Hai could not help but say, "Quat, big brother Ironborn, there are a lot of good things in here. There are some metals and some special products. Let me open the cabin doors. We'll use space equipment to take the things inside and then immediately escape into the meteorite belt and leave." Quat. Tai Sheng was stunned. He shook his head. "Quat, I don't think that's a good idea. We don't have the time now." Quat. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Brother Ironborn, don't forget that we're now disguised as pirates. Of course, we have to act more like it. Move the things and escape into the meteorite belt. Even if we can't contact the family's spaceship in a short time, we don't have to be afraid. After all, they can't enter the meteorite belt." Quat. Tai Sheng thought for a while and said, "The risk is so high this time. We can't come here for nothing. All right, we'll do as you say. I'll go and organize the people." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and turned around to fly into the cabin. Margaret quickly followed behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai glanced at Margaret but did not say anything. The two of them quickly flew inside and opened the cabins that were filled with cargo. When Zhao Hai opened the cabin, he realized that the spaceship contained more things than he had expected. Other than some metal blocks, there were also many special products from the Atom planet. Most importantly, there were some of the latest models of flying cars and mechas. However, Zhao Hai didn't pack these things first. He just opened the cabins and flew straight in with Margaret. When they reached a cabin, Zhao Haihao opened it without any effort and started to stuff everything in the cabin into his space. Margaret thought that Zhao Hai would pack some good stuff, but when he opened the cabin, she realized that she was wrong. Zhao Hai did not pack anything good at all but the food and drinking water as well as daily necessities like wine. Zhao Hai packed everything in the cabin and left with Margaret. He did not pack the precious metals and mechas. He did not want others to know how big his space was. He packed all these things for the sake of the future. This time, the Zhang family was obviously prepared. They had surrounded the entire place. It was impossible for Zhao Hai and the others to leave the meteorite belt in a short time. It would take a long time to return to the Ashley family. Although they could all fly in space, they didn't need to eat. They could take out food from the space, but that would arouse suspicion. Now that he put the food on the ship into the space and took it out, people wouldn't suspect him. When Zhao Hai and Margaret came out, Ironborn had already arranged for people to pack up most of the things in the cabin. Zhao Hai scanned the cabin with his spiritual power and turned to Ironborn. "Big brother Tai Sheng, let's go. It'll be too late if we don't." Tai Sheng nodded and waved his hand. He led everyone out of the flying ship, called out to the people from the other battalions, and headed straight into the meteorite zone. When Ironborn came out to organize the people, he had already told the other battalions about the situation here, so it did not take much effort. The other battalions also knew that if they did not run into the meteorite belt, there would be no other way out, so they all followed Ironborn and the others into the meteorite belt. Not long after they escaped into the damaged stone belt, two teams of nearly 10,000 people, consisting of mages, warriors, and mecha warriors, surrounded them. However, they were only left with the empty shell of a spaceship. The two groups of people from the Zhang family took a careful look at the spaceship. Finally, the two leaders gathered together. One of them was a warrior, and the other was a mage. When the two of them gathered together, the mage said, "Quat, it seems like they've discovered us and ran away in advance." Quat. The samurai also nodded. "Quat, these guys are really cunning. Let's do it this way. Send the mecha warriors back first. We'll go to the nearby asteroid belt to take a look. I believe they won't go too far." Quat. The archmage nodded. "Quat, okay, there are ships guarding outside. If they run out, they're looking for death. They must have run into the meteorite belt. I think we should enter the meteorite belt from where the spaceship is and slowly search." Quat. The warrior nodded. The two of them walked up to a mecha warrior and let him take the mechas away. The mechas in the realm of mechas were definitely stronger than the average mage and warrior. However, the mecha's ability to fight continuously was not very good. Although they could fight continuously for about 2 days now, once their energy was used up, the mecha would be a pile of scrap metal. Moreover, this number would decrease even more during high-intensity battles. This kind of search mission could not be completed in 1 or 2 days, so letting the mecha warriors return was the best choice. Because of the passage, ordinary communicators would be affected by the meteorite's magnetic field and could not be used, so communication was a big problem. Otherwise, Zhao Hai and the others would not have run away without knowing the Ashley family's spaceship. In BSB, once they entered the asteroid belt, they immediately ran inside, but they didn't dare go too deep. Even the powerful self-cultivators didn't dare to enter the asteroid belt. After Zhao Hai entered the asteroid belt for a while, he turned around and flew toward the battleship arranged by his family. The battleship did not leave the asteroid belt. Instead, it found a place to hide. Zhao Hai and the others wanted to see how the battleship was doing. Tai Sheng and Zhao Hai led the way and flew in front of everyone. Tai Sheng said to Zhao Hai as he flew, "There must be a spy in the family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about our operation so quickly." Zhao Hai nodded. Quite not just a mole, but a mole with a very high status. It seems like the Zhang family is ready to fall out with the family. The family is in danger this time. Quat. Tai Sheng also frowned. Not many people in the family knew about this operation. For example, most of the people in the Bone Battalion only knew who they were going to deal with after they arrived here. They had no idea before they set off. Only the senior management who participated in this action knew the concrete time and stage of the action. In this case, Zhang family could still set such a trap, which indicated that something was wrong. And for this revenge, the Ashley family didn't really want to go to war with the Zhang family. They just wanted to teach the Zhang family a lesson. But as far as the current situation was concerned, the Zhang family was ready to go to war with the Ashley family. One was deliberately planned, and the other was completely unprepared. In this case, if the Zhang family really went to war with the Ashley family would definitely suffer a big loss without preparation. "Quat, forget it," Tai Sheng said in a deep voice. "Quat, even if something happened to the family, we can't help now. Let's save our lives first. I hope the spaceship is fine. Otherwise, our days will be even harder." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the others. Quat, big brother Ironborn, you'd better organize everyone to stay behind. We must clear our tracks wherever we go. Otherwise, the other party will catch up very quickly. I'll go ahead and explore the path. Quat. Tai Sheng nodded and said, "I'll choose 2 people to go with someone else so that we can take care of each other." Zhao Hai didn't object. Ironborn picked 2 people and sped up to follow Zhao Hai while Ironborn stayed behind. Tai Sheng had some status in the 8 outer gates. Everyone in the 8 outer gates knew what he was responsible for in the Bone Battalion. In addition, the Bone Battalion had done the best this time, so the people of the 8 outer gates started to listen to Tai Sheng. Tai Sheng looked at the crowd and said, "This time we've fallen into their trap. The tunnel outside has been surrounded. As we all know, we might not be able to go back to our clans for a long time. There might be people chasing after us. Therefore, directors of each battalion, please pay attention to your own people. Don't act alone. Clean all the traces wherever you pass. I'm afraid none of them will be able to return to their clans." No one objected. They knew very well that Tai Sheng was right. If they didn't act together now, they would have no chance to fight back when they encountered the Zhang family. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Tai Sheng nodded and said, "Now, please invite the people in charge of each battalion to come over. We will discuss what our next step should be." All the battalion's leaders walked over. Tai Sheng looked at the few of them and said, "I'm afraid that the core member sent by the family is on the spaceship now. We're the only ones in charge here. This time we've brought out the elites of each battalion. If they all die here, then our 8th external battalion will be finished. So what we need to do now is to protect these people. I've just sent people to the front to check on the warship sent by the family. If the warship is fine, we'll tell them about the situation here. If anything happens to the battleship, I'm afraid we'll have to stay in this asteroid belt for a while." The people in charge of the camp nodded. After the battle had ended, the core members of the family had brought some mages and warriors back to the spaceship to get the spaceship to pick them up. Therefore, they were not here now. They were the ones in charge of the operation of the 8th Battalion. When Ironborn saw them nodding, he continued, "I suggest that we send out our men to scout the surroundings and clean up the traces we left behind. After my men come back, we can decide on our next move." The few of them nodded, and one of the mages said, "Ironborn, who did you send to scout this time? Can he do it?" Ironborn glanced at this person. This person was the person in charge of the Ghost Battalion's operation this time. He was also the person in charge of various missions in the Bone Battalion, Charles. Ironborn looked at Charles. "Quat, definitely. Zhao Hai will go to investigate personally. If he can't do it, I'm afraid no one can. Quat." Hearing Ironborn's words, Charles was slightly stunned. Then he nodded and said, "Quat, that's right. Zhao Hai is strong, he should be fine. Quat." Tai Sheng nodded and said, "All right, everyone, send someone to do it. Pay attention to the direction we came from. There might be pursuers there. Don't let anyone act alone. Quat." When the battalions heard Ironborn's words, they were all stunned. Charles looked at Ironborn and said, "Don't act alone." "What do you mean?" Tai Sheng nodded. "Quat, perhaps there are people from the Zhang family among them. It's best not to let them act alone. Otherwise, someone might send a letter to the Zhang family." Quat. Leo, the person in charge of the establishment camp, looked at Ironborn and said, "Quat, impossible. Don't accuse me wrongly. My subordinates will never betray the family." Quat. Ironborn glanced at him and said, "Don't talk about such useless things." This time the clan's operation was so secretive, but the Zhang family still found out and set up a trap here. This means that there are people from the Zhang family in the clan. How can you be sure that there are no Zhang family people among these people? Leo fell silent. Charles nodded and said, "Quat, Ironborn is right. How about this? We'll split up into teams of 50 and scout the area. We're not allowed to act alone." Quat, the few of them nodded. Zhao Hai led a few people from the Bone Battalion and flew straight ahead. In space, Zhao Hai's spiritual power was also heavily suppressed, so he only noticed it after the Zhang family's fleet had surrounded the tunnel. However, Zhao Hai's mental power was still the strongest in the Ashley family's outer camp, which was why he proposed to come out and investigate. The few people from the Bone Battalion behind Zhao Hai were all veterans of the battalion. However, they were not unconvinced of Zhao Hai's strength. The strength that Zhao Hai had displayed in this operation had surprised them. He was the one who had pushed the biggest meteorite to crash into the Zhang family's spaceship. Moreover, the strength that Zhao Hai had displayed in the battleship had also given them some information. Therefore, they all followed Zhao Hai in silence. They followed Zhao Hai's lead. Suddenly, Zhao Hai, who was flying ahead, stopped. He waved his hand and the people who came with him stopped as well. One of them walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Little Hai, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai glanced at him. He knew this person. He was one of Ironborn's helpers and had some prestige in the camp. He was a grade 5 warrior with 2 long swords and good combat power. His name was Richard. "NBSB brother Rickard, there's no need to go," Zhao Hai said in a low voice. "Quat, let's go back. The Zhang family has already taken the battleship. They're waiting for us there. If we go, we'll be dead." Quat. Richard was stunned. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "How did you know?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, my psyche is not to be trifled with. Although we are still some distance away from the warship, I already know the situation there. Let's go back and report to Brother Ironborn. We have to make other plans." Quat. Richard did not suspect Zhao Hai. He only whispered, "Is the core member of the family all right? If anything happens to that core member, we'll be in trouble. Let's go, we'll talk when we get back," Zhao Hai said, shaking his head. After saying that, he turned around and flew in the direction he came from. Zhao Hai led the group forward slowly. Danger was everywhere in the meteorite belt. They did not dare to fly too fast. If they flew too fast, they might not be able to avoid the meteorite fragments that suddenly shot at them. In space, these meteorite fragments were more lethal than bullets. NBSB very quickly, Zhao Hai noticed that there were people moving in front of him. These people were in groups of 50, looking around. Zhao Hai knew that these people were from the Ashley family, so he was not surprised. He brought a few people to meet them. Those people were also stunned when they saw Zhao Hai. However, the people from the Ashley family were all wearing masks, so they were easy to recognize. Zhao Hai nodded to them and said, "I'm Zhao Hai from the Bone Battalion. May I ask where the Ironborn students are?" The other party was obviously not from the Bone Battalion. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the few of them sized him up curiously. Zhao Hai was now very famous among the outer gate of the Ashley family. Soon, Zhao Hai sensed the presence of Ironborn and the others. He immediately flew over and bowed to Ironborn. "Quat, big brother Ironborn, we're back. Greetings to the captains." Quat. The team leaders naturally knew that this was Zhao Hai. They all looked at him curiously, but since he was still wearing his mask, they couldn't tell. Tai Sheng only nodded and said, "How's the situation? Did you find a spaceship?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, we found a spaceship, but it's not looking good. The Zhang family has taken control of the spaceship. They've set up a trap there waiting for us." Quat. Ironborn and the others looked terrible. This was the worst outcome and the one they didn't want to hear. However, they were also people with strong minds, so they immediately reinvigorated and said, "Quat, it seems like we can't count on them." "Oh right, how are the core family members on the spaceship?" Quat, the people on the spaceship are fine, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Quat, however, they're now under control. They might want to capture us and these people. Then they'll use us as evidence to start a war with the family. Quat. Tai Sheng nodded and said in a deep voice, "If they can't catch us, they won't have enough evidence. Therefore, we can't let anything happen to us here. Everyone, tell us what we should do next." Quat. The team leaders looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Ironborn turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you have any ideas?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Quat, I think it's best if we don't leave the meteorite belt now. This time, the Zhang family has sent a large number of troops to catch us. If we leave the meteorite belt without a spaceship to pick us up, it'll be easy for them to catch up. If we stay here, the Zhang family won't be able to send a warship to attack us. Even if they send mages, warriors, or mecha warriors, we don't have to be afraid. The meteorite belt is very large. It's impossible for them to carry out a comprehensive search of the meteorite belt. The meteorite belt can become our natural protective shield. Although the Zhang family's strength is not bad, they can't surround the meteorite belt for a long time. So we just need to lurk in the meteorite belt for a while, wait for the Zhang family to withdraw, and then think of a way to go back home. Ironborn looked at the other captains and said, "What do you all think?" Charles nodded. "Quad, I think Zhao Hai is right. If we leave the meteorite belt now, it's no different from sending sheep into the tiger's mouth and walking into a trap. It's better to endure in the meteorite belt for a while." Quad. Leo said, "You guys make it sound easy, but have you ever thought of a problem? This time we didn't bring much food with us. We spent a lot of it during the 10 days of hiding, and we don't have much left. If we don't go out, the Zhang family will just surround us and starve us to death." Hearing Leo's words, Charles and Ironborn immediately thought of this problem. Although their cultivation wasn't low, they still needed to eat something to maintain their energy consumption. Since they usually ate in the spaceship, they didn't bring a lot of food with them this time. There wasn't much left. If they didn't solve the food problem, they would starve to death. If they didn't want to starve to death, they could only go out of the meteorite belt. The Zhang family was waiting outside. If they went out, it would be equivalent to death. For a moment, Ironborn and the others were in a dilemma. Margaret's eyes lit up when she heard Leo's words. She turned to look at Zhao Hai. She really admired Zhao Hai now. While the others were plundering the valuable items on the spaceship, Zhao Hai had taken all the food on the spaceship. Now, food had become the most important thing to them. When Zhao Hai saw Margaret looking at him, he understood what she meant. He smiled and nodded. Margaret turned to look at Ironborn and the others and said with a smile, "Big brother Ironborn, you don't have to worry about food." Ironborn and the others were stunned and looked at M.A. Gree in confusion. They didn't know why M.A. Gree would say that. M.A. Gree looked at them and smiled. "Quat, when we left the spaceship and entered the meteorite belt, Big Brother Hai had already brought out all the compressed food on the spaceship. It should be enough for us to eat for a while." Quat. Tai Sheng and the others were stunned for a moment, then they were overjoyed. Tai Sheng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, really?" "Quat, it's true," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, I've brought all the food on the ship. It's enough for us to use for a long time. I also brought a large amount of food with me when I left my family. Don't worry, we won't have to worry about food even if we stay here for a few months." Quat. Ironborn laughed. "Quat, good, there are people. The biggest problem has been solved. By the way, Little Hai, why did you bring so much food?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, this can't be helped. When I was in the lower realm, I had such an experience. I could only hide when I was being chased, but because I had no food, I could only come out and fight with people. So now, no matter where I go, I will habitually bring a large amount of food with me in case of an emergency." Quat. Ironborn and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They were really relieved now. As long as there was food, there was nothing bad about staying in the meteorite belt. At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from the distance, and their faces changed. It was obvious that the scouts had discovered the enemy and were fighting with them. Ironborn looked at the team leaders and said, "Immediately call back all the scouts we sent out. Little Hai, you have to work hard and go there to see the situation first." "Quad okay," Zhao Hai replied. He turned around and flew toward the explosion. Richard and the others followed behind him. After Zhao Hai left, Charles turned to Ironborn and said, "Why are you sending Zhao Hai again? He's the treasure of your bone battalion now. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to him?" Tai Sheng smiled bitterly. "Quad, I wanted to send someone else, but Little Hai's spiritual power is the strongest among all of us. He can go there without being discovered, but no one else can. Under such circumstances, who else can go if not him?" Charles smiled wryly. They had some understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Although some people in his family thought that Zhao Hai's current strength was not enough to fight against some of the old powerhouses in the outer 8 battalions, they knew very well that Zhao Hai's strength was not that simple. He might not be at a disadvantage even if he were to face them. Zhao Hai flew forward with Richard and the others. Soon, Zhao Hai found the place where the explosion happened. To Zhao Hai's surprise, there were no enemies there. There was a battle at the place of the explosion. However, the two sides of the battle were not the Zhang family. It was a small scouting team from the Ashley family. Now, the scouting team was divided into 2 teams and fighting. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows and increased his speed. Soon, he arrived at the scene of the battle and shouted, "Stop." As soon as the two sides saw that someone had come, one side couldn't help but show a happy expression, while the other side's expression changed. The happy side only had about 15 people, while the other side had about 35. "Quat, brother, hurry up. These guys are spies from the Zhang family. They wanted to kill us and report to the Zhang family," the one with the least people said immediately. "Nonsense." As soon as this person finished speaking, the person on the other side said, "Quat, brother, don't listen to his nonsense. They are the spies of the Zhang family. They were discovered by us and fought with us to attract the attention of the Zhang family. They also said that they have people in the camp who will help them. If you are not from the Zhang family, please help us and make them stay." Quat. Zhao Hai could not help but frown when he heard what he said. Both of them seemed to have a point, but now was not the time to fight. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I don't care who is the spy of the Zhang family. Stop right now, or else don't blame me for being impolite. The two groups of people did not seem to have any intention of stopping and continued to attack each other. When Zhao Hai saw this, he could not help but sneer, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. With a wave of his hand, 100 magic arrays stacked on top of each other suddenly appeared. Following that, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, darkness bind. Following his voice, the magic array that was layered with hundreds of arrays suddenly turned into long black whips that filled the sky, entangling both sides of the battle. Although those people struggled with all their might, it was no use. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, behave yourselves. I'll bring you back to meet the team leaders. Whoever is still struggling, it means that he is a spy of the Zhang family. I won't be polite then. Quat. His words worked, those people stopped struggling. Zhao Hai looked at them and sneered, there must be a spy among them. The spy was very smart and wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, he was wrong this time. Quat, let's go. Quat. Zhao Hai turned to Rickard and said, let's go back to see Big Brother Ironborn. Quat, I understand. Quat. Richard nodded, his eyes coldly looking at the people Zhao Hai had captured. Richard was very clear about their current situation. The two groups of people had just fought here and made such a big movement. They were afraid that they had been discovered by the Zhang family. If they were really blocked here by the Zhang family, then they would really be finished. That was why Richard wanted to kill those guys right now, but he knew it wasn't the right time. The most important thing was to capture them and ask if they had any other allies. Zhao Hai and Richard returned to Ironborn's place quickly. The scouts outside had returned, and everyone was looking at them nervously. Zhao Hai quickly came to Tai Sheng's side and bowed to him. Quat, Big Brother Ironborn, these guys were the ones who attacked just now. They were divided into two groups, and they said that the other party was a spy of the Zhang family. They wanted to attract the attention of the Zhang family, so they fought with the other party. I caught them all. Quat. Ironborn and the others were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Then, the team leaders' expressions turned ugly. They turned around and looked at those people coldly as if they were going to eat them up. Zhao Hai turned to Ironborn and said, Quat, Big Brother Ironborn, their fight just now caused quite a commotion. I think the Zhang family might have heard it. We should leave now and deal with them when we reach a relatively safe place. Quat. Tai Sheng nodded and turned to the captains. Quat, Little Hai is right. There was quite a commotion just now. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and flew into the meteorite belt. At this time, they had already organized themselves. The Bone Battalion was in front, and the others also followed in a line. The Life Battalion was at the back. Not only were they at the back, but they also had to clean up all the traces they had left behind. This time, they didn't go in the original direction. They would be staying in the meteorite belt for a while, so they decided to take the risk and go deeper into the meteorite belt, because the deeper they went, the safer they would be. Ironborn and the others had only left for less than an hour when the Zhang family's pursuers arrived. They arrived at the place where the group of people had been fighting. After looking around, the mage among them said, Quat, it seems like they're going to their spaceship. I wonder why a battle is happening here. Quat. Quat, don't forget, the warrior said with a smile. Quat, the family has put a lot of nails in the Ashley family. I think this must be the work of the nails placed by the family. Quat. Quat, that's possible, the magician said, nodding. Quat, but that would expose the spies. It's not worth it. Quat. The warrior shook his head. Quat, as long as we capture this group of people from the Ashley family, it will be worth it. Not only can the family use these people to threaten the Ashley family, but they can also use this opportunity to destroy a genius of the Ashley family. Quat. The magician was stunned for a moment before he continued. You mean the one called Zhao Hai? He's also in this group. The warrior nodded and said, Quat, that's right, that Zhao Hai is also among these people. I heard that the family has just received information recently. Although Zhao Hai has only ascended for 4 months, he is extremely powerful. In the Ashley family's internal preliminaries, he overcame all difficulties and became the well-deserved #1. This time he's going to participate in the new 6 World Tournament, the preliminaries of the Array World. If such an expert were to participate in the preliminaries, it would be very disadvantageous for our family. That's why we have to eliminate him. The magician also nodded and said, That's good. Let's go. The warrior nodded, and the two of them led an army of more than 5,000 mages and warriors toward the Ashley family's spaceship. Zhao Hai and the others were already very deep in the asteroid belt. They circled around the asteroid belt a few times before going back to the place where they had fought the Zhang family's fleet. However, they were now deeper into the asteroid belt, so it was difficult for ordinary people to notice them. They arrived at a huge meteorite as a temporary resting place. A mage used magic to open a huge cave in front of the meteorite. After they entered the cave, they were relieved. At this time, Ironborn and the others also turned their eyes to the scouting team that was fighting. Ironborn and the others looked at this group of people with ashen faces. They had lost a few people on their way here, and it was all because of these people. These people had been controlled by Zhao Hai's magic along the way, so they couldn't move. Ironborn looked at them and said, "Speak, who's going first?" One of the magicians in the group immediately shouted, "Quat leader Tai Sheng, I'll say this first. Our team was originally going there for reconnaissance. I don't know why, but as soon as we got there, they started to attack us. If I hadn't worn an inner armor for this operation, I would have fallen into their trap." Quat. "Bullshit," a magician from the other team shouted. "You were the ones who launched the sneak attack first, yet you still dare to blame us." Tai Sheng looked at the two teams and said in a deep voice, "Take off their masks and see which battalion they are from." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand to remove the masks on these people. Once the masks were removed, the two captains of the Ghost Battalion and Li Battalion couldn't help but sneer. This was because these 50 people were made up of their own battalions. Regardless of whether it was the side with fewer people or the side with more people, they were both made up of two battalions. No one was just a single battalion. The captains of the two battalions had ugly expressions on their faces. This meant that no matter which of the two groups was the Zhang family's spy, they would definitely be related to the two battalions. Ironborn looked at Charles and Leo and said, "How do you think we should handle this matter?" "In my opinion, we should just kill them all," Leo snorted. As soon as he said this, the two teams tried to save him at the same time. They accused each other and even started cursing. Charles looked at these people and said coldly, "It's good to kill them all, but I'll let them experience my methods first and make them spit out more things." Tai Sheng looked at the two of them and frowned slightly. "Quat Charles, are you confident?" "Quat HMPH. Quat Charles snorted coldly. "Quat, I think you all know a little about my methods. I believe that under my means, no one cannot tell the truth." Quat. Ironborn and the others didn't say anything. Charles' words were right. Among the Ashley family's 8 outer battalions, Charles was famous for his ruthlessness. This guy liked to use all kinds of torture to torture his enemies, so he was the best at using torture. However, anyone who had been tortured by him was considered crippled. Zhao Hai said, "I've heard about Captain Charles's methods, but these people were sent by the Zhang family. They were willing to expose their identities. They must have been mentally prepared. I'm afraid that once Captain Charles tortures them, they will start to talk nonsense. It's not good. I have an idea, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it." Quat. The strength that Zhao Hai had displayed along the way had earned him the right to be on equal footing with the other team leaders. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they all nodded. Ironborn even said, "Tell me, what is the method?" Zhao Hai looked at the team leaders and smiled. "Quat, you may know that even though I was an all-rounded mage in the lower realm, I was best at using black magic. I could turn people into undead creatures and make them tell me everything they know. Undead creatures don't lie and listen to my orders. After they become undead creatures, they would kill their families even if I asked them to, let alone tell their accomplices. Each of them will choose one and let me turn them into undead creatures. Then they will naturally confess everything." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ironborn and the others couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise on their faces. They thought Zhao Hai would have some gentler method, but they didn't expect that Zhao Hai's method sounded even more evil than Charles' method. Turning people into undead creatures was really evil in their eyes. Even those who had heard Zhao Hai's words felt a chill down their spines, let alone the few of them. Only now did they realize that Zhao Hai was someone they could not afford to offend. The expressions of the two groups of people lying on the ground changed. This was because Zhao Hai had said that he would choose one person from each of the two groups. Everyone was praying that Zhao Hai would not choose him. Margaret also looked at Zhao Hai in shock. However, when she thought about how Zhao Hai might have been a butcher in the lower realm, she felt relieved. In the array world, killing a few people was nothing. Everyone would do anything to cultivate and become stronger, let alone kill a few people. Tai Sheng and the others took a deep breath and calmed down. Tai Sheng turned to look at them and said, "What do you all think?" The few of them nodded. Ironborn turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it's all up to you now. Let's go." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the two teams. When his eyes swept across the two teams, they suddenly felt as if they had become pigs in a slaughterhouse. Zhao Hai was the butcher, and he could cut them easily by looking at their bodies. At this moment, one of the people in the smaller group suddenly said, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you. As long as you spare my life, I'll tell you everything I know." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. "Quad, I did force you out, but it's impossible to let you live. I don't believe you." Quad, after saying that, he moved his hand and a cloud of black chi wrapped around the man. The man screamed in pain, but he immediately stopped breathing. After a while, the black gas disappeared, and a pale skeleton crawled up from the ground. Obviously, that person had become an undead creature. Everyone who saw this scene could still feel the scream in their minds, and everyone felt a chill on their backs. "Point out your accomplices," Zhao Hai said to the skeleton. The skeleton pointed at all the people in the team with fewer people, then at some people in the team with more people. Ironborn and the others were stunned when they saw this. Among the few people in the team that the skeleton had pointed out, There was actually the mage who had been the most active in the fight against the team with the fewer people. Ironborn and the others were stunned by this situation. Soon, Ironborn and the others reacted. Leo cursed angrily, "Quat, good thief. If not for Zhao Hai, I would have fallen for your underhanded trick. Die." Quat with a wave of his hand. A blast of energy flew out and killed the mage who could not move. Ironborn and the others didn't stop him. They also wanted to kill these people. It was obvious that this was a trap set by the Zhang family's spies. They wanted to expose some of their people and leave some behind to protect some of them. This method was indeed very effective, and it almost succeeded. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai placed the people that the skeleton had pointed out aside. As for the people that the skeleton had not pointed out, Zhao Hai let them go. After that, Zhao Hai turned to Ironborn and said, "Brother Ironborn, do you want to turn these people into undead creatures and let them identify if there are any spies in the team?" Tai Sheng turned to look at the crowd and said, "What do you all think? If you agree, then let Little Hai do it. The earlier we find the spies, the earlier we can be at ease." "Quat, I agree," Charles said with a gloomy face. "Quat, let Hai do it. If we don't get those people out, we will be in danger again." Quat, the others all agreed. Zhao Hai nodded and released a cloud of black chi to surround those people. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly waved his hand. The black chi flashed and flew into the crowd like a whip, tying one person up. Ironborn and the others were stunned. However, when they saw what the person was holding in his hand, their expressions changed. The person was holding a miniature nuclear bomb. This kind of miniature nuclear bomb was definitely a great killing intent. It was usually used for the defense of the Star Continent. As long as this nuclear bomb exploded, all of them here would be destroyed. The man could not move at all. Zhao Hai took the miniature nuclear bomb from his hand, looked at it, and handed it to Ironborn. Then he turned to everyone in the cave and said coldly, "Quat, I advise you to be honest. If you're not from the Zhang family, don't be afraid. If you're from the Zhang family, stand out and I might spare your life. After all, we need to have some evidence against the Zhang family this time. If you stand out now, I'll keep you alive and let you confront the Zhang family. After all, the undead creatures can't testify against the Zhang family. If you don't stand out and are pointed out by the undead creatures, you'll be killed. Quat, then I'm sorry. You can go and accompany these undead creatures." Ironborn was covered in cold sweat as he held the small nuclear bomb. After carefully putting it away in his space, he nodded and said, "Quat, that's right. If you stand out now, I'll spare your lives. Quat." There was a commotion in the crowd. Then a few people stood up and bowed to Tai Sheng and Zhao Hai. "Quat, I hope you can keep your word. Of course I mean what I say, but I have to restrain you guys. Otherwise, it's not safe." Zhao Hai looked at the few of them. After saying that, he waved his hand and a few clouds of black chi wrapped those people. Those people found that although they could still move, they could not use any magic power. After Zhao Hai restrained the few of them, he said in a deep voice, "Stand aside." The group of people walked to the side impatiently. The undead creatures were completed, but Zhao Hai didn't order the undead creatures to identify the group of people. He looked at the group and said, "This is your last chance. Step forward now. Otherwise, if you're identified, I won't be polite." No one moved, and Zhao Hai didn't bother to say anything. He gave the order to the undead creatures and focused his attention in case someone suddenly attacked. The undead creatures were moving around in the crowd, and everyone was looking at them nervously. Suddenly, one of the undead creatures pointed its finger at one of them. The man screamed and turned around to fly away, but he was stopped by the people around him. Under the siege of a few people, he was captured in the blink of an eye. Now that the undead creatures were moving in the crowd, everyone had gathered their power to guard against the people around them. They were afraid that the people around them were spies, so once the spy was pointed out, they were immediately besieged. Then the undead creatures pointed out a few more people. After being pointed out, these people tried to run but were all caught. Zhao Hai naturally didn't show any mercy. After the people came out, Zhao Hai turned them into undead creatures and asked them to identify them again. However, this time, he didn't manage to identify anyone. After a few rounds of identification, Zhao Hai put away the undead creatures and everyone in the cave heaved a sigh of relief. "Brother Tai Sheng, we should be safe now." Zhao Hai turned to Tai Sheng and said. Tai Sheng nodded and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. "Quat, well done. Everyone, let's go and rest. We'll discuss our next step." The few of them nodded. At this time, Margaret suddenly said, "Quat, Brother Ironborn, we'd better find a way to get back to our family as soon as possible. Otherwise, Brother Hai won't be able to make it to the 6 World Newcomers Competition's preliminaries." Hearing this, Ironborn and the others were all stunned. Then their expressions changed and they turned to look at Zhao Hai. If Margaret had not mentioned it, they would have almost forgotten that Zhao Hai was going to participate in the new 6 World Tournament. There was only a little more than a month left until the tournament qualifiers. If he couldn't return earlier, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to participate. Zhao Hai was the #1 among the new members of the Ashley family. If he did not participate in the competition, not only the outer 8 battalions, but the entire Ashley family would suffer a huge loss. Even if they returned to the family, the head of the family would not let them go. The reason why Margaret was thinking about this was because of the bet between Zhao Hai and Wu Qi. If Zhao Hai couldn't participate in the preliminaries of the 6 World Newcomers competition, he naturally wouldn't be able to get into the top 10, and Wu Qi wouldn't agree to her being with him. It was precisely because she had been thinking about this that Margaret asked Ironborn and the others to come up with a solution quickly. Ironborn and the others also knew the seriousness of this matter, and their expressions changed drastically. To a family, the outer camp was used to fight for the family's benefits. Everyone had seen Zhao Hai's strength. With Zhao Hai's strength, he could probably win a huge benefit for the family in the preliminaries. Even in the 6 World Newcomers competition, he could still be one of the top 100. How much benefit could he win for the Ashley family? If Zhao Hai really couldn't return, they would all be in trouble. At the thought of this, Ironborn and the others could not help but look solemn. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and smiled. Everyone, there's no need to worry. There's still more than a month's time. I'll think of a way. Margaret's eyes lit up when she heard Zhao Hai's words. She suddenly remembered that Zhao Hai was a spatial magician. Perhaps he could use a spatial tunnel to return to Dark Devil. When Ironborn heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. Quat, what is it? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, I'm also a spatial sorcerer. It's just that I'm not strong enough right now, so I can't return to Dark Demon Planet directly. However, I'll be able to go back after some training. Quat. When Ironborn heard Zhao Hai say that he wanted to train for a while, he immediately understood that Zhao Hai wanted to train his liquid silver. Thinking of this, he immediately nodded and said, all right, what do you want to do? In any case, I can't delay your participation in the competition. Zhao Hai, Charles suddenly said, when you say we're going back to Planet Dark Demon, do you mean you're going back alone, or do you mean all of us are going back? Charles wasn't asking this for just him. He was asking on behalf of everyone. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes focused on Zhao Hai. Ironborn's expression changed, and he couldn't help but curse Charles in his heart. How much power would it take to transport so many people to Dark Demon from such a long distance? Wasn't this the same as putting Zhao Hai on fire? If Zhao Hai said no, everyone there would bow to him. Even the Bone Battalion would be unhappy with Zhao Hai. This guy had evil intentions. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, everyone, of course. We came out together, so we have to go back together. Don't worry, Captain Charles. Quat. Charles's face relaxed, but a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. To be honest, he had thought that Zhao Hai would not be able to send everyone back, so he had asked on purpose. He wanted these people to be dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. This time they were out on a mission, and the most outstanding one was Zhao Hai. Everyone who participated in this mission admired Zhao Hai very much. Zhao Hai's position in the Outer Gate camp kept rising, and in the future his position in the Outer Gate camp would also be greatly improved. This was not a good thing for the Ghost Battalion. However, they did not expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. He could actually send everyone back to Planet Dark Demon. With Zhao Hai's strength, he would definitely be able to suppress all the Outer Gate camps in the future. This was not a good thing for them. However, everyone cheered when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai smiled. He knew what Charles was thinking, but he wasn't in a hurry. He could send these people back to Planet Dark Devil at any time. The reason why he stayed here was because he didn't want to expose his strength too early. Moreover, the Zhang family could be considered his enemy. Of course, he would not let the Zhang family have an easy time. It just so happened that the Zhang family was still looking for him in the meteorite belt. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to deal with the Zhang family. Because of Zhao Hai's words, the atmosphere in the temporary base became much better. Everyone saw hope. The huge rock in their hearts had been lifted, and everyone was naturally relaxed. Tai Sheng walked to Zhao Hai's side and said softly, Little Hai, can you really send everyone back to Dark Devil? There are over 1,000 people here. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Brother Ironborn, don't worry. If I say it's possible, it's possible. It'll be fine, wait a while. I'll practice on the Zhang family in the next 2 days and let them know how powerful I am. Quat. To be honest, Zhao Hai really didn't want to use the realm to send these people back to Planet Dark Fiend at first, as it would only expose his trump card. However, after Margaret said that, he had no choice but to do so. Moreover, he really wanted to participate in the 6 World Newcomers competition. He wanted to see the level of the people in the cultivation world. This was a good opportunity to come in contact with and understand the cultivation world. When Ironborn heard Nehai's words, he also nodded and said, That's good. In this meteorite belt, the Zhang family can't send too many troops at once. We'll teach them a good lesson and let them know our power. Zhao Hai smiled and glanced at Charles, who was talking to Leo and the others. He said in a low voice, Brother Ironborn, pay attention to that Charles. He's not easy to deal with. Tai Sheng glanced at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, You can tell too. Don't worry, he won't be able to do anything. Besides, they won't dare to do anything in a place like this. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, that's good. Big Brother Ironborn, I'll go rest. When everyone is well rested, we'll go find the Zhang family to settle the score. Quat. Tai Sheng nodded and said in a deep voice, Go on. You have to be careful. Nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, the camp master will not let me off. Quat Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand. He walked to the cave that he had created with magic and sat down. Most of them were exhausted from the journey in space and the betrayer incident. However, when they heard that Zhao Hai could send them back to planet Dark Devil, they were so excited that they forgot about their fatigue. After a while, they calmed down and returned to their own caves to rest. After resting for a few hours, everyone got up. They still had some dry food on them. They took it out and ate it casually. Then they gathered in the largest cave and discussed how to spend the next period of time. Zhao Hai also walked out of his cave. Everyone greeted him when they saw him. Zhao Hai also smiled and greeted them. Then he went to find Ironborn. Ironborn was discussing the next step with Charles and the others. Seeing that Zhao Hai had arrived, Ironborn beckoned Zhao Hai over to take a seat and said, "Little Hai, what are you going to do? Quat, the Zhang family must still be looking for us in the meteorite belt," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, let's find them first and give them a taste of our power." Quat. Charles frowned. "Quat, the Zhang family must have sent a lot of people to deal with us this time. If we go against them so rashly, I'm afraid we won't get anything good, right?" Leo nodded. "Quat, that's right. Although it's not good for them to move around in this meteorite belt, it's also not good for us to move around. It's fine if we don't let them find us, but if we really go against them, I'm afraid we might not be their match, right?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Numbers don't mean everything. As long as we have a good plan, we can take care of them. But before that, it's best if we send more people to scout the nearby terrain. That way, we'll have more confidence in dealing with the Zhang family." Quat. Seeing that Zhao Hai was determined to fight, Charles and Leo's expressions turned ugly. They really didn't want to provoke the Zhang family at this time, as it would only increase their casualties. Most importantly, Charles and the others were afraid that Zhao Hai would take advantage of this opportunity to weaken their battalions. To be honest, they did not have such thoughts before the operation. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's strength was only so-so, not much weaker than theirs. If they really had to fight him, they might not be afraid of him, so they were not worried. Ironborn looked at the two of them. He was also a smart person, so he naturally knew what Charles was thinking. Ironborn said in a deep voice, "Quat, guys, it's not that Little Hai likes to fight, but he has no choice but to fight. Zhao Hai has a newly made weapon. He needs to make it powerful so that he can send everyone back to Dark Demon. However, because it's a new weapon, Little Hai is not very familiar with it yet. He needs to go through a lot of battles to get familiar with it, so he has to fight." Quat. Charles, Leo, and the others fell silent after hearing Tai Sheng's words. Regardless of whether this was true or not, if they didn't agree with Tai Sheng and Zhao Hai, it would be the same as stopping everyone from returning to planet Dark Demon. They would become enemies with everyone, and they would naturally not do such a thing. Seeing that they were silent, Zhao Hai turned to Ironborn and said, "Quat, big brother Ironborn, I'll go scout the Zhang family and see where they are now. You can arrange some people to scout the surrounding terrain. After all, the Zhang family has more people than us, and it's more advantageous for us if we are more familiar with the terrain." Quat. Quat, yes, Quat. Tai Sheng nodded. Quat, go, leave the things here to me. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and disappeared from the cave. After Zhao Hai left, Charles turned to Ironborn and said, "Tai Sheng, you people of the Bone Battalion are spoiling Zhao Hai too much, right? You'll agree to anything he says." Ironborn glanced at Charles and snorted. Quat, if you had someone like Zhao Hai in your ghost battalion, you would definitely spoil him. Don't be unconvinced. To be honest, Little Hai didn't get any benefits from the war gate. Ever since he entered the camp to cultivate, he hasn't even drunk a bottle of medicine from the camp. Although the camp has given him some rewards, those things were exchanged for by Little Hai's own efforts. To be honest, the camp has treated him badly. Leo noticed that Ironborn didn't seem to be joking or saying this on purpose, so he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did Zhao Hai do for the Bone Battalion?" Tai Sheng chuckled. "Quat, I can't say that. To be exact, Zhao Hai is not only helpful to the Bone Battalion, but he also contributes to the family. Do you think the family head will meet Zhao Hai so easily without him? Besides, Margaret is following Zhao Hai like this, but the master has no reaction at all. Doesn't that explain the problem?" Charles and Leo were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. They had been too focused on competing with Zhao Hai that they had forgotten about the existence of Grey Ma. People of Charles's status would naturally know things that the ordinary outer sect disciples didn't know about, and Grey Ma's matter was one of them. They had heard about Zhao Hai and Margaret's relationship. At that time, they were still exclaiming that Zhao Hai was a lucky boy who managed to get his hands on the family's little princess. However, they had forgotten about this matter. However, when they thought of this, Charles and the others suddenly stopped being jealous. If Zhao Hai really got together with Margaret, he would no longer be considered a member of the Bone Battalion. Sooner or later, Zhao Hai would become a core member of the Ashley family. Although he might take care of the Bone Battalion, he could only do as much as Debar did. On the contrary, they were not worried. By then, Zhao Hai had already left the meteorite that served as their temporary base. This time, no one was following him, so he could do whatever he wanted. In a flash, he returned to the origin space. Laura and the others were looking at the outside of the space through the screen, the beautiful scenery in the meteorite area. To be honest, although the meteorite area was very dangerous, the scenery was not bad. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura and the others immediately went up to him. Zhao Hai hadn't returned for more than 10 days. During this time, he had been hiding in the meteorite belt with everyone, so he didn't have the time to return to the space. Zhao Hai hugged Laura and the others. Although they hadn't seen each other for only 10 days, they really missed each other. After they all sat down, Meg immediately served Zhao Hai some tea. Zhao Hai took a sip and let out a long breath. It's better to be in the space, I'm not used to being outside. Lola and the others laughed. Zhao Hai looked at her and said, Laura, look at those Zhang family members. Although Zhao Hai didn't enter the realm, he gave Laura and the others a task, which was to collect all the maps of the meteorite belt into the realm. This was not a difficult task for Laura and the others. They divided the liquid silver into many parts, and then directed the divided parts to wander around the meteorite belt like they were playing a game. Now that the entire rainbow meteorite belt had been moved into the origin space, Zhao Hai didn't need to investigate by himself. He just had to sit comfortably in the origin space and watch the screen. Laura and the others quickly brought up the map of the entire meteorite belt. The meteorite belt was really too big. The meteorites on the screen could only be displayed as small light spots. In the middle of these light spots, there was a narrow passage, and in this passage, there was a row of small red dots. Laura pointed at the red dots and said, Quat, Big Brother Hai, look, in order to deal with you this time, the Zhang family has dispatched a total of 50 medium-sized warships to patrol back and forth in the passageway. They are also responsible for receiving those warriors, mages, and mecha warriors. This time, the number of warriors, mages, and mecha warriors they have dispatched is about 20,000, and this is only at this end of the passageway. Now, the 20,000 people have been divided into 5 combat squads at these few points in the passageway. We'll do a fan-like search in the meteorite belt. While speaking, Laura was gesturing on the screen. On the screen, a large area of the meteorite area had turned red. Those red areas indicated that the Zhang family's army was patrolling there, and it was not a safe area. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and nodded. Quat, it seems that the Zhang family is really putting in a lot of effort. Hee, but this is also good. It's time to deal with them. Lies, among the 4 teams, which team do you think is the easiest to deal with? Looking at the screen, she pointed at the team furthest away from Zhao Hai's base and said, Quat, this team should be able to do it. Among the 4 teams, this team has the most mecha warriors. Although their combat power is the strongest, in a place like the meteorite belt, they are far less agile than magicians and warriors. In addition, they are not suitable for long-term combat. I think they are the best to deal with. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded his head. Although the meteorites in the meteorite belt could not be too close to each other, there would always be a certain distance between them. However, one should not forget that there were not only meteorites in the meteorite belt. There were also other things. The combat power of a mecha warrior was not strong in individual combat. If a mecha warrior and a magician were to fight, the final result would most likely be the magician taking down the mecha warrior. After all, in the world of mecha arrays, the magician was the only one. However, none of them were easy to deal with. The reason why people always thought that mecha warriors were stronger than magicians or warriors was because the overall combat power of mecha warriors was very strong. If 100 magicians were to fight against 100 mecha warriors, the magician would most likely lose. If 1,000 magicians or warriors were to fight against the mecha warriors, the magician and warrior would definitely lose. If one were to use the situation in China as an analogy, mages and warriors were like martial arts experts, and mecha warriors were the army. A martial arts expert could easily kill a soldier in a one-on-one situation, but when 100 martial arts experts fought against 100 soldiers, the ones who would lose might be those martial arts experts. The meteorite area wasn't suitable for mech warriors to launch a large-scale assault. In this case, it was more advantageous for mages and warriors. That was why Lies made such an analysis. Give me the details of this team, Zhao Hai said to Li Jai. Quad okay, said Lies. The screen changed and the situation of the area where the team was appeared. It was a team of about 4 people. There were about 2,000 magicians and warriors and about 2,000 mecha warriors. This was not a small proportion. However, the Gong family's people weren't stupid. The reason they had a large number of mecha warriors in this team was that there weren't many meteorites in that area. The distance between meteorites was also larger than in other areas, so they had put a large number of mecha warriors in that area. However, this was not a problem for Zhao Hai. The meteorites in the expedition area were all very large, so they were quite far apart. However, once the battle started, the meteorites would collide with each other, and a large number of small meteorites would appear. Mages and warriors could use their small bodies and flexibility to avoid these meteorites, but mecha warriors could not. However, Laura's group had collected more information than that. The information that Laura's group collected was connected to the network of the space and arrays realm. In this way, they could collect more and better information. For example, Laura's group had collected the information about some mages and warriors in the team that Zhao Hai was paying attention to. Those mages and warriors were all members of the Zhang family's external camp. Additionally, their identities were not worth keeping secret. Therefore, they could search for their information through the internet. Zhao Hai, of course, wouldn't go back to the base so soon. He didn't stay in his space all the time, either. He rested for a while in the space, then came out. He was going to scout the area he had chosen. Although he could see everything in that area from the space, Zhao Hai still wanted to explore it himself. Only by doing so would he be able to fully familiarize himself with the area. That area was not small, and the other party had only invested 4,000 soldiers. These soldiers were really nothing compared to that area. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. He knew very well that he should not underestimate the people of the Zhang family. A large number of them were mages. Although the mental power of mages would be suppressed to a certain extent in space, no one could guarantee that there would not be a freak with a particularly strong mental power among them. If he was discovered, it would be troublesome. Although he could escape, he would alert the enemy. Therefore, Zhao Hai first used the screen to check the Zhang family's location, then went to the area. Although he and the Zhang family were in their own area, Zhao Hai believed that they couldn't find him. Even with his spiritual power, he couldn't find them. He didn't believe that there was someone more abnormal than him in the Zhang family. Zhao Hai wandered around the meteorite area for a while before returning to the origin space. To be honest, there was nothing to see in the meteorite area, but it was a good place for an ambush. There were magnetic storms and all sorts of magnetic fields in the meteorite area. They would affect mechas and people to a certain extent, especially those huge meteorites. If Zhao Hai did not have space, his spiritual power would not have been able to pass through those huge meteorites. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought that this was the best ambush point. He went back to the origin space and rested for a while. Then he took a look at the temporary base. The temporary base was in good condition. Ironborn and the others had already arranged for people to scout the terrain outside the temporary base. He stayed in the space for a couple of hours before Zhao Hai came out. He went to a place not far from the base, then returned to the base. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to his troubled state, Ironborn and the others immediately took him in. Ironborn, Charles, and the other team leaders were all there. Even their assistants and Margaret were there. Seeing Tai Hai, Tai Sheng immediately said, "How is it, little Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded. The passage is now completely under the Zhang family's control. There are a total of 50 battleships of the Zhang family cruising through the entire meteorite passage, and they seem to have sent a lot of soldiers this time. There must be more than 10,000 of them. I don't know the exact number, but they have divided these people into 4 to 5 groups, based on the battleships in the meteorite passage, and searched the meteorite belt from the meteorite passage. Each group should have around 3 to 4,000 people. With this number, the Zhang family should have dispatched at least 16,000 people this time. Tai Sheng and the others listened to Zhao Hai's words quietly. They didn't expect the situation outside to turn out like this. Their expressions were not good. Tai Sheng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then what are you going to do, little Hai? Will you still attack them?" Zhao Hai smiled. Of course we're going to do it. This time I found a really good place. If we do it well, we can definitely wipe out their entire team. Ironborn was stunned and said, "Annihilate a group of people." "How many people?" Zhao Hai smiled. Around 4,000. 2,000 of them should be mages and warriors. The other 2,000 should be mecha warriors. Ironborn's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He shook his head and said, "No, little Hai, this is too dangerous. They have more than half of our people, and half of them are mecha soldiers." Charles and the others all nodded. Zhao Hai smiled. "It's because they are mecha soldiers that I say we have the possibility of annihilating them. If we were outside, of course, we wouldn't be a match for those mecha soldiers. However, in this meteorite belt, those mecha soldiers are no match for us. As long as we ambush them in advance, we can definitely annihilate them all." Tai Sheng did not know where Zhao Hai got his confidence from. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Tell me your plan." Zhao Hai nodded. He drew a map of the meteorite belt on the stone table and explained his plan. The more Ironborn and the others listened to Zhao Hai's plan, the brighter their eyes became. To be honest, everyone was angry that they had been tricked by the Zhang family this time. However, they knew very well that it was not worth it to go against the Zhang family just to vent their anger. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, they decided to swallow their anger. However, this didn't mean that they didn't want to take revenge. Zhao Hai's plan didn't have any flaws. In other words, this plan was very likely to succeed. As long as it succeeded, they would be able to take care of the Zhang family's team of nearly 4,000 people. It would be enough to vent their anger. After listening to Zhao Hai's plan, Leo slammed the stone table and said, "Let's do it. This plan is very likely to succeed. I'll teach those Zhang family grandsons a good lesson and vent my anger." Charles laughed. "Those guys from the Zhang family must think that we're hiding there and don't dare to go out. Just in time, we'll teach them a good lesson and let them know our power. Quat. When Ironborn saw that the two of them had agreed, he knew that there was a chance. As expected, the other team leaders also agreed with Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, Quat, there's no time to waste. I think the other party may have returned to the warship to rest. We'll set up an ambush there now. We can set up an ambush before they go to the ground to patrol. Maybe we can rest for a while. Quat. Tai Sheng nodded and turned to the captains. Quat, guys, call everyone back. We'll rest for an hour and have something to eat. We'll set off immediately. Quat, the few of them did not object. In fact, each of them was faster than the other. Soon, all of Zhao Hai's men who were scouting outside were called back. Zhao Hai took out a large amount of delicious food and gave it to them. The leaders of the various battalions told them about Zhao Hai's plan, and everyone was a little excited. Each of them worked like a mercenary in the outer camp of the Zhang family. They were a bit unruly in nature. They had been forced to such a sorry state by the Zhang family during this period of time, so they were naturally angry. Now that they heard that they were going to take revenge, they were extremely excited. After eating and taking a short rest, everyone was ready to set off. This time, even Margaret followed them because they were all going to act together. If Margaret didn't follow them, she would have to stay in the base alone, which would be more dangerous. If they didn't want Margaret to be in danger, they could only leave some people to accompany her in the base. However, they didn't have enough troops to begin with. If they left more people behind, it would be even worse. So in the end, Ironborn still decided to bring Margaret along. Under Zhao Hai's guidance, they had circled around the meteorite belt several times. It took them a few hours to arrive at the area that Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai made an investigation first. The heavens were kind. Those Zhang family members had really gone back to rest. This made Zhao Hai completely reassured. He immediately led them to the ambush area that he had planned in advance and prepared to ambush those people. They didn't choose any meteorites that were too big for their ambush locations, nor did they hide on one meteorite. Instead, they split into many smaller meteorites to ambush, forming a pocket-shaped formation. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure that Zhang family would come for him was that he had asked Laura and the others to analyze the movement pattern of Zhang family. If Zhang family wanted to carry out an inch-by-inch search in this region, they had to divide this region into small pieces before carrying out the search one by one. In this way, it would be easy to find out the pattern of their search. The place where they were lying in ambush was the place where they might come next time. According to the analysis of Laura and the computer, the probability of the Zhang family coming here next time was more than 90. In this case, of course, Zhao Hai would lay in ambush here. Zhao Hai and Maji led 100 men from the Bone Battalion and laid in ambush near a small meteorite. This small meteorite was not big, and with their strength, as long as they discovered the other party, they could immediately push the small meteorite towards them. After arriving at the fallen mountain, Zhao Hai immediately arranged for them to rest and recover to their peak condition. Zhao Hai also sat down cross-legged to recover his energy. At the same time, he communicated with Laura and the others to see when the enemy would come out to investigate again. Laura and the others had already figured out the enemy's movement pattern. When Zhao Hai and the others left the temporary base, the Zhang family members who were patrolling the area had not left yet. When Zhao Hai and the others were halfway there, the Zhang family members returned to their own fleet to rest. This way, Zhao Hai and the others would have enough time to rest and recover the energy that they had consumed during the journey. According to Laura's group, it would take about 3-4 hours for the Zhang family's people to come out of the fleet. It would take another 2-3 hours for them to reach the ambush location from the tunnel. In other words, Zhao Hai's group had at least 5-6 hours to rest. For both mages and warriors, 5 to 6 hours of rest was not a short time. Even if they had just gone through a high-intensity battle, they could recover in 5 to 6 hours, not to mention that they had not been through a battle before and were just rushing. After knowing the result, Zhao Hai immediately set out to deliver food to all the ambush points. There was too much good food in Zhao Hai's Q-zone. Of course, Zhao Hai would not take out all of it. What he took out now was just the food he got from the battleship. Hugh Li felt that he was leading his team and slowly flying forward. To be honest, he was a little disapproving of the family's action this time. In order to deal with some mages and warriors outside the Ashley family, they had actually mobilized so many people and warships. This was really making a big fuss over a small issue. Moreover, the family had also ordered them to conduct a strict search of the first area. Q Li thought that there was no need for this at all. The Ashley family had long been scared out of their wits. It was already good enough that they were able to escape last time. How could they still stay on the periphery of the meteorite belt now? Perhaps they were now thinking of ways to get out of the meteorite belt from other places. Q Li believed that if he were a member of the Ashley family, he would definitely do so. It was better to leave the meteorite belt from another place than to wait for death in the meteorite belt. However, Q Li did not dare to disobey his family's orders. Although he had ascended to this world for more than 10 years and could be considered as an elder of the Zhang family, he still did not dare to say anything about the decision of his family. In addition, this time, it was not just his camp's people who were acting alone. There was also a group of mecha soldiers following them, so they did not dare to be negligent. So when they first started to investigate this area, which was named Area Number 5 by the family, he divided it into many small areas. Every time, they would carefully search a small area to avoid exposing the enemy. Not only did they do such a search, but they also installed a powerful anti-interference alarm in the places they had searched. As long as someone entered the area they had searched, the alarm would sound. Of course, it was impossible for them to install alarms in all places. Their method of searching was to slowly move forward in a flat line, and they would only install alarms along the line of advancement. Q Lee's team slowly advanced and slowly entered the area they were searching for today. The first to enter were the mecha warriors. Among all the forces in the mecha array world, the status of mecha warriors was higher than that of magicians and warriors. Moreover, the mecha warriors were mostly natives of the mecha array world. They did not think very highly of magicians and warriors who had ascended from the lower realm. Therefore, although the mecha warriors were in Q Lee's team, they were still in the mecha battle team. However, Q Lee was not the one in command. On the contrary, Q Lee had to listen to the leader of the mecha warriors. Q Lee and the others carefully observed their surroundings as they moved forward. They had never been to this area before, but they could see that this area was no different from the areas they had searched before. There were magnetic stones everywhere and nothing else. Q Lee had already contacted the other teams. He knew that the other teams were searching for areas with more complicated terrain than they were. Q Lee felt very lucky because, in his opinion, the less complicated the terrain was, the more likely it was to be dangerous. Q Lee, who was moving forward, suddenly felt a familiar energy fluctuation. He was stunned and immediately stopped. Just as he was about to feel it carefully, he suddenly found that the meteorites around them were coming straight at them. Q Lee was shocked and immediately said, "Quat, there's an ambush. Prepare for battle." However, it was too late. The meteorites were not aimed at them, but at the mecha warriors. Although the mecha warriors were very powerful, they were not as agile as magicians and warriors. The meteorites were like giant stone shells that were shot out, shooting straight towards the mecha teams. Although the mecha warriors made some dodging movements, there were still many who didn't manage to dodge. The number of meteorites was not small. There were dozens of them in total. Although they were not very big, they were at least a few times bigger than a mecha. In addition, they were very fast. The mecha team was at a disadvantage. However, this wasn't the end of it. The meteorites didn't come from a flat area. Instead, they came from all directions. They hit each other in the middle of the mecha team. In an instant, debris flew everywhere. The mecha team suffered an unprecedented blow. Out of the 2,000 mechas, more than 1,000 of them were hit by this wave of attacks. The other mechas were all injured, and their combat power was less than 70 of their usual combat power. Just as Q Lee and the others were panicking, hundreds of sword chis suddenly shot out from all around them. These sword chis were aimed at the mechas, whose protective shields had been broken by the meteorites. The mechas without protective shields were instantly pierced through by the sword chis. After this attack, the mecha team was completely annihilated. As soon as the attack of the sword chi was over, various magic spells were launched at Q Lee and the others. The least of these magic spells were 10 times, and many of them were 50 times. It was obvious that they had been preparing for a long time. Although Q Lee and the others had set up a protective shield for themselves, in the face of such a magical attack, the protective shield that they had set up was indeed unable to withstand a single blow. A large number of casualties had appeared in an instant. What Autumn Harvest noticed was that these magic spells were not cast randomly. Their targets were the warriors in their team, and this time, more than 300 warriors were killed. Then the martial chi of the double one finger was shot out. This time the target of the sword chi was changed to them. The opponent's attack came wave after wave. Q Lee and the others didn't even have time to react. At this time, Q Lee and the others had been completely scattered. Everyone was running in all directions. However, this was good. At least, the last area of effect attack of Zhao Hai and the others didn't hurt many people. From the moment Q Lee discovered that they had been ambushed, only 4 rounds of attacks had passed. However, Q Lee and the others had already been crippled. The mecha team had been completely annihilated, and the warriors had suffered heavy losses. Even the mages had suffered many casualties. Now they only had about 1,000 soldiers left. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already rushed out from the ambush point and directly pounced on the Zhang family. One side's morale was high, while the other side was panicking. The result of the battle was obvious. Zhao Hai's eyes were fixed on Q Lee. He had noticed that Q Lee was the leader of the group of magicians. He was the first one to react. This meant that Q Lee's mental energy was stronger than the average magician. Zhao Hai wanted to see how strong Q Lee was. Q Lee soon noticed Zhao Hai charging at him aggressively. He was slightly stunned, but a sinister smile appeared on his face. He knew that it was impossible for him to follow Zhao Hai at such a short distance, so he decided to fight him directly. Qiu Li himself was a grade 5 mage. What no one knew was that he had 3 mages in his possession. One was a magic staff with 10 overlapping arrays, one was a magic staff with 50 overlapping arrays, and one was a magic staff with 100 overlapping arrays. He usually used the magic staff with 50 overlapping arrays. These mages were his secret warriors. Moreover, he had prepared a large number of magic recovery potions in his hands. He believed that he would not be afraid even if he were to face a grade 6 mage. Qiu Li was an ambitious man. All the money he had earned in the past few years had been spent on buying equipment. He did not buy a villa or anything to enjoy himself, because all his money had been spent here. It was for this reason that Qiu Li's equipment could be said to be the best among all the outer disciples of the Zhang family. Not only did he have 3 magic staffs, but he also had an inner armor that fit his body. The magic robe he was wearing was also a high-quality one, which could play a certain defensive role. What was even more unknown was that he was also carrying a miniature magic array group made of special metal that could help him recover his magic power. Moreover, he also had a defensive magic array group. He was confident that he could take on a 6th-tier magician, so when he saw Zhao Hai charging at him, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he thought it was an opportunity. He was going to capture Zhao Hai alive and use him as a hostage so that the Ashley family would let him go. So when Zhao Hai rushed over, Qiu Li released a 10 formation spell at him. He had used the magic staff of the 10 magic arrays to cast this spell. At the same time, he had also activated the defensive magic array on him. Zhao Hai knew that his opponent had used some sort of equipment when he saw how quickly he had cast his spell. However, he did not mind. He waved his hand and a 10 formation defensive magic array appeared in front of him, blocking his opponent's spell. At this moment, Qiu Li took out his 50 formation magic staff and cast another spell at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body flickered and he quickly retreated. At the same time, another 10 formation defensive magic array appeared in front of him. However, this magic array was not able to block Qiu Li's attack. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was able to retreat quickly. He set up another magic array in front of him. This magic array was one of the 10 defensive magic arrays. After setting up this magic array, he immediately set up another magic array. With 3 magic arrays on each side, he was able to block Qiu Li's magic. In reality, Zhao Hai didn't need to do this. He just wanted to test the power of the 50 magic arrays. To be honest, Zhao Hai was a little disappointed. Qiu Li did not expect Zhao Hai to be able to block 50 magic arrays. He could not help but pay more attention to Zhao Hai. Once again, he changed to another magic array and took out his ultimate magic staff, the magic staff with 100 magic arrays. In the world of magic arrays that stacked up to 100 arrays were rare. This was because these magic arrays were too difficult to produce. The more magic arrays were added to a magic staff, the higher the requirements for the magic staff's material. For example, magic staffs that stacked up to 100 arrays were generally made of metal. Magic arrays were engraved on the inside using mithril and other metals. As a result, the weight of the magic staff would increase, and the cost would also increase. It was definitely a torture for a mage to fight with a magic staff that weighed more than 100 pounds. Furthermore, this kind of magic staff required many kinds of magic arrays, so the metals used to inscribe the magic arrays were also very high. Hence, the magic arrays were very expensive. As soon as Qiu Li took out the magic array, he immediately activated it with his own power of the will. The magic staff with 100 arrays stacked on top of each other required a lot of power of the will to be activated once. However, he had successfully activated the magic array with 100 arrays stacked on top of each other. Moreover, the Array of Tribulation was a metal elemental magic array with the strongest attack power. This magic array was called Metal Storm. As soon as the 100 magic arrays stacked together, they began to absorb the metal elements in the surroundings. The magic array slowly grew in size and exploded into pieces with a loud boom. The pieces turned into metal boomerangs with blades on both sides. As soon as the boomerangs were released, they formed a huge metal storm and attacked Zhao Hai. Quite 100 formations stacked on top of each other. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Good, now this is interesting." Quat Zhao Hai's fingers moved, and a magic array consisting of 100 magic arrays appeared in front of him. However, his magic array was different. Half of the magic arrays were colored, while the other was blue. As soon as the magic array was formed, Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Quat Wind and Fire Link City." The wind aids the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. Explode. Quite as soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the magic array in front of him exploded. A sea of flames surged towards Qiu Li's metal storm. Qiu Li laughed coldly. He was very confident in his magic array. His magic array was the most powerful metal element magic among all magic arrays. He did not believe that Zhao Hai's magic array could block it. However, to his surprise, the 2 magic arrays immediately collided with each other. The magic that Q Li had high hopes for was like a piece of metal being melted by fire when it came into contact with Zhao Hai's magic. The boomerangs were instantly turned into liquid metal and then vaporized. Q Li stood there in a daze. He had never thought that this would happen. The magic staff that he had spent a lot of money to buy was actually useless. At this moment, he heard Zhao Hai's deep voice, flaming feathers, golden arrows, flaming feathers, 10,000 arrow formation, fire. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of fiery red magic swords, which were glowing with golden light, attacked Q Li. The sword was extremely fast. Fortunately, Q Li had a defensive magic array on him, and he was already very excited. However, even so, Q Li's defensive magic array shook violently under the attack of Zhao Hai's 10,000 flaming feathers arrow array. It seemed like it would break at any moment. Q Li was taken aback. He immediately began to channel his mana into his defensive magic array. At the same time, he took out the 50-layered magic array. He did not dare to use the magic staff with 100-layered magic arrays for too long, as it was too heavy. At the same time, it required too much mental power to launch the magic array. He did not have the ability to use the magic staff for a long time. Just as he was about to cast a spell, he heard Zhao Hai's deep voice. Noiselessly, dark arrow, sniping arrow, shoot. As he spoke, a magic array set consisting of 50 magic arrays appeared in front of him. All the magic arrays in this magic array set were black, but the tail of the arrow was green. The arrow flew at an extremely fast speed, but it did not make any sound as it headed straight for Q Li. At this time, Q Li was holding a bottle of magic potion and drinking it desperately. Although he still had mana, he had consumed a lot of it. Although this kind of magic potion could quickly restore a person's mana and mental strength, it could not be restored immediately. It would take time to recover. So, although Q Li's mana had not been exhausted, he had to drink potions to replenish it. At that moment, Zhao Hai's dark sniper arrow arrived. Q Li was also a veteran warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. He poured a recovery potion into his mouth, while continuously transferring mana into the defensive magic array on his body. He knew very well that his opponent was not easy to deal with. The fact that his opponent was able to break his 100 formation stacking magic array with an attack was enough to prove his strength. It was precisely because of this that Q Li drank the recovery potion. He was already prepared for a long battle. However, at this moment, Zhao Hai's dark sniper arrow had already flown over. The dark sniper arrow was specially prepared for sniping. It was a 3-element, 50-element magic array set composed of wind and dark magic arrays and a small number of metal magic arrays. Its attack power was self-evident. As Q Li was pouring the magic potion into his mouth, he suddenly felt his magic shield shake. Just as he was feeling strange, his magic shield suddenly shattered with a bang. Q Li panicked and wanted to step back, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. He was still holding the magic potion in his hand, but he could not help but look down and find a few holes in his body. Black liquid was spraying out of the holes. The foul-smelling blood was clearly poisonous. I should have drunk the antidote. This was Q Li's last thought. He was already dead. The power of the dark killing arrow was comparable to the power of the 100 formation spell. He had concentrated the power of the 50 formation spell on 5 arrows. The 5 arrows were not shot at the same time. Instead, they were shot in a straight line and would hit the same point on Q Li's defensive magic shield at almost the same time. With only 2 arrows, Q Li's defensive magic shield was broken. The remaining 3 arrows hit Q Li's body almost at the same time, and they were even spinning. Moreover, the arrow was poisonous. Under the heavy attack, Q Li naturally had no hope of survival. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't hold back. He kept Q Li's body into the medium and turned it into an undead creature. Then he turned around and pounced on another person. They had to end their battle here as soon as possible and retreat as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if they were blocked by the Zhang family. In fact, the battle was approaching its end. Those who could escape had all escaped, and those who couldn't had almost been annihilated. In this battle, less than 500 people from the Zhang family's team of 4,000 people had escaped. Almost all of them were annihilated. NBSB Zhao Hai made his move. In the shortest amount of time, he killed those who were still resisting. Then he immediately led the group away. However, before he left, Zhao Hai took all the broken mecha and corpses with him. It could be said that if it weren't for the small mecha fragments and meteorites floating in the air, it wouldn't look like a battle had taken place. Of course, Zhao Hai only sent Kai to clean up the battlefield after everyone had left. He didn't want anyone else to know about this. The undead creatures that he had just kept in his realm weren't weak. The undead creatures that he had previously kept in his realm were at most level 9 apprentices when compared to the ones in the array boundary. However, the undead creatures that he had collected this time were all at least level 3, which was a significant combat force for him. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the temporary base after making a few rounds. Everyone was excited. This operation had really helped them vent their anger. They had taken care of more than 3,000 people in one go. They had been too secretive. However, Ironborn and the others were not dazzled by the victory this time. They arranged many hidden sentries outside the temporary base and ordered everyone to rest immediately to maintain their best condition. No one objected because they all knew that they were not out of danger yet. When they returned to Dark Devil Planet, they would be able to relax. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai did not make any more noise about attacking the Zhang family. The Zhang family also responded. Obviously, they thought that Zhao Hai's temporary camp was not too far from the battlefield of the ambush. Therefore, they conducted a very strict inspection of the place, but in the end, they found nothing. However, Zhao Hai and the others did not stay in the temporary camp for long. They walked further into the asteroid belt. Now their position was extremely dangerous. Ironborn and the others also knew that in the meteorite belt, the most dangerous people were not the Zhang family. It was not easy for the Zhang family to find them in the meteorite belt. The meteorite belt was too large and they had few people. They could find a larger meteorite to live in. The Zhang family could not send many people, so it was almost impossible to find them in such a large meteorite belt. The most dangerous things in a meteorite belt were natural disasters such as meteorites, magnetic storms, and cosmic rays. These things would not be polite to people. Moreover, because the meteorites in the meteorite belt would collide from time to time, these collisions were likely to cause a chain reaction, making places that were not dangerous become dangerous. Therefore, Ironborn and the others were very careful when choosing their surveillance bases. They had all chosen the larger ones. Only meteorites with a higher safety factor could ensure their safety. Although Zhao Hai had not left the temporary camp, he had been paying close attention to the Zhang family's situation. He realized that the Zhang family had changed their way of doing things. They no longer split up the people in the outer camp to search. Instead, they began to focus all their attention on the tunnel. They had built a temporary camp there, and their battleships were transferred out from the tunnel to cruise between the meteorite zone and planet Dark Devil. It was obvious that they were planning to use this method to stop them. NBSB seeing this situation, Zhao Hai finally understood that the Zhang family did not really want to fall out with the Ashley family. Otherwise, they could have used the battleship they stopped to start a war with the Ashley family. But now, planet Dark Demon was very calm, and there were no signs of war. The Zhang family's approach this time seemed to be to get some benefits from the Ashley family, or to stop him from participating in the 6th World Rookie Competition. The latter point was not just Zhao Hai's wild guess. He had deduced it from the conversation between the Zhang family's mages and warriors. The Zhang family had indeed arranged a high-level spy in the Ashley family, so they were very familiar with the Ashley family's affairs. It was because of this that they knew how powerful he was and wanted to stop him from participating in the 6th Realm Newcomers competition. Before this, Zhao Hai wasn't very clear about what the 6th World Newcomers competition meant to a family. However, after coming to this conclusion, Zhao Hai knew that the 6th World Newcomers competition was absolutely crucial to a mid-tier force like the Ashley family. When Ironborn and the others saw that Zhao Hai wasn't making a fuss about going out to deal with the Zhang family, they didn't mention it either. In fact, even Ironborn didn't want to deal with the Zhang family at this time, because Ironborn was very clear that it was too risky to deal with the Zhang family now. If it wasn't handled well, they would lose their troops. The people here were the elites of the Ashley family's 8 outer battalions. It would not be a good thing if they suffered heavy losses. Even if Zhao Hai did not mention it, they were happy to relax. After all, Zhao Hai still had food to eat. They did not have to worry about food and drink. They just stayed in the temporary base to cultivate every day, and it was relaxing. Time passed day by day. Zhao Hai was still cultivating in seclusion. However, no one in the base was unhappy. They knew very well that Zhao Hai was in such a hurry to cultivate so that everyone could go home earlier. Naturally, they were not unhappy. Margaret looked a little haggard these days. She had never suffered like this before. However, seeing Zhao Hai still living leisurely every day, Margaret felt a burst of heartache. People who had never suffered such hardships would not be as carefree as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's behavior showed that he had suffered such hardships in the past, which was why Margaret was heartbroken. This time, she had seen another side of Zhao Hai. He was decisive and could be described as ruthless, but at the same time, he was also steady, had anticipated the enemy's attack, and was full of schemes. All these fascinated her. She found that Zhao Hai was like a bottomless pool, which made her want to know more about him. Ma Ji and Zhao Hai were very close. Everyone who came this time knew this. Most of them also knew Ma Ji's identity. Therefore, most of them were envious of Zhao Hai, the future prince consort of the family. It couldn't be helped. Zhao Hai's strength was ranked among the top. Even if they didn't want to accept it, they couldn't. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There were only a little more than 10 days left until the 6 World Rookie Competitions, Array World Preliminaries. Zhao Hai was still in closed-door cultivation, but Ironborn and the others could not sit still. Every day, Ironborn and the others would go to Zhao Hai's cave a few times to see when he would come out of his closed-door cultivation. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would not make it in time for the preliminaries. What they didn't know was that Zhao Hai was just doing normal training these days. There was nothing special about him. He was just trying to stall for time. He didn't want anyone to see that he could send so many people to planet Dark Demon so easily. It wouldn't do him any good in the future. 10 days before the preliminaries, Zhao Hai finally came out. He thought it was about time to return to Dark Demon. Debar had lost a lot of weight recently. Those who knew the inside story understood why he had lost so much weight. What they had thought was a flawless plan had turned out to be a trap. Most importantly, they were the ones who had fallen into the trap. The Bone Battalion had suffered the most losses this time. Not only did the top general of the Bone Battalion, Ironborn, participate in this operation, but also the top rookie of the Bone Battalion, Zhao Hai, and Ma Ji Lei, who had a very close relationship with the Bone Battalion. It could be said that the Bone Battalion had suffered a very heavy loss this time. Although Margaret had insisted on following Debar, Dia and the other directors knew very well that if anything were to happen to Margaret, Debar would be held accountable for it. The family was not a very reasonable person. However, the only good news was that the Zhang family had not yet sent back any news that they had caught a large number of the Ashley family's outer sect members. Previously, the Zhang family had sent people to send back the core members of the family and some outer sect members who were in charge of this operation, and they had already warned the family. At that time, those people had already said that if they caught a large number of the Ashley family's outsiders, the Zhang family would publicly break off their relationship with the Ashley family. Of course, the Zhang family wouldn't acknowledge them. However, this matter was like a huge rock weighing down on everyone's hearts, especially Debar. During this period, Debar had obviously lost 2 circles of weight. Although his family had yet to cause any trouble for Debar, Debar's life was indeed not easy. Zhao Hai was the hope of the Bone Battalion's revival, but no one knew if he could return. This gave Debar a huge headache. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had to represent his family in the 6 World Newcomers competition's preliminaries. If Zhao Hai did not return, the family would suffer a great loss. This would also become an excuse for the head of the family to find trouble with Debar. Under such circumstances, Debar had no choice but to slim down. As the day of the preliminaries drew closer, Debar's expression grew more and more haggard. This caused the other camp masters of the outer Gate 8 camps to feel a sense of sympathy for him. The situation of these camp masters was similar to Debar. Although they all had some power, it was not much. Debar had more power than them. After all, Debar had grown up with the family master and was deeply trusted by him. Moreover, Debar clearly had the power to control the 8 outer camp. Although these people were competing with Debar, they were considered a small alliance. The outer sect was a weak group in the family. If they didn't unite, they wouldn't have much say. Now that Debar was about to be in trouble, they were naturally not in a good mood. Even Dia, who had always been at odds with Debar, did not add insult to injury. In fact, it wasn't just Debar. The entire Bone Battalion was having a hard time. There was a time when Zhao Hai appeared out of nowhere and defeated everyone from the other battalions, becoming the champion of the family preliminaries. They had thought that there was hope for the revival of the Bone Battalion, but they didn't expect such a thing to happen in the end. This made the people of the Bone Battalion feel an unprecedented disappointment. Humans were like this. If something didn't happen in the first place, people wouldn't have any hope. But once they were given hope, their hope would be destroyed, which would infinitely magnify their disappointment. The mood of the entire Bone Battalion had reached its lowest point. Although Tao Wang saw this situation, there was nothing he could do. He also felt a wave of powerlessness. These days, Tao Wang had lost even more weight than Debar. He was not fat to begin with, but now he looked like he was just skin and bones. Seeing that there were only 10 days left until the preliminaries, Debar and Tao Wang had lost all hope. They knew that even if Zhao Hai and the rest could return, it would only be after the preliminaries. The two of them sat in Debar's office in silence, losing interest in talking for a moment. At this moment, one of them suddenly ran in from outside. The man said to Debar with a happy expression, "Camp Master, quickly come and see, something has happened." Something happened. Debar was stunned. "What happened?" quoth Captain Taisheng. "Captain Taisheng is back," quoth the man said excitedly. Debar and Tao Wang were stunned when they heard this. They looked at the man and didn't know how to react. After a while, they stood up almost at the same time and said excitedly, "What's going on? Where's Ironborn? He should be in the camp." "Camp Master, come out and take a look," the man said excitedly. Debar and Tao Wang did not wait for the man to finish his sentence and ran out. When the two of them arrived at the Bone Barracks square outside, they found that it was already full of people. A huge spatial crack appeared in the square, and people were constantly coming out of the spatial crack. These people had some dust on their bodies and looked a little disheveled, but no one was injured. They were in good spirits. Among them, there was one person standing in the crack, directing the people inside to go out. That person was Ironborn. Debar took a deep breath and flew to Tai Sheng's side. He looked at Tai Sheng with excitement and said, "Ironborn, what's going on? When Ironborn saw Debar, he quickly bowed to Debar and said, "Quat Camp Master, we're back. We're back safely. It's little high. He used a special space technique to send us back. Quat." Debar glanced at the people from the various camps who were coming out of the spatial rift. He kept searching, but he could not find Zhao Hai. Ironborn, who had clearly seen Debar's actions, smiled and said, "Camp Master, don't worry. Little Hai is behind us. He's fine. It's good." Only then did Debar nod. He calmed his emotions and helped to make arrangements for those who had just come out. These people who had just come out of the spatial rift did not leave the Bone Battalion. Instead, they were gathered in a few groups. Debar could tell with one look that these people had been divided according to their own battalions. By now, most of the people who had gone to the Bone Battalion had already returned. These people were excitedly talking to their acquaintances in the camp, and from time to time, bursts of laughter could be heard. Seeing this, Debar was finally relieved. After a rough calculation, he realized that the 8 outer battalions did not suffer too heavy of a loss. In less than an hour, everyone came out of the spatial crack. The last ones were Zhao Hai and Margaret. Zhao Hai's expression was calm, but Margaret's face was full of joy. However, she still followed Zhao Hai like a wife following her husband. As soon as Zhao Hai came out, the spatial rift closed immediately. Debar immediately went up to him. When Zhao Hai saw Debar, he immediately bowed and said, "Camp Master, I'm back." Debar hugged Zhao Hai and laughed. "Good, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. It's been hard on you this time. It's nothing, Battalion Commander. You don't have to take it to heart." Zhao Hai smiled. Debar nodded and turned to look at the people from the other battalions. He then laughed and said, "Quat, today is a happy day. Don't leave. Eat at our Bone Battalion. Tao Wang, make arrangements to go to the other battalion leaders and tell them about the situation. Tai Sheng, arrange for everyone to wash up first. I want to see the patriarch." Quat. Tao Wang also walked to Zhao Hai and gave him a hug. Then he responded and turned to leave. Tai Sheng also responded and arranged for the people to rest in the building of the Bone Battalion. Debar, on the other hand, immediately flew to the revered Demon Island. Margaret also had her own house in the Bone Battalion building, and it was not far from Zhao Hai. The two of them returned to their respective rooms to wash up. The meteorite area, there were so many friends, so they had the same conditions for bathing. Although everyone could use water magic to produce water, there was no place for them to bathe, so they all looked dusty and dirty. Originally, Charles and the others were prepared to return to their own camp. However, Debar had spoken, and he had already sent someone to inform the other camp masters. They had no choice but to give Debar face. At this time, Debar had already arrived at the Grand Demon Island. This time he did not even take a flying car. Instead, he flew straight over. After arriving at the Grand Demon Island, Debar went straight to Wook's study room, which was also Wook's office. In the Ashley family, there were not many people like Debar who could go straight to Wook's study to look for him. This was also a sign of Debar's identity. Keiju was not in Wook's study. Keiju was the head of the entire Ashley family. It was impossible for him to follow Wook's identity like a secretary. Naturally, there was a secretary waiting on him in Wook's study. Outside the study, Debar immediately said to Wook's secretary, "Quickly inform the patriarch that I have something important to tell him." The beautiful secretary naturally knew about the relationship between Debar and Wook. She didn't dare to neglect him and immediately answered him. She picked up the communication device beside her and pressed a button. Then she said with her sweet voice, "Patriarch, Chief Debar requests an audience. He says he has something important to discuss. Ask him to send it over." Wook's voice was heard. The secretary responded and was about to invite Debar in when Debar impatiently pushed the door open and entered Wook's study. Wook was sitting there and looking at a document. Although the computer was running rampant in the realm of arrays, some documents would still be presented on paper. "Greetings, young master," Debar bowed to Wook. Wook looked up at Debar and nodded. "Take a seat, fatty de. You've lost a lot of weight recently." Debar smiled. "Quat, don't worry, young master. I'll get fat soon. All the outer sect members who were out on duty have returned, including Zhao Hai and Miss Margaret." Quat. Upon hearing Debar's words, Wook couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. With a soft "oh," he put down the documents in his hand and looked at Debar. "What happened? What's going on?" Debar quickly said, "I heard from Ironborn that Zhao Hai used spatial magic to send them back. They're already at the Bone Battalion. I've already arranged for them to wash up. When we get back, I'll treat them to a big meal. I think they've suffered a lot." Quat. Hearing Debar's words, Wook couldn't help but raise his brows and said, "Quat, it's spatial magic. That's rare. If Zhao Hai could really use spatial magic to send them back, why did he wait until now?" Debar was taken aback. He did not expect Wook to ask such a question at this moment. After a moment of silence, he said, "I really don't know about this. Young master, I'll report to you after I go back and ask." Wook waved his hand and said, "No need. I think the reason why Zhao Hai came back at this time may be related to that thing. You can go and ask him. There's no need to be too anxious. By the way, let Zhao Hai have a good rest these few days. If he needs any medicine, you can transfer it to him as much as possible. Make sure he is in his best condition. The preliminaries are about to start." This time our Ashley family cannot lose again. Quat. Yes, young master, please be at ease. Debar nodded. Wook nodded and said, tell the Zhang family that the Ashley family did not touch them at all. Now our men who were on duty outside the camp have returned. If the Zhang family dares to be rude and make trouble again, we will officially break off with them. Also, tell them that I am very dissatisfied with their behavior this time. The engagement between Margaret and Zhang Minju is cancelled. Quat. Debar was stunned for a moment, then he immediately understood what Wu Qi meant. This time, the Zhang family said that many people were not in the Ashley family's camp outside. In addition, the Ashley family's spaceship had appeared there, so they insisted that the Ashley family had attacked them. In fact, both families were well aware of this matter, but the Zhang family did not get the Ashley family's most favorable evidence, so they only put pressure on the Ashley family and did not directly turn hostile. Now that Zhao Hai and the others were back, the only thing that could prove the drama no longer existed, so the Ashley family naturally had more confidence in their words. However, Margaret was obviously focused on Zhao Hai now. Moreover, she had a marriage agreement with Zhang Minju, which might affect the relationship between Zhao Hai and Margaret. That was why Wu Qi made such a decision. Debar immediately responded, but he still said in a deep voice, Quat young master, the Zhang family has been getting more and more arrogant recently. It seems like it's only a matter of time before they break up with us. Young master, we have to be careful. Wook nodded and sighed. Quat, it seems that the Zhang family has been ready to deal with us for a long time. We are one step behind them, but the Zhang family is not fully prepared now. They don't dare to really start a full-scale war with us, so they want to take advantage of us. But they didn't expect that this time they didn't take advantage of us, but instead gave us a warning. HMPH, the Zhang family, if you want to touch the foundation of the Ashley family, aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Wook's voice was as cold as ice. Debar listened quietly. In fact, Debar and the others had already sensed the Zhang family's situation and had reminded Wook many times. However, Wook had never paid attention to it before. He had always thought that the Zhang family and the Ashley family were the strongest allies. The reason why Wook agreed to fight against the Zhang family this time was that Margaret was attacked previously. After Debar investigated it, he believed that it was the Zhang family who did it. Therefore, Wook agreed to this attack in order to knock the Zhang family down a peg and test their reaction. If it was really not done by the Zhang family would not know about this matter and naturally would not have much reaction. However, the Zhang family's reaction was so intense that they even set a trap and bit the Ashley family. This made Wu Qi understand at once that the Zhang family really wanted to deal with the Ashley family. The Zhang family's plan was not bad. They wanted to capture Zhao Hai and the others. Even if they could not capture Zhao Hai and the others, they could not let Zhao Hai participate in the 6th World Rookie Competition. This way, the Ashley family would not be able to get too many resources. At the same time, their reputation would be affected. It would be easier for them to deal with the Ashley family in the future. However, the Zhang family had never thought that there would be a variable like Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai and the rest had returned to Dark Demon Planet, the Zhang family's plan had failed. Furthermore, their wild ambition had been exposed, causing Wu Qi to be on guard. It could be said that this time the Zhang family had gone for wool and came home shorn. This time the Ashley family didn't get any advantage. They wanted to give the Zhang family a blow, but the Zhang family took the opportunity to give them a blow. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, their losses would have been even greater. They would have to pay a big price to calm the matter down. Debar looked at Wook and said, Quat young master, we have a conflict with the Zhang family this time, so the 6th Realm competition is very important to us. As long as we can get the best results in the 6th Realm newcomer competition, we can get more resources. With these resources, we won't have to worry about not having allies. The Zhang family might be trying to stop the merman from participating in the 6th Realm newcomer competition by making a big fuss in the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. I'm just afraid that he'll get a good result. After this incident, we can be sure that there are spies of the Zhang family among the high-level members of the family. They must know how powerful Little Hai is, so the most important thing for us now is to find this spy. Wook wasn't an idiot. Although he was very stubborn, he was also very smart. Therefore, he understood what Debar was saying. He nodded and said, Don't worry, I've already started investigating. This time, not many people know about it, but I believe that there will be a result soon. All right, Fatty, go and take a look. Little Hai is very important to the family now, take care of him. Debar responded and turned to leave. When Debar returned to the Bone Battalion, the other battalion leaders had already arrived. They were currently having a conversation with the captain in charge of this operation. Debar did not go to them. Instead, he called Ironborn into his office. Debar looked at Ironborn and said, Ironborn, tell me everything that happened this time. Ironborn responded and recounted the entire battle to Debar. Debar listened quietly and nodded. Quat, it seems that Little Hai is more comfortable with the use of liquid silver now, and Little Hai's strength is much simpler than we originally estimated. It seems that he was not lying when he said that he could enter the top 10 of the 6 World Newcomer competition. Quat. Ironborn nodded. Quat Little High is very strong. In this 6 World Rookie Tournament, he will definitely shine. I'm just afraid that the Ashley family won't be able to keep him. Quat. Debar smiled bitterly. Quat, with the Ashley family's power, it's impossible to keep High. He'll become a famous powerhouse. But even if the Ashley family can't keep him, as long as he's from the Ashley family, that alone is enough to make those who have other thoughts, no matter what they do to the Ashley family. Quat. Ironborn nodded, and Debar said in a deep voice, Quat, all right, let's go to the restaurant. Those families should be done with their questioning. They owe us a big favor this time. Quat. Ironborn smiled and followed Debar to the restaurant. The dining hall was already full. All the Bone Battalion people in the camp had arrived. Other than the Bone Battalion people, there were also many people from other battalions. The entire dining hall was very lively, and everyone's faces revealed a trace of excitement. It could be said that this operation had affected the hearts of the entire outer camp, because those who participated in this operation were all elites of the Ashley family's outer camp. These people had a high status in the Ashley family's outer camp, and they were the backbone of the Ashley family's outer camp. No matter which camp lost these people, it was a big loss. Moreover, these people had ascended to the realm of arrays for a period of time. Each of them had some good friends in the camp, and many of them had their own families. It could be said that they had a wide range of connections. Under such circumstances, it was already very important that they were able to return alive. The spies of the Zhang family that Zhao Hai had captured had been handed over to the Ashley family to deal with. Zhao Hai and Ironborn had guaranteed their safety, but that was only to ensure that they could return to planet Dark Demon safely. After returning to planet Dark Demon, what kind of treatment they would receive was beyond Zhao Hai's control. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately went into the inner space to have a good time with Wen-Er. Then he came out of the inner space and walked to the dining room. He was still dressed in his usual black magician's robe. Although he did not look bad, he was not that good looking either. With his ordinary looks, Zhao Hai could not be found in a crowd. The reason for this was because Zhao Hai had deliberately restrained himself. He did not display any special temperament, so he naturally looked very ordinary. He had just come out of his room when he saw Tao Wang walking towards him. When Tao Wang saw Zhao Hai, he immediately went up to him and said, Quat, come with me quickly. Our brothers all want to see you, the great hero. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and said, come on, I'm not a hero. Let's go. By the way, where's Marjorie? Have you gone? Tao Wang smiled and said, not yet. You should know that women always have to dress up. I've already told her robot to tell her. Her robot will tell her. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Tao Wang to the restaurant. When Zhao Hai reached the restaurant, Debar and Ironborn were there as well. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Debar smiled and waved at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and Tao Wang immediately walked over. Debar pulled Zhao Hai to a seat and said with a smile, Little Hai, you did well this time. Let those guys owe our Bone Battalion a big favor. I'll see how they will repay us in the future. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation to extort money from them, Camp Master? Zhao Hai laughed. Debar laughed. Quat, don't worry about this. You won't miss out on any benefits anyway. You guys came back at the right time, just in time for the preliminaries. The family head places great importance on this preliminaries. I'll tell you more about the details later. Don't worry, I know what to do, Zhao Hai nodded. Don't worry, Camp Master, I'm fine, Zhao Hai smiled. Debar nodded. Quat, that's good. Those guys are coming. I'll go deal with them. We'll talk in detail after dinner. Quat, naturally, Zhao Hai did not object. Debar stood up and walked towards Dia and the others. The arrival of Dia and the other camp masters made the atmosphere in the dining hall become a little strange. The people of the Bone Camp knew that under normal circumstances, these camp masters would not come to the Bone Camp. Moreover, because of the decline of the Bone Camp in recent years, these camp masters had looked down on the people of the Bone Camp. However, this time they had come to the Bone Camp and they had come to thank them. This made the people of the Bone Camp feel proud and elated. Debar didn't go too far this time. He chatted and laughed with them for a while before inviting them to sit down. Of course, Zhao Hai was also seated at the same table. Zhao Hai didn't show any reaction, only standing up and bowing to them. Dia and the others returned the gesture and expressed their gratitude. However, their eyes were still filled with deep envy and jealousy. After everyone was seated, Debar walked to the small table in the middle of the restaurant and pressed his hand down. The place immediately quieted down. Debar looked at everyone and said, Quat, this operation was a huge test for our Ashley family's outer camp. Fortunately, everyone has returned safely. Here I want to say, warriors, you did well. You didn't embarrass the Ashley family and you didn't embarrass the outer camp. Quat, his words drew a round of cheers. Debar gestured with his hand again and only then did everyone calm down. Debar continued, we've all suffered a lot during this period. Now I have to tell you that you're home and safe. I've talked with the camp masters just now. If you complete your task perfectly, each camp will add a reward equal to the original reward. Brothers, you're going to be rich. His words attracted another round of laughter and whistles. The people from the outer camp were very interested in the rewards. Dibar's words were very much in line with their thoughts, and there were not many official words. This made everyone from the outer camp very happy. Dibar waited for everyone to calm down before he continued in a deep voice. Quote, everyone, I know you haven't been eating or sleeping well these days, so I won't be long-winded anymore. Everyone eat and drink to your heart's content. Brothers, you're home. Quote, the crowd cheered again, and then the robot brought the food and wine up. The banquet officially began. Throughout the entire process, Dibar did not mention a single word about Zhao Hai's contributions. This was where he was smart. Zhao Hai had saved everyone, and everyone knew that. If Dibar kept mentioning this matter, it would seem like he was being petty. However, Dibar still had this much bearing. When Dibar arrived at their table, Dia and the others looked at Dibar with unnatural expressions. They had never spoken to anyone from their own battalion like that before. From that, they could feel the difference between them and Dibar. The atmosphere of the dinner party was very lively. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, Margaret did not show up in the restaurant. Although Zhao Hai was puzzled, he did not think too much about it. Margaret had her own reasons for not coming, and he did not need to dwell on it. After drinking with the others, Zhao Hai returned to his room. This time, he did not drink with Dibar and the others. When he was drinking, he had used the spatial water to dissolve the alcohol, so he would not get drunk no matter how much he drank. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he was stunned as he clearly felt that there was someone in his room. However, he didn't sense any danger at all. After scanning Zhao Hai with his spiritual power, he found that it was Margaret in his room. Although Zhao Hai was a little confused, he still went straight into the room. Margaret was sitting in the living room. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw her because he found that Margaret was different today. In the past, Margaret had always been a big-sized mage. Although she knew how to take care of her hair, it was a very simple hairstyle, and she didn't know how to put makeup on her face, so she was very old-fashioned. However, Margaret was different today. She was wearing a modified magic robe. Although it was still black, she looked much more beautiful. Her hair had also been carefully taken care of, and it was very beautiful. Most importantly, she had makeup on. Although it was only light makeup, it complemented Margaret's quiet and calm temperament. Margaret's temperament was different from that of Laura and the others. Laura had the aura of a strong career woman, and her aura was full of power. As for Liz and Meljan, they were both princesses, so their aura was also full of power. However, Meg did not have such a temperament. It could even be said that she did not have any temperament at all, because she was born a maid, and her whole world revolved around Zhao Hai. Ryan's temperament was similar to that of Liz. However, she didn't have the same aura as Liz. After all, she was only a princess of a small dukedom and had some disgraceful reputation. This made her feel inferior in front of Liz and the others. Bailey's aura was different from all of them. She was a witch and a succubus. Her aura could definitely charm the common people. However, Bailey majored in assassination, so she also had a trace of cold, murderous aura. This also made Bailey even more charming. However, Margaret was different. She had been studying magic arrays since she was young and had even become Yiming's teacher when she grew up. She had a gentle, quiet, and dignified aura, which was different from all the women in Zhao Hai's life. Margaret's face turned red when she saw Zhao Hai staring at her blankly. However, she still stood up gently and smiled at Zhao Hai. Do you like me like this? Zhao Hai immediately came back to his senses. He looked at Margaret and said, I like it very much. It's really beautiful. Margaret walked up to Zhao Hai and stared at him. Quote, Zhao Hai, I've liked you since the day you saved me on planet Seraph. Even though you're a slaughterer and you've killed so many people, I still like you. After this incident, I like you even more. I want to marry you. Whether you have a wife or not, and whether that person objects to it or not, I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Zhao Hai had never thought that Margaret would be so brave and say something like that. Margaret was a very thin-skinned person. When she met him, she did not even show any signs of intimacy. It was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations that she would say something like that today. Zhao Hai didn't know that Margaret had already experienced life and death with him twice. When they were in the meteorite belt, it was easy for people to feel pessimistic and desperate, and Margaret was no exception. She was just a flower in a greenhouse and had never experienced such hardships. At that time, Margaret really thought that they would be trapped in the meteorite belt or captured by the Zhang family. It was also at that time that Margaret suddenly thought it through. She realized that life was really unpredictable. If they had died in the meteorite belt at that time, she would not even have had the chance to confess to Zhao Hai. Although Margaret's feelings had disappeared after she knew that she could return to planet Dark Demon, her desire to express her feelings to Zhao Hai did not disappear. On the contrary, her desire to express her feelings to Zhao Hai grew stronger. Margaret was afraid that she would run into an accident again and would not have the chance to confess to Zhao Hai. Therefore, after returning to her room, she made a decision to make things clear with Zhao Hai today. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and sighed. Quote, Margaret, how can I not understand what you're thinking? I'm not a fool, but you should also know that I have a wife and not just one. If you really want to marry me, you have to share me with them. Are you willing? I'm willing to, Margaret said without thinking. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, Margaret, you don't understand. You thought that my wife was in the lower realm and the so-called sharing was just spiritual. In fact, that's not the case. My wife is by my side. If you really marry me, you won't just have to share me with them spiritual. Do you understand? Margaret looked at him in confusion and shook her head gently. She understood what Zhao Hai meant, but she did not understand what he meant by always by his side. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and sighed, Quad, I hope that you can remain calm. No matter what happens, don't be afraid. Also, if you really decide not to marry you, I hope that you can keep today's matter a secret. Don't tell anyone, Quat. Margaret still looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. With a wave of his hand, a spatial crack appeared beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai extended his hand to Margaret and said, Margaret, go in and take a look. This is my biggest secret. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, but she believed that Zhao Hai would not harm her, so she followed his instructions and walked into the spatial rift. Margaret was stunned as soon as she walked into the spatial rift, because she found herself in an infinitely large space. She was standing on a grass field, and not far from her was a very ancient-looking villa covered with colorful flowers. Next to the villa stood a big tree, which was really big, very big. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were 6 beautiful women of different shapes and colors standing in front of her. Any one of these 6 beauties was not inferior to her. After all, they were more beautiful than her. While Margaret was still in a daze, the blonde leading the 6 beauties smiled at her and said, Quat hello, Miss Margaret. We are Zhao Hai's wives. I'm Laura. You may not know us, but we've known each other for a long time. Quat. Margaret came back to her senses when she heard Laura's words. However, she was still a little confused about the situation, so she replied mechanically, Hello, I'm Marjorie. Liz and the others also ran over to introduce themselves to Margaret. Margaret returned the greeting in a daze and kept repeating that she was Margaret. She was really a little dumbfounded. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, Margaret. This is my biggest secret. Follow Laura and the others. Laura and the others will explain everything to you. Laura, tell Margaret, I'm tired and want to rest. Quat Lola nodded and pulled Margaret into the villa. Margaret was dragged along by Laura and the others, and she mechanically followed them into the spatial villa. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, returned to his room in the Bone Battalion. He was afraid that Debar would come looking for him, so he could only wait here. At this time, Laura had already pulled Margaret into the villa and sat down. Meg served tea to Margaret, who was looking at the display screen of the villa, which showed Zhao Hai's room in the Bone Battalion. Laura looked at Margaret and smiled. Quat, we saw you through this monitor. You can say that when you first met Brother Hai, we could already see you through this monitor. We could see you every time you met Brother Hai. Quat. Margaret's face turned pale when she heard Laura's words. She suddenly felt as if she was having an affair with a married man but was caught red-handed by his wife. Margaret turned around and looked at Laura with a confused look. At the sight of Margaret, Laura faintly smiled. Quat, let us tell you everything about Big Brother Hai. I believe you will understand how outstanding this man is after hearing it. Quat. After that, Laura began to tell Margaret about Zhao Hai. Margaret listened quietly, listening to the legendary life of the man she thought highly of, and everything about this magical space. Zhao Hai's story couldn't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. Laura didn't mean to let Margaret leave. When she was tired, she would talk to another person and slowly tell Margaret everything they had experienced. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was sitting quietly in his room. Debar was not there, but Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He needed some time to think about how things would develop in the future. He was definitely going to participate in the 6 World Newcomers competition, but he didn't know if he would meet Lu Chuan or the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor there. If he met the 2 of them, would they seek revenge on him? He didn't know if he would be their match now. However, after obtaining the liquid silver, Zhao Hai was no longer as afraid of Lu Wei and Yin Wind Ghost Emperor as he was in the beginning. To be exact, Zhao Hai wanted to challenge the 2 of them because they were his biggest and most direct enemies. He had to defeat and even kill them to not reveal his identity. The main reason why Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal his identity was that he had another enemy besides Lu Wei and Ghost Emperor Yin Wind. This enemy was even more powerful and terrifying than Lu Wei and Ghost Emperor Yin Wind. It was the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Zhao Hai already knew Lu Wei's background. He was an elder of the 5 Unique sect, but this elder did not necessarily have much power. After Zhao Hai came to the Array world, he found out that there would be many elders in the first big sect. Lu Wei might just be an ordinary elder in the 5 Unique sect. As for why Lu Wei might be an ordinary elder with no real power, but he had the ability to collect the power of faith in the lower realm, this was also very easy to explain. Because almost all people who could do this would hide the secret. Even the people closest to them would not say it. To be able to collect power of faith from the lower realm, some special equipment was required. This equipment had to have a certain connection with the lower realm. Such equipment did not necessarily have to be obtained by someone who was strong. Sometimes, it also depended on luck. It was because of this that when Zhao Hai had investigated the situation and experts of the 5 invincible sect in the array world, he had not found Lu Wei's name. This made Zhao Hai certain that Lu Wei was most likely just an ordinary elder in the 5 invincible sect, one with no real power. As for the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, he was just like his name. He was actually a powerful wandering ghost without any foundation. Perhaps it was due to good luck that he obtained something that led to the underworld. Therefore, although he was powerful, Zhao Hai was not very afraid of him. After all, one person's ability was limited. Furthermore, Yin Wind Ghost Emperor had offended an extremely powerful person in the past. He was being hunted down by that person and had to find a place to hide. He didn't dare to appear now. Under such circumstances, he probably didn't have the time to hunt down Zhao Hai. However, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion was different. It was a very large trading company in the world of self-cultivation. It could be said that it was also a big power in the world of self-cultivation. Because of their huge business in the world of self-cultivation, they were very rich and had a rich family background, which also gave them the ability to hire a large number of masters to work for them. It could be said that it was not wise to offend such a power. Zhao Hai had also found some other information on the internet. The reason the Myriad Treasures Pavilion could develop so quickly was mainly because they had been famous for selling yin-type items that were rare in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai knew that he was in deep trouble when he saw the contents. To a businessman, cutting off their source of income was no doubt the same as forming an unresolvable hatred with him. Zhao Hai had cut off the source of income for the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. It was precisely because he had cut off the Myriad Treasures Pavilion's source of income that he had the deepest enmity with the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. The situation with the Myriad Treasures Pavilion was different from Lu Wei's Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Zhao Hai had not offended a single person in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, but the entire Myriad Treasures Pavilion. If the Myriad Treasures Pavilion knew his identity, he would be in deep trouble. Although Zhao Hai had offended the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion did not know what Zhao Hai looked like. After all, they had only installed a teleportation array in the netherworld. It was impossible for them to see Zhao Hai through the teleportation array. However, Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor were different. A wisp of their remnant soul had seen Zhao Hai's appearance. If they knew about Zhao Hai's relationship with the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, they might be jointly attacked by the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Zhao Hai didn't want that to happen. Therefore, he wanted to fight with Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. It would be best if he could kill them. That way, he would be truly safe. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, Laura and the others had finished telling Margaret about what Zhao Hai had done in the lower realm. They didn't just say it with their mouths. Some of them could also be shown on the screen, which was more convincing. In addition to what Zhao Hai had done, Laura and the others also told Margaret everything about the space and all kinds of magical things, which made Margaret dumbfounded. When she was done, Lola turned to Margaret and said, "Quat Margaret, we've known for a long time that you're interested in Brother Hai. We've always encouraged Brother Hai to pursue you because he needs your identity so that he can better integrate into the Ashley family. However, Brother Hai doesn't want to pursue you for this reason, so he's been keeping a distance from you. If you didn't confess today, I'm afraid he would never let you know about this place, because this is the foundation of Brother Hai, the most fundamental reason why he can dominate the world. Do you understand?" Margaret nodded. Looking at her, she said, "Quad, it's precisely because of the magical nature of the realm that Big Brother Hai won't easily let others know about the existence of the realm. He let you enter the realm today, which means that he really has feelings for you, and you also have feelings for Big Brother Hai. If you really don't want to share Big Brother Hai with us and want to leave him, then Margaret, I hope you will forget what happened today forever. Otherwise, there will be no place for Big Brother Hai in this world. Quat." Margaret looked at Laura and the others and suddenly laughed. "Quat, I've already decided to follow Zhao Hai, so I won't regret it. Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to get close to me for the sake of you two. This is clear. If I were to become his wife, he wouldn't betray me so easily. I have nothing to worry about with a man like this. Quat." Hearing Margaret's words, Laura and the others couldn't help but cheer. Then Laura pulled Margaret up and said with a sweet smile, "Quat, it's best that you put it this way. Quick, Meljan, go and put on Margaret's makeup. We'll let Margaret and Brother Hai consummate their marriage today. Quat." Margaret blushed when she heard what Laura said, but she was still pulled away by Meljan, who was smiling. It was only then that Laura called out, Big Brother Hai, come in quickly." Zhao Hai, who was deep in his thoughts, came back to his senses. He flashed into the origin space and saw Laura looking at him with a smile. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Quat, Brother Hai, Margaret has agreed to marry you. Get ready. You'll have your wedding night today. Let's make the rice into the raw rice first. Quat." Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. "Margaret has just learned about the space. Isn't it a bit too rushed to have sex now?" Lola rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're really stupid. Margaret has already confessed to you today. What do you have to worry about? Don't worry. Go and get ready, Quat. Quat, what's there to prepare? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Quat, forget it, let's just leave it at that, Quat. However, Laura did not agree with him. She insisted that Zhao Hai change his clothes into a formal suit. Then she asked Zhao Hai to sit down and helped him with his hair. They had to make sure that Zhao Hai and Marjorie had formally greeted each other before they could go to the nuptial chamber. Zhao Hai was not a woman, so he naturally did not know how much women valued weddings, especially with the man they loved. They would all give expensive gifts. If Zhao Hai was too casual, Margaret would regret it for the rest of her life. After a short while, Margaret was sent out by Laura and the others. Zhao Hai had also dressed up. Laura and the others held a very simple Chinese wedding for Zhao Hai and Margaret before sending them to their nuptial chambers. Seeing Zhao Hai and Maji enter the nuptial chamber, Laura and the others heaved a sigh of relief. After packing up, Laura said, "Quite well, Margaret's matter has finally been resolved. I believe Brother Hai's position in the Ashley family will be more solid in the future. With Margaret's help, our identity problem can be solved quickly." Quat. Lies and the others nodded. To be honest, they weren't jealous of Maji at all. Zhao Hai already had so many wives, so one more wouldn't matter. They packed up and went to rest. There was nothing much to say about Zhao Hai and Margaret's nuptial night. The next day, after breakfast, Zhao Hai said goodbye to Laura and came out of the medium. As soon as they came out of the origin space, Margaret said to Zhao Hai, "Big Brother Hai, although we're officially husband and wife, I think it's better not to let that person know about this. Otherwise, who knows what he'll do." Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. "Quat Maji, you're underestimating the family's strength. How could the family head not know that you stayed at my place for an entire night? Forget it, you can just stay here." Quat. Margaret was shocked when she heard Zhao Hai's words. She quickly said, "Then what should we do? What if he doesn't agree?" Zhao Hai smiled and gave Margaret a light hug. "Quat, don't worry, nothing will happen. Take a seat. I think the camp master and the others will be here soon. Yesterday I saw that the camp master seemed to have something to tell me." "Quat, yes," Margaret replied. However, she still blushed and sat down quietly. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a pot of tea appeared on the table. This tea was not from the Array realm, but from the space. The tea in the space was much better than the tea in the Array realm. The two of them had just finished their tea when Debar and the other two arrived. The three of them did not pay much attention to Margaret's presence. Margaret often came to Zhao Hai's place, so they were used to it. After the three of them sat down, Zhao Hai poured them tea. The tea wasn't from the origin space as he had already kept it away. After taking a sip of tea, Debar turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, get ready. We're going out immediately to participate in the qualifiers." Zhao Hai did not object. He only nodded and said, "Quite all right, I don't have much to pack. I can go anytime." Debar nodded and said with a solemn expression, "Little Hai, this preliminary round is very important for our Ashley family. You must get good results, otherwise the family will be in big trouble." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quite yes, Camp Master, don't worry. The Zhang family's operation this time only surrounded us and didn't take any further action. First, they were afraid that there would be too many casualties. Second, they wanted to trap us in the meteorite belt so that we wouldn't be able to participate in the selection competition. Am I right?" When Debar heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. Then he nodded and said, "That's right. The Zhang family does have this intention. There's a mole in the family, and the Zhang family must know about your matter, Little Hai. They don't want you to participate in this preliminaries because they're afraid that you'll fight for too many benefits for the family. If you fight for too many benefits for the family, there will be countless people who want to form an alliance with the family. At that time, they won't be able to deal with us at all. It's good that you can think of this. It's because of this reason that you must win. Try your best to get a good ranking. The better your ranking is, the safer the family will be." "All right, don't worry, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded. Debar nodded, then turned to Margaret and said, "Margaret, are you going with us this time?" "Quat, of course I'm going," Margaret said with a nod. "Quat, let's go. I don't have anything to pack." Quat. Debar smiled bitterly and turned to Zhao Hai. Quat, let's go to the Changmo Island first. This time the Patriarch won't be going. Kadio and I will lead the team, and there will be a total of 5 intermediate warships." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, then let's go. The family matters are more important. Don't delay the time." Quat. Debar nodded and led Margaret and Zhao Hai out. However, Debar looked at Margaret with a strange expression. Debar was experienced, so he could naturally tell that Margaret was different from the day before. He immediately understood what the two of them were doing, and Debar could not help but feel a little worried. Although Wu Qi had agreed to the relationship between Zhao Hai and Margaret, Debar could not guarantee that they would not annoy Wu Qi if they acted first and reported later. The few of them exited the building and got into a flying car outside. They headed straight for Changmo Island. Debar, who was sitting in the car, glanced at Zhao Hai. Quite originally, there was no need to be so anxious. However, after you returned, the family head went to warn the Zhang family. The Zhang family already knows about your return. Furthermore, the family head has already called off the engagement with Gray MA. This is clearly a slap to the Zhang family's face. The family head is afraid that the Zhang family will take any extreme actions, so he wants us to move out immediately. Quat. Margaret was taken aback when she heard Debar's words. She then said in delight, "Fat uncle, did the master really break off my engagement?" Debar nodded and smiled. "Quat, of course it's true. I already returned it yesterday. I originally wanted to tell you about this, but because I had too much to drink yesterday, I didn't say anything. Who knew that you guys would have already developed to this stage?" Margaret knew that Debar already knew about her relationship with Zhao Hai. She blushed and lowered her head, not saying anything. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Master, the family head won't blame me for this, right?" Debar sighed. "Quat, now we can only hope that the patriarch doesn't blame you. After all, the family needs you now. Moreover, the patriarch has never objected to your marriage with Margaret. I hope so, Quat." Zhao Hai didn't look too worried. He always believed that Wu Qi had already known that Margaret stayed in his room last night and didn't go back. He didn't send anyone to arrest Margaret last night, so he wouldn't take any action today. As they spoke, Debar and the others had already arrived at the Grand Devil Island. The island was huge and bustling. However, Zhao Hai and the others did not stay long. They flew directly to the family's airport. There were already a few flying cars and a small flying ship waiting there. Kadalo and the other camp leaders had arrived. Only the bone camp was left. Once the flying car stopped, Debar immediately alighted and laughed at the crowd. "I'm sorry. I drank too much yesterday and woke up a little late today. I've made everyone wait for a long time." Kadalo glared at Debar before turning to look at Zhao Hai with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He then said, "Forget it. This time I'll let you, the butcher, be proud for a while. Hurry up, the family head said that he won't be sending us off today. When we return triumphantly, the family head will personally come to pick us up. Get on the ship." Everyone responded and followed Kadalo back to the ship. Debor walked up to Dia and the others and bowed slightly. "Quat, you guys worry more about the outer sect. I'll take good care of these little guys. Quat." Dia and the others nodded without saying anything. They owed Debar and Zhao Hai a huge favor this time, so it would naturally not be the same as before. Debar didn't say anything else. He nodded at the others and turned to board the spaceship. Since the spaceship was heading directly to the space base, it wouldn't take long. Therefore, Kadalo didn't assign any rooms to them. They all went to the command hall. The spaceship took off smoothly and passed through the atmosphere in a short while. It entered space and flew toward the space base. Keiju looked at the scenery outside and said, "Quat, this time, the clan will be sending 5 intermediate warships to accompany us. Other than the warships, there will also be 10,000 space mechas. This should be enough to ensure our safety. Our target is the mecha planet in the middle of the mecha sector. That is the central planet of our mecha sector. The preliminaries will be held there. Quat." Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Kadalo said in a low voice, "From our dark demon planet to the array planet, we need to fly at full speed for about 8 days. There's still plenty of time, but there might be some accidents along the way. You don't have to worry, the family has already made arrangements, nothing will happen." As they spoke, the spaceship had already arrived at the space base. The few of them entered the space base and did not stay there for long. They immediately boarded the medium-sized spaceship that the family had prepared for them and left the space base. The medium-sized spaceship they were on this time was much larger than the one they had taken the last time. Not only could it carry thousands of space mechas, but it also had a few small lifeboats. It was much stronger than the spaceship Zhao Hai had taken. After boarding the ship and assigning the rooms, Kadalo called them to the meeting room on the ship. This medium-sized ship was actually only a little smaller than the average large ship. The facilities inside were very complete, and there were several meeting rooms. They were now in a small meeting room, where only Kadalo, Debar, Zhao Hai, Margaret, and a few other winners of the family preliminaries were present. After everyone sat down, Keiju said, "Quad, I called you over to tell you about the opponents you might encounter in the preliminaries. These people are all powerful figures. If you meet them, you must be careful. Other than Zhao Hai, you should have received some information about the experts from the other forces from your family. Little Hai hasn't seen it yet because of the mission, but it doesn't matter. You can use these few days to look at the information. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing." Zhao Hai nodded, and Kadalo continued, "Quat, this time, I want to talk to you about a few people that you have to pay special attention to. These people are the strongest among all the contestants. Quat." He stepped aside and the wall behind him immediately turned into a monitor. A person's image appeared on the monitor. It was a magician in light blue clothes, with light blue hair, a handsome face, and a faint smile on his face. Anyone who saw him would want to get close to him. Next to the portrait was the person's profile. Zhao Hai read the profile carefully. Name, strip, nickname, Saint of Ice. Born from the Holy Cathedral of Water, time of ascension, 4 years, strength, 4th tier magician, combat power, extremely dangerous, reported to be able to fight a small battleship by himself and finally destroyed it. Following that, there was a detailed introduction. Zhao Hai looked at it carefully. This Strip was really strong. He had only ascended for 4 years, but he had already reached the 4th rank. Since his ascension, he had fought hundreds of battles, big and small, and had never lost a single battle. From this, one could see how strong this person was. After the introduction, there were also some images of Strip's battles. Some of them were very clear, while others were very blurry. The clear images showed that he was in the ring, and it seemed like he was in the preliminaries. The blurry images showed him fighting with other people. From these battles, it seemed that Strip could easily use a magic array with 10 overlapping arrays, and a magic array with 50 overlapping arrays. He didn't need too much time to chant the incantation and form the hand seals. From this, it could be seen that his mental strength was still very strong. Other than Zhao Hai, the rest of the participants had ugly expressions on their faces. They needed the help of a magic staff if they wanted to cast 10 layered spells, but their opponent didn't need it at all. This opponent was too strong. They also knew that only Zhao Hai could fight an opponent like Strip. No one else had the chance to fight him. Although their equipment had been provided by their families and could be considered the best, the major powers placed great importance on this competition. It was impossible for a person like Strip to not have a few pieces of top-tier equipment. It was impossible for them to win with equipment. Then the image changed. Another person appeared on the screen. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw this person. This person was too strong. He didn't look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like a giant. However, he was much shorter than the giants, so he didn't exceed the size of the crowd. This person was about 2.5 meters tall. He had a big bald head, bronze skin that looked like it was cast from copper and iron, and extremely well-developed muscles. Standing there, he gave people the feeling that he was an ancient giant that had been put together from the wilderness. He was wearing a body armor, which made him look even more powerful. What caught Zhao Hai's attention the most was the 2 millstone-sized hammers hanging from his waist, which looked very awkward. In the realm of arrays, spatial equipment was not a rare thing. Almost every ordinary practitioner had one. Even ordinary people could use spatial equipment. Therefore, whether it was a mage or a warrior, as long as they did not particularly want to show off their identity, they would usually keep their weapons in their spatial equipment. It was impossible for this person to not have spatial equipment on him. However, it was a little strange that he had these 2 hammers with him. Zhao Hai took a look at the man's information. His name was Xing Li, a violent bear. He was an ascended warrior from the Wu family. He had ascended for less than 3 years, but he was already a grade 4 warrior. The sword chi he shot out was shot out through a hammer, so his attack power was even more powerful. He had boundless strength, and his skin was as hard as copper and his bones were as hard as iron. His defense was also amazing. After he became a Taoist, he had not lost a single battle in nearly 1,000 battles. Zhao Hai knew about the Wu family. They were a family of warriors and belonged to a relatively large force in the martial arts club. Moreover, the people of the Wu family were famous for their strength. Xing Li was really lucky to be able to ascend to the Wu family. The third expert was Lone Wolf Yan Zhenshin. Yan Zhenshin was a death warrior. He was dark and thin. He was dressed in black, had an ordinary face, and a pair of cold eyes. His strength had also reached level 4. In his hand was a pitch-black sword that did not reflect any light. When he attacked his opponents, he would kill them with one strike and show no mercy. In the 4 years since he ascended, he had attacked thousands of times, and all his opponents had died. The Tian family that Yan Zhenshin was born in was a very special existence. Their family was not like the Ashley family or the Wu family. They were only famous for their magic or martial techniques. Half of the people in the Tian family practiced magic, and the other half practiced martial techniques. However, the people in their family who studied magic all studied black magic, and their warriors were all men of sacrifice. The Tian family was now considered a force of the Dark Shrine, because the people from the Warrior Association looked down on them and thought that the people in the Tian family didn't learn martial arts at all. Therefore, the Tian family was also the force in the Church Alliance that was the most against the Warrior Association. The 4th master was Gentle Breeze Drizzle Lei Ziocean. He was a Feng Shui magician and was born in the Lei family of the Wind Godly Palace. He was not surnamed Lei originally, but after he ascended, he showed extraordinary talent, so the Lei family recruited him and gave him the surname Lei. This person was a 4th-grade magician. Because he was a dual-attribute magician, his strength was very strong. It had been 3.5 years since he ascended. He had fought more than 100 battles, big and small, without a single defeat. The 5th master was the Fire Dragon Celestial Sword, Dongfeng Yu. He had only ascended for about 3 years and was born in the Yan family of the Warrior Association. He was a level 4 warrior, with the Fire Dragon Sword technique and the Fire Dragon Celestial Sword in his hand. He was invincible in the Dongfeng family. He had participated in more than 300 clan missions and completed them perfectly each time. However, when he did his first mission, he had caused serious damage to the mission location. The 6th expert was Mad Gale Lei. He wasn't tall, but his muscles were well developed. He He held 2 wheel axes in his hands and a Mad Gale axe technique in his other hand. He was invincible. He was a grade 4 martial warrior and came from the Song family of the Martial Arts Association. The 7th expert was the extraterrestrial shooting star Zhu Chen. He came from the Earth God's palace and had just ascended 3 years ago. His earth magic was at the pinnacle of perfection. Using 10 magic arrays stacked on top of each other was as easy as drinking water for him. He was known for his unparalleled defense and was a 4th-grade magician. The 8th expert was Lu Dingshan, who came from the Martial Arts Association of the Dong family. He was a grade 4 martial warrior with a long halberd in his hand. He could block 1,000 soldiers by himself. The 9th master was Fire Saint Messenger Fei. He was from the Zhang family of the Fire God Palace, which was the Zhang family that had a grudge against Zhao Hai. He had been in this world for 4 years, and he was a level 4 mage. He was very good at fire magic, and he could easily use 10 magic arrays stacked on top of each other. The last master was Zhang King, the Golden Egg. He had ascended for less than 3 years, but there was no gold element sorcerer in the lower realm. After he ascended, he was selected by the Leia family of the Gold Temple and brought into the family. This person's study of magic arrays was also very impressive. In 3 years, he had become a level 4 mage. In addition, he had learned gold element magic, so he was very powerful in both attack and defense. His strength could not be underestimated. Zhao Hai quietly looked at the information of the top 10 experts. None of them were mediocre. They were all strong and were geniuses among geniuses. Zhao Hai's heart was not as calm as his face. His heart was beating wildly for these opponents. Zhao Hai knew that these people would be the first stepping stones for his advancement into the cultivation world. Only by kicking him away could he truly step on the right path. Zhao Hai believed that he could defeat these people. He knew that their strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. However, Zhao Hai was not afraid because he had many more trump cards. However, other than Zhao Hai, the others' expressions changed. The strength of the other participants was far inferior to these geniuses. Kaidio looked at everyone, taking in their expressions. He was an experienced man, so he could naturally see the burning desire for battle in Zhao Hai's eyes. Kaidio couldn't help but nod. Only with this kind of desire for battle could he defeat these people. It seemed that he could only count on Zhao Hai for this preliminaries. Thinking of this, Kaido said in a deep voice, "I know what you're thinking. Although the family hopes that you can achieve good results, you're also very precious to the family. The family doesn't want you to make unnecessary sacrifices, so if you encounter these people and admit that you can't beat them, the family will allow you to admit defeat." When Kaidio said this, those people couldn't help but sigh in relief. Those people were most afraid of their families asking them to risk their lives. To be honest, once they saw the strength of those people, they had already lost the courage to fight them. At the thought of this, they could not help but turn their attention to Zhao Hai. At the same time, they thought to themselves, "I'm afraid only this pervert can compete with those perverts, right? They're all abnormal, and we're just ordinary people. It's nothing to admit defeat." Zhao Hai didn't care what they were thinking. He said in a low voice, "Head chief, other than them, is there anyone else that is worth paying special attention to?" Kaido nodded and said, "Quat, don't worry about this. The family has already sorted it out. You can check it out when you return to your room in a while. I called you here today to tell you something other than this. Just now, the family head sent me a letter. The Zhang family is preparing to intercept us on the way, so I'm telling you that if the Zhang family really starts a war with us, I will order the other 4 spaceships to fight back with all their might. We will take the opportunity to leave. In that case, Dibar will take you guys away. I'll stay behind with the warships to delay the Zhang family's fleet." When Zhao Hai heard Kaido say this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Quat, the Zhang family still wants to make a move. Did the head chief know that they were going to make a move there? How many people are there? Kaido was stunned for a moment when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He then said in a low voice, "Quat, I know. They will take action in Quicksand Star area, 20 battleships in total. Quat." Quicksand Star area. Upon hearing this name, Dibar cried out in surprise. There was no helping it. The Quicksand Star field was too famous in the Array world. The Quicksand Galaxy was one of the most deadly zones in the Array world. If the Rainbow Meteorite Belt was a dangerous zone, then the Quicksand Galaxy was a complete dead zone. If you entered the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, you would have a 90 chance of dying. But if you entered the Quicksand Galaxy, then you would definitely die. Even the Almighty would not dare to enter the Quicksand Galaxy. The Quicksand Star area was a very large star area. Outside this star area was also a meteorite belt. This meteorite belt was not smaller than the Rainbow Meteorite Belt at all. In fact, it was much larger than the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. This asteroid belt was much more dangerous than the Rainbow Asteroid Belt. However, compared to the entire Quicksand Starfield, this asteroid belt was a safe place. Inside the Quicksand Starfield was a boundless sea of sand. For some reason, the inner part of Quicksand Star area was a sea of sand, and it was a sea of sand that flowed continuously. The sand moved very fast, and no one knew how many years this sand had existed. Each grain of sand was as hard as steel and as heavy as a rock. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the sea of sand, they would be torn to pieces and destroyed. Fortunately, the quicksand in the quicksand galaxy only moved in a fixed area and would not expand outwards. Otherwise, it would turn the entire array world into a sea of sand sooner or later. Although it was dangerous inside the quicksand star area, it wasn't very dangerous outside. Therefore, there were still a few sea routes outside the quicksand star area. From the dark demon star to the array star, one would have to take the sea route outside the quicksand star area. Coincidentally, the quicksand star area was located between the dark demon star and the array star. Of course, the quicksand starfield was also a place with the most pirates. Those interstellar pirates would hide in the meteorite belt in the quicksand starfield and rob the passing merchant ships. After robbing the ships, if they wanted to destroy the bodies, they would throw them directly into the quicksand starfield. No one would be able to find them. So even if it was a big family like the Ashley family, if they wanted to take a sea route, they also needed a fleet to escort them. The Zhang family's candidates were probably taking action here because of this. Zhao Hai had heard of the quicksand starfield, but he wasn't in a hurry. He looked at Kaidalo and said, "General Director, do you know the model of the battleship they're using?" Kaiju looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai would ask this, but he still replied, "Quad, it's 20 medium-sized warships. They're probably one level lower than the magic battleships we're sitting on now, but 20 should be enough for us to fight. Quad. If we destroy their fleet in the quicksand starfield, what will happen?" Zhao Hai asked. Kaidalo froze for a moment when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He then laughed bitterly and said, "Quat, how is that possible? Although we have 5 warships now and they may be more advanced than their warships, if we really face them, we may be able to protect ourselves, but it is impossible to destroy them." Quat. It's obviously impossible with just the family's 5 warships. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "But if you include me, it's possible." Everyone in the room was stunned. It was common sense in the field of arrays that mages could not defeat warships. Did Zhao Hai mean that he wanted to directly compete with the other party's warship? This was truly beyond their expectations. Dibar was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you confident?" Zhao Hai nodded. Quite yes. "If they come, we'll make sure they can't return. We might even get a few battleships." Quat. Dibar looked at Kaidalo. Kaidalo had obviously thought about the liquid silver as well, so he didn't object. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying, "How do we need a fleet to cooperate?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quad, actually, our fleet doesn't need to fight the enemy's fleet. I want to scout out where the enemy's fleet is first. Then our fleet can form an encirclement around the enemy's fleet. After this encirclement is formed, our fleet will use electronic interference on their fleet. There's no need for too strong electronic interference so that their warships can communicate with each other, but not with their families. I wonder if the general director can do this." Kaidio looked at Zhao Hai in a daze and said, "This isn't hard to do, but you mean to say that you'll have to deal with the enemy's entire fleet alone?" "Little Hai, this isn't a joke. The other side has 20 intermediate warships." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, what's the point of having so many battleships? I'm alone. If they can't hit me, it'll be a waste." Quat. Kaidio nodded slightly. To be honest, it wasn't as if a single person had never destroyed an entire fleet in the cultivation world. It had happened many times, but those who could destroy a fleet by themselves were all experts of the cultivation world. No one had heard of anyone from the array world being able to do it. Zhao Hai glanced at Kaidalo before turning to look at Dibar, head chief, camp master. "I would like to speak to the two of you in private. This matter is of great importance." Kaidalo and Dibar were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words, but they still nodded at the same time and dismissed the others. Only the 3 of them and Margaret remained in the small meeting room. After everyone had left, Dibar looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you have to say?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, it's a good thing this time. Camp master, general manager, you should have seen my relationship with Margaret. Although Margaret and the patriarch don't have a good relationship, they are father and daughter after all. Besides, Margaret is destined to be a member of the Ashley family for the rest of her life. Therefore, I can't be afraid of the Ashley family's affairs. I didn't want to say this at first, but now that Margaret is one of my people, I have to say it." Quat. Dibar and Kaidio looked at Zhao Hai, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 of them and said, "Quad, I've asked Margaret to help me analyze the production method and the materials used for liquid silver. If we can analyze it, we can also make liquid silver. Although it may not be as strong as mine, it's still possible for those who are less powerful. If we can really do it, it'll definitely be a good thing for the family." Quat. Kaidalo and Dibar were dumbfounded. They had never thought that this would happen. Preventing liquid silver was the dream of many generations of people in the realm of Mecha. However, no one knew how liquid silver was made. No one knew what materials were used. Although the technology of the realm of Mecha was much more advanced than before, no one had been able to analyze the materials used and the method to make liquid silver. There had been too many failures. People had already lost interest in studying him. It was precisely because of this that liquid silver was of little value in the eyes of the people in the field of arrays. People would at most collect it as an antique with special meaning, not use it as a weapon. After a while, Cadelo and Debor finally regained their senses. Cadelo's eyes were shining as he looked at Zhao Hai. Little Hai, is what you said true? Can you really make an imitation of liquid silver? Cadeo couldn't be blamed for being so excited. Zhao Hai wasn't from the cultivation world and didn't know much about the situation here. He didn't know that in the cultivation world, imitations were sometimes very useful. In the cultivation world was the most powerful. In the cultivation world, almost all the big sects would have a few sect treasures. These treasures were extremely powerful and could overturn the sky and the sea. Of course, these treasures could not be touched easily. In addition to these sect treasures, there were also many imitations. These imitations were made from imitations of the sect treasures. Although they were imitations, their power could not be underestimated. The reason why the sect treasures were so famous was not unrelated to these imitations. Just think about it, if an imitation was so powerful, how powerful would the real one be? It was precisely because of this thought that imitations were very popular in the cultivation world. In the array world, the flowing silver essence was similar to the sect treasure of the cultivation world, which was why Cadelo was so excited. Zhao Hai looked at Cadelo and nodded. Yes, I'll definitely be able to make an imitation. Liquid silver has been subdued by me, and it has my spiritual imprint, so I can study liquid silver better. If I hand it over to the clan, it'll still be useless. So after some time, I think I'll be able to roughly know the composition of liquid silver. The refining method might still have to wait for a while. At that time, I'll have to ask the clan to come out more and prepare more materials needed to refine liquid silver. Quite no problem, Cadelo said happily. Quite as long as you can make liquid silver defensive products, the family will give you whatever you want. Quite. Then you've never wanted to talk about this before, Debar asked. Zhao Hai looked at Debar and smiled bitterly. Quite Camp Master, to put it bluntly, if Margaret didn't become my woman, do you think I would really dare to say it? If I tell anyone, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. When Debar heard Zhao Hai's words and recalled Wook's temper, he sighed and stopped talking. Zhao Hai looked at Debar and said, Quat Camp Master, I Zhao Hai will always remember how you treat me. But the liquid silver is already mine, and it's not like I didn't pay a price for it. If the family master really wants to treat me well because of this, I won't wait for death. I will definitely leave the Ashley family. Of course, I won't take the initiative to deal with the Ashley family, since I have your relationship with them. But I won't report this imitation to the family master. Wouldn't it be easier to hunt me down if the clan head's power gets stronger? Margaret is my woman now, and I'm considered a member of the Ashley family. Naturally, I have to think for the Ashley family, so I hid this matter from you before. Please forgive me, Camp Master and Head Chief. Cadelo nodded and said, This matter is over. Little Hai, you've done nothing wrong for the family. Don't think too much about it. I'll have to address you as my son-in-law after you've entered the arena for a while. Quat. Cadelo was indeed the head chief. He did a good job of smoothing things over. Of course, there were not many people in the Ashley family who had the power to say such words. When Margaret heard Cadelo's words, she became embarrassed and pouted. Quat, Uncle Deo, you're making fun of me again. Quat, you little girl, Cadelo laughed. Quat, you've done so much for the family and you didn't tell me. It seems like a grown girl can't be kept at home. Quat. Margaret rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai. Quat, Brother Hai didn't tell me that it was liquid silver. He only said that it was a new metal he had just obtained and asked me to help him study it. Quat. Zhao Hai and Margaret had reached a tacit understanding at this moment. There was no need to talk about studying metals. However, Laura and the others had already told Margaret about the wonders of the space, and Margaret had naturally asked about the liquid silver. Laura and the others did not hide it from her and told her everything. Thus, even though they knew that Zhao Hai was lying, in order not to expose the space, Margaret still helped Zhao Hai to cover up his lie. Cadelo teased Margaret for a bit before turning to Zhao Hai. Quat, are you confident? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Since I can bring more than 1,000 people back from the meteorite belt, I'm confident that I can deal with their fleet. However, in order to not let the Zhang family know how their fleet was destroyed, please set up electronic interference outside. We can't let them send this news back to the Zhang family. Otherwise, it will not only be very unfavorable to the 6 World Rookie competition, but it will also not be good for the Ashley family. Quat. Cadelo was an old man with a shrewd mind. He had been the general manager of the Ashley family for decades and had seen all kinds of things. Of course, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. He immediately nodded and said, Quat, Little Hai, you can rest assured that this matter will not be spread out. This time, those who came with us are the core members of the family. There will be no problem in loyalty. What you have to do is to beat them up, beat them hard, beat the Zhang family until they are in pain, and avenge the Ashley family. Quat. Head Chief Zhao Hai smiled. You should send a letter to your family right now. Tell them to go to the Quicksand Starfield to receive the battleships. Quat all right, Kadalo laughed. Quat I'll send the letter. You can go rest. Quat. Zhao Hai shook his head. Quat no, I can't rest now. I have to go and investigate. Head chief, I'll be leaving first. Quat after saying that, he disappeared from the battleship. Kadalo was stunned when he saw Zhao Hai disappear. He turned to Margaret and said, Little Hai this is. Margaret smiled. Quat brother Hai has left. Uncle Deo, you forgot that brother Hai is a spatial magician. He doesn't need to open the hatch to leave the warship. Quat. Kadeo was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. Zhao Hai was trying to show off his strength. Kadeo was not stupid. Although Zhao Hai said that he had researched the materials for liquid silver with Margaret's help, Kadeo was very clear that liquid silver was very important. Before Margaret became Zhao Hai's woman, he would not let her participate in it, so this was just an excuse. Kadalo believed that Zhao Hai did not tell his family about the liquid silver because he wanted to have a backup plan. The entire Ashley family knew how good Debar was to Zhao Hai. Moreover, it seemed like Zhao Hai was a sentimental person. Therefore, Zhao Hai would not betray the Ashley family. If the Ashley family really wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then things would be difficult. Zhao Hai was a space warlock. With the help of liquid silver, he could send more than 1,000 people back to the family from the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. This kind of strength could not be underestimated. If he really wanted to leave, no one in the family could stop him. The reason Zhao Hai used the spatial special technique in front of him was to tell him that they did not have the ability to stop him. If they wanted to deal with him, he would leave and they would get nothing. They would also have a powerful enemy. It was not worth it to do so. It was better to treat him better. Kadalo was secretly impressed by Zhao Hai's methods. Although Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage compared to the entire Ashley family, Zhao Hai was able to make use of the various conditions in his hands to allow him to stand on almost equal footing with the Ashley family. Now, the Ashley family would not dare to touch him. Kadalo turned to Margaret and said, Zio Lei, go and rest. I'll send a letter to the family. I believe it won't be long before the family sends a warship here. Quat. Margaret nodded, turned around, and left. There was no trace of worry on her face. After witnessing the magic of the space, Margaret was no longer worried about Zhao Hai. After Margaret left, Kadalo sighed and turned to Debar. Quat fatty da, this Zhao Hai is really something. I just hope that he can really be tied down by Miss Margaret. This will be a great benefit for our Ashley family. Quat. Debar smiled and said, I believe so. As long as the family doesn't go against Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai won't go against the family. Even if he leaves the family in the future with Margaret's connections, he will still take care of the Ashley family. If he really becomes a famous master, then the family can rest easy. Quat. Kadalo looked at Debar and laughed. Fatty da, you're good. Did you already think of this? Do you really have that much confidence in Zhao Hai? Debar smiled. Do you believe that someone who can activate liquid silver is an ordinary person? Perhaps the key to our entire array world lies in Zhao Hai. Kadalo didn't continue the topic, as he somewhat believed Debar's words. As soon as Margaret returned to her room, a spatial rift appeared in her room. Margaret was stunned, but she still walked in immediately. As soon as she entered the spatial rift, she saw Zhao Hai and Laura. Margaret was stunned and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Quat, big brother Hai, didn't you go to scout? Why are you still here? Laura looked at Margaret and said with a smile, my silly sister with the space, does big brother Hai need to scout by himself? Unless it's a special place, there's no need for big brother Hai to scout it out himself. Just watch. Come, let's go into the house. I'll let you have a good time today. Margaret went into the house without giving any further explanation. As soon as she entered the house, she was attracted by the scenery on the screen. There was nothing remarkable on the screen, just space, not a rapidly moving space. Margaret knew that it was not space moving, but things moving outside, and the scenery outside was transmitted back into the space. This attracted her attention. She followed Laura and the others in front of the screen, pointing at a flying needle that Liquid Silver had sent out as if they were playing with a toy. Ruo Hai could only smile bitterly. Although Zhao Hai had never been to the Quicksand Galaxy before, the realm had the star map of the Array Realm. This star map was not a secret in the Array Realm. Although Zhao Hai had not stored the star map in the realm, it was not bad to use it as a normal map. 3 days later, Zhao Hai returned to the warship. To Kadalo and Debar's surprise, Margaret almost never left the house during the few days that Zhao Hai was away. Other than having food delivered to her room during mealtimes, she did not show her face at all. This surprised Kadalo and Debar. When Zhao Hai returned to the command center, Margaret had also appeared. Kadalo and Debar immediately surrounded Zhao Hai when they saw him. Zhao Hai walked to the main computer in the command center and pulled up a map of Quicksand Planet. Quat, there are 20 battleships of the Zhang family here. Their location is very hidden and there is no magnetic interference there. Electronic equipment should not be able to detect them. Moreover, this position is already at the periphery of the route. If we are not prepared, we may let our guard down when we reach there. It is the best place to launch a sneak attack. Quat. Kadalo wasn't someone who didn't know anything. He was very clear that the Zhang family had chosen the best position. It seemed like the Zhang family really wanted to destroy them. Then what are you going to do? Keiju nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, we'll take a detour. We'll deviate slightly from the original route. Although we might run into the people sent by the Zhang family to monitor us, you don't have to worry about them. I'll take care of them. You can take the fleet to these few places and set up the electronic interference. Leave the rest to me. Quat. Keiju nodded. Quat, don't worry. That's not a problem. When do we take action? Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, head chief. Just follow the plan. When you arrive at the designated location, do what you need to do. The battle will begin soon. I'll be off. Quat, after saying that, his figure moved and disappeared from the warship. Keitalo looked at Dibar and laughed bitterly. Good fellow, this kid is starting to command us. All right, let's do it too. Xiaolei, what have you been doing these past few days? Why aren't you leaving the house? Margaret yawned and said, what am I doing out here? Sailing is boring enough. I don't want to come out and face the gazes of so many men. I'm having fun playing games in my room. Uncle Deo, I'm leaving. Quad, after saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Keitalo and Dibar confused. Debalga hurriedly stopped Margaret and said, Xiaolei, are you really not worried about Zio Hai's safety at all? He's going to face an entire fleet by himself this time. Margaret turned to Dibar and smiled. Quad, I'm not worried. No one in this world can kill Big Brother Hai. I'm leaving. After saying that, he waved his hand and went back to his room. Dibar and Keitalo were speechless when they saw Margaret's expression. They never thought that Margaret would have so much confidence in Zhao Hai. How could they have known that Margaret had been staying with Zhao Hai in the origin space for the past few days? The two of them were together every day, so what was there to worry about? Zhao Hai had returned to the origin space, and Margaret came in soon after. As soon as they entered the origin space, they stared at the big screen. However, they were not playing any games, but preparing to attack the Zhang family's fleet. The Zhang family's fleet was under surveillance. Zhao Hai had even turned some liquid silver into flying needles and placed them on the Zhang family's fleet. Of course, they couldn't escape. The problem was how to deal with the fleet of the Zhang family. Quat, the Zhang family has 20 military ships and 40,000 mechas. This isn't a small number, and it won't be easy to deal with them. What I mean is that we should send out the undead army and let Brother Hai use liquid silver to break the shield of their warship. Then, we will send the undead army to the warship and kill them at close range. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. This was a good plan. This time, the Zhang family didn't bring any mages or warriors into the warship. As long as Zhao Hai broke the shield, they would be able to throw the undead creatures into the warship. At that time, the people on the warship would be at their mercy. This was something Zhao Hai had only recently discovered. He realized that if the enemy's battleship opened its protective shield, the liquid silver needles would not be able to touch the ship. He would not be able to see what was going on inside the battleship. However, as long as the protective shield was broken, the needles would not only be able to touch the ship, but they could also be directly thrown into the battleship. These days, the Zhang family's fleet had been in hiding, so they would only activate their shields when meteorites approached. Zhao Hai also used this time to do some experiments. Zhao Hai knew very well that he would have many opportunities to fight the battleship in the future, so he wanted to use this opportunity to learn more about the battleship. At the same time, he wanted to know more about the advantages and disadvantages of the dimension against the battleship. The results of the test were not bad. To be honest, when Zhao Hai discovered that he could transport the undead creatures directly into the warships, he was reluctant to give the warships to the Ashley family. Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't easy to train a qualified warship operator. As long as he killed the people on the Zhang family's warship, the warship would be his. He could turn the soldiers on the warship into undead creatures and control it. However, if he agreed, it would not be good if he did not give it to them. In the end, Zhao Hai made up his mind and gave the warship to the Ashley family, but he wanted the soldiers on the warship to stay. Meljan looked at the warship and said in a deep voice, it's easy to deal with the operators of those warships. I'm just afraid that the mecha warriors will run out. If he does, it will be a little troublesome. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, if those mecha warriors run out, I'll take care of them. The realm doesn't have the materials to make liquid silver yet. Liquid silver can't be made in large quantities and put into the army, so the combat power of the realm's army is still not enough to fight the mecha soldiers head-on. So the best way to deal with those mecha soldiers now is for me to do it myself. Actually, as long as I control the warship, I can turn the warship soldiers into undead creatures. Then we can use the Zhang family's warships to deal with those mecha soldiers. There's nothing to worry about. Meljan and the others nodded and discussed the matter of the attack. In fact, things had become very simple at this point. They only had to wait for the battle to start and they could directly deal with the Zhang family fleet. After the discussion, Laura turned to Margaret and said, Margaret, what do you think? Do you want to command a team? Margaret was stunned when she heard Laura's words. Then she pointed to herself and said, me, you want me to command a team? Quat, yeah, Laura said with a smile. Quat, just treat it as over. Command a team of undead creatures to go to the warship and kill everyone on it. Quat. Margaret was stunned for a moment, and then she felt a chill in her heart. It was the first time she had heard someone treat killing as a game, and she was really not used to it. Seeing Margaret's expression, Laura knew what she was thinking. She smiled and said, "All right, don't think too much about it. Big Brother Hai has killed countless people ever since he left the sect, but all he killed were enemies. Enemies must be eliminated, otherwise they will come to kill us in the future." Margaret nodded. She was a pure flower that grew up in a greenhouse. She had never thought about this. However, she also knew that she was now with Zhao Hai and was one of his people. She had to get used to this. Margaret could be said to be a complete idealist in the past. She had always lived in a very safe environment. At most, she had only seen the cruelty and ruthlessness of family struggles. She had never seen the bloodbath of the outside world. However, after following Zhao Hai for a few days, Margaret had seen the true face of the realm of arrays. Although the realm of arrays was now controlled by the three major forces, there were countless small forces. Some had enmity and some hated each other. They fought and killed each other constantly. If they wanted to survive, they could only kill their enemies and strengthen themselves. It was precisely because of this thought that Margaret agreed to command the team of undead creatures. It was because she loved Zhao Hai and wanted to help him. After the discussion, Laura and the others turned the screen to the quicksand starfield. A few green dots on the screen were heading toward the quicksand starfield. There were still some red dots in the quicksand starfield. Those red dots were the Zhang family's fleet. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and turned to Laura. "Quat, calculate when the head chief and the others will arrive at the Zhang family's high alert area. Before they arrive, kill all the people who are monitoring them. Quat." Lola nodded and said, "Big Brother Hai, don't worry. I guarantee that there won't be any problems. The head chief and the others will only be able to enter the Zhang family's high alert area in about a day. After entering the high alert area, they will reach the designated location in about 4 hours. After entering the designated location, the electronic suppression will be completed within 2 hours. At that time, we can take action. Big Brother Hai, you should go and rest. After all, we will need you to handle the situation." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "You guys should go and rest. Leave this place to Heir and the Silver Child. Don't let them lose their energy when the fight starts." Quat. "Quat, don't worry," Laura said with a smile. "Quat, I won't make any mistakes." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and returned to his room. Keijo and Debar were not in the mood for this. They had stayed in the command hall the entire time. They had thought about not letting Zhao Hai make a move and waiting for the family's reinforcements. Then they would ask the family to send out a fleet and destroy the other party. However, they believed that once the family made a move, the Zhang family would also know. When that time came, the Zhang family would also send out their troops. At that time, it would be equivalent to an open war between the two families. This would be very disadvantageous for the Ashley family. Furthermore, the Zhang family would definitely do everything they could to prevent Zhao Hai from participating. There were only a few days left before the start of the competition, and they could not afford to delay. In BSB, since Zhao Hai was confident that he could annihilate the enemy, they would do as Zhao Hai said. They would send a letter to their families and have them send people to receive the warship. They still had to hurry to planet Jai-Array. Now the conflict between the Zhang family and the Ashley family was almost on the surface. There was only a piece of cloth covering it, but it was this piece of cloth that made the two families have scruples. They were not willing to tear off this piece of cloth first, as it would not be good for both families. With this piece of cloth, it was impossible for the two men to start a large-scale war. If it was not a large-scale war, it could only be a small-scale conflict. A battle of 20 warships against 5 warships could not be considered a large-scale war. After all, neither side had mobilized large warships, and the number of warships was not large. The most important thing was that the two families were still in an alliance in name. Even if there was a conflict between the two sides, they would pretend not to know who the other party was. You were pirates, I was soldiers. It was normal for pirates to go to war with soldiers, and no one could say anything. In fact, from Zhao Hai's point of view, this was just a farce. If this continued, it would be disadvantageous for both families. However, both families wanted to wait until the new 6 World Tournament was over before they had the final showdown. The appearance of the top 10 experts in the 6 World Rookie Competition this time gave the people of the Mecha World hope. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Mecha World attached great importance to the 6 World Rookie Competition this time. If the two big families dared to cause trouble at this time and not let the preliminaries proceed smoothly, the 3 big shots would not agree. Although both the Zhang family and the Ashley family had decent strength, if they really offended the 3 giants, then neither of them would have a good time. After all, in the array world, the 3 giants were the ones who had the final say. It was due to these considerations that Keitalo and Debar had only allowed their families to send out their battleships to receive the incoming fleet and not send out any reinforcements. This was because they trusted Zhao Hai. To be exact, the two of them believed in the liquid silver in Zhao Hai's hands. Because liquid silver was too godly in the array world, the two of them were very confident in it. The two of them stared at the computer screen. After a while, Keiju said to Debar Fatida, "What if Little Hai didn't remove the surveillance device? When the time comes, we'll have to fight them head-on." Quad HMPH. Quad Debar snorted coldly. "Quad, if we want to fight head-on, so be it. Who's afraid of who?" Before Little Hai suggested this operation, didn't we also plan to fight head-on? Why was he thinking so much? What we need to do now is to believe in Little Hai. Keitaro could only sigh. "Quat, that's the only thing we can do now. Let's hope that Little Hai can succeed. If he really does succeed, then I dare say that Little Hai will definitely have a place in the top 10 of this new 6-realm tournament." Quat. "You're underestimating Hai and overestimating those guys in the cultivation world," Debar said as he looked at Kasugi. "Let me ask you, among the newcomers in the cultivation world, which one of them would dare to take on 20 battleships alone? Not a single one, right? If Little Hai really does succeed, I think he'll have the strength to fight for first place." Keitaro looked at Debar. "Quat, Fatida, don't brag. I'm talking about the 6-realm rookie competition." Quat. Debar rolled his eyes. "Quat, I didn't say it was the preliminaries. Why don't we make a bet?" Keitaro looked at Debar and waved his hand. "Quat, do you want me to make such a bet? You look like you've dug a hole and are waiting for me to fall into it. I won't be fooled." Quat Debar couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard that. Zhao Hai looked calmly at the screen. On the screen, the Ashley family's fleet had arrived at the designated location, but it was about an hour later than Zhao Hai and the others had expected. Zhao Hai knew that this was because Keijo and the others didn't fully believe in his strength. He didn't say anything, nor did he go to see Keijo. What he needed to do now was to maintain a sense of mystery, so that Keijo and the others would never be able to figure out his true strength. Being mysterious could save a lot of trouble sometimes, because people usually didn't dare to touch you without knowing your background. Zhao Hai was like that. He could help the Ashley family do a lot of things, but he would not tell the Ashley family all his cards. He would not easily trust anyone other than his woman. Seeing Keijo and the others enter the designated location, Zhao Hai turned to look at the Zhang family's fleet. The Zhang family's fleet had received some interference with their electronic system, so they did not know the situation of the Ashley family's fleet. They were still counting on the surveillance teams outside to send them messages. However, they did not expect that the surveillance teams had already been taken out by Zhao Hai. Therefore, they were not ready to fight, which gave Zhao Hai the best opportunity. Zhao Hai saw that Keitalo's side was almost done with their preparations, and he was ready to make his move. However, he didn't make his move immediately. He was waiting for Keitalo's electric suppression to be completed before making his move. You asked how Zhao Hai knew when Keitalo would complete the electronic suppression. Please, Zhao Hai and Keiju had been on the same ship for so long. If Zhao Hai had thought about it, he would have known that Keiju's intestines were filled with SHT just as Keitalo's group completed the electronic suppression. Zhao Hai also made his move. In an instant, a large number of undead creatures appeared on the Zhang family's fleet. However, these undead creatures weren't under Zhao Hai's command. Zhao Hai had already come out of the medium and arrived outside the Zhang family's fleet. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the warship operators in the Zhang family's fleet couldn't resist the powerful undead creatures at all. On the contrary, the mecha soldiers entered their mechas when the undead creatures attacked them. Some of them were killed by the undead creatures while some escaped from the ship. Zhao Hai looked at these mechas calmly. These mecha soldiers were all elites. Without mechas, their combat power was far inferior to warriors and mages. However, as long as they had mechas, they could compete with warriors and mages. The training they had received since they were young was no less than that of warriors and mages. In the major forces, their status was higher than that of mages and warriors. From the fact that these people were able to come out of the starship in such a short time, it could be seen that they were really strong. The battleship was filled with undead creatures. The mechas were too big and couldn't move freely in the battleship. They must have guessed that other parts of the battleship were attacked as well. That was why they ran out of the battleship, escaped into the meteorite belt, or went to the other battleships to take a look. These were the choices made by the mecha soldiers after they were attacked. It had to be said that they made the right choice. From this, it could be seen that they were all elite soldiers. Unfortunately, they had met Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai would not be polite to them. These mecha warriors were already panicking during the attack. Zhao Hai was not going to be polite to them and immediately killed them. The panic was growing. Then something happened that made the mecha soldiers completely collapse. Their battleship started firing at them. The mecha soldiers who were still resisting completely collapsed. They now knew that they would not be able to leave this place alive. However, it was too late. The battle had ended very quickly. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the Zhang family's fleet had tried to send a message back to the Zhang family. However, Keidio's electronic suppression had destroyed their last hope, leaving them with no chance to tell the Zhang family about the situation. The battle of the 20 battleships was surprisingly simple. In less than 5 hours, all the battleships and mechas were destroyed. Other than the battle of the 20 battleships, there were some fragments of mechas and nothing else. Other than some bloodstains, there was nothing else in those battleships. There was not a single living person to be seen, but the battleships and mechas were intact. After Zhao Hai cleaned up the battlefield, he looked at the battleships with envy. In the end, he returned to the origin space. Laura and the others had finished their work and were looking at the battleships, pointing at them. When she saw Zhao Hai enter, Laura immediately said, "Big Brother Hai, has everything been settled?" Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Marjorie. "Margaret, we should go back." Margaret didn't look too good. She had just commanded a team of undead creatures to kill all the people on a battleship. Although she was only commanding in front of the screen, she still didn't look too good. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said softly, "Quite all right, Margaret, don't think too much. They're enemies." Margaret nodded with a pale face. Zhao Hai was impatient, so he had to change the topic. He said to Marjorie, "By the way, Margaret, I was just about to ask you if the jammer you made works. Is it really possible to make the black box in the warship unable to remember what happened inside the warship?" The black box was a machine specially used to record the internal happenings of a battleship in an emergency. This machine was connected to the battleship's main control computer, but it was also independent of the main control computer. It was also made of a high-strength alloy that could not be easily destroyed. Sometimes, even if the entire battleship was destroyed, the black box would not be in any danger. Although the black box was connected to the mainframe computer, it was also independent of the mainframe computer. As long as someone entered the ship without the ship's permission, the black box would immediately begin recording the situation inside the ship. Zhao Hai had known about this before he attacked the warship. This was what he was most worried about. With this thing, whether it was the Ashley family or the Zhang family, they could use it to know what was happening on the warship. This was very disadvantageous to Zhao Hai. However, this problem was solved by Margaret. In addition to being a mage, Margaret also had a strong interest in magic arrays and electronic products. In the realm of matrices, mages and electronic products had an inextricable relationship. The technology in the realm of matrices was different from that on Earth. The technology on Earth was only in the aspect of electronic and mechanical technology, while the technology in the realm of matrices was magic technology. In the realm of matrices, there would more or less be the existence of magic arrays in the electronic products. In addition, battleships and mechas were mainly made of magic arrays, not to mention other things. Zhao Hai had not noticed these magicians at first. He had not even noticed these magic arrays when he was condensing them in the space. However, before the battle with the Zhang family's fleet, Zhao Hai noticed the black box. If the black box's problem was not solved, it would always leave him with hidden dangers. At this time, Margaret came up with an idea. She asked Zhao Hai to make a kind of jammer. This kind of jammer was not large in size, but it had a high power output. As long as this kind of jammer was on the warship, the black box would be equivalent to a blind man. Through this incident, Zhao Hai began to pay more attention to these auxiliary magic arrays. He realized that these auxiliary magic arrays could sometimes be more useful than offensive or defensive magic arrays. Zhao Hai had asked Marjorie this question to divert her attention, and he had succeeded. Marjorie immediately said, "Big Brother Hai, don't worry. I guarantee that nothing will happen." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Marjorie. "Quat, that's good. I'm not strong enough to reveal my strength yet. Let's go back. You can study those magic arrays when you're in the space. They might be of great use to us." Quat. Margaret's mind had already turned to the magic arrays. She looked much better and nodded repeatedly. Zhao Hai looked at her and smiled without saying anything. Margaret looked a little like Kellen. They were both researchers. Some people would believe that they were father and daughter. After sending Margaret back to her room, Zhao Hai appeared on Kadio's warship in a flash. Kadio and Debor were on the warship, looking in the direction of the Zhang family's fleet. In their opinion, if Zhao Hai wanted to fight with the Zhang family's fleet, they would have to fight until the sky turned dark and the sun and moon dimmed. However, there was no movement from the Zhang family's fleet, which puzzled them. Zhao Hai looked at Kadilo and smiled. "Quat, head chief, we can set off now. The Zhang family's fleet has been dealt with. We can just ask the family to send someone over to receive them." Quat. Kadilo and Debor were both taken aback. They exchanged a look and saw the suspicion in each other's eyes. The other party had dealt with 20 warships so quietly. How was this possible? Zhao Hai looked at Kadilo and Debor and smiled. "Quat, head chief, camp master, don't worry. If I say it's done, then it's done. Why don't we go there and take a look first before we leave? It won't take long anyway." Kadilo and Debar naturally agreed. The fleet set off, heading straight for the Zhang family's fleet. They were stunned the moment they arrived, because other than a few mecha fragments, all the battleships were perfectly preserved there without any damage. If it wasn't for the fact that those battleships didn't have protective shields and didn't attack them, they might have thought that the Zhang family was still on the battleship. Kadilo and Debar looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp master, head chief, why don't we go take a look on the warship?" The two of them looked at each other. At this time, Margaret, who had already come out of the room, smiled and said, "Quite okay, Brother Hai, let's go and take a look." I want to see how different the Zhang family's warship is from ours. Quat. Cadelo and Debar didn't know what to say when they heard Margaret's words. They nodded their heads and drew the warship close. They released a bridge and boarded the Zhang family's warship. If one wanted to enter the other party's warship through the bridge, they would have to obtain the other party's permission. If there was no one on the other party's warship, it was impossible to enter the other party's warship through the bridge. When Cadelo and Debar saw that Zhao Hai had actually used the bridge to enter the other party's warship, they became even more suspicious. If Margaret had not insisted on going, the two of them would not have dared to follow Zhao Hai into the other party's warship. As soon as they entered the pressure room of the enemy's battleship, Cadelo and Debar were stunned because there was someone in the pressure room. No, it wasn't a person, but an undead creature. There were two undead creatures in the pressure room. They were wearing the uniforms of the Zhang family's fleet operators. When they saw the group of people coming in, they saluted them and moved to the side. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He led the three of them into the battleship. Once inside, Cadelo and Debar finally believed Zhao Hai's words. This was because there were bloodstains all over the battleship. However, other than these bloodstains, there was no one else. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and smiled. Quat General, Battalion Commander, I've turned everyone in the Zhang family's fleet into undead creatures. Now, these warships are completely preserved. As long as the family sends someone to the warship and familiarizes themselves with the operation, this warship will be able to go out to battle immediately. Quat. Keijo stood on the battleship and laughed out loud. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Quat, good job, little Hai. Well done, I'll tell the family about this situation right away. When we get back to the warship, I'll leave a warship here to watch the battle. At the same time, I'll leave some crew members to at least ensure that the protective shield and warriors are effective. These warships can be hit by meteorites at any time in this meteorite land. Don't let these warships be destroyed by the impact of meteorites instead of being destroyed in the battle. Quat. Debar and the others laughed as well. A few of them quickly returned to the Ashley family's warship. They took out a portion of the crew and left one warship behind before setting off. Cadelo had also reported Zhao Hai's actions to his family in detail. When Wook heard about this, he was also very surprised. He never thought that Zhao Hai would actually do such a good job. What puzzled him even more was how Zhao Hai had managed to do this. How did he allow people to enter the warship without a sound? However, Wu Qi also showed some of the demeanor of a family master. He didn't ask much, but ordered the family's fleet to quickly go to the rescue. Of course, the people on Zhao Hai's battleship knew what he had done. They admired Zhao Hai to the extreme. The participants from the other battalions had also completely removed the last bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts. When a person's strength was only slightly higher than yours, you might not be convinced if he defeated you. However, when the person's strength was much higher than yours, they would have no reason to be unconvinced. Just 2 days after Keijo and the others left the quicksand starfield, the Ashley family's fleet arrived and smoothly took over the 20 warships. This allowed the Ashley family to make a fortune for no reason. At the same time, Zhao Hai was in the middle of his dimensional space, looking at the scenery of Quicksand Starfield. Of course, he wasn't looking at the asteroid belt outside of Quicksand Starfield, but the endless sea of sand inside. Laura and the others also looked at the sea of sand. After a long while, Meljin said, Big Brother Hai, you're looking at this sea of sand. Are you thinking of going there for an adventure again? After being with Zhao Hai for a long time, Meljin and the others had a good understanding of him. When they saw Zhao Hai staring at the sea of sand, they knew what he wanted to do. The only person who did not know about this was Margaret. When Margaret heard Meljin's words, her expression changed. Big Brother Hai, are you really going to do this? No, you can't do that. It's too dangerous. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled. Quat, it's okay. It's fine. I'm just going to take a look and put some sand into the space to see if it's good stuff. Quat. Margaret still didn't agree. At this time, Laura smiled and said, Quat, forget it, Margaret. Don't worry about Brother Hai. He'll be fine. Brother Hai, you can go if you want, but you're not allowed to go inside the sea of sand. Just collect some sand from the periphery and put it into the space. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and disappeared from the origin space. The next moment, he appeared on the screen. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai nervously. Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw Marjorie's expression. They were no longer worried about Zhao Hai because they believed that he would be fine. Zhao Hai stood on a meteorite at the edge of the sea of sand. Looking at the endless sand, he couldn't help but sigh. The sea of sand was simply too vast. Under the illumination of the surrounding stars, the sand glowed with a rainbow-colored radiance. Such a scene couldn't be seen in space. However, Zhao Hai did not plan to go in. He did not want to worry Laura and the others. He just stood there and waved his hand. A spatial crack appeared about 10,000 meters in front of him. As soon as the spatial crack appeared, the sand in the sea of sand rushed in. Then something even more unimaginable happened. The sand was so powerful that it seemed to be corroding the spatial crack, making it bigger. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He immediately closed the spatial rift. At the same time, a notification came from the space. Eternal sand discovered. This sand is of the earth attribute and can last for eternity. It can be used as a weapon and can be used as a material. When added to a weapon, it is heavier than profound iron and stronger than magic treasures. It has the ability to corrode all things and eliminate the spirit energy of all things. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the system announcement. He had never thought that the sand would be so powerful. It could corrode everything and even eliminate spiritual power. It was unbelievable. It was easy to corrode all things, but it was very difficult to eliminate the spiritual power of all things. For example, the last step of the magic weapons in the cultivation world was spirit attachment. This process was to make the magic weapon recognize its master and put a trace of one's spiritual power into the magic weapon. If someone else obtained the magic weapon and wanted to use it, they could only use it after the original master's spiritual power was gone. Ordinary magic weapons were easy to deal with. For flying swords, as long as the original owner was killed, the spiritual energy on the sword would be eliminated. However, if the person you killed was the descendant of a big shot, and the magic weapon used by this big shot had a trace of the big shot's spiritual energy, it would not be so easy to eliminate. Because those people's spiritual energy was extremely strong, even if it was only a trace, it was not so easy to eliminate. On the contrary, the spiritual energy of the big shot was very strong. Instead, those people could find you and kill you with the guidance of their spiritual energy. In the world of self-cultivators, there were many people who killed for treasures every day, and there were also many who were killed because they provoked people they shouldn't have. But if they got the eternal sand, this situation wouldn't happen. They could use the eternal sand to get rid of the mental energy. That way, no matter how powerful the big shots were, they wouldn't be able to find them. Besides this point in the Matrix world, common space teleportation equipment were like portable purses which were not sealed with spiritual energy. If they were lost, they would not be recovered. However, it was different in the cultivation world. Space teleportation equipment in the cultivation world was like magical equipment which was supported by spiritual energy. If you got one space teleportation equipment and couldn't eliminate the spiritual energy on the magical equipment, you would be killed instantly. You won't be able to get anything from the equipment. If you broke the spiritual energy on the space teleportation equipment by force, you would cause the vibration in the subspace of the equipment and destroy everything in the equipment. If so, you would have to do that for nothing. However, if you want to remove the spiritual energy from the space teleportation equipment, you have to grind it bit by bit until you completely remove the opponent's spiritual energy from the space teleportation equipment before you could use it. It would take a long time, but if he had this eternal sand, then this problem would be solved. It could be said that this eternal sand was definitely very useful. If the people in the cultivation world could get it, they would definitely be happy to death. Zhao Hai entered the medium and took out a handful of ancient sand. It was extremely fine, even finer than ordinary sand, but it was very heavy. Zhao Hai only held it in his hand, but it felt like it weighed nearly 500 kilograms. The weight was shocking. The sand was golden in color, and each grain seemed to be cast from gold. It was very beautiful. Laura and the others also came over and looked at the sand curiously. Zhao Hai couldn't figure it out after watching for a while. He kept the sand and followed the others back to the villa. The scenery on the screen had changed to their battleship. He looked around the warship and saw that everything was normal. No one had come to disturb them. Zhao Hai turned to Marjorie and said, "Margaret, how many more days until we reach the array star?" "Quite soon," Margaret said with a smile. "Quite in about 2 days. We should be able to meet the fleets of other forces in these 2 days." Quite. Just as Margaret had said, they had encountered many fleets from other forces in the past 2 days. These fleets were not large in number, consisting of only 10 warships at most. Zhao Hai was a little puzzled by this situation. He asked Margaret and found out that the forces would not send too many battleships to the preliminaries of the new 6-realm tournament because the array planet could not stop them. Think about it, in the realm of mecha arrays, there were no less than 10,000 people from various forces. These people were all here to participate in the preliminaries. If these people arrived with a large number of battleships, where would they stop? As a result, it slowly became a convention that during the preliminaries, all the forces would not send too many warships. Zhao Hai saw it as well. Cadelo and DeBoer had been busy these days. They would greet the fleets they encountered from time to time. Some of them were direct calls, while others simply greeted them with a signal light. Zhao Hai was still in the origin space for the past 2 days. He rarely returned to the battleship, but he never stopped his daily cultivation. He was getting more and more familiar with the cultivation of the star's body formula. His spiritual power was growing rapidly, and his body was getting stronger bit by bit. Although it was slow, Zhao Hai did not stop. It was not easy to develop a new magic array for both offensive and defensive magic arrays. If the experiment failed, it could be dangerous. However, auxiliary magic arrays would not have such a situation. Some of these magic arrays were used to increase the strength of metal, some to allow metal to emit better heat, and some to transmit signals better. There were all kinds of magic arrays. Most importantly, there would be no accidents when testing these magic arrays. Even if the experiment failed, at most 1 or 2 items would be destroyed. Nothing serious would happen. Hence, there were more auxiliary magic arrays than offensive and defensive magic arrays. Zhao Hai didn't know if these magic arrays would be useful for the magic array he was going to use. In any case, he had already condensed them. It would be great if they were useful, but it didn't matter if they weren't. As for the small layering array groups such as the 5-layered array and the 10-layered array, it was needless to say that their power had increased a lot, and there were more changes. They also used less spiritual power when using them, which was definitely good news. However, the magic arrays that Zhao Hai had created had completely subverted her previous knowledge. This made Margaret extremely curious, and she wanted to figure out what was going on. Margaret knew very well that if she could really understand why the combination of auxiliary magic arrays and combat magic arrays could produce such an effect, it would definitely be a blessing for mages in the field of magic arrays. This would allow the combat power of magic arrays in the field of magic arrays to take a qualitative leap. After carefully analyzing the magic array groups and reading some papers in the circle of magic arrays about auxiliary magic arrays not being able to be mixed with combat magic arrays, Margaret finally came to a conclusion, which was the problem of combination. In the field of magic arrays, there were simply too many magic arrays, be it auxiliary or combat type. Combining these magic arrays into a single magic array group with powerful combat power was no easy task, not to mention adding auxiliary magic arrays. That way, there would be even more combinations and variations. It was easier said than done to find the most suitable combination among so many variations. In the past, there were people in the circle of machine guns who wanted to add auxiliary magic arrays into the magic array group. After a period of experimentation, they could not find the most suitable combination, so the power of the magic array group was reduced. They came to this conclusion. On the other hand, the universal analytic machine in the space could arrange the magic arrays into the best combination, which was why the auxiliary magic arrays were so useful. In Margaret's opinion, the biggest treasure in Zhao Hai's hands was not the universal analyzer. If people knew that Zhao Hai had something like the universal analyzer, they would definitely come to rob him. The temptation of the universal analyzer was definitely greater than liquid silver. Liquid silver was a powerful weapon that could shock others, but there was only one liquid silver after all. Moreover, the spiritual power required to use liquid silver was also very large, so not everyone could use it. However, the universal analyzer was different. The universal analyzer could calculate different magic array groups that were most suitable for him based on different people. This was too powerful. If a family had an all-purpose analysis machine, all the magic arrays in the outer camp of the family could be used to suit themselves the most and the most powerful magic array. Their combat power would definitely be increased by more than one level. For a family, it was good to have a powerful warrior as a deterrent, but if there was something that could improve the combat power of the family's outer gate on a large scale, that would be even better. While they were busy, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at the Mecha planet. Just as they were about to reach the Mecha planet, Zhao Hai and Margaret appeared in the command hall of the battleship and looked at the central planet of the Mecha realm. The array was called the capital planet by the people here. This was the place where the 3 major forces worked together. There were 3 fleets stationed here, namely the Demon Spirit Fleet, the Warrior's Hammer Fleet, and the Glory Fleet. These 3 fleets were under the command of 3 major forces. Other than these 3 fleets, there were also 50,000 magic arrays, 100,000 warriors, and 50,000 mecha warriors stationed on the planet. From outer space, the entire planet could only be seen in 3 colors: green, blue, and silver. The green ones were forests, the blue ones were oceans and rivers, and the silver ones were the buildings on the planet. Almost all of the buildings on the machine array planet were made of metal, flashing with a silver light. This was the most technologically advanced place in the entire machine array world. It was also where the biggest talent of the machine array world, Yao Lan, was located, the Machine Array Planet Comprehensive Academy. The Mecha Planet Comprehensive Academy was a comprehensive academy that integrated magic, martial arts, magic array research, magic array group research, mecha research, warship research, military command, and so on. It had the best teachers, the best learning environment, and the best laboratory in the entire field of mecha arrays. Many patriarchs of the major families in the field of mecha arrays had graduated from this academy. Other than these items, there was another special place on the planet. It was Leng Wayang's tomb. Leng Wayang had a special status in the field of arrays. Without him, there would be no field of arrays. Therefore, every year when Leng Wayang passed away, many people would come here to pay their respects. This had become a tradition in the field of arrays. Looking at the beautiful planet, Zhao Hai was really excited. He was about to compete with the geniuses of the major forces here. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. Kadalo looked at the planet and turned to look at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's face was calm, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Quat, once you're here in the realm of mechas, you'll have a few days of rest and you won't be walking around. I'll take you to visit a few families that are on good terms with the Ashley family, as well as Goth, the bishop of the Dark Temple. After the competition, you can go anywhere you want to, but you're not allowed to walk around before the competition. Quat." They all responded. At this time, the captain had already sent a signal to a dock. Under the guidance of the dock, the ship was parked on a dock. After the ship was parked, Kadalo led Zhao Hai and the others out of the ship. This dock could not be considered a space base, but was only used as a parking space for foreign ships. However, the general design was similar to a space base. Kadio and the others alighted from the ship, and a man in a black magic robe immediately walked over. He bowed to Kadio and said, "Greetings to the head chief and Chief Debar. The carriage is ready." Kadio smiled and said, "Luke, you're still so polite. Come, Little Hai, let me introduce you. This is Luke, the head of the family's office on planet Jijin. Luke, this is Zhao Hai from the family's Bone Battalion. He's the main force in the preliminaries this time." Quat. Luke looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes shining. "Zhao Hai, I've heard of your name before. You're a newly ascended genius. We'll be counting on you in the qualifiers this time." Zhao Hai was also sizing Luke up. He was about 1.8 meters tall, his hair was neatly combed, and his magic robe was so neat that there was not a single wrinkle on it. One look was enough to tell that Luke was an old-fashioned man. "Chief Luke, you flatter me. I will do my best." Zhao Hai bowed to Luke. Luke nodded and turned to Kadalo. Quat, let's go. Everything has been arranged. You don't have to worry about the other crew members on the ship. Someone will take care of them." Quat, after saying that, he led everyone to a small flying ship at the side. After the few of them boarded the spaceship, it immediately took off and flew towards Planet Array. Zhao Hai noticed that Planet Array was much more prosperous than Planet Dark Demon. All kinds of small spaceships were flying back and forth in the atmosphere of Planet Array. It was a busy scene. The ship soon entered Planet Array's atmosphere and slowly flew into the planet. Soon, the ship stopped in front of a building. The building was not very tall, only about 30 stories high. In the realm of arrays, the building was more than 100 stories high, which was considered short. However, on the building stood a huge badge. Zhao Hai took a look and saw that it was the black skeleton emblem of the Ashley family. After the spaceship stopped, Luke led everyone down. On the way, Luke had been whispering something to Kadalo. From Kadalo's appearance, he was very casual with Luke and didn't put on any airs. It was obvious that he was very familiar with Luke and trusted him very much. After everyone disembarked from the spaceship, Luke led them into the building and assigned rooms to them. He then called Kadalo and Debar over to his room. Zhao Hai was stunned when he arrived at Luke's room. He thought Luke had called everyone to his room, but that was not the case. Besides Luke, only Kadalo and Debar were there. There was no one else, not even Margaret. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. He didn't say anything. After bowing to the three of them, he sat down. After Zhao Hai sat down, Kadio said to him, "Little Hai, I called you here this time to let Luke tell you about the situation on the machine array planet so that you can be prepared. I also want to convey an order from the family." Zhao Hai was taken aback, but he still nodded and said, "What orders does the family have?" "The chief asked you to cripple Fei," Kaiju said as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhao Hai didn't seem surprised. He nodded and said, "Okay, as long as I go against Fei, I will accidentally cripple him. Don't worry, head chief. Even if my family didn't give this order, I would still cripple him and ask the Zhang family for some interest." Luke looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree so quickly. One should know that the Fire Saint Messenger, Fei, wasn't someone easy to deal with. He was known as the #1 genius of the Zhang family in recent years, and that title wasn't for nothing. On top of that, he was using fire magic that had extremely strong offensive power. No ordinary person would dare to say that they could win against him. Why did Zhao Hai say it so casually as if this was just a small matter? What surprised Luke even more was Kadio and Debar's attitude. The two of them did not seem to think that Zhao Hai's words were wrong at all, and they acted as if it was only natural. Kadio nodded. "Quat, don't go out for the next few days. Right now, other than the people outside knowing your strength, not many have seen you fight. If you go out, I'm sure someone will come and test you. Just bear with it, Quat." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Debar sneered. "Quat, if it's not because I don't want to expose Little Hai's strength, I'll let Little Hai go out for a walk these few days and challenge all those bastards. I'll see what they'll do on the day of the competition. Quat. This time Bao will be the first. Damn it, we have been bullied by those guys for so many years. It's time for us to vent our anger." Luke couldn't help but feel curious when he saw Kadio and Debar's confidence. He looked at the two and said, "Is Little Hai really that strong?" Kadalo smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's very strong. If you Luke encounter Hai, I guarantee that you'll be the one to die. All right, Hai, you can go back first. Remember all the information you've collected over the next few days. Quat Zhao Hai replied and turned to leave. After Zhao Hai left, Luke turned to Kadalo and Debar and said, "Are you really that confident in Zhao Hai? But this time you two have really made a name for yourself. You destroyed 20 battleships of the Zhang family at once and even preserved them perfectly. Young Master is very happy. When you two go back, Young Master will definitely reward you." Kadalo and Debar exchanged a look and laughed. Kadalo then said, "Look, don't be so unconvinced. Do you know how we took down those 20 warships? I'm telling you, those 20 battleships were all taken down by Little Hai. So are you convinced now?" When Luke heard Kadalo say this, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Quat, he took it down by himself. Is that true? Don't lie to me." "Quat, young heroes are indeed good," Luke mumbled. "Quat, it's time for us to hold our heads high." Quat, speaking of which, Luke had been the most frustrated over the years because he had been staying on the planet, and it wasn't just the Ashley family that had set up an office on the planet. The other families had set up offices here as well. If the relationship between the two families was good, it would be fine. They would help each other. However, if the two families were not on good terms, they would compete with each other. On the Array planet, the people in these offices did not dare to act recklessly. After all, this was the office of the three magnates and the location of Leng Weiying's tomb. If they dared to act recklessly, the three magnates would not let them off. However, it was inevitable for them to compare themselves with each other and make sarcastic remarks. Over the years, the Ashley family had never gained the upper hand in all kinds of competitions. Those families who were not on good terms with them would naturally not let go of this opportunity. Those sarcastic remarks made Luke want to kill them. It was precisely because of this that Luke had been looking forward to having a strong person in the family to suppress the other families and help him vent his anger. Now that Zhao Hai had appeared, he saw hope, so he was naturally happy. Just as the three of them were talking, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice. "Quat Director, young Master Zhang Minju from the Zhang family is here. He wants to see Miss Margaret." Luke immediately opened the door when he heard the voice. It was his assistant. Luke quickly said, "What's going on?" "Chief, young Master Zhang Minju from the Zhang family has brought a few people to pay a visit to Miss Margaret. They are now in the hall downstairs," the man said in a deep voice. Luke frowned slightly and waved his hand. "Quat, all right, you may leave. I understand." The man responded and turned to leave. Luke turned to Kadalo and Debar and said, "What do you two think?" Luke also knew about the dirty business between the Zhang family and his family, which was why he asked. "Quat, let's tell Miss Margaret about this first." Kadalo sneered. "Quat, we'll see what she says." Quat, Luke nodded. "Quat, sure, you guys sit. I'll be right back." Quat, Kadalo and Debar both stood up and said, let's go together." After saying that, the three of them walked out and soon arrived at Margaret's room. Kadalo knocked on the door and Margaret's voice was heard. "Quat, that person." "It's me, Zio Lei," Keiju said. Margaret was stunned when she opened the door. She didn't expect Kadalo and the other two to come looking for her at the same time. She looked at the three of them in confusion and asked Uncle Dayu, "What's the matter?" "Quat, miss," Keiju said in a low voice. "Quat, Zhang Minju is here. She wants to see you." "What do you think?" Margaret's face darkened, and she said coldly, "Zhang Minju wants to see me. Why should I see him? I have nothing to do with him now." "Didn't that person already call off our engagement?" "Yes, I understand," Keiju said, nodding. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the elevator. He wanted to meet this young Master Zhang Minju. After the three of them left, Margaret did not return to her room. Instead, she walked towards Zhao Hai's room. She felt that it was better to talk to Zhao Hai about this matter. After all, she had a marriage agreement with Zhang Minju in the past. Now that Zhang Minju had come to her door again, although she had only met Zhang Minju a few times and did not have any feelings for her, she did not want Zhao Hai to misunderstand. Margaret knocked on Zhao Hai's door and heard his voice, "Come in." Margaret pushed the door open and walked in. She saw Zhao Hai sitting there, reading the information that Kadalo had given him. This information was all about the people sent by the various forces to participate in the competition. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to be on it. Kadalo had only selected a few strong people to make a record, but even so, there were still thousands of people. Zhao Hai saw Marjorie and quickly said, "Zio Lei, why are you here? Have a seat." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, Zhang Minju is here. She said she wanted to see me. I didn't see him. I asked Uncle Kadio to deal with him." Quat. "Zhang Minju?" Zhao Hai was stunned. "Who was it?" "Ah, I remember now. The third young master of the Zhang family, the one who has an engagement with you, he's actually here. Doesn't he know about the relationship between the Zhang family and US? Margaret thought for a moment and said, I don't know much about this. I only know that we've only met a few times. This time, his visit was a little strange." Quat. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows and laughed. "Quat, interesting, very interesting. This Zhang Minju's intention to see you is fake, but she really wants to challenge me. Hee, it seems like the Zhang family still hasn't given up." Quat. Margaret was relieved to hear that. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This time Zhang Minju didn't bring Fei. He wants his family's masters to cripple me and reduce Faye's number of enemies. I don't want to meet him. Let's go hide in the space." Margaret nodded, and the two of them entered the inner space. As soon as they entered the realm, they saw Laura and the others sitting in the living room and looking at the screen. On the screen, Keijio's group was in a confrontation with a group of people. There weren't many people on the other side, only 10 of them. The leader was a young man. He was also wearing a fiery red mage robe, and the style was very novel. He was handsome and had the air of a teacher. However, he had an arrogant look on his face, and a cold light shot out of his eyes, which made people feel very uncomfortable. There were 5 warriors and 4 mages behind him. The 5 warriors did not look young. The youngest one looked to be in his 30s. Each of them carried a sword on his back. Their swords were all the same, a 2-handed sword. They were longer than comfortable swords and wider than ordinary swords. The hilt of the sword was cross-shaped, looking very gorgeous. As for the 4 mages, they were wearing red magic robes and didn't look young. They held magic staffs in their hands, which were fiery red in color. No one knew what materials they were made of, but one look and one could tell that they were high-quality goods. Zhang Minju stood there and looked at Keidalo from the corner of her eyes. "Quat quat, Keidalo, don't be so ungrateful. Get out of my way. I want to see my fiancé. It's not your place to care. Quat." Keidio was still smiling, but his eyes had already narrowed. Anyone who was familiar with him would know that this was a sign of his anger. Keidio chuckled and said, "Young Master Zhang must be joking. Your fiancé isn't here. My clan's clansmen broke off their engagement with the Zhang clan's patriarch long ago. Could it be that young Master Zhang doesn't know about this?" Zhang Minju snorted coldly. "You call off the engagement just like that. Who gave you the right? Did this young master agree?" Keidio continued to smile. "Quat, I think you heard wrong, young Master Zhang. I didn't break off the engagement. It was my family patriarch and your family patriarch who broke off the engagement. Both sides have agreed. Do you think your family patriarch doesn't have the right to say anything? Or is it that the young master of the Zhang family can no longer control you as the head of your family?" Zhang Minju's expression changed. He knew very well that if he dared to say anything, his father would not let him off. Although they were father and son in the face of power, the relationship between father and son had become very thin. Zhang Minju sneered. "Quat, of course I know that the engagement has been called off. It's just that our families have been on good terms for generations. I want to see Margaret. This request is not too much, is it?" Keidio smiled. "Quat, so that's what young Master Zhang meant. You should have said so earlier. But I'm really sorry, our young miss is not here. She went out and I don't know when she will be back. Young Master Zhang, please go back, Quat." Zhang Minju's face changed again, but this time it was anger. Of course, he knew that Keidio was lying to him, but he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just rush up to find someone, right? If that was the case, Keidalo might make a move. If the matter got out of hand, the Zhang family would have to bear the consequences. After all, this was the Array planet, not their territory. Zhang Minju was a genius in cultivation. At a young age, she was already a 6th-tier magician. However, when it came to being slick, how could he compare to Keiju and the others who had been through so many hardships? Now that he was trapped here by Keiju, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, a magician beside Zhang Minju walked out and smiled at Keidalo. "Quat, greetings, Chief Keidalo. It turns out that Miss Margaret has gone out. We've been presumptuous. This time, our young master is here to see the new genius of the Ashley family. I heard that Zhao Hai's strength is very strong. Although he has only ascended for a few months, he can already hold his own. Our patriarch was very happy when he heard about this and specially ordered people to prepare a gift for Zhao Hai. He's going to personally hand it to him. I wonder if Chief Keidio can allow Zhao Hai to come out and meet us." The main character was here. Keidalo understood the magician's intentions when he heard what he said. They wanted to lure Zhao Hai out so that they could challenge him and kill him. In truth, Keidalo wasn't afraid that these people would challenge Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai could destroy them, but that would mean that Zhao Hai would reveal his true strength, which wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai. Keidio smiled. "Quat, this is unfortunate. Zhao Hai has been in closed-door cultivation recently, so he didn't follow us to the office this time. He is still on the ship, so he can't come out to see young Master Zhang. If young Master Zhang has anything for Zhao Hai, I can pass it to him. Quat." How shameless! Zhang Minju and the others had the same thought in their minds. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen someone so shameless. He lied to their faces without blushing. However, Zhang Minju and the others really didn't have a good way. This was the Ashley family's office. If they made trouble here, they would be criticized. Zhang Minju's eyes turned as he thought of another idea. He looked at Keidalo and suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect the so-called genius of the Ashley family to be a coward. He only knows how to hide and doesn't dare to meet people. I heard that Marjorie has been very close to him recently. Did he want to be a gigolo and be a freeloader every day? Ha ha ha. A person who only knows how to hide under a woman's skirt is also worthy of being called a genius. This is so funny. How can such a person be worthy of me giving him a gift? Let's go." Zhang Minju's words were full of energy and magic. Everyone in the building could hear it clearly. Zhang Minju was trying to goad him. He had read Zhao Hai's information. A few months after he ascended to the array boundary, Nian Huan was only in his 20s. At this age, he would jump out in excitement after hearing what Zhao Hai said. Things would be much easier if he came out. Although Zhang Minju said we're leaving, he didn't have any intention of leaving at all. He still stood there arrogantly and looked confident. There was an awkward silence. Kadalo, Dibar, and the others all looked at the smug Zhang Minju, and no one said anything. Zhang Minju still stood there, as if waiting for Kadalo to say something. 5 minutes passed. Zhang Minju's face darkened. 10 minutes had passed. Zhang Minju's face had turned ashen. 10 minutes, a full 10 minutes. Kadalo didn't say anything, Dibar didn't say anything, Luke didn't say anything, and even Zhao Hai, who he had expected, didn't say anything. Zhang Minju felt like a monkey who felt good, jumping up and down, trying to attract attention. However, the other party just ignored her, making everything she did look like a monkey show. Kadio and Dibar naturally understood Zhang Minju's thoughts. They knew that Zhang Minju was goading them. To be honest, they were really afraid that Zhao Hai would rush out and fall into Zhang Minju's trap. Kadio had wanted to say something, such as berating Zhang Minju to help Zhao Hai out, but when he saw Zhang Minju's smug look, he held back. At this time, he really wanted Zhao Hai to jump out and teach Zhang Minju a lesson. But what Kadio didn't expect was that Zhao Hai didn't show up and left Zhang Minju hanging. In the first few minutes, Kadio really wanted to say something, but when he saw that Zhao Hai didn't show up and Zhang Minju's face was getting darker and darker, he suddenly stopped talking. He just stood there and watched the show. He suddenly realized that completely ignoring the crowd was also a way to deal with goading. Not only was it a way to deal with goading, it was the best way. Because if you didn't fall for the goading, the other party would be angry and embarrassed. Kadio looked at Zhang Minju's face that was turning paler and paler, and he tried to hold back his laughter. He was really afraid that Zhang Minju would fall sick from anger. If she really vomited blood, that would be even more fun. Dibar was overjoyed as he stood to the side and watched the show. Luke's face was twisted, and he was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his intestines were about to break. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to fall out with the Zhang family right now, he would have laughed out loud. Seeing that Zhang Minju really looked like she was about to vomit blood, Kadalo couldn't help but cough. Quat quat, young Master Zhang, Zhao Hai is really not here. If young Master Zhang has anything to pass to Zhao Hai, I will definitely pass it to him. If not, then please, quat. When Zhang Minju heard Kadio say this, she let out a sigh of relief. Although Kadio didn't say anything good either, he finally said something. He didn't leave Zhang Minju there. Zhang Minju couldn't help but snort coldly and turn to leave. At this moment, Zhao Hai was laughing so hard in the origin space that his stomach was hurting. It wasn't just him. Laura and the others were also laughing when they saw Zhao Hai making fun of Zhang Minju. Seeing that Zhang Minju had left, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret, who was still laughing, and said, Quat Zio Lei, don't laugh anymore. Let's go, we have to go back, Quat. Margaret nodded while holding her stomach. She took a deep breath to calm down, but as soon as she calmed down, she laughed again. After a long while, she stopped weighing, and Zhao Hai and Margaret returned to Zhao Hai's room. When Keiju and the others saw Zhang Minju leave, they couldn't help but laugh. They had been holding it in for too long. Now that they had the chance, they could laugh. When they finally calmed down, they returned to the team building and went to Margaret's room. When they found that Margaret's room was empty, they immediately understood what had happened and went to Zhao Hai's room. Sure enough, Margaret opened the door after they knocked twice. As soon as the three of them entered the room, they saw Zhao Hai sitting in front of the computer and looking at the information of the candidates. Kadalo looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. Little Hai, did you hear Zhang Minju's voice? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course I did. This person is interesting. He actually came here to goad me. How could I be fooled? Has he left? Kadalo thought of Zhang Minju's dark face when she left and couldn't help but laugh again. He laughed as he told Zhao Hai what had just happened, making Zhao Hai and Margaret laugh again. After he was done, Kadalo turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you did the right thing. If you were provoked by them and went out, even if you took care of them, you would have exposed your strength. Besides, it's not the time for the family to start a war with the Zhang family yet, so we can't do anything to Zhang Minju. If you make a move, Zhang, you will be prepared, which is not conducive to our next step. I didn't plan to go down at all. If I fell for it knowing that the other party was provoking me, wouldn't I be a fool? Zhao Hai smiled. Don't let me meet Fei this time. If he's not here, he's dead. Kadalo smiled and stood up. Quite good, then you should rest well. Don't go out for the next few days. The Zhang family will definitely do their best to monitor you. As soon as they appear, they will immediately attack you, so I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Sure, don't worry, head chief. I promise I won't go out for the next few days, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Kadalo nodded and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder before turning to leave. Zhao Hai waited for them to leave before bringing Margaret back to the origin space. He sat alone at the side and looked at the information on the computer. Margaret and the others were directing the silver bell that was split out of liquid silver to scout the entire array. Laura and the others had already developed this habit. Every time they arrived at a place, they would release silver needles for reconnaissance. They wanted to familiarize themselves with the terrain as soon as possible and monitor possible enemies. This had become their main task. The silver needles were small to begin with, and now that Laura and the others were commanding the silver needles, if they weren't flying in the sky, they would be walking in the soil, so it was impossible for them to be discovered. Therefore, they played with it very lightly. When Zhao Hai was looking at the information, he didn't pay attention to everyone. He didn't need to pay attention to those who couldn't threaten him at all. It would only waste his energy. Therefore, he only glanced at most people's information and didn't pay much attention. The newcomers in the field of arrays were not very good. The highest was only a 4th grade mage, while the lowest was only a 1st grade mage. The mages and warriors sent by the small forces were quite powerful. Some of them were at least at the 3rd or 4th rank. It seemed that the small forces wanted to fight for some benefits for their families through such a competition. Zhao Hai didn't mind. Looking at the information was just a habit. With his current strength, none of the new recruits were his match. In addition to looking at the information of the newcomers in the array world, Zhao Hai also looked up the situation of the newcomers in other worlds on the internet. Unfortunately, the network of the array world did not seem to be connected to the other worlds, so he could not find much useful information. At this moment, Zhao Hai, who was reading the information, suddenly heard Laura and the others shout, "They're fighting, they're fighting. Big brother Hai, come and see, they're fighting." Zhao Hai put down his computer and walked to the living room. They were really fighting. Among these people, Zhao Hai saw someone who left a deep impression on him. It was Crazy Gale Li. Madman Li was one of Kadalo's top 10 experts. He was extremely powerful. Zhao Hai was even more curious when he saw that Madman Li was involved in the conflict. He immediately sat down. Maniac Li was only about 1.8 meters tall. He had a head of yellow hair and a yellow beard. His eyes were cold. He was wearing an ordinary cloth shirt and holding a pair of wheels in his hands. Although he wasn't very tall compared to other warriors, he was very strong. He had a long body, a fierce face, and dark skin, but it was shining with a different kind of luster. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed when he saw this. It seemed that this crazy Li had practiced some kind of cross-training kung fu. His defense was very strong, otherwise his skin wouldn't have become like this. Out of curiosity, Zhao Hai beat up his opponent. When he saw Li Kuang's opponents, Zhao Hai was surprised. He knew Li Kuang's opponents. They were from the Zhang family, and they were the 5 warriors with cross-shaped heavy swords who had come to his place with Zhang Minju. Zhao Hai had noticed these warriors when he first saw them. All 5 of them were using cross-shaped heavy swords. Their auras were very similar, and they seemed to be cooperating with each other. Zhao Hai suspected that they might be able to combine their attacks. It was a good time to take a look. However, Zhao Hai still turned around and said to Laura, "Can you find out why these families had a conflict with Maniac Li? Weren't they with Zhang Minju at our place just now?" Laura turned her head to look at Kai Er. Kai Er waved her hand and the scene turned back. After Zhang Minju left their place, she was extremely angry. Then she went to a hotel to drink. Because she was in a bad mood, she scolded a waiter in the hotel. As for Crazy Li, he was also drinking in the hotel. When he saw Zhang Minju's appearance, he coldly snorted. This was bad. Zhang Minju was already angry at Zhao Hai and the others, and now she couldn't take it anymore. She immediately stood up and pointed at Quang Li's artifact. "Lowlife, what are you snorting for? Are you dissatisfied?" Maniac Li was obviously not a good-tempered person either. He glared and stood up. "Pretty boy, who are you scolding?" All right, this was even worse. Zhang Minju had just called Zhao Hai a pretty boy, and now someone was calling him a pretty boy. Zhang Minju was even angrier. He immediately snorted, "I'll call you that. Aren't you a lowly commoner? You risked your life to come from the lower realm to our machine array realm, you lowly thing." There were many people in the field of arrays who had the same idea as Zhang Minju, but very few people would say it out loud. This was because it was equivalent to offending everyone who had ascended from the lower realm. After all, in the field of arrays, there were many people who had ascended from the lower realm. If they offended all of them, there would be no benefits. Zhang Minju was so angry that she said that. As soon as he said that, Maniac Li's expression changed. Even the warriors and mages behind him had ugly expressions. Maniac Li looked at Zhang Minju and suddenly laughed. "Quat, pretty boy, you're quite bold to scold me. Come, let Grandpa teach you how to behave." Quat, after he finished speaking, his figure moved and he pounced straight towards Zhang Minju. Although Zhang Minju was handsome and looked weak, his strength was obvious. With a move of his hand, a 5-layered defensive magic array appeared in front of him. At the same time, his figure suddenly retreated, and the warriors behind him drew their cross-shaped swords and pounced forward. These 5 people really knew how to attack together. Their movements were orderly, and their 5 big swords blocked all of Maniac Li's attack routes. Maniac Li was also an expert. When he saw this situation, he immediately took a step back and dashed out of the hotel. With 2 broad axes in his hands, he shouted, "Pretty boy, if you have the guts, come out and fight 300 rounds with Grandpa." Before he could finish his sentence, the 5 warriors with cross-shaped heavy swords had already jumped out of the hotel and stood in front of Maniac Li. This was the whole process of what had just happened. Then, the scene jumped, as if it was fast-forwarded, and returned to the scene of the confrontation between Madman Lee and the 5 warriors. Maniac Lee held his axe and looked at the 5 warriors with cross-shaped heavy swords. He said coldly, "Quat Golden Camp 5-element tigers, you guys are famous in the Zhang family's outer sect. I Li Quangren have heard of your names for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be such servants. That Zhang Minju called you lowly commoners, but you still work for him. How embarrassing. If it were me, I would have slit my own throat a long time ago." Quat. As Zhao Hai had only ascended for a short period of time, and he had spent most of his time cultivating, he didn't know much about the famous figures in the array world. On the other hand, Maniac Lee had already ascended for 4 years and had completed many missions. As for the more famous figures in the various major forces in the outer sect, Maniac Lee still knew a little about them. As for these 5 people with the cross-shaped heavy sword, Maniac Lee happened to know them. They were the 5 elemental tigers of the Zhang family's outer sect's Golden Sword Camp. The Zhang family's outer gate was different from the Ashley family's. The Zhang family's outer gate was divided into 8 parts, named after gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness respectively. The Gold Sword Camp was the gold barracks of the Zhang family's outer gate. All the ascendants received by the Zhang family would be assigned to these 8 battalions according to their attributes. It was the same for mages and warriors. As for the 5 elemental tigers of the Gold Sword Battalion, they were all warriors of the metal attribute. The reason they were called 5,000 tigers was because the 5 of them were good at a set of joint attack techniques called the 5 elemental golden light array. The 5 of them had made a name for themselves in the outer gate of the machine array world by relying on this set of array techniques. One of the 5 element tigers snorted and said, "Quat Maniac Lee, I think you don't want to participate in the competition this time. That's good. Let us teach you a lesson and let you know that there are some people you can't offend." Quat. "Who can I not offend?" Maniac Lee laughed. "This pretty boy. Ha 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 ha, he's just a useless pretty boy. He even broke off his engagement. What can he do?" Upon hearing Maniac Lee's words, Zhang Minju couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "Kill him, kill him." The 5-element tiger moved and pounced towards Maniac Lee. In the process of charging at Maniac Lee, the 5 of them turned their feet and surrounded him. Maniac Lee laughed maniacally. "Quat, I'd like to see how powerful your 5-element golden light array is." Quat, with that said, he turned his watch and used his axe. A gust of wind blew from the ground. Zhao Hai finally understood why Maniac Lee was nicknamed Hurricane. Quat, his axe technique was very unique. When he attacked, he would spin his body and use the spinning force to wield the axe. This way, the axe would not only contain his strength, but also the huge inertia from the rotation, which greatly increased the attack power. Zhao Hai knew that these 2 axes must be very heavy, and he must have used some special method when using them. Otherwise, he would lose control of the axes after a few turns and would be driven by them to attack. If that happened, he would reveal his flaws and people would call him that. At this time, the wind around Maniac Lee became stronger and stronger. It slowly formed a whirlwind, wrapping the 5-element tiger inside. The sound of weapons clashing was endless. Zhao Hai looked at it for a while and couldn't help but secretly nod. Not only was he impressed by Li Quangren's axe technique, but he was also impressed by the 5-elements tiger's 5-elements golden light array. This array was used by 5 people, and it was powerful. If it wasn't for Li Quangren's exquisite axe technique, he would have been defeated long ago. However, if this continued, Maniac Lee would be defeated sooner or later. To be honest, Zhao Hai admired Li Quangren's character. However, he was not going to help Li Quangren. Zhao Hai knew that they wouldn't be able to fight for long. This was the planet of arrays, not some other place. If the people here could fight as they pleased, then the 3 major forces of the world of arrays would lose face. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, a few flying cars flew over not long after the battle started. They stopped outside the battle ring, and a voice came from the flying car. "The people in front, listen up. Stop immediately. If you don't stop, don't blame us for being impolite." Maniac Lee and the 5-element tiger slowly stopped their attacks and jumped out of the circle. At this time, a voice came from the flying car again. "Quat, private fights are forbidden on planet Jijin. If you want to challenge someone, go to the planet Jijin police department to register. The next time you commit a crime, you'll all be taken to the police station." Quat, after saying that, the flying car turned and flew away. However, the 2 parties did not dare to have any more conflicts. Although Zhang Minju was the young master of the Zhang family, he was nothing on the planet. If he really dared to mess around, the police bureau on the planet would not be polite. Right now, many big shots had come to the planet of arrays because of the 6 World Rookie Tournament preliminaries. Some of the smaller families had also come. It could be said that the planet of arrays was now filled with family heads, and young masters were worse than dogs. Under such circumstances, if Zhang Minju really dared to cause trouble, the other party would definitely dare to arrest her. If Zhang Minju was really arrested and sent to the police station, she would become a joke in the world of arrays. Therefore, Zhang Minju did not dare to make a move. It was the same for Maniac Lei. Although Maniac Li looked reckless, he was not stupid. He was here to participate in the 6 World Newcomers competition. If he was really caught and sent to the police station, he might lose his qualification to participate in the competition. When he returned to his family, his status would definitely be lost. Therefore, he didn't dare to do anything. Since both sides didn't dare to fight, there was no way they could fight. Maniac Li kept his double axes and looked at Zhang Minju